Mu Xian traversed the dangerous world of beast masters, and fortunately, after successfully contracting a beast, he awakened two major abilities: bloodline extraction and fusion, and an information panel. Thus, Mu Xian extracted bloodlines, designed the strongest evolution path for beasts, and became the ultimate beast master. The world is at my feet, and the starry sky is not out of reach. Ice Crystal Spirit, Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, Ash Frost Dragon, Ash Star Evolution Dragon, Space Raccoon, Void Dragon Raccoon, Sky Leaping Dragon Raccoon, Sky Holding Divine Dragon Raccoon, Heavenly Machine Illusion Butterfly, 9 Lives Rebirth Butterfly, Destruction Demon Bear Holy Spirit Envoy Sun Golden Crow Time Elder. Chapter 001. Transcended into a world belonging to beast masters. Ouch! Mu Xian woke up leisurely, only to find himself lying on a hard hospital bed, surrounded by familiar yet strange young faces. What's going on? Am I sick? Wait, what's up with these students? Have I lost my memory? At this moment, seeing Mu Xian awake, the surrounding students began to chatter. Mu Xian, are you okay? Mu Xian, are you alright? Do you need to go to the hospital? Mu Xian, say something. Mu Xian frowned, listening to the others and feeling a throbbing headache, completely unaware of what had happened to him. Fortunately, at this moment, a stern voice finally rang out. What are you all gathering around for? Get back to training. The authoritative voice had a clear effect, and soon the crowd dispersed. Mu Xian then saw a middle-aged man with a square face standing in front of him. Mu Xian, are you feeling unwell? Mu Xian shook his head and said, I'm fine, just a little pain. The middle-aged man visibly relaxed. That's good. Mu Xian, you should stay in the school infirmary for observation. If there's any problem, just find me. After a pause, the middle-aged man awkwardly added, Mu Xian, this accident was unexpected for the teacher as well. So please don't blame Luo C and the others, however. Mu Xian, I still need to remind you that there are only a little over 3 months left until the college entrance examination, and you should contract a beast? Mu Xian was filled with confusion but didn't dare to speak up. After the middle-aged man left, the pain in his head gradually faded away, replaced by waves of memories, allowing Mu Xian to finally understand what was going on. That's right, Mu Xian had traversed. He had crossed into another world, becoming an 18-year-old high school senior with the same name. This world, although also called Blue Star, was filled with countless monsters that posed a great threat to human safety, making it a terrifying world full of extraordinary powers. Over 300 years ago, countless spatial rifts appeared in Blue Star, allowing numerous monsters to flood in, nearly wiping out the human civilization at that time. Fortunately, at the critical moment, humanity discovered the inheritance of the ancient Beast Master sect and successfully trained a large number of Beast Masters, finally giving human civilization a chance to breathe. The so-called Beast Master is an extraordinary professional who contracts monsters, nurtures them, and controls them to fight. By contracting and nurturing beasts, Beast Masters can receive a return from their beasts, gaining immense power. To this day, relying on the strength of Beast Masters, human civilization has regained its footing and is about to launch a counterattack against the monsters. And Mu Xian is a senior student at the 9th Beast Master High School in Jinhua City, Zhejiang Province, East Continent, Blue Star. The middle-aged man just now was his teacher for the Beast Battle Practice class, Rin Chongkong, a commanding level Beast Master. As for why Mu Xian fainted during a perfectly normal practice class, that was somewhat embarrassing. Mu Xian was knocked out by a water ball accidentally thrown during a practice battle by a classmate. Whether it was Mu Xian's luck or the original owner's misfortune, the original owner fell directly on his head, resulting in his death, just as Mu Xian was crossing over at that moment. Wait, what about my beast? Suddenly, Mu Xian felt a doubt arise as a student of a Beast Master High School. Or was his contracted beast? Soon, Mu Xian learned the reason he actually had no contracted beast. I'm actually the only one in the class without a contracted beast. Mu Xian suddenly realized, no wonder he was knocked out by a small water ball. Without a contracted beast, his physical fitness was naturally low, and a small accident could cost him his life. This made Mu Xian sigh indeed. Blue Star was dangerous. Even attending a class required caution. Did the original owner lose his mind? Mu Xian silently complained while absorbing and merging the original owner's memories. Suddenly, he trembled all over because at that moment, he discovered the reason for the original owner's actions. So it turns out I had already set a target, a very rare ice elemental life form, the Ice Crystal Spirit. Therefore, to contract that Ice Crystal Spirit, I had been avoiding contracting any beasts and focused on training mental strength to meet the requirements for contracting the Ice Crystal Spirit. After understanding the cause and effect, Mu Xian felt an immense sense of joy. Elemental life forms, such as these beasts, are rare even in the entire Dragon Kingdom and can be cultivated to the king level. It is important to know that beasts are categorized from weak to strong into several tiers: ordinary, elite, commander, lord, beast king, and king, etc. A lord-level beast is already very powerful and can dominate Jinhua City, while a king-level beast can soar into the sky, move mountains, fill seas, and destroy worlds in existence comparable to a terrestrial immortal in the eyes of ordinary people. In the Dragon Kingdom, a king-level beastmaster can become a guardian deity, revered by the masses, celebrated by the world, and is a top power that can influence the entire battlefield. Such individuals do not exceed 100 in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Elemental life forms gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and absorb the essence of the sun and moon. They are born from the extreme convergence of certain elements, making their numbers as rare as giant pandas in the previous Lithia, true darling of heaven and earth. As long as suitable training resources are invested, they can achieve the king level in the shortest time possible. No wonder the original owner looked down on the beasts in the school, solely focusing on honing his mental strength in preparation to contract that newborn ice crystal spirit. I must contract that ice crystal spirit as soon as possible. Instantly, Mu Xian was filled with desire, eager to rush to the cave he accidentally discovered 6 months ago to contract the ice crystal spirit and become a true beast master. However, the difficulty of contracting the ice crystal spirit is undoubtedly top-notch, and Mu Xian wasn't sure if he could succeed. According to the data from the Beastmaster Academy in Magic City, the elemental life form should still be in its newborn stage. To enhance, elemental life forms require rich elemental power, but the ice crystal spirit was born in an underground cave where the ice element is not abundant, so the improvement of its strength will definitely not be so fast. I still have a chance. Speaking of which, the original owner discovered that ice crystal spirit almost entirely due to the favor of the goddess of luck during the process of picking wild herbs. He accidentally stepped into a hole and fell directly into an underground cave, where he discovered the newborn ice crystal spirit in an icy pool after some exploration. At that time, the original owner did not dare to act hastily to contract it, as his mental strength was weak. If he made a mistake, he would inevitably alarm the ice crystal spirit. Mental strength is the key to contracting beasts. Only by defeating the will of the beast during the contracting process can one succeed. Over the past 2 months, the original owner had sold almost all the valuable items at home, spent all his savings, and bought a large amount of pills to enhance mental strength, just waiting for his mental strength to stabilize before heading to that underground cave. However, unexpectedly, a normal beast battle practice class would cost him his life weight. Something's not right. At that moment, recalling the details, Mu Xian suddenly felt something was off. He was surprised to find that he could remember all the details of what had happened at that time, and he realized that the Xian Shui turtle that shot the water cannon at him seemed to be intentional. Luosi, so you did it on purpose. At this moment, Mu Xian's gaze turned cold. Luosi was the wealthy child of the class, but was narrow-minded, often feeling resentful of Mu Xian's excellent grades and frequently looking for trouble. After Mu Xian had not contracted a beast for a long time, he had mocked him several times. This time, the other party might have just wanted to make Mu Xian look foolish, but they never expected that a single water cannon would directly take away the original body. No matter what, Luosi, you killed the original body. I will definitely seek revenge on you, Mu Xian whispered in his heart. Suddenly, Mu Xian realized something unusual. I can actually recall all the details of what happened back then. Mu Xian couldn't hide his excitement. Doesn't this mean that my mental power has greatly improved? Chapter 002. The golden finger has arrived. Wow, 2 major golden fingers. At this moment, Mu Xian could no longer hold back and rushed out of the school's infirmary, heading to the school's training room for a mental power assessment. The so-called training room is actually a series of enclosed rooms equipped with various tools for training and assessing mental power, and almost every school has them. Soon, in one training room, Mu Xian began to assess his mental power level. Before long, Mu Xian was pleasantly surprised to find that he had easily completed the ordinary level mental power assessment. It is worth noting that, according to the original body's memories, before today, he could only complete the early stages of the ordinary level mental power assessment at best, with only a few occasions where he could barely complete it. But today, he completed it with ease. Then, Mu Xian directly began the elite level mental power assessment. Compared to the ordinary level, the difficulty of the elite level doubled. But Mu Xian was still surprised to find that it wasn't difficult for him. By the 4th stage, As the difficulty increased further, Mu Xian finally felt the challenge. Ultimately, he collapsed at the end of the 5th stage. This meant that Mu Xian's mental power level had already reached Elite Level 5. It should be noted that reaching Elite Level at the initial stage of Beast Taming signifies that the bloodline potential is at least Lord level or even Beast King level. A student capable of contracting them would undoubtedly be considered a genius. It must be the result of my transmigration that has greatly enhanced my mental power. Could it be? This is my golden finger. Mu Xian was very happy his outstanding mental power would give him many advantages. Subsequently, without any hesitation, Mu Xian stepped out of the school gate and headed outside the city, preparing to contract that ice crystal spirit. In the daytime wilderness, the dangers were not very great. After all, most of the beasts within 10 kilometers of Jinhua City had already been consumed by humans, and the few remaining escaped beasts were even more reluctant to come out. The underground cave that Mu Xian discovered was located at the foot of the North Mountain, about 20 kilometers from Jinhua City. It posed some danger, but fortunately, it was daytime and the monsters would not approach Jinhua City. After exiting the 10-kilometer protection zone, Mu Xian became cautious and even specifically found a pile of wild boar dung to smear on himself. The North Mountain, which was known as the Shuanglong Scenic Area before the age of beast taming, boasted numerous underground rivers and karst wonders, claimed to be the 36th cave heaven of Taoism. Of course, in today's age of beast taming, it had long become a breeding ground for beasts, and the tourism industry had completely declined. After walking for more than half an hour into the North Mountain, Mu Xian finally found the underground cave based on his memory. He was relieved to see that the camouflage and signals at the cave entrance were still intact, indicating that no one else had discovered this underground cave. After carefully searching for a few minutes and confirming his judgment, Mu Xian quickly entered the underground cave. The deeper he went, the more intense the cold air became. Fortunately, Mu Xian had deliberately bought a cotton coat along the way. About 7 or 8 minutes later, he arrived at the cold pool deep in the cave, where a thin layer of ice crystals had completely frozen the pool. On one side of the cold pool, a floating mass of faint blue light was quietly hovering the legendary elemental life, the ice crystal spirit. This ice crystal spirit is probably Elite Level 3. That's great. Estimating the strength of the ice crystal spirit's aura, Mu Xian was overjoyed and quietly approached the ice crystal spirit. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 3 meters. At that moment, the ice crystal spirit seemed to sense something, and the blue light began to flicker. Not good. I'm about to be discovered. Mu Xian's heart raced. Without any hesitation, he flicked a few drops of blood that he had already prepared onto the ice crystal spirit and began to contract it. In an instant, Mu Xian felt his mental power connect with an extremely cold aura, causing him to shiver, and the contract nearly broke. Soon, an angry consciousness appeared in his mind. Who are you? Go away. Go away. I don't welcome you. Mu Xian's heart stirred, and he continuously emitted goodwill. I am a human. I am a good person. I mean no harm. I am a human. I am a good person. I mean no harm. I am a human. I am a good person. I mean no harm. After repeating this 3 times, the consciousness spoke again. Human? Good person? What is that? Do you want to stay in this dark, damp, and cold cave forever? Do you want to live alone in solitude? I can take you to the outside world. There, you'll find a warm sun, towering mountains, green grass, and beautiful flowers. As he spoke, Mu Xian transmitted these images all at once, leaving the little girl in awe. Then, Mu Xian continued to entice. I can also provide you with a lot of ice attribute cultivation resources to help you grow quickly. Under Mu Xian's temptation, the inexperienced ice crystal spirit's consciousness was quickly swayed, and in a daze, it signed a beast taming contract with Mu Xian, becoming his first beast. At that moment, an unseen force transmitted from the ice crystal spirit into Mu Xian's body, enhancing his physique and boosting his mental power. This was indeed the beast taming reciprocity. After the contract was completed, Mu Xian finally relaxed. Looking at the ice crystal spirit inside him with excitement, he had succeeded. He had truly contracted an elemental life. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. Mu Xian felt a surge of heat throughout his body, and an incredible power began to awaken. With a boom, Mu Xian felt a shock in his mind, and he became dazed, even oblivious to the ice crystal spirit's panic. Whether it was a moment or a day and night later, Mu Xian finally returned to normal, hearing his beast's anxious emotions. It's okay, just a little accident happened earlier. Mu Xian quickly reassured his beast while contemplating the scene that had just occurred. However, despite searching within himself. He couldn't find any changes, as if the changes that had just appeared were an illusion. However, when Mu Xian summoned the Ice Crystal Spirit, an incredible scene unfolded before him. He actually saw an information panel appear on the Ice Crystal Spirit. Ice Crystal Spirit Species. Ice Snow Elemental Life Level. Elite 3 Quality. Extraordinary Skills. Ice Blast, Extreme Cold Freeze Description. A rare ice elemental life born in the depths of the earth, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Perhaps due to insufficient ice elements, its innate potential has regressed from king level to beast king level, but still possesses strong potential and combat power, making it an extremely precious beast. Ice Crystal Spirit's bloodline can be extracted. These two pieces of information gradually plunged Mu Xian into contemplation. He suddenly understood that this scene before him might be his golden finger, and the second line, bloodline can be extracted, was most likely his talent. Sure enough, as he focused his attention on himself, an information panel suddenly appeared, confirming his judgment. Mu Xian Species, Human Level, Ordinary 3 Talent, Bloodline Extraction and Fusion Beast. Ice Crystal Spirit Elite 3 at this moment. Mu Xian realized with hindsight that within a day, he had not only contracted a beast, but also awakened a talent ability, gaining a magical information panel, truly a triple blessing. Especially this information panel. It neither resembled a system nor a talent, completely baffling him. Mu Xian decisively cast it aside, deciding to explore it further when he became stronger in the future. Chapter 003. The Initial Battle of the Ice Crystal Spirit. Instant Kill. When Mu Xian walked out of the underground cave, the sky had already darkened, and night was about to fall, filling him with a sense of crisis. In the Beast Master era, the combat power of demon beasts increased significantly at night, and the wilderness was filled with countless dangers. Even a Beast King level Beast Master would not choose to spend the night in a dangerous area. Mu Xian did not expect that due to the awakening of his talent, he had delayed his return to the city by more than an hour. Taking advantage of the dim sky, Mu Xian cautiously walked towards the mountain's edge. Along the way, he could already hear the occasional calls of demon beasts, but fortunately, the presence of the Ice Crystal Spirit gave Mu Xian a sense of security. Half an hour later, just as he was about to walk out of the foothills, Mu Xian's heart finally began to relax. There had been no danger, and he should be able to return before the city gates closed. Before he could finish his thought, the Ice Crystal Spirit suddenly blocked his path, emitting a cold aura. Mu Xian's expression tightened as he quickly identified the hostile target, an Elite Tier 4 Gale Wolf. Gale Wolf, Species, Wind-type Wolf Tier, Elite Tier 4 Bloodline, Elite Quality, Ordinary Skills, Gale Wolf Claw, Rapid Wolf Pounce Description, an aging wild wolf that, in the final stages of its life, chose not to give up. Seeing the information about the Gale Wolf, Mu Xian let out a sigh of relief. An aging Elite Tier 4 Gale Wolf, and it was only of ordinary quality. It would definitely not be a match for the Ice Crystal Spirit. Quality attributes are a comprehensive property related to the growth rate of the beast, skill comprehension ability, and combat timing, among other factors. The higher the quality, the stronger the combat power, and the more capable the beast is of fighting above its level. Quality is divided into several levels from low to high: ordinary, elite, outstanding, extraordinary, and legendary. Ordinary quality can exert most of the combat power of its current realm. Outstanding quality can allow a beast to fight 1 or 2 tiers above. Extraordinary quality can allow a beast to fight 3 or 4 tiers above, which is quite rare. Legendary quality is even more incredibly rare, said to be invincible among its peers. The Ice Crystal Spirit of Mu Xian is of extraordinary quality, comparable to a Tier 5 or Tier 6 beast. Although it is still a newborn beast, facing an aging wild wolf is naturally not a problem. Almost without Mu Xian needing to say anything, the Ice Crystal Spirit emitted a pale blue glow that struck the Gale Wolf. In an instant, the Gale Wolf let out a cry of pain, and a thin layer of ice formed on its surface, courtesy of the Ice Crystal Spirit's skill, Extreme Cold Freeze. Then, the pale blue light on the Ice Crystal Spirit flashed, and the next moment, the ice layer on the Gale Wolf exploded, sending ice shards flying as the Gale Wolf fell bravely to the ground. Gale Wolf bloodline can be extracted. Looking at the Gale Wolf that had fallen dead, Mu Xian took a deep breath. The Gale Wolf was not weak. Its speed surpassed that of most demon beasts. Yet in front of the Ice Crystal Spirit, it didn't even get a single move off before it was taken down. At this moment, Mu Xian gained a deeper understanding of the Ice Crystal Spirit's power and felt a hint of fear in his heart. If he had hesitated during the contract, he would probably have met the same fate as the Gale Wolf, right? The Ice Crystal Spirit performed beautifully. Watching the Ice Crystal Spirit flutter around him as if waiting for praise, Mu Xian couldn't help but smile and generously offered his compliments. Upon hearing this, the Ice Crystal Spirit danced even more joyfully. Next, Mu Xian approached the Gale Wolf's corpse and began to use his bloodline extraction fusion talent for the first time. The next moment, he felt something shoot out from him, a red power appearing in his hand, and then a dark red bloodline manifested, which was none other than the bloodline of the Gale Wolf before him. Ordinary Gale Wolf bloodline species, Wind-type Wolf bloodline, elite quality, ordinary description, a very ordinary Gale Wolf bloodline that appears unremarkable and of little value, but can be fused with ordinary wolf species to transform into a Gale Wolf. Mu Xian suddenly realized and gained a general understanding of his talent. His talent was even more exaggerated than he had imagined. Not only could he extract the bloodline of demon beasts, but he could also allow ordinary demon beasts to fuse bloodlines and transform into stronger beasts. If he were to extract a king-level bloodline, or even a bloodline above king level, and fuse it with his own beasts, wouldn't that significantly enhance the bloodline and quality of his beasts? If he continued fusing, forget king-level beasts, he could even create god-level beasts. At this moment, Mu Xian was filled with immense confidence. Having delayed because of the Gale Wolf, the sky had completely darkened, making the journey ahead even more difficult. Fortunately, Mu Xian was familiar with the nearby roads and, using the moonlight, returned safely to Jinhua City. In the Beast Master era, once open cities had retreated behind thick city walls, defending against the attacks of demon beasts, which was undeniably a tragedy. Mu Xian did not dwell on sorrow. After a simple inspection, he was allowed to enter Jinhua City. Just then, a familiar female voice came from behind. "Hey, Mu Xian, it's really you. Did you just return to the city?" Mu Xian turned around and was immediately dazzled. A girl with bright eyes and white teeth was looking at him with surprise. If it weren't for the towering water element giant beside her, this would surely be a beautiful story under the moonlight. "Sister Fangfei?" Mu Xian instinctively called out, and all memories related to her automatically surfaced in his mind. Ling Fangfei, Mu Xian's childhood friend and playmate, was 1 year older than him. She had participated in the college entrance examination last year and ultimately enrolled in the Zhejiang Provincial Beastmaster Academy. In the Beastmaster era, every province had a Provincial Beastmaster Academy, a cradle for elite talents in the province. Those who could enroll in the Provincial Beastmaster Academy could be considered geniuses. Ling Fangfei was such a genius. She had outstanding mental power since childhood, reached the contract conditions in her second year of high school, and then, by sheer luck, encountered a severely injured water element spirit in the wild, successfully contracted it. It turned out to be a precious beast with king-level bloodline potential, making Ling Fangfei a renowned genius girl from 9th middle school. Later, Ling Fangfei lived up to expectations. Although she didn't manage to get into the 5 supreme institutions of Longhua, she still enrolled in the Provincial Beastmaster Academy. Mu Xian did not expect to encounter Ling Fangfei, whom he hadn't seen in a year, right at the gate of Jinhua City. "Sister Fangfei, aren't you studying in Hangzhou?" Mu Xian asked curiously. "Can I come back while studying?" Ling Fangfei rolled her eyes at Mu Xian and then, with a teasing smile, said, "Mu Xian, let me see if you've grown taller." Mu Xian's face darkened, and he quickly swatted away Ling Fangfei's outstretched hand. His height had always been a sore spot. He had been a head shorter than Ling Fangfei since childhood. Although they were childhood friends, they looked more like siblings. Fortunately, after entering senior year, Mu Xian finally started to grow rapidly, and now he was half a head taller than Ling Fangfei. After some playful banter, the relationship between the two improved significantly. Ling Fangfei suddenly said softly, "Mu Xian, after I came back, I went to your house to look for you, only to find out that uncle and aunt had an accident. More than 2 months ago, Mu Xian's father, Mu Bai, and mother, Ning Yue, had mysteriously disappeared in an undeveloped secret realm with no remains found. The ice crystal spirit was something Mu Xian accidentally discovered while preparing a burial for his parents. At that time, Mu Xian had simply handled the funeral." Mu Xian sighed. "No one can predict the arrival of accidents or tomorrow. Sister Fangfei, you don't need to worry." Chapter 004. The shock of childhood friends. Mu Xian spoke from his heart. In this dangerous Beastmaster era, human strength is actually not strong. Demon beasts are the true rulers of this planet. In addition to demon beasts, There are also ruthless villains such as the Dark Beastmaster Alliance and the Shadow Organization within human territories, as well as evil sects like the Beast God Cult and the Witch Cult. It is really too difficult to avoid accidents and live a stable life until old age. Ling Fangfei showed a sad expression. Mu Xian's parents treated Ling Fangfei very well, directly regarding her as a future daughter-in-law. Unexpectedly, after a long silence, Ling Fangfei suddenly said, Mu Xian, I heard my parents say that you still haven't contracted a beast? Have you encountered any difficulties? This weekend, how about I take you to contract a good beast? Mu Xian shook his head and smiled gently. Sister Fangfei, I have already contracted a beast. Ling Fangfei raised her eyebrows, revealing a curious expression. What beast is it? You didn't just casually contract one, did you? Mu Xian smiled confidently. I guarantee it will surprise you. Hearing this, Ling Fangfei became even more curious. Oh really? It's not easy to surprise me, you know? After all, I've seen too many top beasts in the academy. When they arrived at Mu Xian's home, Ling Fangfei quickly urged him to summon the beast. Mu Xian grinned, waved his hand, and instantly, a cold blue icy spirit emerged from his body, swirling around him as if telling a story. On the side, Ling Fangfei's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this the legendary elemental life? Mu Xian tilted his head up and smiled. That's right. This is the ice elemental life, the icy spirit. Ling Fangfei was left in shock. Elemental life, even in the provincial beast academy where many geniuses and prodigies gather. This ice elemental life could probably rank in the top 10. How is it? My icy spirit is not bad, right? Mu Xian chuckled. It's more than just good. It's simply extraordinary. Ling Fangfei silently complained in her heart, glancing at her own water elemental giant, suddenly at a loss for words. Water elemental giant. Type. Water rank. Commander level 4 bloodline. Beast King level quality. Elite skills. Rapid current impact. Water element shield description. Evolved from a water elemental spirit. The water elemental giant possesses remarkable water control and defensive abilities. Suddenly, Ling Fangfei had a thought. Since her brother had contracted an ice elemental life, he would surely soar to great heights. Why not let him enter the academy she was in? The academy would definitely not skimp on resources to get Mu Xian to join. Thinking of this, Ling Fangfei looked at Mu Xian and said, Mu Xian, the college entrance examination is in 3 months, right? Have you decided which academy to apply for? After a pause, she continued, if you don't have a preferred target, maybe you can consider our Zhidong Beast Academy. I will definitely get you a generous reward. Zhidong Academy? Mu Xian thought for a moment, but ultimately shook his head, saying, Sorry, Sister Fangfei, my goal is the Eternal Academy. Zhidong Provincial Beast Academy has a strong reputation and is quite powerful, being the strongest beast academy in Zhidong Province. But in the entire Dragon Country, it ranks at best around 20. With an ice elemental life right from the start, plus his talent and the information panel as 2 golden fingers, Mu Xian naturally didn't look at the 20th ranked Zhidong Academy. His goal was one of the 5 Supreme Beast Academies in the Dragon Country. It is rumored that each of the 5 Supreme Academies controls a super-large secret realm, comparable to a real world, filled with countless resources. With their resources and channels, plus relying on his 2 golden fingers, Mu Xian could almost guarantee that he would achieve king-level status within 3 years. In this dangerous era, only by becoming king-level could Mu Xian have a sense of security. Secret realms, also known as paradises or small worlds, are precious, filled with abundant cultivation and evolution resources, especially super-large secret realms, which can produce resources that even king-level beast masters would go crazy for. In reality, in today's beast era, secret realms are not rare. Just in the 9th middle school where Mu Xian is located, there is a micro-secret realm inhabited by many low-level demon beasts, producing a large amount of ordinary-level resources and a small amount of elite-level resources. Eternal Academy? Ling Fangfei fell silent. She had once looked up to that Supreme Academy. But unfortunately, reality is too cruel. To enter the Eternal Academy, one must at least have a beast with a Beast King-level bloodline and also rank in the top 100 in the Provincial Beast College entrance examination. Just the basic requirements are enough to eliminate the majority of people, not to mention also needing to rank in the top 1,000 in the entrance exam, which is almost impossible to achieve. Ling Fangfei sighed. The little kid who once followed her around was finally going to soar on his own. At that moment, the atmosphere between the two became quite awkward. Ahem, Sister Fangfei, how are things in Zhidong Academy? You must have contracted your second beast by now, right? Mu Xian changed the subject. Ling Fangfei smiled bitterly. I've been focusing on training. You don't know, there are so many geniuses in the academy. And they work even harder than we do. In our year, there are already Lord-level beast masters, and I'm still stuck at the commander level. As she spoke, Ling Fangfei summoned her second beast, a fire sparrow, enveloped in flames, looking majestic and powerful. Mu Xian glanced at it and suddenly showed a look of surprise. Fire sparrow, type, fire, flying rank, elite level 9 bloodline, lord level quality, excellent skills, flame jet, fiery strike description, a fire sparrow containing a trace of the golden flame divine bird bloodline. Looking more impressive than an ordinary fire sparrow, it is a beast worth nurturing. This fire sparrow is contracted from the Academy's secret realm. It looks more powerful than an ordinary fire sparrow, and I took a liking to it at first sight. Ling Fangfei introduced. I plan to nurture it towards the direction of the golden flame divine bird. If I can cultivate it into a golden flame divine bird, I want to be considered weak in the Academy. The golden flame divine bird, Mu Xian had read its information. It is a lord-level beast with impressive combat power and can be ridden, and it has considerable fame. However, compared to the golden flame divine bird, this fire sparrow is really a small fry, as the golden flame divine bird is a king-level beast, renowned in South China, one of the overlords of the sky. The fire sparrow in front of him has a trace of the golden flame divine bird's bloodline. So the best nurturing direction is naturally towards developing into a golden flame divine bird. Mu Xian observed the fire sparrow and quickly had an idea. Sister Fangfei, don't you think the flames of this fire sparrow are a bit special? Really? Ling Fangfei was taken aback, staring at her fire sparrow for a long time, and finally noticed that its flames seemed to be more vibrant than those of ordinary fire sparrows, leaning more towards gold. But what does that mean? Ling Fangfei couldn't help but look at Mu Xian, who said seriously, Sister Fangfei, I suspect your fire sparrow might have the bloodline of the golden flame divine bird. You could try nurturing it in that direction. The golden flame divine bird? Ling Fangfei was greatly shocked. How could her fire sparrow have the bloodline of the golden flame divine bird? But upon careful thought, it didn't seem impossible. Suddenly, Ling Fangfei felt a surge of excitement, wishing she could return to school right now to test it with professional instruments. Ling Fangfei suddenly looked at Mu Xian, making him feel uneasy. He eventually sighed. Could it be that today's high school students are this amazing? They can determine bloodlines just by looking at some external features? Mu Xian rolled his eyes internally, thinking that if it weren't for the information panel, who would think that an ordinary fire sparrow would contain the bloodline of the golden flame divine bird? Chapter 005 Reminder, by the way, Mu Xian, you need to be careful during this time. Don't go to those remote places. At that moment, Ling Fangfei suddenly thought of something and reminded him. What's wrong? Mu Xian asked in confusion. Jinhua City is located inland with good public security, and Ling Fangfei's warning clearly indicated that something had happened recently. Ling Fangfei said in a low voice, a group of extremely vicious criminals has recently entered Jinhua City. I'm not joking, they are really very brutal. You must pay attention to your surroundings and avoid taking risks. Mu Xian's mind stirred as some information surfaced, and he silently thought, could the extremely vicious criminals that Sister Fangfei mentioned be the infamous evil forces hidden within the human alliance? In the Beastmaster era, where the extraordinary became mainstream, several evil forces still existed under the control of the government, with the most notorious being the Dark Alliance. For nearly a century, several major incidents, both within the Dragon Kingdom and in other countries, were said to be related to this evil organization. It can be said that the Dark Alliance is undoubtedly a tumor within humanity that must be eradicated, judging by Ling Fangfei's tone. It's highly likely she was referring to this evil organization. It seems that Sister Fangfei returned to Jinhua to track down this group of people. Mu Xian thought to himself, but had no intention of taking risks. He had just contracted a beast, and his combat power was not high. So getting involved would not be beneficial. Mu Xian guessed correctly, this time. Ling Fangfei returned to Jinhua City specifically to take on a school mission to hunt down several fugitives. In the Beastmaster era, the Beastmaster Academy could not keep students in school all day. Basically, after spending a semester, they would participate in various tasks, such as encircling members of evil organizations, resolving beast attacks, and capturing criminal beast masters, etc. This time, a branch was finally discovered, with most of its members killed on the spot. While the remaining members started to flee in groups, some of whom arrived in Jinhua City via the Longmen mountain range. The next day, Mu Xian got up as usual, and immediately saw the ice crystal spirit flying in front of him, expressing that it was very angry, leaving Mu Xian momentarily confused. He quickly realized that he seemed to have forgotten to prepare food for the little guy. Beasts are not that easy to raise. Some large-sized beasts consume enough food daily to drain an ordinary family's resources. Fortunately, as an elemental life form, the ice crystal spirit only needed elemental energy for sustenance. Mu Xian hurried to the beast merchant store, bought a large stack of ice elemental energy bars to feed the little one, which turned its anger into joy. Watching the ice crystal spirit happily munching on the energy bars, Mu Xian smiled along with it. So this is what it feels like to have a beast companion. As he walked out of his house on the way to school, Mu Xian noticed that there were significantly more uniformed officers on the street. Clearly, the Jinhua city authorities were aware of the infiltrators, which eased his mind. Upon arriving at school, Mu Xian had no intention of showing off. He just wanted to improve his strength quickly to prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination. Just then, a proud-looking boy walked in, surrounded by several people, causing Mu Xian to feel a chill. This person was none other than Luo Si, the culprit responsible for his death. It was said that Luo Si had connections with the city guards and was a bully in the class, having developed an arrogant personality. At this moment, upon seeing Mu Xian, he even appeared with a smirk, saying, "Mu Xian, I'm really sorry, my beast had a little accident yesterday, so I'm here to apologize." Although he was saying sorry, there was not a hint of remorse on Luo Si's face. "It's okay, I know you didn't mean it," Mu Xian replied, not intending to engage in a war of words with this guy, just waiting for an opportunity to deal with him later. Seeing Mu Xian's calm demeanor, Luo Si laughed even more recklessly. However, his deskmate Chen Kong stood up angrily. "Luo Si, what kind of skill is it to bully my brother Xian? If you have the guts, come at me." Luo Si, with a somewhat handsome face, showed a mocking smile. Even Mu Xian himself said, "It's okay. What are you, Chen Kong, worrying about? You should take care of yourself first." Just as Chen Kong was about to say something else, he was stopped by Mu Xian. "Kongzi, don't say anything." Luo Si burst into laughter. "Chen Kong, did you see that? Your brother Xian has spoken." Watching Luo Si leave triumphantly, Chen Kong turned to Mu Xian. "Xian Ge, how can you?" Faced with Mu Xian's indifferent gaze, Chen Kang's voice grew softer, as he suddenly realized that today, Xian Ge seemed a bit different, but he couldn't pinpoint what was different, which made him feel awkward. Mu Xian smiled faintly. There's no need to argue with an idiot. Besides, he won't be living much longer. The latter part of the sentence was left unsaid, and he changed the topic. "Kongzi, what level is your powerful frog now?" Chen Kang's powerful frog came from the school's miniature secret realm, possessing leader-level bloodline potential, making it quite outstanding in class. Which was also the reason Chen Kong dared to stand against Luo Si. Chen Kong shook his head. "Still, ordinary level 9, hasn't advanced yet." Mu Xian knew the reason. Chen Kang's family was average, and it wasn't easy to gather resources for advancement. In the Beast Master era, beasts were indeed a money pit, costing more than raising a four-legged golden beast. Regular resources for training had to be prepared, and additional resources were needed for advancement, and if evolution occurred, even rarer resources would need to be gathered to assist with that. Every beast's evolution represented an increase in potential and combat power, and the required evolution resources were rare and expensive. It was said that many beast masters, despite their beasts already meeting the conditions for evolution, took years just to collect the necessary evolution resources. Mu Xian shook his head. "You need to quickly advance to elite level after that. We'll probably need to start outdoor combat training. Ordinary level is still too weak." Chen Kong smiled wryly. "How could I not know? But you also know my family." Mu Xian said, "I'll lend you some." Ever since Sister Fangfei mentioned that criminals were infiltrating Jinhua City, Mu Xian felt a sense of urgency. In the Beast Master era, being weak is a sin. He might really run into this group of people and end up dying helplessly, which would be really unfortunate. As Chen Kang's deskmate, who had always taken care of him, Mu Xian naturally wouldn't stand by and hoped he could grow quickly. "Xian Guyu." Chen Kong was greatly surprised. Mu Xian explained, "Yesterday, the young lady next door who got into Zhidong Academy came back. She gave me a beast and some funds." Chapter 006, Sub-Ancestral Bloodline, Devouring God Crow, Crisis. Ling Fangfei certainly wouldn't give Mu Xian funds. That was just an excuse. And also the best cover for the Ice Crystal Spirit. You see, the high-achieving sister from Zhidong Academy gave her brother an Ice Crystal Spirit. This is quite reasonable, right? Reasonable my ass. But Chen Kong didn't know. He only knew that his Xian Ge had a beast now. Really? Xian Ge, what kind of beast is it? What bloodline? Qin Kong asked excitedly. Mu Xian chuckled. The beast is quite precious, so I won't summon it for now. Oh, Qin Kong felt a bit disappointed, but more curious. Precious beast? How precious? Could it be a beast with a lord-level bloodline? Please forgive Qin Kong. For him, a beast with a lord-level bloodline was absolutely unattainable. He felt lucky enough to have contracted a powerful frog with a leader-level bloodline. During the day's classes, Mu Xian hardly listened. Finally, after enduring until school was over, he went straight to the Beast Trade City, one of the 3 major beast markets in Jinhua City, where all products related to beasts could be found. Mu Xian's first goal was, of course, to sell that ordinary wind wolf bloodline. Although it was only elite level, Mu Xian didn't find it appealing. But for some ordinary families, an elite level bloodline was already quite good. Thus, Mu Xian spent little time selling it for 20,000 yuan. Elite level items generally ranged from 10,000 to 60,000 yuan, and this price was very reasonable. Then, Mu Xian began purchasing training resources for the Ice Crystal Spirit. The training resources for Ice Elemental life forms were quite extensive. Most Ice attribute resources were suitable. In the end, Mu Xian spent 23,000 yuan to buy a large piece of Millennium Ice Crystal for the Ice Crystal Spirit, which was the most suitable training resource for it and would be enough to elevate the Ice Crystal Spirit by 1 level. According to Mu Xian's estimation, to elevate the Ice Crystal Spirit to Elite Level 9, at least 200,000 yuan would be needed. This number is not too much. With the combat power of the Ice Crystal Spirit, making a few trips outside the city is enough. If luck is good, 1 trip might be sufficient. From this, it can also be seen that if the contracted beast is of low-grade bloodline and low quality, it is extremely difficult to earn money and improve. However, if it is a high-grade bloodline and high-quality beast, enhancing strength and earning money is not difficult. This is also the reason why Mu Xian's original self has been delaying contracting a beast. A good beast in its initial state is hard to come by. After buying the Millennium Ice Crystal and reserving 20,000 yuan for Qin Kong, Mu Xian's pocket was almost empty, naturally losing the mood to continue shopping. However, when he passed by the Monster Beast area, he accidentally saw a Monster Beast's corpse, which shocked him greatly. Bloodthirsty Crow, species, bloodline Crow bloodline, elite level quality, extraordinary description. This is a lucky yet unfortunate bloodthirsty crow. The good fortune is that it inherited a trace of the god-devouring crow's bloodline. Unfortunately, it was slaughtered before it could grow up, profoundly illustrating the unpredictability of fate. In the Monster Beast area, what is bought and sold are mostly young monster beasts, monster beast corpses, or monster meat and internal organs. However, Mu Xian saw this piece of information among a pile of bloodthirsty crow corpses. The god-devouring crow left Mu Xian in shock. It should be noted that this is a monster beast above the king level. One of the strongest monster beasts among crows. Over 200 years ago, a massive beast tide erupted in the Dragon Kingdom, sweeping through much of the southern Dragon Kingdom with trillions of monster beasts, including a king-level god-devouring crow, causing great disasters for humanity. At that time, Jinhua City was also affected and nearly destroyed. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom resisted the beast tide with all its might. And after paying a tremendous price, they eventually killed 4 top monster beasts, including the god-devouring crow. Undoubtedly, this bloodthirsty crow in front of him may have inherited a trace of the god-devouring crow's bloodline, but unexpectedly, it was accidentally slaughtered by humans. This can only be considered a stroke of luck for humans and misfortune for the crow species. Without hesitation, Mu Xian directly bought the pile of bloodthirsty crow corpses, preparing to attempt to extract the god-devouring crow's bloodline. Bloodthirsty crow bloodline can be extracted. After returning home, Mu Xian eagerly began to extract the god-devouring crow's bloodline. In an instant, drops of red blood were drawn out. But the god-devouring crow's bloodline he wanted was nowhere to be found. Looking at the almost shriveled bloodthirsty crow, Mu Xian was surprised to see the prompt, "Bloodthirsty crow bloodline can be extracted," still appearing. He exclaimed, "So it can be extracted repeatedly. Continue extraction." Without any hesitation, Mu Xian continued to extract the god-devouring crow's bloodline. The next moment, a drop of purple-golden blood was slowly separated, exuding a faint yet heart-shaking aura. This was indeed a super bloodline above the king level. Sub-ancestor level god-devouring crow bloodline essence, species, bloodline crow bloodline, sub-ancestor level quality, legendary description, a drop of the extremely rare sub-ancestor level god-devouring crow bloodline essence. Containing shocking bloodline energy, the legendary quality drives the world mad. However, this single drop of bloodline essence is not enough to elevate a beast to the sub-ancestor level bloodline. It turns out that above the king level is the sub-ancestor level, Mu Xian muttered. According to publicly available information, the king level is the strongest beast, while information above the king level is inexplicably tightly sealed by the government. Looking at this drop of sub-ancestor level bloodline essence, Mu Xian found it difficult because this drop of bloodline essence was too high in level, making it hard to use or sell. And storing it at home was also unsafe. He couldn't just go catch a crow beast now, could he? Mu Xian silently complained, thinking that it would be perfect if he had a beast with storage space. Beasts with storage space ability, specifically space attribute beasts, are available on the market. But even the most ordinary space attribute beasts cost at least 1 million yuan, and they are in high demand but low supply, making them the best-selling products in the beast market. It would be perfect if he could encounter a space attribute monster beast. Shaking his head, Mu Xian locked the drop of sub-ancestor level bloodline essence in a cabinet and summoned his own beast, the Ice Crystal Spirit, to let it absorb the Millennium Ice Crystal. What Mu Xian did not know was that at the moment he extracted the sub-ancestor level bloodline essence, in a certain place in Jinhua City, 3 extremely weak and disheveled figures suddenly raised their heads, revealing a look of horror in their eyes. Is this the aura of a king level? No, wait. The king level isn't this strong. This is the aura above the king level. But wait, why is this aura so weak? Is it the bloodline essence? Instantly, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The bloodline of an existence above the king level must contain powerful energy. If I can directly swallow it, won't I be able to heal my injuries? No, this could also be a trap. But even if it's a trap, I still have to take a chance. Thinking of this, his gaze suddenly turned to the 2 people beside him, revealing a hint of a cruel smile. Chapter 007, Ice Crystal Spirits Enhancement, Challenge. Night, slightly cool. Mu Xian quietly watched the Ice Crystal Spirit absorb the Millennium Ice Crystal. He could sense that the Ice Crystal Spirit's aura was rising. At a certain moment, the Ice Crystal Spirit's aura fluctuated, and it had improved a small level, reaching Elite Level 4. Accompanied by the Ice Crystal Spirit's enhancement, Mu Xian felt a cool energy surge into his body, further enhancing his physical quality. Even his mental power increased a little. After a long time, looking at the remaining small half-piece of the Millennium Ice Crystal, Mu Xian couldn't help but smile. The higher the quality of the beast, the less consumption it requires. Just over half a piece of Millennium Ice Crystal allowed the Ice Crystal Spirit to advance 1 level. The Millennium Ice Crystal he purchased, generally, is just enough for an elite quality ice attribute elite level initial stage beast to advance a small level. But the Ice Crystal Spirit used only 60 to 70% of it. This confirms the 11th rule of beast theory. The higher the bloodline and quality of the beast, the higher the resource utilization rate. At the same time, the energy returned to the Beast Master is also greater. Subsequently, Mu Xian did not let the Ice Crystal Spirit continue to absorb the Millennium Ice Crystal, but instead recalled it into his body. It is best for a beast that has just broken through to consolidate first. A night without incident. Today is Saturday, and the school gives leave to students without contracted beasts. Mu Xian didn't plan to hide it, so he casually went to school. What he didn't expect was that shortly after he left, 3 sneaky figures arrived outside his apartment building. Lin Yan, are you sure there is a bloodline existing above the king level in this building? Asked a young man who looked like a beggar but was extraordinarily burly. Lin Yan smiled and looked at the 2 beside him. You may not believe me, but you have to believe in my talent, right? I can assure you that the aura is definitely in this building. Beside Lin Yan, a short and ugly man whispered. Then Lin Yan, what do you think we should do next? The entire Jinhua City is looking for us now. If we stay here, we will definitely be discovered by the Beast Police. The Beast Police, also known as the Beast Master Police, are similar to the criminal police before the era of Beast Masters, specifically set up to deal with major cases. Each Beast Police officer is said to have contracted beasts with outstanding hearing, vision, smell, and touch. Because of this, the Beast Police are the nemesis of various criminals and members of evil organizations. Lin Yan said lightly, you 2 keep watch downstairs for me. I will go inside to search. Wait until late at night, and we will break in directly. The burly man and the short man pondered for a moment and agreed to this plan. What the 2 did not notice was the cruel smile on Lin Yan's lips. he was not so generous as to share the bloodline existing above the king level with the two. At the 9th high school, class 1 of the 3rd year, dozens of students were chatting and joking, creating a lively atmosphere. Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3 are key classes, and almost everyone has contracted a beast. The reason why it is said to be almost is that there are always a few unfortunate ones whose contracts fail and are waiting to recover their mental strength. However, when Mu Xian stepped into the Class 1 classroom, many people gasped in surprise, completely not expecting him to show up. What is going on? Why is Mu Xian here? Has he successfully contracted a beast? No way. I haven't heard that he contracted one. Luo Si looked at Mu Xian's appearance, first surprised, then sneered. Who knows if this guy randomly contracted some trash beast? This guy took so long to successfully contract a beast, maybe his mental strength was damaged. And now that the college entrance examination is approaching, he has no choice but to contract a trash beast to cope. Huh, Mu Xian, he has finished. As Luo Si spoke, his lackeys chimed in, momentarily leading many to look at Mu Xian with pity. However, Mu Xian's deskmate, Chen Kong, couldn't help but retort, my brother Xian is not like you guys, lacking vision. Just as Mu Xian sat down, he quickly commented, if you can't speak properly, don't talk too much. ISNT that just drawing hatred towards me. Although, Chen Kong, you're right. Mu Xian said lightly. Why are you so concerned about me? You should focus on yourselves. The college entrance examination is approaching. Then, Mu Xian looked at Luo Si and said, Luo Si, big committee member. You're so interested in the beast I contracted. What? Are you preparing to challenge me? Mu Xian was already quite displeased with Luo Si. He didn't mind taking down the other beast today. Luo Si's eyes flickered, and he smiled. Since classmate Mu Xian wants to challenge me, as the sports committee member, it would be rude to refuse. Mu Xian sneered. Very well, let us have a match in the practical class later. Don't chicken out. Before long, a graceful figure entered the classroom. It was their homeroom teacher, Lin Susu. It is said that Lin Susu also graduated from the Zhidong Beast Tamer Academy, and then, due to her father's connections, became the homeroom teacher of Class 1. Lin Susu was quite surprised by Mu Xian's appearance, and then smiled. I'm very glad that our classmate Mu Xian has finally contracted a beast. Let us celebrate classmate Mu Xian with the warmest applause. Clap, clap, clap. After the warm applause, Lin Susu continued. There are 3 months left until the college entrance examination. In these last 3 months, our theoretical classes will gradually decrease, while practical training classes and outdoor practical classes will increase. Please be mentally prepared. Next, let us do a test paper. Looking at the densely packed text on the test paper, Mu Xian sighed lightly. It seems that even in a world of extraordinary powers, one cannot avoid the tactic of drowning in questions. Fortunately, his predecessor had excellent grades, and Mu Xian quickly recalled and answered most of the questions. Moreover, thanks to the significant increase in his mental strength, many questions he previously couldn't solve seemed easy to answer now. Mu Xian had specifically researched the college entrance examination system of this world the night before. Although the practical scores of beast combat would account for 60 of the total score, the liberal arts could not be neglected, as most top colleges would have requirements for liberal arts scores. According to professional terminology, a beast tamer is not just a profession that controls beasts in battle. It is also a profession that cultivates beasts, defends against monsters, explores the unknown, and analyzes nature. A beast tamer who cannot learn and only knows how to fight will eventually be eliminated by the times. In Mu Xian's view, a top beast tamer must not only be proficient in the cultivation and evolution of beasts, but also understand the physical structure, living and fighting habits, and racial characteristics of monsters, as well as have the ability to capture opportunities, possess qualified combat qualities, strong psychological qualities, and adapt to various complex environments and spatial secret realms in a short time. Mu Xian's goal is to become the top beast tamer, one person forming a team, one person destroying a clan, invincible in a domain. Chapter 008. Instant Kill, Shocking All. School's Investment. In the afternoon, during the practical training class, Rin Shankong was also a little surprised to see Mu Xian show up, but he was already muttering in his heart. Could it be because of me that this kid casually contracted a beast? However, Mu Xian didn't think too much and directly walked onto the battle platform, looking at Luo Si with a sneer, and said, Big committee member Luo, come up. Under everyone's gaze, Luo Si certainly wouldn't back down. He also sneered. Am I, the sports committee member, afraid of you? A guy who just contracted a beast. Xian Shui Gui, come out. The next moment, a giant Xian Shui Gui, nearly half a person tall, appeared in front of Mu Xian. Species, Water Turtle Clan rank, Elite Level 5 Bloodline, Commander Class Quality, Excellent Skills, Xian Shui Missile. Xian Shui Shield Description, an ordinary Xian Shui Gui with no characteristics to speak of. Go for it, young one. Seeing the information about Xian Shui Gui, Mu Xian felt at ease. An excellent quality Elite Level 5 Xian Shui Gui is decent in Class 9, but in front of the Ice Crystal Spirit. It's still not enough. Generally speaking, the strength of a beast is determined by several factors including bloodline, quality, rank, skills, species, and status. Bloodline and quality are the decisive factors, and during battles, the command of the Beast Tamer is also very important. At this moment, Mu Xian's Ice Crystal Spirit has a Beast King level bloodline and extraordinary quality. Although its rank is one level lower than that of the opponent, it can still crush the opponent. Ice Crystal Spirit. Without any hesitation, Mu Xian summoned the Ice Crystal Spirit, and a wave of coolness began to spread around, shocking everyone. What kind of beast is this? I've never seen it before. Someone weakly asked. Yeah, this beast looks so cool. Where can I buy one? So cute. I want one too. Some girls showed delighted expressions. However, the academic elites who recognized what kind of beast it was gasped in shock. Am I seeing things? This is the legendary Elemental Life? Elemental Life, Ice Crystal Spirit. I've seen this online. This is an incredibly rare top beast born of nature. Mu Xian actually. Ren Xiangkong was also dumbfounded. This kid Mu Xian actually contracted an elemental life without making a sound. Is this a joke? Chen Kong was also shocked at this moment. He finally realized why Mu Xian hadn't summoned his beast at that time. If he had summoned it then, it would have attracted a crowd to watch. Only Luo Si and his few lackeys, hearing the shouts of those around them, finally understood what was happening. Their expressions began to change. Luo Si's face twisted. You actually contracted an elemental life. How is that possible? You, a waste who hasn't successfully contracted for half a year. How could you? Mu Xian's expression remained calm. Are you ready? I'm going to attack. Luo Si's eyes suddenly revealed anger, sneering. So what if it's an elemental life? Just contracted, how much strength can it have? Xian Shui Gui. Attack with all your might. Mu Xian smiled lightly. Ice Crystal Spirit, dodge, get close to the opponent, and unleash extreme cold freeze. Compared to Luo Si, Mu Xian's commands were more specific and naturally more targeted. Facing the aggressive Xian Shui Gui, the Ice Crystal Spirit emitted a faint blue light. Easily dodging the Xian Shui missile, quickly approaching the opponent, and unleashed extreme cold freeze. In almost an instant, a layer of ice crystals appeared on the surface of the giant Xian Shui Gui. However, the ice crystals did not last long, after all. Xian Shui Gui is also an elite level 5 beast and of excellent quality, and soon cracks began to appear on the ice crystals. But at this moment, the Ice Crystal Spirit did not need Mu Xian's instructions and had already unleashed its second skill, Ice Explosion, with a series of cracking sounds. Dense explosions echoed from the surface of Xian Shui Gui, and all the ice crystals began to explode, causing significant damage to Xian Shui Gui. Finally, at a certain moment, Xian Shui Gui let out a miserable cry and turned into a streak of light, merging into Luo Si's body. At the same time, Luo Si suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly pale, his breath weak, already severely injured. When a Beastmaster's beast is in mortal danger, it will directly enter a near-death state and quickly return to the Beastmaster's body, while the Beastmaster will bear the remaining damage. This is the price of the Beastmaster's contract. Amid the swirling ice crystals, the spirit of ice crystals flew back around Mu Xian, dancing joyfully, seemingly showing off something, like a little blue elf. The classmates around seemed still in a dream. Luo Si, ranked in the top 3 of the class, was instantaneously defeated by Mu Xian. This is way too fast. Right? Is it over just like that? Were they expecting a battle of 300 rounds? This ice crystal spirit is too strong. Luo Si's Xian Shui turtle is an integrated offensive and defensive beast, and it's of excellent quality, yet it was taken down by Mu Xian in an instant? You think so? Elemental Life, that's a legendary royal bloodline. Do you know what a royal level is? Incredible, incredible. Our 9th middle school is going to defy the heavens this year. It's Mu Xian who is going to defy the heavens. With this elemental life, he probably won't need to take the college entrance examination. He'll be directly recruited by various universities. Ren Xiangkong sighed lightly. This is the power of a high-level bloodline. Even among beasts of the same rank, it can easily achieve a one-hit kill. He judged that it probably already had the combat power of a refined 9th tier. He then announced Mu Xian's victory. As for Luo Si, he had long been carried away by his underlings to the school infirmary. The battle between Mu Xian and Luo Si had ended, but the ensuing commotion was just beginning. Soon, news of Mu Xian contracting an ice crystal spirit spread throughout the entire 9th middle school, and everyone marveled at the strength of elemental life. Following that, the school leaders hurried over upon hearing the news, starting to inquire about Mu Xian's well-being and offering various rewards, such as training funds, cultivation resources, and rare beasts. With one condition, he could not transfer schools during this time. Indeed, the reason the school leaders were so concerned was that they feared Mu Xian would be poached by other schools, gaining admission to Beastmaster universities under their name, which would make 9th middle school a laughingstock. Don't laugh, such things happen every year. A few years ago, 9th middle school experienced this once, leading to a major overhaul of the then school leadership. Naturally, Mu Xian had no intention of transferring schools and quickly reached an agreement with the school leaders. He would continue studying at 9th middle school, and the school would list him as a key training target, granting a one-time reward of 100,000 yuan and allowing him to choose 2 types of resources from the school's resource treasury. For Mu Xian, the latter condition was the key, with an information panel. He might be able to obtain 2 good resources. After all, many times, money can't buy good things. Perhaps fearing that the night would be long and dreams many, and worried that Mu Xian might change his mind, the school leaders delivered the 100,000 yuan cash and 2 temporary access cards to the school resource treasury before school ended, leaving Mu Xian speechless with laughter. Chapter 009. Sister, get ready to fight. The resource treasury is located underground in the school administration building and is guarded by a commanding level teacher. With anticipation, Mu Xian stepped into the school resource treasury for the first time. As a school that possesses a miniature secret realm, it must have unique resource outputs. It just depends on whether they are suitable for him. Mu Xian, take your time and don't rush, the guarding teacher said with a smile, filled with warmth. After all, he had long been instructed by the school leaders, so how could he not be friendly? Okay, teacher way. With that, Mu Xian began to observe the various resources in the treasury, searching for suitable ones. Resources are a general term, known in ancient times as heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Rare and exotic items, basically, anything that helps beast cultivation or evolution can be called a resource. For example, precious jade crystals, rare metal spiritual mines, exotic flowers and herbs. Spiritual roots and fruits, spiritual milk essences, the essence blood of monster beasts, entrails, organs, horns, and even saliva, etc., all fall under the category of resources. Just then, Mu Xian saw something that made his heart leap with joy. He had finally found something good. Dragon Bloodstone, rank, refined level applicable range, dragon type, subdragon type, flood dragon and python type, elemental life description, a stone that has absorbed dragon blood power. It appears unremarkable, but contains dragon attribute energy, making it very precious and usable for the evolution of certain beasts. Among all types of resources, there is a particularly special category, which is dragon attributes. Because the applicability of dragon attributes is very broad, suitable for the vast majority of monster beasts and beastmasters, leading to a particularly high demand and price for dragon attribute resources, making them in short supply. The dragon bloodstone in front of him is one of them. But excitingly, the school's appraisers failed to detect that this was a precious dragon bloodstone and instead labeled it as a dragon saliva stone. It's important to know that a dragon bloodstone absorbs dragon blood power and is a resource needed even by commanding levels. While a dragon saliva stone is merely a stone that has been stained by dragon saliva, containing minimal dragon attribute power, suitable at most for initial level refined beasts, with a price difference of over 1,000 times between the two. Therefore, Mu Xian did not hesitate to take this dragon bloodstone worth 1,000,000 yuan into his hands. Next, Mu Xian also picked a frost stone, thus exhausting his 2 opportunities. After a simple registration, Mu Xian finally returned home satisfied. On the way, he had already started planning how to evolve the ice crystal spirit. Generally speaking, as an elemental life, there is almost no need to consider evolution, as it can directly evolve into a royal level and become a powerful being. However, Mu Xian's ice crystal spirit is different. It has innate deficiencies, insufficient foundation, and its bloodline has degraded to the beast king level. It's worth noting that the gap between Beast King level and Royal level is like the difference between heaven and earth, so Mu Xian naturally had to prepare early. He had been pondering how to solve this problem, but after seeing that dragon blood stone, a thought instantly formed. That is to let the ice crystal spirit evolve towards the ice dragon direction. Elemental lives have a strong plasticity and can develop in many directions. But the dragon race is definitely the best choice. The main point is that once it evolves into a dragon race, its innate abilities can come into play, helping the ice crystal spirit become a top-tier dragon. Upon returning home, Mu Xian, as usual, helped the ice crystal spirit cultivate while searching for the resources needed for its evolution. This kid has a hint of that bloodline aura. Although it's very faint, it still can't escape my Lin Yan's perception. Just as Mu Xian stepped into his home, he was unaware that a glimmer of excitement appeared in Lin Yan's eyes. Lin Yan's talent aura perception can sense various auras, especially those with high energy fluctuations. The more sensitive the perception, the more it resembles treasure hunting but with broader applications. With this talent, Lin Yan quickly rose from the ordinary level to the commanding 9th tier in just 1 year. Unfortunately, before he could break through to the Lord level, the Dark Alliance's Hangzhou branch he belonged to was completely wiped out by the authorities and experts from the Eastern Zhujiang Beastmaster Academy. Fortunately, Lin Yan was lucky enough to escape in the chaos and, relying on his aura perception talent, avoided layers of interception and successfully fled to the Longmen mountain range. Arriving in Jinhua City, hundreds of kilometers away, originally, Lin Yan planned to head to the Fujian East Province, which is remote and mountainous, perfect for hiding. But after encountering that bloodline aura above the royal level in Jinhua City, he was tempted. Lin Yan discreetly followed as Mu Xian entered the 6th room, revealing a smile. "Found you, little guy?" Then, Lin Yan began to silently consider how to monopolize that bloodline. He guessed that the bloodline must not be abundant. It would be a waste to split it among 3 people. At night, just as Mu Xian was about to sleep, a knock on the door sounded. And it was none other than Ling Fangfei's weary figure. "Sister Fangfei just got back?" Mu Xian exclaimed in surprise. Ling Fangfei sighed. "I had no choice. This is a college task, and the rewards are substantial upon completion. I have to finish it." Mu Xian nodded gently. He had heard that Beast Tamer University was extremely competitive, and the best way to stand out was to complete tasks, gain resources, and help their beasts grow quickly. It was clear that Ling Fangfei was doing the same. "Unfortunately, I can't be of much help," Mu Xian said awkwardly, with his strength at the elite 4th rank. Encountering those 3 so-called thugs would probably just be a matter of them using one skill. Ling Fangfei rolled her eyes and said, "In a month or 2, you'll probably catch up to me." "Haha, that is still 2 months. Mu Xian shrugged and then asked, "Sister, can you describe those 3 thugs you mentioned? At least I should have some idea, right?" Ling Fangfei hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "The leader is called Lin Yan. He looks handsome and is rumored to have a talent ability, possessing 2 commander-level beasts. His strength is formidable, but unfortunately, he has fallen into depravity. Luckily, both of his beasts have been heavily injured during his escape, and even he himself has been affected. Then there's Zhang Dezhu. This guy has a tiger's back and a bear's waist, possessing immense strength." Before Ling Fangfei could finish her sentence, Mu Xian's expression grew serious as he confirmed, "Sister, you're saying the leader thug is named Lin Yan?" "Yes, why? Have you heard of him?" Ling Fangfei exclaimed, surprised. God knows she had been searching all over Jinhua City these past few days and was almost exhausted. Mu Xian looked at the information panel that appeared outside the house, and his heart sank instantly. His expression changed. "Sister, prepare for battle. Lin Yan, species, human, wounded state, rank, elite 7th rank talent, breath sensing beasts, strength magic ape, commander 7th rank, frost spider, commander 6th rank, frost spider, species, ice and snow type spider rank, commander 6th rank, wounded state, bloodline, commander level quality, excellent skills, ice spider silk, frostbite freeze, cold poison sting description. This is a carefully cultivated beast with impressive combat power, but how much strength can it exert in a wounded state?" Chapter 010, Difficult Kill. Rewards. Indeed, at this moment, the thug Ling Fangfei mentioned, Lin Yan, appeared outside Mu Xian's house. However, having guessed the truth, Mu Xian didn't see him as a thug at all. This was clearly an elite beast tamer of the Dark Alliance, just like the frost spider outside the door. With excellent quality and 3 skills, a typical commander-level beast tamer would probably be finished in an instant. However, one thing puzzled Mu Xian. Why would they suddenly come after him? He hadn't done anything. Could it be that they were after my ice crystal spirit? Mu Xian had long heard that the Dark Alliance liked to abduct young beast tamers and force them to join. This Lin Yin before him couldn't possibly be one of those, right? No, the news about the ice crystal spirit couldn't have spread so quickly. If it was for something else, there was nothing valuable in my home. Wait. It seems I do have something that would make him act so recklessly and unscrupulously. That drop of quasi-ancestral beast blood essence. That's right. This guy has talent breath sensing. He probably sensed the aura of the quasi-ancestral blood essence. Mu Xian cursed silently in his heart, regretting his recklessness. He never expected that his moment of impulse in extracting the quasi-ancestral blood essence would attract the members of an evil organization. However, this was clearly not the time for regret. Facing Ling Fangfei, who seemed a bit confused, Mu Xian quickly said, "Sister, there's no time to explain. Quickly summon your beasts." Immediately, Mu Xian summoned the ice crystal spirit and prepared her for action. What is going on? Ling Fangfei was bewildered, but seeing Mu Xian's serious face, she summoned her two beasts. The next moment, she saw the security door covered in frost, which was easily sliced open, and a pure white, elegant, beautiful spider quickly crawled in. At that moment, Mu Xian shouted without thinking, "Attack!" Instantly, the ice crystal spirit unleashed her signature skill, Extreme Cold Freeze, freezing the frost spider. Of course, as another ice and snow-type beast, this skill probably wouldn't even freeze it for a second. But Mu Xian was counting on that time difference. In that instant, the surface of the frost spider exploded, sending ice shards flying. With a piercing cry of pain, the frost spider staggered back several steps. At that moment, Ling Fangfei finally came to her senses. Looking at the frost spider and the figure at the door, she exclaimed in surprise and joy, "Lin Yin, it's you?" In fact, Lin Yin outside the door was also bewildered. He had finally managed to send off two companions and was about to break into that kid's house to seize the quasi-ancestral blood essence when he never expected that there would be a commander-level beast tamer in this kid's home. The main point was that this commander-level beast tamer seemed to recognize him. Without further ado, Ling Fangfei's water element giant began to unleash its power. A torrent of water rushing toward the frost spider and Lin Yin. At the same time, the elite 9th rank flame sparrow let out a joyful cry, shooting out a compressed fireball that landed on the unsuspecting frost spider, causing it to issue another painful wail. Unlike the damage caused by Mu Xian, this fiery blow was enough to threaten the frost spider's life, as it was from a conflicting attribute, inflicting even more severe damage. Fortunately, Lin Yin was still a high-ranking commander-level beast tamer. After a few moments of initial panic, he quickly regained his composure and summoned his other beast. The elite 7th rank Strength Magic Ape. Strength Magic Ape, Species, Strength Type Magic Ape Rank, Commander 7th rank, Wounded State, Bloodline, Lord Level Quality, Excellent Skills, Strength God Fist. Frenzied State Description. This is a mad beast born for battle, fighting against the heavens and earth, unstoppable. It lives to be frenzied, but in a wounded state. Its power has greatly diminished. The towering 3-meter Strength Magic Ape nearly broke through the ceiling, and its commanding presence made Mu Xian and Ling Fangfei tremble. Fortunately, Mu Xian saw through the information panel that the opponent was weak. This was also a beast in poor condition. "Sister, don't hesitate. This Strength Magic Ape must also be injured, and the space here is too small for it to unleash its full potential. We still have a chance. We can win." Lin Yin sneered. "What do you have to win with? Just your commander-level beast? Strength Magic Ape, kill them." The Strength Magic Ape roared in response and charged towards the water element giant. At this moment, the situation was extremely urgent. Just when it seemed all was lost, the ice crystal spirit finally made its move, executing the Extreme Cold Freeze and Ice Explosion skill, finally causing the frost spider to transform into a beam of light and return to Lin Yan's body. At the same time, Lin Yan also suffered heavy damage, spitting out a mouthful of blood on the spot. This turn of events caught even Ling Fangfei off guard, not to mention Lin Yan himself, who never expected his frost spider would be defeated so decisively. At this point, it was no longer a question of whether he could kill these two little punks, but rather if he could escape. "Haha, you really are injured." Ling Fangfei became excited. This Lin Yan was worth 1,000 academy points, enough for her to exchange for 2 types of cultivation resources. "Mu Xian, kill him. Flame Sparrow, you too," Ling Fangfei decisively commanded. Without needing to be reminded by Ling Fangfei, the ice crystal spirit had already traced a beautiful arc, sending ice crystals directly onto Lin Yan. Immediately afterward, The flame sparrow conjured a ball of golden red flame. I can't accept this. Lin Yan screamed in despair. But it did nothing to change the fireball shot by the flame sparrow. After a few seconds of roaring, the strength magic ape suddenly let out a furious roar. Its aura weakening, and then it abandoned Lin Yan, fleeing. And this, of course, meant Lin Yan's death. After a long time, Mu Xian and Ling Fangfei slumped to the ground, enjoying the aftermath of surviving a catastrophe. The sudden appearance of Lin Yan almost plunged them into an irretrievable situation. Before contracting a space attribute beast, I will never extract a high-level bloodline, Mu Xian secretly decided. At this moment, Ling Fangfei smiled wryly and said, Mu Xian, actually, there is something I have hidden from you. This Lin Yan is not an ordinary criminal. Sister Fangfei, I guessed it long ago. He should be a member of some evil organization, right? Mu Xian shrugged. Ling Fangfei nodded. Yes, he belongs to the Dark Alliance. A wicked organization made up entirely of lunatics. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway, and the Yujing police arrived, clicking their tongues at the mess. The following events were simple. After a straightforward statement, Mu Xian was informed that by assisting in the capture of the wanted criminal Lin Yan, he not only earned the title of a Good Samaritan but also received a resource reward from the Yujing police, which greatly excited him. The next morning, Mu Xian dragged Ling Fangfei to the Yujing police station to claim the resource reward. As the law enforcement agency of the Beastmaster era, the Yujing police had considerable power, possessing resources and information advantages that ordinary Beastmasters could hardly reach. Therefore, Mu Xian was very eager about the police station's resource rewards, while Ling Fangfei looked down upon the rewards of the small city of Jinhua. By the way, Sister Fangfei, were Lin Yan's other two accomplices captured? Mu Xian asked. Later learning that 3 members of the Dark Alliance had escaped to Jinhua, with the other 2 breaking into a household on the 7th floor. While only Lin Yan chose to forcibly enter Mu Xian's home, nearly triggering a tragedy in the Fenghe community. Of course they were caught. I heard they revealed quite a bit. Ling Fangfei nodded, and then looked at Mu Xian with a half-smile. My dear little brother Mu Xian, are you ready to explain how you discovered Lin Yan in advance? Mu Xian was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Sister, do you believe me if I say I was just guessing? Ling Fangfei rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Mu Xian shrugged. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it. Ling Fangfei privately thought. Could it be that my silly little brother has awakened some kind of talent? The ability to see others' information? In the Beastmaster era, some talented Beastmasters could awaken unique abilities, but without a doubt, even the most useless talent could change a person's fate. As Ling Fangfei thought about Mu Xian's recent changes, she began to suspect that her silly little brother might have awakened a rare talent that allowed him to see others' information. Good brother. I'll rely on you to support me in the future, Ling Fangfei thought excitedly. The Yujing police station was not far away, and they arrived in just a few stops. The police station was quite enthusiastic about Mu Xian and Ling Fangfei's arrival, even inviting a television station for an interview. But Mu Xian stopped it, fearing that if it got reported, it might provoke a crazy retaliation from the Dark Alliance. Student Ling, Student Mu, your resource rewards have arrived. Soon a police officer from the Yujing police station came to them with several items. You can choose one item from these, the officer said cheerfully. These items are of similar value and are suitable for elite-level Beastmasters. Mu Xian looked at the items with great anticipation. Millennium Ice Crystal Level, Elite Applicable Range, Water, Ice, Snow, Fire, Sea Creatures Description. A Millennium Ice Crystal harvested from the Glacier Secret Realm, gathering 1,000 years of cold air, rich in pure ice power. Cold Frost Grass, Level, Elite Applicable Range, Water, Ice, Snow, Fire, Sea Creatures Description. A spiritual herb that gathers cold frost power, very useful for elite-level Beastmasters. Life Essence Dew Level, Elite Applicable Range, Water, Ice, Snow Description. Dew condensed from the leaves of the Tree of Life. Infused with a trace of life energy and abundant water elemental power. Crimson Flame Bird Feather, Level, Elite Applicable Range, Fire, Magma, Ice Description. A feather from the Lord level beast. The Crimson Flame Bird, rich in pure fire attribute power. Blood of the Golden Flame Divine Bird, Level, Elite Applicable Range, Fire, Magma. Ice Description. A drop of ordinary blood from the King level beast, the Golden Flame Divine Bird, but still contains a rich and powerful golden flame power, highly valuable. To be honest, Mu Xian was quite disappointed with the first 4 items, which were all ordinary training resources with no surprises. However, He never expected that the fifth item would be the blood of the golden flame divine bird. Although it was just ordinary blood, it could definitely be considered a top-tier leader-level resource. After hearing the police officer's introduction about the blood being from the flame divine sparrow, Mu Xian could completely confirm that the Yujing police had overlooked its value. Since that was the case, I, Mu Xian, will seize this opportunity. Mu Xian laughed internally. Mu Xian, you choose, Ling Fangfei said with a smile. Mu Xian paused slightly, looking at Ling Fangfei's meaningful gaze, and then helplessly chose the cold frost grass and the drop of blood of the golden flame divine bird. On the way back, Ling Fangfei clearly sensed Mu Xian's disappointment and couldn't help but laugh. Why aren't you happy after getting the resources? Mu Xian sighed. Do you know that feeling? You go excitedly to pick up a bargain, only to find it's not something you can use? Ling Fangfei was taken aback and then exclaimed in surprise, Mu Xian, are you saying that this drop of blood of the flame divine sparrow has a problem? Mu Xian sighed. This is not the blood of the flame divine sparrow, but the blood of the golden flame divine bird. What? Ling Fangfei was both shocked and delighted. She certainly knew about the golden flame divine bird, but never expected that the Jinhua Yujing police station would mistake the blood of the golden flame divine bird for that of the flame divine sparrow. How could she not be thrilled? With this drop of blood of the golden flame divine bird, her flame sparrow could begin to evolve. Mu Xian, thank you so much. Ling Fangfei, in her excitement, hugged Mu Xian's face and kissed him, completely unaware of how excessive her action was. After the kiss, it was Ling Fangfei who was shocked, as she ended up getting out of the car early. Mu Xian found it amusing. It was just a kiss on the cheek. They weren't kids who hadn't played around before. When he returned home, Mu Xian gave the cold frost grass to the ice crystal spirit to absorb, watching happily as the ice crystal spirit consumed the cold frost grass. Soon, familiar fluctuations appeared, and the ice crystal spirit reached elite level 5. The increase in level also boosted its combat power further. Now the ice crystal spirit was strong enough to challenge ordinary elite peak level beasts. That night, Ling Fangfei's flame sparrow successfully evolved to leader level, and the drop of blood of the golden flame divine bird played a huge role, making it appear even more majestic, already exhibiting some of the golden flame divine bird's aura, which excited Ling Fangfei greatly. The next day, Ling Fangfei bid farewell to Mu Xian and returned to the Zhidong Beast Master Academy. For the next week, Mu Xian started to systematically provide training resources for the ice crystal spirit. Finally, after spending all the 10,000 yuan reward from the school, the ice crystal spirit's level reached elite level 8. I'm out of money, Mu Xian said helplessly. The limiting factor for the ice crystal spirit's advancement had now become financial capacity, and it seemed he had to go hunting in the wild. The wilderness was dangerous. But no matter how dangerous it was, Mu Xian had no other choice. The next day, Sunday, Mu Xian took the ice crystal spirit to Beishan in the north of the city. Beishan was a branch of the Longmen mountain range, home to many beast monsters. Fortunately, the levels of the monsters were not high, making it a prime hunting ground for the beast masters of Jinhua. However, Mu Xian did not notice that after he left Jinhua, two figures followed closely behind. At the city gate, a familiar figure watched Mu Xian's disappearing back and coldly sneered. Mu Xian, no matter how much you have the ice crystal spirit, what does it matter? A dead genius is nothing at all. Chapter 012. Tell me, who sent you here? The person in front of him was none other than Luo Si, the one who had been severely injured by Mu Xian. Over the past week, Luo Si had become a laughingstock, a stepping stone for Mu Xian's rise to fame throughout the entire Jinhua City High School. The more famous Mu Xian became, the more resentful Luo Si felt. After enduring such humiliation for an entire week, he finally got this opportunity. Mu Xian, once you're dead, I'll contract your ice crystal spirit and make you realize the consequences of opposing me. Luo Si's face was filled with hatred and excitement, as if he had already begun to fantasize about the power he would gain after contracting the ice crystal spirit. In a certain valley deep in the northern mountains, various groups of demon beasts lived here, including a type of demon beast called the rampaging wolf, which was the target Mu Xian planned to hunt. Rampaging wolf, species, strength-based wolf clan rank, elite level 7 bloodline, commander level quality, elite skills, rampage, wolf pounce description, a subspecies of wolf that lives in inland areas. It can't help but enter a rampage during battle, fearless and relentless until death, rumored to carry a trace of the bloodline of the explosive flame dragon wolf. Sure enough, my choice was not wrong. Upon arriving in the valley, Mu Xian saw the information panel and felt reassured. With no money, he naturally had to make some. Mu Xian's initial thought was to go to a slaughterhouse or similar places to find opportunities to extract bloodlines for sale, but he quickly realized that this would expose him, revealing his talents to the public, as he couldn't explain the source of the bloodlines. Ultimately, Mu Xian chose to leave the city to hunt demon beasts himself and extract bloodlines. After some research, he finally decided on the rampaging wolf, which contained the bloodline of the explosive flame dragon. The explosive flame dragon wolf is a subdragon species, a hybrid of a giant dragon and an explosive flame wolf, also possessing a lord-level bloodline. Its combat power is naturally not weak, and Mu Xian planned to gather a portion of the explosive flame dragon wolf's bloodline for sale. A lord-level bloodline is worth at least $1 million, and with just one successful deal, he could acquire the resources needed for the ice crystal spirit's cultivation and evolution. Moreover, lord-level bloodlines are not extremely rare. Alchemists commonly extract lord-level bloodlines from the corpses of lord-level demon beasts for sale, so Mu Xian's actions wouldn't draw too much attention. Alchemists are one of the branches of the mainstream profession of beast masters, mainly engaged in bloodline extraction, beast transformation, chemical alchemy, and other peculiar operations, making them a rather mysterious branch of beast masters. In addition, there are also breeders, pharmacists, etc., all part of the beast master branch, with many practitioners. Ice Crystal Spirit, did you see that lone rampaging wolf? Go. Mu Xian observed the situation and instructed the Ice Crystal Spirit to attack, specifically targeting the lone rampaging wolf. The Ice Crystal Spirit flew in midair, then flew toward the target 10 meters away, starting to cast its skills. The extreme cold, freezing ice explosion severely injured the rampaging wolf on the spot, but the wolf's ferocity was fully unleashed, its eyes turning red as it charged at the Ice Crystal Spirit. However, the Ice Crystal Spirit easily dodged the rampaging wolf's pounce in midair and began casting its second round of skills. In an instant, the rampaging wolf was frozen into an ice sculpture, meeting its end in the ice explosion. Ice Crystal Spirit, well done. Mu Xian praised the Ice Crystal Spirit and began to extract the trace of the explosive flame dragon wolf's bloodline from the rampaging wolf's body. Explosive flame dragon wolf bloodline extraction successful. With this prompt, a drop of dark red blood appeared in Mu Xian's hand, which was the essence of the lord-level explosive flame dragon wolf bloodline. About 10 drops of bloodline essence could be fused into a fragment of the explosive flame dragon wolf bloodline. Mu Xian nodded lightly. Everything was as he had expected. Suddenly, Mu Xian's expression changed, as several information panels appeared in his field of vision, their intentions unclear. Zhang Ming, species, human rank, ordinary level 9 beast. Giant Horned Bull, Elite Level 9. Giant Horned Bull, species, strength-based bull clan rank, Elite Level 9 bloodline. Commander level quality, elite skills, Giant Horn Charge. Bull power description, an ordinary giant horned bull, with no notable features. Xing San, species, human rank, ordinary level 5 beasts, Fire Demon Dog, Elite Level 5. Sniffing Mouse, Elite Level 2, Fire Demon Dog species, fire-based demon dog clan rank, Elite Level 5 bloodline, elite level quality, elite skills, pounce. Fireball description, an ordinary fire demon dog, with no notable features. Sniffing Mouse, species, sensing-based mouse clan rank, elite level 4 bloodline, elite level quality, ordinary skills, sniffing. Gnawing description, a very rare sensing-based beast, skilled in breath sensing and tracking, with almost no combat ability, but is an excellent tracker for locating items. The good ones don't come, and the ones that come are not good. The other party even has a sniffing mouse beastmaster. In an instant, Mu Xian judged that these two were suspicious and very likely tracking him. It seems that the two I sensed earlier were indeed these two. Thinking of this, Mu Xian did not hesitate, calling out to the Ice Crystal Spirit to find a favorable terrain and prepare for an attack. On the other side, Zhang Ming and Xing Sen followed closely behind the sniffing mouse, their eyes filled with malice. Soon, the sniffing mouse began squeaking, causing a hint of excitement to appear on Xing San's face. Zhanggu, I found that kid Lu mentioned, just ahead at the valley entrance. Xing Sen said with a smile. Zhang Ming raised his eyebrows and smiled. Great, finally, it wasn't a wasted trip. Seeing this, Xing Sen hesitated and said, Zhanggu, I've heard that kid is a genius from number 9 high school. Is it really okay for us to kill him? Zhang Ming sneered. Xing San, how can you still not understand? A genius needs to grow up first. While speaking, the two walked forward a few dozen meters. and they were about to see the valley, but suddenly, a wave of cold air surged out. The next moment, a layer of ice suddenly formed on the surface of Zhang Ming's giant horn bull. Before the giant horn bull could react, the ice layer exploded with a series of dull explosions. After 17 or 18 loud blasts, in the incredulous gaze of Zhang Ming and Xing San, the giant horned bull instantly transformed into a stream of light and entered Zhang Ming's body. In that moment, the scene fell silent. After several seconds, Zhang Ming suddenly let out a scream. The giant horned bull was killed in an instant, on the verge of death. As a beast master, Zhang Ming naturally bore a lot of damage, and in an instant, he was severely injured. How could this be? Xing San was dumbfounded. How could Zhang Ji's giant horned bull be killed in just one encounter? The Ice Crystal Spirit, with a Beast King level bloodline, extraordinary quality, and elite level 8, would not be at a disadvantage even against a commander level 1 or 2, let alone a commander level bloodline of elite quality giant horned bull, which naturally could not escape the fate of being killed instantly. Footsteps sounded, revealing the figures of Mu Xian and the Ice Crystal Spirit. He looked at Xing San and said calmly, "I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me, who sent you here? If you don't speak," upon finishing, the Ice Crystal Spirit unleashed a wave of cold air, and the already severely injured Zhang Ming was killed on the spot. This is the consequence. Chapter 013, News of Space-Based Beast Masters. This scene immediately shocked Xing San, causing him to tremble all over. To be honest, he was just a scout. He was only targeted because he had a sniffing mouse. He never expected the situation to evolve like this. "Whoa, big brother, I was just leading the way. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. It was Luo Xiao. It was Luo Xiao who asked me to bring Zhang Ming to find you." Mu Xian frowned. "Which Luo Xiao? Luo Si?" Yes, it's Luo Si. His dad is a small leader in the city guard, and a few days ago, he found me and Zhang Ming and asked us to find an opportunity to deal with you," Xing San said in a low voice. Mu Xian sneered. "So it really is this guy? Unable to defeat me in the arena, he starts to resort to tricks?" After finishing speaking, Mu Xian looked at Xing San, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Xing San was strong enough, it would have been him who died. Therefore, the other party was also an accomplice, and since he was an accomplice, he had to be killed. Xing San, who walked in the gray area, certainly understood how to read the room. Seeing Mu Xian's expression, he realized that the other party was preparing to kill him to silence him, so he hurriedly knelt down and shouted, big brother, don't kill me. I have a piece of information about high-level beast tamers." Xing San knew that high-level beast tamers were definitely the most concerning matter for this genius beast tamer in front of him. Sure enough, upon hearing the news of high-level beasts, Mu Xian's brow relaxed. "What information? Big brother, what if I tell you this information and you kill me afterward?" Xing San said cautiously. Mu Xian thought for a moment and made a promise. "All right, if your information satisfies me, I want to kill you." Hearing this, Xing San immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Big brother, I once found a very rare space-type beast in the northeast corner of the Nanshan Public Secret Realm. At the Cliff of Death, the Secret Realm, also known as the Dimensional Secret Realm or Cave Heaven World, was formed due to the collapse of the space barrier of the Blue Star, leading to collisions and compressions with other worlds, thus creating unique secret realms. Inside the Secret Realm, there are all kinds of resources and various kinds of monsters. A secret realm is essentially a huge mine. Unfortunately, most secret realms are controlled by major forces and prominent families. For instance, this Nanshan secret realm is controlled by the City Lord's mansion of Jinhua City. After years of resource collection, the secret realm has finally been opened to all beast tamers, and every beast tamer must pay 100,000 yuan or equivalent resources to enter the secret realm. It is precisely because of this strategy that Jinhua City has made a fortune over the years. Mu Xian did not expect that there would actually be space-type beasts in the Nanshan secret realm. It is known that no space-type beast is simple, and some special varieties are extremely rare. For example, a certain king-level beast tamer publicly recognized in Huagua has a Yutian Shukuan, which directly suppressed a large-scale beast tide and is considered invincible. Now that there was news of a space-type beast, Mu Xian was certainly interested. Mu Xian glanced at Xing San in front of him, surprised that this scoundrel was lucky enough to encounter a space-type beast. If it weren't for this guy's insufficient strength, he might have already contracted a space-type beast and risen to prominence. "Very good. Your information is worth your life as my dog. Get lost," Mu Xian said. He then glanced at his ice crystal spirit. Xing San's heart, which had been racing, finally calmed down, and he gratefully said, "Thank you, big brother, thank you. Humph. Making me kneel, wanting my life. When I return to the city, I will spread this news." A malicious thought just emerged in Xing San's mind when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. And then he saw that both of his beasts had fallen victim to the poison of Mu Xian's ice crystal spirit in an instant. Xing San's eyes revealed resentment and confusion. Mu Xian smiled faintly. "I promised not to kill you, but I never promised not to kill your beasts. I hate you." Xing San's eyes were about to burst, but the death of his two beasts caused him to be severely injured in an instant. And he also believed that Mu Xian would not let him go. Sure enough, he saw the other party dragging him into the valley. And his heart sank because he clearly remembered that this was the territory of the rampaging wolves. After several minutes, the shrill screams gradually subsided, and Xing San's information panel disappeared, indicating that he was dead, killed by the rampaging wolves. Mu Xian smiled faintly and said to himself, "You see, I didn't kill you. I only severely injured your beasts. You ran into the rampaging wolves and got killed. That is none of my business." In the following time, Mu Xian continued to hunt the rampaging wolves. The appearance of Zhang Ming and Xing San could not stop his plan to make money. After a whole afternoon, Mu Xian finally killed 10 rampaging wolves and extracted a fragment of the blazing dragon wolf bloodline. Then, Mu Xian quickly retreated. A fragment of the blazing dragon wolf bloodline was enough to drive many low-level monsters crazy. Fortunately, Mu Xian retreated early, and only a few low-level monsters came along the way, which he easily dealt with. Around 4 p.m., Mu Xian entered Jinhua City once again. After a little disguise at home, he headed straight for Beast Tamer Street with the blazing dragon wolf bloodline and successfully sold it for 1.2 million yuan. After leaving the beast selling market, Mu Xian blended into the crowd. After turning around several times, he confirmed that he was not being followed. Finally, after a series of cumbersome operations, he converted the 1.2 million yuan from the anonymous bank card into 500,000 yuan in savings and various evolution resources for the ice crystal spirit. When Mu Xian walked out of Beast Tamer Street, it was already dusk, and the colorful neon lights almost made him think he was still in a technological era. In this era, it was heaven for geniuses and the wealthy, but hell for ordinary people. Mu Xian sighed quietly. If it weren't for his contract with the ice crystal spirit and the acquisition of 2 major advantages, he might have lived a muddled life and ended up in ruins. The next day, Monday, in classroom 1 of Senior 3 at number 9 high school, Luosi looked at the empty seat with a hint of excitement, secretly thinking, could it be that those 2 guys succeeded? But why didn't they notify me? Could it be that they failed? No way, that Mu Xian is just from an ordinary family, and now his parents are dead. Even if he contracted the ice crystal spirit, he couldn't have improved so quickly. I sent out an elite 9th level expert. If Mu Xian heard Luosi's inner thoughts, he would probably laugh out loud because he underestimated the power of elemental life and overestimated the strength of elite 9th level beast tamers. Just based on the giant horned cow in Zhang Ming's hands, even without a sneak attack, the ice crystal spirit could slaughter the opponent 100 times. It would be different if it were a commander-level beast. But how could a commander-level beast tamer be easily manipulated by Luosi? Chapter 014. The new function of the information panel. Designing the evolution route. Arriving in the classroom, seeing Luosi's pale face, Mu Xian revealed a faint smile, but did not overly provoke the guy. For Mu Xian, the key now was to elevate the ice crystal spirit to the elite 9th level and evolve it to the commander level. Once the ice crystal spirit evolved to the commander level, with a large amount of nurturing, his body would receive a significant enhancement, reaching the elite level. Most importantly, a body at the elite level could withstand the violent spiritual energy in the void and practice autonomously. Since the invasion of monster beasts, humans discovered the spiritual energy in the void, and they have never given up on the idea of practicing and mastering extraordinary power. However, it was puzzling that no matter how they tried, as long as humans absorbed spiritual energy, the outcome was always the same. They would explode and die. It wasn't until the discovery of the ancient beast taming sect's legacy that humans realized that the reason was that the spiritual energy was too violent for ordinary people to bear. The ancient beast taming sect took a different approach by signing contracts with monster beasts, living and dying together. When the beast reached the commander level, humans could quickly reach the elite level through the nurturing from the beasts, allowing them to withstand spiritual energy and practice autonomously. The Beast contract is magical. At the commander level, it enables Beast Tamers to carry spiritual energy and practice autonomously. Moreover, when the Beast reaches the Lord level, it can also provide a Beast space through the contract, allowing Beasts to train, rest, heal, etc. It is rumored that when a Beast gains the recognition of the Beast King and achieves the Beast King level, the Beast Tamer can obtain a magical protective shield. In comparison, Luo Ci's matter was insignificant. Mu Xian, how could he be fine? This is impossible. Zhang Ming and Xing San are dead. Mu Xian is fine. And they didn't have news all night. Something must have happened. Damn it. Could Mu Xian have discovered that I sent someone? Damn it. How could he be so strong? An elite 9th level can't handle him. Do I need to find a commander level Beast Tamer? But the price. No. Mu Xian must die. The entire morning, Luo Ci was in a state of madness. Mu Xian had become his heart demon, haunting him relentlessly. Little did Mu Xian know that in the evening, with a burst of surprise, the aura of the ice crystal spirit finally reached its peak. Stepping into the elite rank of 9, ready to sprint towards the commander level. Through the bond of the Beast Master contract, Mu Xian also received a massive influx of energy. His physical body was enhanced again, reaching the ordinary rank of 9. Feeling the strength to take down a bull, Mu Xian was extremely excited. Next, it was time for the ice crystal spirit to evolve. Immediately, Mu Xian took out the evolution resources he had prepared in advance, the dragon bloodstone he obtained at the beginning, the ice dragon scales purchased from the Beast Master shop, the 10,000-year ice crystal, and the water of life. Ice dragon scales, rank, elite applicable range, water, ice, snow, dragon, subdragon description, a scale from the Beast King level ice dragon, containing a large amount of ice dragon power. 10,000-year ice crystal, rank, elite applicable range, water, ice, snow description, gathered from the deepest part of the 10,000-year glacier. It accumulates the power of 10,000 years of ice, rich in pure and extreme icy energy. Water of life, rank, elite applicable range, any description, a drop of liquid rich in life force, considered a gift from nature. Among the 3 evolution resources, the ice dragon scales were the most expensive, costing 300,000 each, while the 10,000-year ice crystal and water of life were 150,000 each. Plus the very rare dragon bloodstone, making the total cost for one evolution reach 1 million. However, evolution was unpredictable, and no one knew if it would succeed. Come on, little guy, all these resources are yours, Mu Xian said with a smile, and suddenly, he was shocked to find that the information panel of the ice crystal spirit had new content. Content that could astonish the world. Ice crystal spirit, species, elemental life, ice and snow rank, elite 9 bloodline, Beast King level quality, extraordinary skills, ice explosion, extreme cold freeze description, ice dragon scales, dragon bloodstone, 10,000-year ice crystal. Water of life can evolve into ice crystal dragon serpent, success rate, 78. It actually displayed the evolution route and success rate. Mu Xian couldn't calm down for a long time. Wow, my golden finger is invincible. With the evolution route and success rate displayed, why would he need to explore on his own? Then Mu Xian also saw that he could check the detailed information of the ice crystal dragon serpent, which was far more complex than just displaying the evolution route. I understand. I can design the evolution route myself, Mu Xian exclaimed with joy. As long as he collected evolution resources and followed different combinations, he could display different evolution routes and success rates, ultimately designing the most powerful, excellent, and promising evolution route to cultivate the strongest beast. He was overjoyed, excited, and unable to contain himself. After more than an hour, Mu Xian finally calmed down and began to think about the pros and cons of this route. Ice crystal dragon serpent can evolve into a dragon. Sure enough, I'll give up. Mu Xian shook his head. If he followed his own evolution plan, the evolved beast would only be a subdragon, completely wasting the ice crystal spirit's greatest advantage. The ice crystal dragon serpent, as the name suggests, was a subdragon-type beast. Subdragons usually had a Beast King level bloodline, but among Beast King level bloodlines, there were distinctions, and Mu Xian couldn't take that risk. The main point was that evolving once would reduce the quality of the beast, regardless of success. In other words, spending over 1 million just to evolve the ice crystal spirit into a subdragon, along with a quality drop, was a loss no matter how he thought about it. Mu Xian pondered the reasons and quickly had an idea. It seemed that the ice dragon scales were too low in rank, limiting the evolution potential of the ice crystal spirit. But where could he buy better dragon-type resources in a short time? Wait, it seems I'm overthinking this. My information panel can see the evolution route and success rate, meaning I can slowly collect evolution resources and ultimately design a best plan to evolve directly into a pure-blood dragon species. Since evolution could potentially drop in quality, it would be better to first let the ice crystal spirit increase its rank. Soon, Mu Xian corrected his thinking error and redefined the growth path of the ice crystal spirit, no longer fixating on evolving it in the short term. Speaking of which, I seem to have a drop of sub-ancestor level blood essence of the god-devouring crow. Mu Xian thought, recalling that blood essence, and he wanted to see what kind of species could evolve from it. Quickly, when Mu Xian placed the sub-ancestor level blood essence of the god-devouring crow next to the ice crystal spirit, the information panel indeed updated. Sub-ancestor level blood essence of the god-devouring crow, dragon bloodstone, ice dragon scales, 10,000-year ice crystal. Water of life can evolve into bloodthirsty ice dragon crow, success rate, 0. The information panel of the bloodthirsty ice dragon crow showed that it was a beast with king-level bloodline potential, very powerful, bloodthirsty, inheriting most of the ice crystal spirit's ice-type casting abilities, but the species of the bloodthirsty ice dragon crow was displayed as bloody. It was important to know that beast masters and their beasts could influence each other. If he contracted an evil, killer-inclined beast, he too might develop tendencies towards killing, extremism, and obsession. Mu Xian naturally did not want his personality to be influenced. As for the success rate of 0, Mu Xian quickly thought of the reason. Was the blood essence of the god-devouring crow too high in level? That made sense. How could the elite 9 rank ice crystal spirit endure it? It could even lead to a potential explosion of its body. Mu Xian shook his head, locking the blood essence of the god-devouring crow back in the cabinet. No longer attempting the evolution route, but instead giving the 10,000-year ice crystal and water of life to the ice crystal spirit, allowing it to devour and advance. The 10,000-year ice crystal, rich in the power of 10,000 years of ice, combined with the rich life force contained in the water of life, was enough to allow the ice crystal spirit to advance to the commander level. With joy, the ice crystal spirit devoured the 10,000-year ice crystal and water of life, and about an hour later, a strong icy aura surged forth in the next moment. The ice crystal spirit burst forth with a dazzling blue light. When the brilliant blue light faded, the ice crystal spirit had grown significantly in size, and its aura surged. Chapter 015. The Principal's Gift, Ice Crystal Spirit, Species, Elemental Life, Ice and Snow Rank, Commander 2 Bloodline, Beast King Level Quality, Extraordinary Skills, Ice Crystal Explosion, Extreme Cold Freeze. Ice Dragon Tornado Description, a rare ice elemental life born from absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth, possibly due to insufficient ice elements, resulting in congenital shortcomings. The original King level potential has devolved to Beast King level, but it still possesses strong potential and combat power, making it an extremely precious beast. Commander 2 rank. The Ice Crystal Spirit's potential was indeed profound, advancing to Commander 2 right after its evolution and awakening a powerful new skill. This time, Mu Xian was very satisfied. The Commander 2 Ice Crystal Spirit was more than enough to defeat ordinary beasts at Commander 5 rank. Immediately afterward, Mu Xian felt a cold force surging into his body, rapidly enhancing his physical strength. His organs, meridians, limbs, and bones were all quickly strengthening under the nourishment of this power. After a long while, everything returned to calm. But Mu Xian felt something different. The colors of the entire world were sharper and clearer, and various auras filled the air, with sounds of family affairs from upstairs and downstairs reaching his ears. Early in the morning, Mu Xian arrived at school, intending to apply for permission to review cultivation methods. To prevent ordinary people from recklessly practicing, the government had confiscated various cultivation methods circulating among the people, prohibiting their dissemination, and stipulated that only commander-level beast masters could cultivate. Now that Mu Xian's ice crystal spirit had reached the commander level, he officially became a commander-level beast master and naturally had the right to choose cultivation methods. Xian, good. Why do I feel like you've changed today? Shen Kong looked at Mu Xian and suddenly said, I see a lot of girls sneaking glances at you. Mu Xian smiled slightly and replied, which day do they not sneak a look at me? Shen Kong was momentarily speechless and had no strength to refute. Ever since Mu Xian contracted the ice crystal spirit, he had become a popular figure at 9th middle school, with countless girls bringing snacks, breakfast, flowers, and love letters every day. As for the number of sneaky glances, it was countless. In fact, Shin Kang's first task every day upon arriving at school was to clear the pile of love letters from Mu Xian's desk. However, Shin Kang still felt that Mu Xian seemed a bit different today, even more handsome than usual. Mu Xian was aware in his heart that this was a change after reaching elite-level physical fitness. With a smile, Mu Xian took advantage of the half-hour break between classes to go to the office of his homeroom teacher, Lin Susu. What? You've already become a commander-level beastmaster and achieved elite-level physical fitness? So fast. Lin Susu was somewhat surprised. She graduated from the Beastmaster Department of Zhujiang East Normal University and, with her own strength, had reached the 8th rank of commander at a young age. She had high hopes for Mu Xian, a student who had contracted an elemental life, but she never expected him to advance to commander level in less than a month. Such talent was simply terrifying. In the principal's office, Lin Xuanya frowned. He had heard that the other 8 schools in Jinhua City had students at the commander level. And as the principal, he felt immense pressure. After all, in half a month, there would be a field practical assessment among the 9 schools. And if they couldn't produce a commander-level student, 9th middle school would really become a laughingstock. Lin Xuanya instinctively pulled out the list of key students to see if anyone could break through in a short time. His gaze finally landed on the name Mu Xian. And he sighed inwardly. It came too late. If he had appeared a month earlier, even if it meant piling resources, I could have pushed him to commander level. He wondered if Zhou Qingyao's Moonlight Butterfly had advanced. With the Zhou family's capabilities, they should have some way to obtain a small advancement resource, right? Zhou Qingyao, a top student in Class 2 of Senior Year 3, was also the #1 key focus of 9th middle school. Her beast, the Moonlight Butterfly, was a high-level Lord-class bloodline with excellent quality, and logically speaking, advancing to commander level should not be a problem. However, due to the lack of advancement resources, Zhou Qingyao's Moonlight Butterfly was stuck at elite level 9 and could not break through, which was quite regretful. Every place has its own characteristics. For instance, the resources produced in Jinhua City are mostly water, fire, earth, and life-related, while moonlight resources are few and far between. Lin Xuanya had also inquired and learned that throughout Long Country, moonlight resources were pitifully scarce, completely in a state of having a market but no price. As if a black hand was manipulating everything behind the scenes. At that moment, a crisp voice came from outside the office. "Grandpa, I have good news to tell you. Do you want to hear it?" Lin Xuanya put away his worries and smiled faintly. "What good news? Have you found my granddaughter's husband?" Grandpa Lin Susu instantly became unhappy, exclaiming, "Why do you always bring that up? I don't want to get married so early." "Grandpa, it's Mu Xian. His beast has advanced to commander level." Lin Susu barged into the principal's office, looking displeased. "What? Mu Xian's beast has advanced? How could it be so fast?" Lin Xuanya was taken aback. Mu Xian said with a grin, "The speed of elemental life advancement is very fast. It just needs to continuously absorb energy." As he spoke, Mu Xian summoned the ice crystal spirit, and the commander-level aura stunned Lin Xuanya for a moment, followed by a hearty laugh. Indeed, it's a commander-level elemental life. With this, 9th middle school is sure to win first place in the 9th school assessment. Huh? What 9th school assessment? Mu Xian was confused. Lin Susu shrugged and said, "It's a joint field practical assessment organized by the Beastmaster Education Bureau among the 9 schools. All 9 schools in Jinhua City will participate. And the top 10 will receive rewards, with the first place even able to choose an item from the City Lord's treasury." Then she added, "My grandpa heard that the other 8 schools already have commander-level Beastmasters, while our 9th school did not, and he's been so angry he hasn't eaten all day. Fortunately, your beast has broken through, so we won't lose face for 9th school. The City Lord's treasury?" Mu Xian's eyes lit up with interest. If even the small treasury of 9th school could yield a dragon bloodstone, the City Lord's treasury must have many precious resources. Lin Xuanya composed himself and smiled at Mu Xian. "Student Mu Xian, once again you've amazed me. I just happen to have a commander-level ice spirit shrimp heart. So I'll give it to you. Let's aim for first place in the joint exam in half a month." Mu Xian was taken aback and then happily accepted the ice spirit shrimp heart. This commander-level ice-type beast heart would greatly benefit the ice crystal spirit. "Thank you for the generous gift, Principal. I will do my utmost to seize the first place and bring glory to 9th school." Good. I will be looking forward to it." After that, Lin Susu took Mu Xian to the school's armory to select a cultivation technique. 9th school offered only 3 types of techniques: the longevity-focused everlasting skill, the body enhancement-focused immovable king body, and the spirit cultivation-focused spirit refinement technique. Based on Lin Susu's suggestion, Mu Xian chose the spirit refinement technique. According to her, this technique could enhance mental sharpness, allowing one to sense danger in advance and awaken the legendary Alea consciousness. That night, Mu Xian officially began practicing the spirit refinement technique. Indeed, he felt that the air was filled with active spiritual energy. But absorbing it into his body was exceptionally difficult, and his meridians sent waves of sharp pain. No wonder this technique requires physical fitness to reach the elite level before one can practice it. This is really uncomfortable, Mu Xian complained. But he soon noticed that his mental strength seemed to have solidified a little. If it weren't for his strong mental power, he might not have felt it at all. The next day, Mu Xian arrived at school and found that the school had announced the news of the 9-school joint practical assessment. All Beastmasters above the elite level were required to participate, and suddenly, more than half of the students in Class 1 of Senior Year 3 were eager to compete for a good result. Conversely, those who hadn't reached elite level felt rather disappointed. 2 days later, the Ice Crystal Spirit successfully digested the Commander level Ice Spirit Shrimp Heart and reached Commander level 3, further enhancing its power. Now that the Ice Crystal Spirit has reached Commander level, it's time to take it for a real battle, Mu Xian murmured, planning to head to the South Mountain Secret Realm to find that spatial type beast. Chapter 016, South Mountain Secret Realm, First Battle at Commander level. It was another weekend when Mu Xian brought the Ice Crystal Spirit to the entrance of the South Mountain Secret Realm. The place was bustling with activity, with a crowd of no less than 10,000 people, having already formed a town under the management of Jinhua City, named South Mountain Town. Take a look. Take a look. The latest and most complete map of the Secret Realm. Secret Realm specialties, precious resources on sale, all at half price, all at half price. The Fierce Beast Mercenary Corps is recruiting. As long as you are an elite level 7 Beastmaster, you can sign up, and joining the Corps comes with cultivation resources. As soon as Mu Xian stepped into South Mountain Town, he was stunned by the explosive scene before him, almost thinking he had entered a game. Upon closer inspection, it looked just like the scene when he had been in a dungeon in his past life. Mu Xian declined most of the vendors' pitches and only purchased a so-called Secret Realm map. Following the crowd, he arrived at the entrance of the Secret Realm, which turned out to be a deep cave with occasional spatial rifts flashing by. At the entrance of the Secret Realm, there were elite guards from the Jinhua City Guard stationed, all at least commander-level Beastmasters. After paying a fee of 100,000, Mu Xian found himself spinning and was already inside the South Mountain Secret Realm. The South Mountain Secret Realm was classified as a small secret realm, allowing only Lord-level Beastmasters to enter. Contrary to Mu Xian's expectations, the South Mountain Secret Realm was filled with signs of excavation. It looked nothing like a paradise. Yes, it has all turned into a public secret realm, and the entrance must have been thoroughly plundered. Mu Xian shook his head, took out the map, and moved towards the northeastern corner of the secret realm. Not long after entering the secret realm, Luo Si received the news. His face was extremely twisted, and he cackled. Mu Xian, I don't believe this little beggar can survive. In order to completely eliminate Mu Xian, Luo Si had almost exhausted all his resources this time, seeking out a killer organization, which was nothing short of madness. Naturally, Mu Xian was unaware of all this and could never have imagined that Luo Si would be so insane. After all, he was still thinking with the mindset of his previous life and had not fully integrated into this era. The Nanshan Secret Realm was vast. And although Mu Xian walked for a while, he did not find many resources but encountered quite a few demon beasts, all easily dealt with by the Ice Crystal Spirit. Unfortunately, without any storage space, Mu Xian could only take away the most valuable parts. One day, Mu Xian finally encountered a strong enemy, a leader class by Ling Snake. 2 meters long and as thick as a bowl, hiding among the trees. If it weren't for the information panel, Mu Xian would not have noticed it at all. Bai Ling Snake. Species: Poisonous Snake Tribe. Rank: Leader Class 6. Bloodline: Leader Level. Quality: Elite Skills. Bai Ling's Eye. Camouflage. Introduction: A very rare Bai Ling Snake. The peculiar Bai Ling's Eye will make any being that locks eyes with it go completely stiff, being devoured and digested in a daze. Be careful, young man. Mu Xian cursed his luck upon realizing he had encountered a Bai Ling snake. Since he came to the Nanshan Secret Realm, he naturally needed to understand the types of demon beasts within, and the Bai Ling snake caught his attention because it possessed a unique spiritual essence. When it activated its Bai Ling's Eye skill, anyone who locked eyes with it would become paralyzed, making it truly terrifying. Therefore, The Bailing snake was considered one of the most untouchable demon beasts in the Nanshan secret realm, and Mu Xian had encountered a leader class one right away. Fortunately, through the information panel, Mu Xian discovered it in advance, thus gaining the initiative. Mu Xian calculated that he was only 40 meters away from the Bailing snake. And at this distance, it was too late to escape. He could only defeat or even kill it to survive. Without any hesitation, Mu Xian and the Ice Crystal Spirit devised an attack strategy. When they were 30 meters apart, the Ice Crystal Spirit struck fiercely, using the newly comprehended skill, Ice Tornado. First, in an instant, a tornado composed entirely of ice crystals formed beneath the Bailing snake, lifting it into the air in no time. Ice Tornado was a powerful skill. Mu Xian could clearly see the Bailing snake being swept up, with countless ice crystals smashing into it, forcing it to emit a shriek. After a full 20 seconds, the ice tornado dissipated, and the Bailing snake fell to the ground, suffering significant damage. If this were a game, the health bar above the Bailing snake's head would have been significantly depleted by now. Bailing snake, species, poisonous snake tribe rank, leader class 6, lightly injured. Through the information panel, Mu Xian saw the status of the Bailing snake, which was only lightly injured. Ice Crystal Spirit, Extreme Cold Freeze, Ice Crystal Explosion. Mu Xian immediately commanded, taking advantage of its weakness to go for the kill. An unchanging truth since ancient times. The Ice Crystal Spirit executed Mu Xian's order well, as the Bailing snake hit the ground. A howling cold wind froze it into a lifelike ice sculpture. The next moment, the entire ice sculpture exploded violently. The upgraded Ice Crystal Explosion skill seemed to be several times more powerful than before, inflicting serious injuries on the Bailing snake. Through the information panel, Mu Xian saw the Bailing snake was now gravely injured. Unfortunately, after using its 3 major skills, the Ice Crystal Spirit needed a cool-down period. The Bailing snake was not simple. It seemed to have awakened its ferocity due to its severe injuries and did not choose to retreat, but instead activated its Bailing's Eye skill. At that moment, its eyes displayed a greenish glow, which looked quite beautiful. Not good, Mu Xian exclaimed, instantly closing his eyes. In that moment, he felt as though he had been frozen in place, his whole body stiffening. But fortunately, he closed his eyes in time, and that sensation quickly dissipated. Ice Crystal Spirit, go all out to kill the Bailing snake. Mu Xian continued to command. Although the Bailing snake's mental toxin was nearly unsolvable, elemental life was one of its nemesis. The incorporeal Ice Crystal Spirit, after a brief recovery, once again activated the Ice Crystal Explosion skill. Without the enhancement of Extreme Cold Freeze, this Ice Crystal Explosion caused significantly less damage than before, but it still inflicted tons of damage on the Bailing snake, which gradually ceased to move. Mu Xian quietly opened his eyes and saw the Bailing snake's status, near death. Unfortunately, Mu Xian shook his head and decisively ordered the complete kill of this Bailing snake. Mu Xian regretted not having a temporary Beast Tamer ring. If he had one, he could have captured the Bailing snake to sell. After all, it was a leader class Bailing snake, making it a good option for a contract beast. Among the Bailing snake's remains, the most valuable were its pair of Bailing snake eyes and its inner core, especially the Bailing snake eyes, which were a type of evolutionary resource for snakes, worth 100,000 yuan. The inner core was a main ingredient for refining mental detoxifying medicine and was also quite valuable. Snake meat, snake teeth, snake hearts, and snake skin were all good alchemical materials, but Mu Xian only had one backpack and could only take the Bailing snake eyes and inner core before quickly leaving. Not long after, demon beasts drawn by the scent of blood began to arrive, fighting over the Bailing snake's corpse. After a long time, only a few drops of blood remained, telling a story of brutality. Over an hour later, a man in black arrived at the scene, following the scent. He carefully observed the blood and leftover flesh on the ground, revealing a hint of surprise. Someone was able to kill a leader class Bailing snake? Quite interesting. Chapter 17. This killer seems not so smart. By evening, Mu Xian finally arrived at the northeastern corner of the secret realm, known as the Death Cliff. Because the cliffs here were jagged and the ground dropped into a 1,000-meter deep abyss, this could be considered the most dangerous place in the secret realm, and most beast tamers were unwilling to come here. However, Mu Xian had to come for the space-type beast tamers. The scenery of the Death Cliff was indeed beautiful. Each strange cliff seemed to carry a certain artistic conception, but upon closer inspection, it was completely baffling. Mu Xian didn't pay much attention. After arriving, He began searching for a suitable terrain to serve as his temporary resting place. This time, he had taken a week off in advance to search for space-type beasts. Mushin arrived safely at the Death Cliff, but someone following behind him was not so lucky. Damn leader-class demon beast, I had to detour for more than 10 kilometers. The man in black cursed as he cautiously made his way, having to take a long detour due to the appearance of a leader-class demon beast. Suddenly, the man in black froze. He had unknowingly stumbled into a hunting ground of wolf beasts. Brothers of the wolf tribe, you carry on, I'm just passing by, the man in black said, and in an instant, he activated his speed to escape. The next moment, the wolf beast's eyes filled with extreme rage as they roared and chased after him. The night in the secret realm was fraught with danger, but fortunately, Mu Xian had spent money and was well prepared, bringing a sleeping bag that could conceal his aura, allowing him to safely survive the first night. At a certain point on the Death Cliff, the man in black lay on the ground, no longer able to curse. His body was covered in wounds, looking utterly miserable. Damn employer, once I deal with the target, I'll make you pay. The next morning, as dawn broke, Mu Xian began working, using the information panel to search for the possible existence of space-type beasts. Mu Xian discovered that there were quite a few demon beasts around the Death Cliff. If it weren't for the secrecy of the resting place he sought and the absence of any aura leakage, spending the night here would have been tantamount to seeking death. Suddenly, Mu Xian noticed an unusual information panel. Chaogui species, human, severely injured, rank, elite level 9 Beastmaster, soul-chasing ghost mouse, leader level 9, digger Yajian dragon, leader level 7. Ghost-faced scorpion, leader level 2, soul-chasing ghost mouse, species, soul-type mouse rank, leader level 9, lightly injured, bloodline, lord level quality, ordinary skills, 1,000 miles soul chase, ghostly speed. Ghost Mouse's Kiss Introduction. The soul-chasing ghost mouse, evolved from the soul-chasing mouse, is proficient in breath-tracking techniques, extremely fast like a ghost, and possesses terrifying soul toxins. If you don't want to die, don't let it kiss you. A Beastmaster with 3 top-tier leader-level beasts, and it even has tracking-type beasts. Mu Xian's eyes narrowed. This guy hiding underground is suspicious. It's important to note that the area around Death Cliff is one of the more secluded places in the South Mountain Secret Realm. Usually not a single shadow can be seen, yet now, 2 leader-level Beastmasters have suddenly appeared in a short time, which is a bit too coincidental. Could it be that this guy has also discovered that there are spatial-type beasts around Death Cliff? No, this guy's main beast is the soul-chasing ghost mouse, which is proficient in tracking and already has 3 beasts. How could there be enough mental energy to contract a 4th beast? Is he here to hunt me down? That possibility is quite significant. At this moment, Mu Xian's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. As the saying goes, strike first to gain the upper hand. He prepared to take this guy down first. Mu Xian thought about the inconspicuous underground cave where Chao Gui was hiding and quickly came up with a plan. Ice Crystal Spirit, you go to the recently discovered lair of the Earth Bear below Death Cliff. In the inconspicuous underground cave, the guy nicknamed Ghost Mouse Chao Gui struggled to get up, looking at the soul-chasing ghost mouse beneath him and sighed in relief. Luckily, the ghost mouse's injuries are not severe. Otherwise, this mission would have truly failed. As a silver-level assassin of the Night Organization, Ghost Mouse Chao Gui is known for his bizarre methods, and his targets often die in strange ways, making them hard to guard against, earning him a decent reputation in the assassin world. However, this time, trying to kill an 18-year-old kid almost led him to fail, which made Chao Gui very angry. He decided to change his habits and torture that 18-year-old kid to vent his resentment. If it weren't for that kid running around, how would he have ended up fighting that pack of wolf beasts, severely injuring 2 of his beasts, and himself being in a severely injured state, almost facing death? But for some reason, Chao Gui always felt a bit uneasy. The next moment, Chao Gui saw the soul-chasing ghost mouse chattering away under his feet, startling him. Before he could react, a clumsy gray bear came tumbling down. Damn it, that's the Earth Bear. In an instant, Chao Gui's expression changed dramatically. Ghost Mouse, let us get out of here quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook, and he saw the cave entrance being blasted open, revealing a tall and robust giant bear. Chao Gui recognized the Earth Bear at the peak leader level, and the Earth Bear also saw him. Then, with an angry roar, it grabbed a massive rock and hurled it over. Earth Bear, this is a misunderstanding. Chao Gui couldn't help but curse. Can't you see such a simple trap? However, the intelligence of the demon beasts, well, is indeed quite touching. A few minutes later, with a scream, the soul-chasing ghost mouse finally intercepted the massive rock. but it also successfully fell into a near-death state and returned to Chao Gui's body. Immediately, Chao Gui spat out a mouthful of blood and lay down. Roar. The earth bear looked at its enemy collapsing and revealed a proud expression, then leisurely left with the earth bear cub. Not long after the earth bear left, Mu Xian's figure quietly appeared. Looking at Chao Gui's miserable state, he immediately smiled. Everything was part of his design. Unsure how long he had been unconscious, Chao Gui gradually woke up, and then he felt intense pain throughout his body, the strong agony making him unable to help but scream. You finally woke up. A young voice rang out beside Chao Gui, startling him, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. It's you? How is that possible? The person before him was actually his target. Mu Xian smiled and said, That's right. It's me. Surprised, aren't you? Chao Gui snorted coldly. Looks like I underestimated you. Mu Xian just smiled, his tone gradually turning cold. You should be an assassin, right? I found this badge in your package. As he spoke, Mu Xian shook the badge inscribed with Ghost Mouse in his hand. It was Chao Gui's identification, which he liked to leave at the scene of his targets to spread his name. However, now this badge exposed his identity. Mu Xian said lightly, Do you have any last words? If not, I should send you on your way. As for who hired the assassin, does it matter? Chapter 018. Spatial Type Beast, Spatial Raccoon. Don't you want to know who wants to kill you? Chao Gui spoke, admitting that he was afraid. I have many enemies, but the one who is so eager to kill me is only one person. Mu Xian sneered, commanding, Ice Crystal Spirit, send him on his way. No, I have money. A lot of money. I can give it all to you. No need. I'll earn my own money. Mu Xian said indifferently. As his words fell, the Ice Crystal Spirit's attack landed, and moments later, Chao Gui's information panel completely disappeared. Mu Xian looked towards the entrance of the secret realm and whispered, Luo Si. I was originally planning to wait until after the college entrance examination to deal with you, but now it seems I really can't let you go. Mu Xian truly did not expect that Luo Si would dare to be so reckless. He finally realized that this was no longer the era of adhering strictly to the law. When dealing with enemies, the most important thing is to be decisive in killing, to eradicate the roots, to eliminate future troubles. This morning, the traveler Mu Xian finally completed his mindset transformation. In the afternoon, Mu Xian began searching for traces of spatial-type beasts around the edges of Death Cliff. He had once doubted that the news from Xing San that day was fake. But Mu Xian felt that under the threat of death, Xing San could not fabricate such easily debunked fake news. However, to Mu Xian's disappointment, for 2 consecutive days, spatial-type beasts did not show themselves, as if they had never existed. I'll search for one more day tomorrow. If they still don't appear, then forget it, Mu Xian whispered. His rations were running low, and he certainly wouldn't dare to start a fire to roast meat on site, as it might attract Lord-level demon beasts. It is said that many newcomers die because they start a fire to cook in the wild, attracting demon beasts with the smell and getting killed. On the evening of the 3rd day, Mu Xian arrived at the northernmost part of Death Cliff, which is the most dangerous area of Death Cliff. Further ahead is the boundary of this secret realm. Mu Xian could clearly see small spatial rifts appearing from time to time, slicing through space and silently bringing death. Wait, spatial rifts? Suddenly, Mu Xian jolted. He suddenly realized that as a spatial-type beast, it would naturally be closest to space, and how could it be afraid of spatial rifts? So this is the most likely place for the spatial-type beast to appear, Mu Xian concluded. Sure enough, just as night was falling, Mu Xian saw a piece of information in the void that delighted him. Spatial raccoon species, spatial-type raccoon rank, elite level 7 bloodline, lord level quality, excellent skills, mustard seed space. Spatial lock introduction. Originally an ordinary raccoon born at the edge of the South Mountain secret realm, it gained spatial attributes after absorbing a trace of Void Dragon's blood, becoming a top-tier spatial-type beast with extremely strong potential. The spatial raccoon is indeed a spatial-type beast. Mu Xian was incredibly excited. This spatial raccoon had not yet fully grown, making it the easiest time to form a contract. Once contracted, many of his tasks would become much easier, rather than being as constrained as he was now. Interesting. It actually absorbed a trace of the Void Annihilation Dragon's blood. Although it's just a hint, it's enough to allow it to evolve in the direction of dragons. With the information panel and the fusion of bloodlines, this spatial raccoon can evolve into a true dragon. But how to contract this little guy? Mu Xian fell into distress. The spatial raccoon was hiding in the void, making it impossible for him to trick it. Wait, raccoons are apparently close relatives of wild cats. Maybe he could try food to lure it. Without hesitation, Mu Xian decisively caught a few fish from a nearby river and started grilling them near the death cliff. He didn't believe that this spatial raccoon could resist the temptation of delicious food. After grilling the fish, the unique aroma finally made the raccoon stir. 5 minutes later, the spatial raccoon moved, and Mu Xian only saw a shadow flash by. The grilled fish disappeared without a trace. Mu Xian was at a loss for words and could only say, "Spatial beast tamers are amazing, traversing the void as if it's instinct." He wasn't afraid of it stealing. He was just afraid it wouldn't be tempted. Mu Xian secretly encouraged himself and continued grilling fish. An hour later, looking at the fourth grilled fish that had vanished in his hands, Mu Xian fell into contemplation. Something must be wrong. The next day, he stubbornly grilled 20 fish, all of which were snatched away by the spatial raccoon. The frustrating part was that the little guy grabbed them and ran off, giving no chance at all. Forget it. He would try again today. If it didn't work out, he would talk about it later. Mu Xian sighed, feeling the rarity of spatial beast tamers. Contracting them was too difficult because they didn't even give you a chance to meet. That noon, Mu Xian grilled 5 fish at once. While grilling, he addressed the spatial raccoon hiding in midair. "Little cat, I'm leaving. From now on, you'll have to grill fish by yourself." Damn, why was this little guy so difficult? It didn't make a sound at all. Could it not understand human language? Mu Xian secretly complained. He continued to lament. "After I leave, I won't be coming here often, so you have to take good care of yourself." As he spoke, the 5 grilled fish were finally done, waiting for the spatial raccoon to take them away. But to Mu Xian's delight, this time the spatial raccoon hesitated, and didn't he immediately snatch the fish. To Mu Xian's anticipation, a silver-gray beast resembling a cat appeared in front of him, its pupils like mercury, filled with a mysterious aura. The spatial beast, the spatial raccoon, had revealed itself. Mu Xian nodded lightly as if he had known the spatial raccoon for a long time and handed over the grilled fish, saying, "Little cat, eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold." The spatial raccoon hesitated, taking twice as long as usual to eat the 5 grilled fish. Seeing this, Mu Xian smiled and waved. "There is no feast that doesn't end. I'm leaving. If I get the chance, I'll come see you. Ice crystal spirit. Let us go." Mu Xian waved his hand and turned to leave with the ice crystal spirit. At that moment, the spatial raccoon hesitated on the death cliff. It actually longed for the outside world. As Mu Xian's figure grew more distant, the spatial raccoon finally made a decision and quickly chased after that figure. On the other side, Mu Xian thought to himself, "Did my performance fail? Did the spatial raccoon not feel moved? Damn. Why was it so hard to lure a spatial beast?" Just when he was completely disheartened while walking further from the death cliff, he suddenly stopped. A silver-gray little cat appeared out of nowhere. Who else could it be but the spatial raccoon? Chapter 019. The Withering Plan, activated early. "Little cat, why are you here? Did you come to see me off?" Mu Xian pretended to be curious. "Meow." The spatial raccoon grabbed Mu Xian's pant leg, shaking its head frantically and pointing at the sky, showing a hint of expectation. Mu Xian suddenly realized and was amazed by the spatial raccoon's intelligence. "You mean, you also want to go to the outside world?" "Meow, meow, meow." The spatial raccoon quickly nodded, looking extremely cute. Mu Xian nodded. "Of course you can. But you have to form a beast contract with me. Otherwise, you'll be caught as soon as you go outside." "Meow?" The spatial raccoon hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. Seeing this, Mu Xian gently patted the little guy's head and smiled. "Don't worry, little cat. The outside world is very exciting, with lots of delicious food." Hearing this, the spatial raccoon became even more eager, making Mu Xian secretly speechless. He hadn't expected this little guy to be such a foodie. With the spatial raccoon's cooperation, Mu Xian quickly formed a contract with it. The ice crystal spirit floated over, twinkling and releasing friendly signals. Watching the harmonious scene, Mu Xian smiled broadly. After 5 whole days, he finally coaxed the little guy into his hands. I should give you both names now." Mu Xian looked at the ice crystal spirit and the spatial raccoon and smiled. "Ice crystal spirit, from now on you will be called Little Spirit." Spatial raccoon, "Let us call you Little Cat." The ice crystal spirit cheered, flying joyfully in midair. "Meow, meow, meow." The spatial raccoon also called out, filled with joy, making Mu Xian smile secretly. Soon, Mu Xian thought of something, his expression cooling down. Next, he would take advantage of the fact that the news of Chao Gui's death hadn't spread yet to deal with that scoundrel Luo Si. After eliminating Chao Gui, Mu Xian began to consider how to deal with the mad dog Luo Si. He quickly realized that he could enter and exit the Nanshan secret realm under Chao Gui's identity, killing Luo Si without anyone noticing, directly forging an alibi. As a public secret realm, the Nanshan secret realm naturally couldn't strictly check everyone's identity information. As long as one showed their ID for registration, it was enough. And this gave Mu Xian an opportunity. Subsequently, Mu Xian put on the black clothes he had taken from Chao Gui and stepped out of the Nanshan secret realm using Chao Gui's identity. At 4:30 p.m., Mu Xian returned to the entrance of Jiuzhong School, hiding in the shadows to wait for Luo Si. At 5 p.m., Luo Si stepped out of the school gate. To Mu Xian's delight, this guy didn't go home immediately, but instead went to a bar with his friends. In the era of Beast Tamers, bar culture thrived, and countless dark transactions flourished here, making it a perfect time to strike. Mu Xian followed Luo Si into the Blue Edge bar, preparing to act at the right moment. "Brothers, come on, let us drink. We won't go home until we're drunk tonight." Luo Si laughed maniacally, his smile a bit crazy. "Drink, drink, drink, brother Luo. Is there some good news?" a younger brother asked. Luo Si laughed wildly. "That's right. A certain annoying guy hasn't shown up for several days. He must have died in some corner. Haha, brother Luo's enemy must be dead for sure. Cheers, cheers, let us drink to brother Luo." Not far away, Mu Xian hid in the shadows, unnoticed by anyone. He was patient, quietly waiting for the opportunity to arise. Finally, after more than an hour, Luo Si got a bit drunk and decided to go to the restroom. At that moment, Mu Xian knew the opportunity had come. In the restroom, Luo Si was inexplicably excited, thinking that Mu Xian hadn't appeared for several days and had likely died, feeling relieved. "You seem very happy." Just as he was relieved and relieving himself, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind, causing Luo Si to feel horrified. "You? How could you?" Without hesitation, Mu Xian grabbed Luo Si and pulled him into a stall. His elite second-tier strength made it easy to handle Luo Si. "Mu Xian, you actually," Luo Si stammered. Mu Xian didn't waste words. A stream of bright red blood was shoved into Luo Si's mouth. "You." Luo Si was filled with horror and fear. He knew that what Mu Xian forced him to consume was definitely not good, but the blood melted in his mouth before he could stop it. Originally, when a beast tamer suffered a fatal injury, the injury would directly transfer to their beast. However, as a fellow beast tamer, Mu Xian naturally thought of this. So he fed Luo Si a wolf-beast bloodline. In the era of beast taming, everyone knows that if a human consumes the blood of a demon beast, the only outcome is to explode and die. As a beast tamer, Mu Xian naturally understands that there are many strange and unusual beasts in this world. So he did not personally kill Luo Si to avoid being targeted by calculation-type beasts. Sure enough, in an instant, a terrifying scene unfolded. Luo Si, who had swallowed the bloodline of a demon beast, turned red all over like a cooked lobster. But soon, something unexpected happened. Luo Si did not explode and die as anticipated. Instead, he underwent a mutation. That's right, a mutation. At that moment, Luo Si transformed into a monster resembling a wolf, with a fierce head, black fur all over his arms, exaggerated lumps of flesh all over his body, and grotesque capillaries protruding, disgusting to the extreme. Most importantly, at this moment, Luo Si emitted a fierce aura like a beast, radiating a presence not weaker than that of a leader-level beast, and charged fiercely toward Mu Xian. "You can actually fuse with the bloodline of a demon beast? You've become a half-beast?" Mu Xian was astonished, but not afraid. Even if it had reached leader-level strength, it was still just a mindless monster. Moreover, they were in the city. Mu Xian's mind raced, and he quickly came up with a plan. He summoned the space raccoon, a small cat, to use spatial confinement to immobilize this monster and planned to leave as soon as someone arrived. The space raccoon looked at the monster Luo Si with a face of disdain, and in an instant, the monster was immobilized. At that moment, without any hesitation, Mu Xian burst out of the restroom and shouted loudly, "Oh no, there's a monster in the restroom." By the time the bar security arrived, Mu Xian had already made his escape. The rest was simple. When the security guards arrived, they were also startled, but fortunately, they were not ordinary people and quickly contained the monster Luo Si. Ultimately, the bar owner personally took action and killed the monster on the spot. Watching the beast police arrive last, Mu Xian smiled slightly. If this could be traced back to me, I would admit defeat. The bar monster incident caused quite a stir, and the beast police believed the monster was an out-of-control beast god cultist, investing tremendous effort into the investigation. Mu Xian also did not expect that by chance. Luo C's father, Luoan, was indeed a beast god cultist. In the dark underground palace, several men in black were silent, and after a long while, an elderly voice slowly spoke. Luoan has unexpectedly been exposed. Our plan is likely to be discovered. I have decided to initiate the withering plan ahead of schedule. Yes, Your Excellency. Chapter 020. The joint examination begins. Changes in Flying Dragon Village. The next day, Mu Xian quietly left Jinhua City and re-entered the Nanshan secret realm. By the afternoon, he finally left the Nanshan secret realm under his own identity. At this point, all of Mu Xian's goals for the Nanshan secret realm had been achieved. The following day, Mu Xian made a low-key appearance at school, only to be surprised by a piece of news from Qin Kong. Luo Ci's father had been arrested. Then, an even stranger thing happened. The Beast Police did not come to him for inquiries, which left Mu Xian, who had prepared a script in advance, quite disappointed. Could it be that using the bloodline of a demon beast to deal with Luo Ci led the Beast Police's investigation astray? Mu Xian was naturally quite pleased with this outcome and focused on upgrading his 2 beast levels. However, he found the training resources for the little cat, the space raccoon, to be frighteningly expensive. A piece of void stone actually cost 300,000 yuan, which was more than 10 times that of the ice crystal spirit. Fortunately, during his trip to the Nanshan secret realm, he had harvested a lot of resources, the most valuable of which were the Azure Spirit Snake Eyes and Snake Gallbladder, selling for a total of 1.4 million yuan, with all items combined selling for 2 million yuan. However, this 2 million yuan was still not enough to buy a piece of advancement resource for the space raccoon. According to a certain beast shop owner, the advancement resources for space-type beasts involving spatial power are extremely rare and priceless, hence their high prices. With only 2 days left until the outdoor practical assessment of the 9 schools, the Ice Crystal Spirit reached Leader Level 4, and the Space Raccoon reached Elite Level 9. With these 2 rare beasts in hand, Mu Xian was confident that no one could rival him. In Class 1 of the 3rd year, Lin Susu was giving her final instructions. The joint examination of the 9 schools is a preliminary assessment for you. So you must act according to your abilities and never be reckless. It's best to form teams. The wilderness is not like the city. Danger lurks everywhere. So be very careful. As for the rules of the joint examination, the teacher has already printed them out for you to review. Finally, under Lin Susu's guidance, all students with elite level beasts set off toward Beishan. The reason for the elite level requirement was that beasts below elite level would likely not survive even a single encounter with wild demon beasts, making the assessment unnecessary. Although elite level seems low, in Mu Xian's class, at least half of the students' beasts did not reach elite level. This was still a key class. In an ordinary class, having 3 or 5 participants would be considered good. In the era of beast taming, although everyone has the potential to form a contract with a beast, in reality, only a small number succeed with their beasts. The vast majority naturally progress to elite level over time. Mu Xian estimated that for this joint examination of the 9 schools, the total number of participants from the 9 schools was around 1,200, a truly massive scale. Fortunately, Jinhua City placed great importance on this event, investing a lot of manpower and resources. Along the way, students chatted in groups of 2 or 3, looking like they were going on a field trip, completely unaware of the dangers ahead. Hey, Mu Xian, shall we team up? Mu Xian, can I join your team? Mu Xian, Teacher Lin said we could form teams. Looking at the boys and girls surrounding him, Mu Xian smiled faintly. My target is those leader-level demon beasts. If you also reach leader level, then you can team up with me. Upon hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. Leader level? You are the only one in the entire 9th middle school, right? Mu Xian chuckled and shrugged. I'm just looking out for you. Following me will only put you in greater danger. Qin Kong lamented. Looks like I can't hitch a ride on your coattails. Thanks to the 2,000 yuan Mu Xian lent him, Qin Kang's Power Frog successfully advanced to elite level and is now at elite level 3, boasting decent combat power. Mu Xian smiled. With me around, where would you find the chance to show off? Qin Kong was not disappointed. He had long known that Mu Xian would not team up with him, considering the vast gap in their realms. Outside Beishan, on a clearing, thousands of students from the 9 schools gathered, followed by speeches from the leaders of the Beast Taming Education Bureau and the principals of the 9 schools. By the time the leaders finished their speeches, Mu Xian was nearly asleep. It must be said that the speeches were quite soothing, like a lullaby. After an hour of busy work, the joint examination officially began under the command of the leaders of the Beast Taming Education Bureau. Everyone formed groups, and entered the mountains and forests. With a few independent individuals, such as the leader-level students from the 9 schools, choosing to act alone. Mu Xian's luck today was a bit poor. After walking several kilometers, he had yet to encounter a single demon beast. According to the rules of the joint examination, students needed to hunt demon beasts and collect their left ears as markers. The points for each level of demon beast varied, and the student with the highest total score would be the winner. Notably, this joint examination prohibited students from attacking one another. If discovered by the inspectors on flying beasts, not only would they be disqualified, but their school would also lose points, making it quite strict. After over half an hour, Mu Xian's score was still at 0. Fortunately, shortly after, Mu Xian finally spotted an elite level 9 black spiked badger. Before Mu Xian could give a command, the ice crystal spirit, who was already impatient, unleashed an ice crystal, instantly killing the elite level 9 black spiked badger. Mu Xian shook his head, cut off the left ear of the blackthorn badger, and continued on his way. As for the other parts of the blackthorn badger, he couldn't be bothered to collect them. While the entire Golden Flower City was focused on the joint examination of the 9 schools, a group of vicious black-clad men arrived in Phylong Village, about 10 kilometers west of Golden Flower City. Phylong Village was famous throughout the Golden Flower City region for its stone sculpture of a flying dragon at the entrance, which seemed to tell the history of the place. However, today, the arrival of these black-clad men disturbed the peaceful tranquility of Phylong Village. "Who are you? You are not welcome here." Before the villagers could finish speaking, one of the black-clad men had already silenced him, causing chaos in Phylong Village. The white-haired elder leading the group looked at Phylong Village and said lightly, "Who would have thought that beneath this great dragon village, there is still a sealed secret realm? The dark dragon has been sealed for 200 years. It is time for it to come into the world. Kill all the villagers of Phylong Village, and use their blood to break the seal. I want Golden Flower City to wither completely." "Yes, my lord," the fanatical black-clad men shouted excitedly. And then they released their beast companions and charged into the ordinary little village. In just moments, the sounds of desperate screams echoed throughout Great Dragon Village. The white-haired elder, known as the My Lord, spoke in a tone of sorrow. "Death is merely another beginning. The divine kingdom of the beast god will open for you." 10 minutes later, there was complete silence in Great Dragon Village, with severed limbs and blood everywhere. As the bright red blood was collected little by little and poured onto the proud flying dragon statue of Great Dragon Village. Chapter 021. Hero Saves Beauty. Chen Yunqi from Class 5? In the northern mountains, Mu Xian delved deeper and had already killed dozens of demon beasts, reaping considerable rewards. 9 leader level and 20 elite level beasts. This result should definitely put him in first place, right? Mu Xian glanced at the accumulated tokens in his leather bag and smiled slightly. At that moment, he heard some noise not far away, prompting him to move closer. Soon, he saw a girl in Class 5 uniform running toward him, fleeing in a panic with the help of a 3-tailed moonlight fox, while behind her were 2 leader-level demon beasts. Chen Yunqi, species, human rank, elite level 2 talent, moonlight affinity beasts, 3-tailed moonlight fox, leader level 2. Moonshadow spider, elite level 3, 3-tailed moonlight fox species, illusion system moon clan fox rank, leader level 2 bloodline, lord level quality, excellent skills, shadow illusion, moonlight strike. Moonlight eye description, a rare beast with both illusion and moon attributes, possessing a trace of the 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline, with tremendous potential in the future. Classmate run. It's 2 leader level jungle tigers. The girl warned from afar. Leader level 6 jungle tigers. Mu Xian's eyes lit up, and he replied loudly, "Don't be afraid. I can handle one of them." Seeing Chen Yunqi's information panel, Mu Xian recognized her as the school beauty of Class 5. Rumored to be the cherished daughter of the influential Chen family in Golden Flower City. Before long, the girl had approached Mu Xian within 7 or 8 meters, allowing him to see her appearance clearly. Even though she was somewhat disheveled, it could not mask her stunning beauty. "Hello, I'm Chen Yunqi from Class 5. Can you really handle one?" she asked urgently as the 2 leader-level jungle tigers were getting closer behind her. "Don't worry." As he spoke, Mu Xian waved his hand, and the ice crystal spirit beside him began to emit boundless cold air, preparing to take action. At that moment, Chen Yunqi noticed the ice crystal spirit and exclaimed, "This is an elemental life, the ice crystal spirit. You must be that lucky one from Class 9, Mu Xian." Mu Xian smiled slightly and said, "That's right. It's me. The jungle tigers are coming. Shall we take one each?" "Okay." After a moment's hesitation, she agreed. As the representative of Class 5, How could she lose to the representative of Class 9? In the next moment, under Mu Xian's instructions, the Ice Crystal Spirit took the initiative and unleashed an ice tornado, successfully sending one of the jungle tigers flying into the air. Jungle Tiger, Species, Jungle System Tiger Rank, Leader Level 6 Bloodline, Leader Level Quality, Elite Skills, Jungle Camouflage, Tiger Pounce Description, the Jungle Overlord, an elite among tigers. The jungle tiger is known as the overlord of the jungle and an elite among tigers, particularly skilled in jungle camouflage and surprise attacks. Fortunately, Chen Yunxi had already disturbed the enemy, so their greatest advantage was lost. Even without the camouflage advantage, the jungle tiger was still formidable. It had immense strength and could leap to kill most demon beasts of the same rank. However, today, these two jungle tigers encountered the extremely rare elemental life, the three-tailed moonlight fox with both illusion and moon attributes. Caught in the ice tornado, the jungle tiger suffered massive damage, howling endlessly in pain. Meanwhile, the three-tailed moonlight fox began to counterattack, as three identical three-tailed moonlight foxes launched an assault on the jungle tiger, which appeared dazed and as if it couldn't see them at all. Mu Xian immediately understood that this was likely the moonlight illusion of the three-tailed moonlight fox, trapping the jungle tiger in a state of confusion. After a moment, with a loud bang, Mu Xian's jungle tiger fell to the ground with a scream. And before it could retaliate, its body was covered in ice crystals due to the skill extreme cold freeze. Seconds later, the thick ice crystals exploded, and the jungle tiger let out another wail, already severely injured, with death only a matter of time. On the other hand, the jungle tiger that Chen Yunxi was responsible for was indeed several ranks higher than the three-tailed moonlight fox. Although it was also wounded, it managed to break free from the moonlight illusion and launched a fierce counterattack. After several attempts, it even managed to discover the true form of the three-tailed moonlight fox. Xiaoya, be careful. Gigi. Xiaoling. Amid Chen Yunxi's exclamations, the jungle tiger leaped forward directly at the three-tailed moonlight fox. With a slight tremor, the three-tailed moonlight fox let out a mournful cry and transformed into a streak of light, retreating into Chen Yunxi's arms. But even Chen Yunxi herself suffered significant injuries, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The jungle tiger, seeing its opportunity, charged at Chen Yunxi without mercy. Just as it seemed like Chen Yunxi was about to perish, Mu Xian's ice crystal spirit finally arrived, using a skill to blow the jungle tiger into the air, saving Chen Yunxi. Thank you, Mu Xian. Chen Yunxi said sincerely, filled with gratitude. Without Mu Xian, she would probably have been gravely injured or worse. Mu Xian smiled and waved his hand, instructing, Xiaoling, use extreme cold freeze and ice crystal explosion to deal with this jungle tiger. Xiaoling responded with flashing blue light. And soon, when the jungle tiger hit the ground, a two-skill combo took it out directly. Before long, the previously wounded jungle tiger was also dealt with. Thus, both leader-level jungle tigers were eliminated. Mu Xian, you can take the tokens from these two jungle tigers, Chen Yunxi said, her face pale. According to the rules of the joint examination of the 9 schools, elite-level demon beasts were worth 100 to 200 points, while leader-level demon beasts were worth 1,000 to 500 points. And the leader-level 6 demon beasts were valued at 3,500 points. Just this one alone was enough to rank at the top. Mu Xian smiled and said, There's no need to be so formal, Chen Yunxi. You can just call me Mu Xian. As for the jungle tigers, we agreed beforehand, one for each of us. And don't mention that I saved you. We are in a team now, so saving you is just what I should do. After saying that, Mu Xian began to dissect the 2 jungle tigers. These were leader-level 6 demon beasts, and every part was valuable. The tiger skin, tiger meat, tiger bones, tiger whiskers, tiger blood, tiger eyes, and so on all had unique effects, which Mu Xian would naturally not miss. Especially the tiger whiskers, which were considered the most valuable item, with unique effects and strong medicinal properties, worth at least 1 million. Watching Mu Xian separate the tiger skin and meat, collect tiger bones and blood, and cut the tiger whip, Chen Yunxi reminded him, Mu Xian, how are you going to bring all this back? The mountain man has his own clever plans. Mu Xian replied with a smile. Soon, a several hundred-pound jungle tiger was dissected into various materials. Then, with a wave of his hand, a cute silver-gray kitten jumped out. Meowing, Mu Xian pointed to the tiger's skin, meat, bones, blood, and whip on the ground and said, Little cat, collect these. They are all valuable materials. And I'll roast them for you later. Upon hearing that there would be roasting for it, the spatial raccoon became excited, and with a flash of light, The items on the ground instantly disappeared into its mustard seed space. The kitten's mustard seed space was only 3 cubic meters, so Mu Xian could only select the most valuable materials from the jungle tiger. Chen Yunxi was still in shock, her mouth slightly agape. What had she just seen? The parts of the jungle tiger had disappeared so magically. Chapter 022, Longmen Mountain Range, Discovery of Dragon Blood Fruit Tree. No, it's this raccoon beast. Finally, Chen Yunxi reacted, and she instantly understood that it was a spatial-type beast. The legendary spatial-type beast. Chen Yunxi never expected that this legendary lucky student from 9 High not only contracted a rare elemental life but also a rare spatial-type beast. This was even more shocking than Mu Xian killing 2 jungle tigers. A spatial-type beast? Chen Yunxi looked at Mu Xian with curiosity. Mu Xian smiled and nodded. Chen Yunxi, which parts of the jungle tiger do you need? Chen Yunxi shyly looked at Mu Xian and said softly, just like what you have. Mu Xian nodded gently and skillfully skinned the jungle tiger, then cut off the tiger whip, collected the blood, and harvested the bones. Watching him, Chen Yunxi felt her scalp tingle. As the jewel of the Chen family, she had never seen such a scene. Mu Xian, does your family run a slaughterhouse? Just call me Mu Xian, he smiled. I don't run a slaughterhouse, it's just practice makes perfect. Chen Yunxi looked at the handsome but not very tall boy in front of her and suddenly felt that he was becoming more mysterious. The rumors said that Mu Xian from 9 High had contracted elemental life due to good luck, and now thinking about it, it seems so ridiculous. Could one contract a spatial-type beast just by luck? Could one elevate their beast to the leader level so quickly and easily kill 2 jungle tigers? Could one dissect monsters without changing their expression just by luck? Mu Xian, which beast academy will you apply to? Chen Yunxi asked curiously. Mu Xian looked up at the sky. It should be the Eternal Academy. The Eternal Academy? Chen Yunxi nodded gently. That's right. Only the top academy in the Dragon Kingdom would suit a genius like you. Mu Xian smiled. Don't underestimate yourself. In my eyes, you are also a genius. Mu Xian was referring to Chen Yunxi's second contracted beast, the Moon Shadow Spider, which was well known as a moonlight-type beast. He had heard about it and was amazed by the financial strength of Chen Yunxi's family. Legend has it that the Moon Shadow Spider is a favored pet of the Moon Goddess, capable of absorbing moonlight to become invisible. Under moonlight, its combat power is greatly enhanced, making it a king of moonlit nights. Naturally, such a powerful beast is extremely rare, which contributes to its exorbitant price. Each Moon Shadow Spider cub sells for at least 100 million. Moreover, various netizens have reported that the Moon Shadow Spider has a king-level bloodline, with remarkably high contracting requirements. Each cub has its unique personality, and for Chen Yunxi to contract a Moon Shadow Spider is undoubtedly a testament to her genius. Chen Yunxi felt even more embarrassed. I'm not as good as you say. After half an hour, Chen Yunxi's jungle tiger was finally fully dissected, with the materials temporarily stored with Mu Xian. Mu Xian, I have to go now, Chen Yunxi said reluctantly. She felt particularly relaxed being with Mu Xian, not having to worry about various gazes or people flattering her. In front of Mu Xian, she felt like an ordinary person, giving her a completely different feeling. Mu Xian nodded gently. Go ahead, with this jungle tiger. Your results will definitely not be bad. Chen Yunxi nodded lightly, then called the overseer in the sky. As for Mu Xian, he continued hunting monsters in the North Mountain, knowing that this opportunity was rare and he had to hunt more. Soon, Mu Xian delved deeper. If viewed from above, he was undoubtedly the deepest person in the North Mountain, almost reaching the main ridge of the Longmen Mountain Range. At noon, Mu Xian suddenly discovered a strange monster. A vitality rabbit of only elite 2nd rank. It was strange because in the depths of the North Mountain, elite-level vitality rabbits were extremely rare and almost non-existent. Furthermore, this vitality rabbit was not only lively but also much stronger than any vitality rabbit Mu Xian had ever seen. When Mu Xian got about 50 meters close to the vitality rabbit, the information panel finally appeared, much to his delight. Dragon Power Rabbit, Species, Rabbit Rank, Elite 2nd Rank Bloodline, Lord Level Quality, Excellent Skills, Vitality Burst. Dragon Power Description: a lucky vitality rabbit that has mutated due to absorbing a small amount of the power dissipated from the Dragon Blood Fruit Tree. Containing a trace of dragon bloodline, with considerable potential. Seeing the information about this Dragon Power Rabbit, Mu Xian was very excited. The Dragon Blood Fruit Tree was a magical spiritual tree that could bear dragon blood fruits. Most importantly, the dragon blood fruits contained the true power of dragons and could transform beasts into dragon types, making them a rare spiritual fruit and the main material for low-level beasts to evolve into dragon types. Although this dragon power rabbit had mutated, its rank was still only elite second rank, suggesting that it had just absorbed the power of the dragon blood fruit tree, which indicated that the dragon blood fruit tree was about to mature and bear fruit. Mu Xian silently retreated, not disturbing the dragon power rabbit. He prepared to quietly follow it back to its nest. Waiting, silently waiting, Mu Xian resembled a patient hunter. Finally, after more than an hour, the dragon power rabbit returned to its nest. Mu Xian quietly followed behind. With the information panel, there was no chance of getting lost. After more than 20 minutes, following the dragon power rabbit, Mu Xian soon saw a towering tree that emitted a majestic aura. When he approached, he finally saw that on the tree were 12 golden red fruits, exuding a strange fragrance. The dragon blood fruit tree. The dragon blood fruit. Mu Xian was overjoyed, completely not expecting that this time during the 9 school joint examination, he would discover such an opportunity in the depths of the North Mountain. In fact, Mu Xian had completely failed to notice that he had already stepped out of the North Mountain's range and entered the depths of the Longmen Mountain range. Mu Xian was very cautious, knowing that rare spiritual trees and fruits are always guarded by monsters. The precious dragon blood fruit tree would surely drive monsters mad, and it would not lack for monster guardians. Sure enough, through the information panel, Mu Xian discovered more than a dozen beasts. But the information panel content left him utterly shocked. Lightning Wolf, species, Lightning type Wolf rank, Lord 9th rank bloodline, Beast King level quality, elite skills, Thunderstorm, Lightning Cage, Frenzied Claw. Thunderstep description, a powerful monster living deep in the Longmen Mountain range. It is undoubtedly the king within 100 miles, so be careful. Strength Demon Ape, species, Strength type Demon Ape rank, Lord 9th rank bloodline, Lord level quality, excellent skills, Mighty Fist, Frenzied State, Mountain Pressure. Demon Roar description, a mad beast born for battle. It fights against heaven and earth, unstoppable, but in a seriously injured state. Its strength has greatly diminished. Iron Feather Dark Gold Eagle, Emerald Dragon Python, Chapter 023, 1 by 1, and another. In the distance, Mu Xian watched as 7 or 8 figures emerged within his line of sight. He swallowed hard, finally realizing something was off. The beasts surrounding the dragon blood fruit tree were all powerful creatures at least at the Lord level 7. Among them were special bloodlines and unique beasts, especially that giant strength demon ape, which stood at 7 or 8 meters tall, resembling a small mountain and exuding immense pressure. Compared to it, the beast cultivated by Lin Yin from the Dark Alliance was nothing but trash. It seemed that he had ventured deep into the Dragon Gate Mountains. What to do? With so many high-level beasts, should he just retreat? It would be such a pity to miss out on the treasure. Mu Xian began to feel anxious. He knew that the longer he stayed here, the more dangerous it became because no one knew if a Lord-level beast would come out from behind him. Wait. It seemed like I could let the little cat act at the right moment. Mu Xian quickly thought of a way out. The spatial raccoon was a spatial-type beast, and he had already determined that there were no beasts capable of suppressing spatial attributes nearby. He could totally let the little cat take action and sneak back with the dragon blood fruit. He immediately summoned the spatial raccoon and shared his thoughts with it. But to his surprise, the little cat immediately backed down. Meow meow meow, too dangerous, I won't go. Mu Xian rolled his eyes. I didn't ask you to confront those Lord-level beasts. Your target is the dragon blood fruit, understand? Wait for the right moment. Sneak in while those beasts fight over the dragon blood fruit, and steal one back. Meow meow? No. Seeing this wasn't working, Mu Xian suddenly thought of the little guy's gluttonous nature and instantly had an idea. Little cat, this dragon blood fruit is prepared for you. If you can steal one, you can evolve into a dragon-type beast. Once he said that, the little creature finally seemed interested. After hesitating for several seconds, it finally nodded, leaving Mu Xian speechless. Had he known it would be this easy, he wouldn't have needed to say so much. Soon, a simple plan was formulated, and the spatial raccoon vanished, slipping into the void. Seeing this, Mu Xian nodded slightly and then retreated several hundred meters, hiding in a large tree, silently waiting for the spatial raccoon's actions. He had great confidence in the little cat. After all, it was a spatial-type beast, the slipperiest existence compared to extremely rare gravity, time, domain, or field-type beasts. The exotic fragrance emitted by the dragon blood fruit tree grew stronger, and more beasts were arriving from all directions, all at the Lord level. Mu Xian roughly counted, at least over 30. Fortunately, he was in the northern mountain area. where the Lord-level beasts had already been cleared out by the teachers from the 9 major schools, so no Lord-level beasts appeared, and he was not in danger. After more than 2 hours, when the anomaly reached a certain extent, it suddenly disappeared. At that moment, the beasts went wild, starting to fight over the dragon blood fruit. The first to act was the iron-feathered dark gold eagle, which quickly soared through the air, snatching a dragon blood fruit and preparing to escape. However, before it could successfully take off, blades of wind began to converge on it. The Lord Level 8 wind-fired song eagle had made its move. On the ground, the iron-feathered dark gold eagle broke the balance, and all the beasts surged toward the dragon blood fruit tree. The 2-peak Lord-level lightning frenzy wolves and the strength demon ape instantly went berserk, unleashing powerful skills that sent any beast attempting to seize the dragon blood fruit flying. The scene turned chaotic in an instant. Amidst this turmoil, a small, silver-gray, delicate beast suddenly appeared from the void and landed on the trunk of the dragon blood fruit tree. Taking advantage of the fierce battle among the majority of high-level beasts, it secretly plucked a dragon blood fruit. The little creature's eyes darted around, and seeing that no one had noticed its movement, it swelled with confidence, starting to steal the second and third fruits. Just as it was about to steal the 4th fruit, the strength demon ape finally spotted it. A terrifying roar echoed for miles, and the shockwave from the sound wave shook the void, knocking the little creature off the trunk, just as it seemed destined to fall. The void flickered, and its figure disappeared instantly. This sudden turn of events instantly enraged the strength demon ape, which began to go berserk. Roar, roar, roar. The strength demon ape went on a rampage, indiscriminately attacking the surrounding beasts. In just a moment, a Lord-level beast was sent flying hundreds of meters, heavily injured. On a distant tree, witnessing the brutal scene beneath the dragon blood fruit tree, Mu Xian took a deep breath, relieved that he hadn't acted rashly. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder. It was the spatial raccoon returning, looking quite scared, which eased Mu Xian's worries. Little cat, did you steal the dragon blood fruit? The little cat raised its head, as if to say, how could the spatial raccoon fail? Then, it pulled out one, then another, and yet another dragon blood fruit from its spatial pocket. Dragon blood fruit, level, Lord level applicable range, dragon, subdragon, snake, python, and blood beast description, a rare spiritual fruit containing a trace of true dragon power. It is the main material for low-level beasts to evolve into dragon-type beasts. Direct consumption also has a certain chance of transforming into a dragon-type beast, gaining dragon lineage and enhancing bloodline potential. Note, the fragrance emitted by mature dragon blood fruits has a strong attraction for beasts. 3 dragon blood fruits. Mu Xian exclaimed in shock, looking at the little cat with newfound admiration. Little cat, put them away, we need to leave quickly. Looking at the 3 dragon blood fruits in hand, Mu Xian felt the anger of those high-level beasts. If they stayed here any longer, they might get discovered. Immediately, Mu Xian, along with the ice crystal spirit and spatial raccoon, left swiftly. Not long after, a stunningly beautiful butterfly landed on the branch where Mu Xian had just rested, making a peculiar sound. The sun gradually set, evening was approaching, and the joint entrance exam of the 9 schools was about to conclude. At the entrance to the exam, students walked out in groups of 3 or 5, their expressions ranging from joy to frustration to silence, each showing a different reaction. First high school, Zhao Siwei, scored 18, 500 points. Third high school, He Busi, scored 21, 100 points. 8th high school, Zhang Qingming, scored 44, 300 points. Watching their school's scores continuously rise, and glancing at the stagnant scores of 9th high school, the principal of 8th high school suddenly laughed. Old Lin, how come your school has so few points? Didn't you say there's a lucky kid who has contracted an elemental life? Not far away, the principal of 7th high school also laughed. Old Lin, we thought you were a formidable opponent, but it turns out you're just a decorative pillow. Lin Xuanya snorted coldly. What are you so proud of? That kid hasn't come out yet. When he does, you'll be in for a surprise. Oh really? The principal of 8th high school chuckled. It won't be easy to surprise us. Our Zhang Qingming from 8th high school has hunted a tier 4 leader beast and a total of 30 beasts. I don't believe anyone is more formidable than him. As night began to fall, everyone grew impatient. Only 3 people remained who had not exited the North Mountain. Chapter 024. Mu Xian's results, unexpected changes. What is the situation with the 3 individuals? Zhu Geqing from 2nd high school, Feng Zitao from 4th high school, and Mu Xian from 9th high school. Could they have gotten lost? Has anyone been sent to look for them? If this drags on, The city gates will close. At this moment, even the leaders of the Education Bureau were anxious, questioning the principals of the 9 major schools. Maybe they went too deep, Lin Xuanye explained with a stiff face. The principal of 8th High School laughed. With their strength, could they really venture deep into the Dragon Gate Mountains? As soon as he spoke, the other principals chuckled. Except for the principal of 5th High School, Hua Qingwei, who seemed thoughtful. Their school's top seed, Chen Yunqi, had once revealed that Mu Xian from 9th High School was incredibly gifted, capable of easily defeating a Tier 6 leader beast, the Jungle Tiger. Grandpa, do you think Mu Xian will be okay? Lin Susu said worriedly upon seeing the situation at the 9th middle school formation. Although Lin Xuanye felt a bit anxious, he still forced himself to remain calm and said, "It should be fine. I observed that kid, and he seems to have some sense of proportion. Perhaps he was just delayed by something." "I hope so," Lin Susu said, looking towards the entrance of the North Mountain and whispering. At the 5th middle school formation, Chen Yunqi also occasionally glanced towards the North Mountain entrance, attracting teasing remarks from her friend beside her. "Chen Yunqi, come clean. Have you fallen for him?" After exiting the North Mountain, Chen Yunqi briefly explained the situation, which naturally led to her friend's teasing. Chen Yunqi blushed slightly and said, "I've only met him once. How could I possibly like him?" Her friend's name was Ning Ruoxue, and like Chen Yunqi, she was also a member of a prominent family in Jinhua City. Fair-skinned and beautiful, with outstanding talent, praised as one of the 2 flowers of the 5th middle school. Ning Ruoxue said with a mischievous smile, "Didn't you say he saved you? Offering yourself in return seems quite normal. You're impossible." Chen Yunqi laughed and scolded. After some playful banter, Chen Yunqi suddenly saw a figure walking out from the entrance of the North Mountain. It was none other than Mu Xian. Mu Xian hadn't expected that as night fell, he would encounter a number of monsters that had emerged from nowhere. After killing 17 beasts and carving a bloody path, he finally stepped out of the North Mountain. "Mu Xian, you finally made it out." Lin Susu rushed out, relieved to see Mu Xian looking disheveled but unharmed. "Mu Xian, since you're back, let us see your achievements." The principal of the 8th middle school, Shen Hang, said cheerfully, "I want to see what kind of record could surpass my students." The principal of the 9th middle school, Lin Xuanye, smiled lightly and said, "Mu Xian, this is Principal Shen Hang from the 8th middle school. We were just discussing how many points you might score. The best score from 8th middle is currently 44,000 points." Mu Xian looked at Principal Shen Hang and smiled. "Hello, Principal Shen. If it's only 44,000 points, then I actually have more." As he spoke, Mu Xian had already untied the leather strap from his back, and amidst the astonishment of countless onlookers, he poured out a large number of monster left ears. "Here they are. It should be much more than your 44,000. Mu Xian said with a light smile. The principal of the 8th middle school fell silent, as he had spotted the left ear of a jungle tiger among those monster ears, which was at the commander level 6. In addition to the commander level 6 jungle tiger, there were also commander level 5 gale panthers and violent giant bears, and even more at commander level 4. Over 60 monsters in total, with the lowest being elite level 9, totaling a staggering 63,900 points. Wow, this can't be real. 63,009 points? How many commander level monsters did he kill? More than 50 commander level. What do you think? So strong. Compared to him, my 20,000 points are nothing. You're doing better than me. I only have 8,000 points. When Mu Xian's results were revealed, everyone was in an uproar, unable to believe that a student could achieve such a feat, but the evidence was undeniable. Principal Shen Hang of the 8th middle school had nothing to say, as the slap in the face came too quickly, like a tornado. Lin Xuanye naturally wasn't going to let this opportunity slip by and smiled at Principal Shen Hang. "Old Shen, what do you think of my students' results? I told you before, but you didn't believe me. How about now, do you believe it?" Principal Shen Hang, Lin Xuanye, then looked at Principal Su of the 7th middle school. "Old Su, it seems you were skeptical just now. It's a pity we didn't bet earlier, otherwise." Principal Su of the 7th middle school, the leaders from the Education Bureau were also very pleased to see Mu Xian's results and encouraged him with a few words. Just then, 2 flying beasts came from afar, with inspectors holding a student each in their arms, causing an uproar on sight. What is going on? The principal of the 2nd middle school rushed forward anxiously. The inspector shook his head and said, "By the time we arrived, the bodies were already cold." How could this happen? The principal of the 4th middle school looked at the broken body and the arms of another inspector and sighed softly. Due to the situation of 2 students being killed, the final award ceremony of the joint examination was cancelled, and everyone returned to school for counseling. "Brother Xian, What is going on? In the ninth middle school team, Chen Kong complained to Mu Xian, now your resources are all ruined. Mu Xian smiled and shook his head. It shouldn't be a problem. The city lord's mansion won't lack this little bit of resources. They should confirm whether those two were killed by monsters or humans. Humans? Chen Kong exclaimed, Brother Xian, are you saying someone? Mu Xian sighed slightly. That's right. In the wilderness, the most dangerous thing is not the monsters, but ourselves. During the time in the South Mountain Secret Realm, he encountered other beast tamers, but he could avoid them thanks to the information panel. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of unease, as if something big was about to happen. Mu Xian looked towards the bustling Jinhua city, suddenly feeling a sense of calm before the storm. The bright moon rose in the sky. It was already 7 p.m. As Mu Xian was preparing to go home after finally returning to Jinhua city with the main group, he suddenly heard a faint vibration sound. Before long, a harsh alarm suddenly rang out, spreading throughout Jinhua city. This is an all-city alarm. Is there an enemy invasion? What is going on? How could this happen all of a sudden? Oh no, it's a beast tide. The beast tide is here. Just then, the principal of the ninth middle school and a large number of school leaders seemed to have received some news and suddenly shouted. We just received an order from the city lord's mansion. All students from the ninth middle school, all elite-level beast tamers, come with me to support the north wall. At this point, Lin Xuanye took a deep breath. The beast tide has suddenly attacked. This is not a natural disaster. It's a man-made disaster. A beast tide triggered by humans. We are the beast tamers of Jinhua City, and we must fight for Jinhua City. We must defend our own Jinhua City. Chapter 025. Help me, Brother Xian. Defend Jinhua City. It was unclear who shouted this, but in an instant, everyone's passion was ignited. And they shouted the slogan of defending Jinhua City, filled with youthful fervor. However, Mu Xian was very aware that this time facing the beast tide would inevitably result in heavy casualties, and many of these student soldiers would likely sacrifice themselves. Kongzi, remember to stay close to me. Mu Xian reminded Chen Kong beside him. If that kid suddenly died, who would he ask for his $2,000 back? Upon hearing this, Chen Kong was instantly moved, almost wanting to throw himself at Mu Xian, making Mu Xian feel a chill. Soon after, the group was taken to the western city wall without even having time to eat. It was at this moment that Mu Xian and the others finally understood the situation. In the evening, tens of thousands of monsters suddenly appeared outside the western direction of Jinhua City, led by a peak-level beast king, a dark dragon. In shock, the entire Jinhua City mobilized, organized defenses, and called for reinforcements. Naturally, Mu Xian and his fellow beast tamers were also summoned. Fortunately, their low strength meant they were only responsible for the third defense line at the north gate, blocking the few monsters that slipped through. Brother Xian, we'll be fine, right? Chen Kong said worriedly. Of course, we just need to do our part. Mu Xian looked towards the western city, where it was the real disaster area. The front line facing the beast tide. This is Blue Star, where under the prosperous civilization of beast tamers, it is already filled with internal and external troubles. Mu Xian sighed slightly in his heart, missing the earth he was in during his previous life even more. Just then, a thunderous sound suddenly came from the western direction. With brilliant lights and shadows alternating, accompanied by the roars of beasts, the battle had begun. Kongzi, get ready. The monsters will definitely flow over to our side, Mu Xian reminded, as the ice crystal spirit on his shoulder was already prepared. Chen Kong nodded vigorously, and the mighty frog under his feet let out a croak. Not far away, Mu Xian's classmates were also getting ready to confront the demon beasts. Sure enough, after a short while, some demon beasts circled around to Mu Xian's side, and suddenly, shouts and roars echoed from the front line of defense. The main force of the northern city's first defense line consisted of high-level principals, who, although few in number, had powerful beasts to intercept the Beast King and Lord-level demon beasts. The second line of defense was made up of school teachers, whose strengths varied. Some were Lord-level while others were only Commander-level. Finally, it was Mu Xian and his group's turn. Soon, hundreds of demon beasts broke through the first two lines of defense and surged toward the city wall, causing the students on the wall to become tense. Fortunately, Mu Xian had experienced big scenes before and was not afraid in the face of hundreds of demon beasts. As he watched a demon beast charge up the city wall, without needing Mu Xian to give orders, the ice crystal spirit had already taken action. Ice crystal explosion. With a crisp bang, the area where the demon beast was located exploded, sending 3 demon beasts crashing back to the ground. Nice job, Xingu, Chen Kong shouted. Focus on the ones below. Don't look at me. Mu Xian rolled his eyes. This kid still wasn't concentrating at such a critical moment. Oh, Chen Kong quickly turned his head, but at that moment, a dark black poisonous spider suddenly leaped out and landed directly on Chen Kang's face. Ah, save me, Xiango. Chen Kong cried out in pain. His mighty frog threw a punch, finally knocking the black poisonous spider away and saving Chen Kong. However, at that moment, Chen Kang's face was covered in black blood, and he was heavily poisoned. What an idiot! Mu Xian cursed inwardly and decisively ordered, "Little spirit, exhale some cold air to stabilize Chen Kong. Little cat, kill that black poisonous spider." Being able to use cold air to stabilize Chen Kang's condition was already Mu Xian's utmost consideration. He had to quickly kill the black poisonous spider because its poison was extremely potent. If left unchecked, it could lead to a major incident. Little cat flashed through the air, appearing above the black poisonous spider, and with a swipe of its claws, it crushed the spider's head. Seeing the black poisonous spider dead, Mu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief and dragged Chen Kong to the side, each guarding 2 sections of the city wall. Fortunately, the ice crystal spirit was powerful, with formidable spells, continuously repelling, knocking down, and killing the demon beasts that surged onto the city wall. In just half an hour, more than 50 demon beasts had been killed or injured by it. However, the other students were not having it so easy, facing the endless stream of demon beasts. They quickly fell into a dangerous situation, and casualties began to appear. In just an hour and a half, there were already 4 dead and 9 injured on the western city wall. The brutal battle continued, even with 2 defense lines ahead. The number of demon beasts that reached the city wall was increasing, and finally, even the girls who were acting as support had to come out to help. This is not a solution. Mu Xian gritted his teeth. These demon beasts are too scattered, which is instead not beneficial for Little Spirit to cast spells. It seemed he had to go to the second line of defense, where the demon beasts were denser, with 1 skill. Little Spirit could probably kill or injure dozens of demon beasts, potentially alleviating the pressure on this third line of defense. That's it. Let's do it. With this thought, Mu Xian did not hesitate, leaping directly off the city wall and heading towards the second line of defense. Mu Xian, where are you going? Lin Susu, who was directing from a distance, exclaimed in surprise, shouting loudly. I'm going to the second line of defense. Mu Xian waved his hand, leaving Lin Susu dumbfounded and speechless. Soon, after several dozen meters, Mu Xian arrived at the second line of defense, and indeed, the situation here was even more severe than on the city wall. With already thousands of demon beasts gathered, the second line of defense was already on the verge of collapse. Who are you? Mu Xian's appearance naturally attracted the attention of the commander of the second line of defense. I am Mu Xian, a student of number 9 middle school, responsible for the third line of defense, but I believe the second line of defense is more suitable for me, Mu Xian said loudly, pointing to the ice crystal spirit in front of him. As for the space weasel, it had already hidden into the void, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Ice elemental life? You are the genius student Mu Xian that old Lin talked about? You have guts. The commander nodded slightly. The ice crystal spirit is indeed suitable for large-scale magical attacks. It's not appropriate for you to stay at the third line of defense. In that case, choose a spot for yourself. Okay. Mu Xian quickly selected a spot and ordered, Little Spirit, go all out. The ice crystal spirit seemed to get excited as the cold air began to spread. In an instant, an ice tornado was unleashed, sucking in dozens of low-level commander demon beasts. Cough, cough, cough. The results are a bit below expectations. Chapter 026, Golden Armored Flame Dragon, Defense Line Breached. Mu Xian's move immediately drew cheers. Nice. As expected of an elemental life. Extraordinary from the start. Is this Mu Xian from number 9? Well done. Mu Xian smiled slightly. This was the feeling he wanted. The densely packed demon beasts were perfect for the ice crystal spirit to unleash its power. Subsequently, he wasn't disappointed. An ice crystal explosion directly cleared a small area, and an ice tornado swept away dozens of demon beasts. While a simple extreme cold freeze even froze a large area of demon beasts, creating an opportunity for others to focus their fire. Within just half an hour, everyone was surprised to find that the number of demon beasts had decreased. As expected of a rare elemental life, this is simply a mobile artillery. The commander of the second line of defense exclaimed. With the density of demon beasts decreasing, the many beast tamers on the defense line finally breathed a sigh of relief. And while treating and recovering, they even had the mood to chat. For instance, a middle-aged man next to Mu Xian gave him a thumbs up and said, "Young man. Well done." "Not at all. It's all thanks to the beast." Mu Xian smiled and waved his hand. However, the respite was always temporary. Before long, shouts suddenly came from the first line of defense. "Old Shun." In the next moment, a large number of demon beasts surged in, causing everyone to tense up. They all understood that a section of the front line had fallen. Sure enough, soon came the cry, "Abandon the first line of defense. Retreat to the second line of defense. Hurry." Not long after, they saw a dozen figures retreating in a panic, all injured, with thousands of demon beasts surging in, greatly increasing the pressure on everyone at the second line of defense. The principal. At this moment, Mu Xian saw his principal, Lin Xuanye, and exclaimed in shock. Lin Xuanye looked very disheveled at this time, and upon seeing Mu Xian, he was momentarily stunned before shouting, "Mu Xian, quickly retreat to the city wall. A Beast King level demon beast has appeared ahead." Beast King level. Mu Xian was astonished. The strong individuals retreating from the first line of defense began to take action, managing to stabilize the precarious second line of defense. But everyone knew this was only temporary. Without resolving that Beast King level demon beast, the second line of defense would definitely not hold. Sure enough, Mu Xian saw an incredibly tall figure, towering 10 meters high, exuding a sense of madness. Golden armored flame dragon. Type: Metal Fire Elemental Earth Dragon. Rank: Beast King level 2 bloodline. Beast King level quality. Elite skills: Golden armored defense. Thorn armor, Flame Dragon Fist, Rapid Charge, Dragon Flame Roar. Description: originally a Beast King level demon beast residing deep in the Flying Dragon secret realm, possessing extremely strong attack and defense capabilities. However, due to the unsealing of the secret realm, it was attracted by the Dark Dragon and attacked Jinhua City. When Mu Xian saw the 10-meter-tall golden armored flame dragon, he was shocked on the spot. This Earth Dragon-type demon beast was terrifyingly strong, possessing 5 skills and 3 major attributes. If there were no corresponding Beast King level beast tamers, it could probably break through 3 lines of defense. Lin Xuanye looked at the golden armored flame dragon and sighed. The principal from number 8 was just swallowed whole by this beast. "What? Principal Shun is dead?" Mu Xian exclaimed in surprise. According to his judgment, Principal Shun was at least a high-level lord and should have had at least 3 beasts. Yet he couldn't withstand a few moves from the golden armored flame dragon. Lin Xuanye nodded lightly and took a deep breath, saying, "Mu Xian, listen. If we fail to work together later, you should retreat quickly. Living gives us a chance. Principal, doesn't Jinhua City have Beast King level beast tamers?" Lin Xuanye shook his head and said, "There are 3 Beast King level beast tamers in Jinhua City, but they are all confronting that dark dragon right now. I never expected that this beast tide would have so many Beast King level monsters. It seems Jinhua City hasn't even grasped the truth of the situation. Is the Flying Dragon secret realm a sealed area? Was it unsealed and guided by the Beast God sect, leading to this beast tide?" Through the information panel, Mu Xian had already understood the conspiracy behind it and was filled with hatred for the Beast God sect that created this beast tide. These people were simply anti-human and anti-humanity. They deserved to be destroyed. On a certain mountain outside the west of the city, a group of black-clothed individuals showed excitement as they watched Jinhua City, which was on the brink of collapse due to the beast tide. Once Jinhua City fell, they would surely be rewarded by the headquarters, and power, status, and money would be within their reach. Report to the priest. The 3 Beast King level experts in Jinhua City are retreating under the attack of the Dark Dragon. The Golden Armored Flame Dragon and Ice Frost Wolf are attacking the north and south gates, expecting to break the city within half an hour. Report to the priest. The Beast King level beast tamers from Xuzhou and Lishui have set out for reinforcements and are expected to arrive in an hour. The priest's proud and aged voice finally rang out. Breaking the city within half an hour. Very good. Lu Xiaodian. I want you to watch as everything you protect is destroyed piece by piece. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Mu Xian noticed the introduction of the golden armored flame dragon, which had been lured by the 1,000-soul incense to attack Jinhua City. Could it be that these monsters were all lured here by that so-called 1,000-soul incense? This is the Beast God sect's method, driving monsters mad through some kind of fragrance. Wait a minute, 1,000-soul incense? Could it be something similar to dragon blood fruit, capable of making monsters want to possess it at all costs? If that's the case, my dragon blood fruit might be able to solve this beast tide. Mu Xian's eyes lit up. At the very least, it could reduce the intensity of this beast tide. Thinking of this, Mu Xian suddenly stopped Principal Lin Xuanye, who was about to attack the golden armored flame dragon, and said, "Principal, I have something that might weaken the beast tide, but I don't know if it will work." "What is it?" Lin Xuanya asked curiously. Mu Xian thought for a moment and took out a golden red fruit. It was the dragon blood fruit. Lin Xuanya was stunned for a long time, finally exclaiming in shock, "This is the dragon blood fruit? Where did you get it? Quickly hide it." Mu Xian said seriously, "Principal, do you think if we take this dragon blood fruit outside the city, we can lure some of the monsters away?" Lin Xuanya stood there and suddenly slapped his thigh. "Yes, why not? Even that golden armored flame dragon will be lured away. Give me the dragon blood fruit. I'll lure the monsters," Lin Xuanya said calmly. Mu Xian nodded and handed the dragon blood fruit to him. Lin Xuanya summoned a Tier 8 wind blue goose, mounted it, and suddenly looked at Mu Xian, saying seriously, "Mu Xian, I will definitely bring this dragon blood fruit back safely." Not long after, a surprising scene occurred. The violent golden armored flame dragon seemed to have caught a scent and actually broke away from the second line of defense, tracking in a certain direction. Immediately after, many Lord-level monsters also caught a scent, directly retreating from the siege and heading north, leaving everyone on the second line of defense dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Only Mu Xian understood that this was the effect of the dragon blood fruit. Chapter 027. 3 dragon blood fruits changed the situation. What happened? The commander of the second line of defense asked in confusion. "Yes, what is going on?" The principal of the first middle school wondered aloud. "I just saw old Lin riding his wind blue goose leave. Then that golden armored flame dragon also left. Could it be that old Lin did something?" The principal of the second middle school speculated. Mu Xian thought for a moment. He knew that Jinhua City's crisis wasn't over yet because there was still that dark dragon and other beast king level monsters. Therefore, the best solution was to let the remaining 2 dragon blood fruits take effect. Mu Xian didn't hesitate, suddenly appearing among many high-level Lord Beast Tamers. Looking at the gazes concentrated on him, Mu Xian smiled slightly and said, "The principal used this to lure away the golden armored flame dragon." The principal of the first middle school's pupils constricted sharply. "This is the dragon blood fruit?" The principal of the second middle school exclaimed in delight. Dragon blood fruit. The legendary fruit that contains powerful dragon attributes and can potentially allow beast tamers to gain dragon bloodlines. Mu Xian nodded. Several principals. "I think relying solely on the dragon blood fruit in Principal Lin's hand is not enough to resolve Jinhua City's crisis." A few of them were clever and naturally picked up on Mu Xian's words. The principal of the first middle school laughed heartily. Mu Xian is right. As the principal of the first middle school, I will go first since I have a flying type beast. The principal of the second middle school sighed. "It seems I have no chance. I don't have a flying type beast and can't lure those monsters away." Everyone knew that using the dragon blood fruit to lure the monsters was likely to lead to unpredictable consequences, and they might not return. "I'll go." A firm voice suddenly rang out. It was the principal of the fifth middle school, Hua Qingwei. Without waiting for Mu Xian to speak, the principal of the first middle school, Su Zhengqing, and the principal of the fifth middle school, Hua Qingwei, each took a dragon blood fruit and mounted their beasts, flying towards the north and west sides of the city. Mu Xian, this dragon blood fruit is considered a temporary loan. If it is unfortunately lost, I, Su Zhengqing, will compensate you with one. As soon as he finished speaking, watching the principal Su Zhengqing head towards the west, Mu Xian nodded seriously. "Principal Su, you must come back alive." If Lin Xuanya and Hua Qingwei still had a decent chance of survival, then the principal Su Zhengqing, who was heading towards the west battlefield to lure the dark dragon, was definitely facing a perilous situation. At this moment, the second line of defense had been breached, and even the third line of defense was on the verge of collapse. The northern defensive line suddenly welcomed a turning point. Everyone was surprised to find that the Ice Frost Wolf, which had been frantically attacking the city wall, suddenly changed its attack direction. Then it actually abandoned the city wall of Jinhua City and headed towards the southern mountain, disappearing into the darkness, shocking countless people. Before long, even a large number of high-level lord monsters had given up attacking Jinhua City and surged towards the southern mountain. On the city wall, the defenders looked at each other in confusion, with no one knowing what had happened. In the west battlefield, terrifying energy was erupting in all directions, almost changing the surrounding terrain. Inside the city wall, the 4 Beast King level experts were fiercely battling. However, the reality was that the Beast King level 9 Dark Dragon was almost crushing the 3 Beast King level experts of Jinhua City. If it weren't for a healing type beast assisting from the side, the 3 Beast King level beast tamers would probably have already fallen. Suddenly, at that moment, the Dark Dragon seemed to sense something and actually abandoned the 3 human beast king-level beast tamers, rushing towards a certain direction in the west of the city. At this time, the 3 human beast tamers, who had been suppressed, showed no hesitation and launched an interception. No one expected that the roles of offense and defense would switch in an instant. But only a few knew that the 3 rare fruits had reversed Jinhua City's fate. "Humans, don't follow me," roar. The dark dragon roared, sensing the aura of the dragon blood fruit. No one knew that the dragon blood fruit also had the effect of purifying the bloodline for dragons. "Dark dragon, you will not escape from here." The lord of Jinhua City, Lu Xiaodian, said coldly. Damn it. In the distance, on an inconspicuous mountain, the black-clothed people were still there. But they had already seen the changes in the west battlefield. Damn it, what happened? Why did the dark dragon suddenly stop attacking Jinhua City? And the north and south gates, why is there suddenly no movement? Quickly check what changes have occurred. The aged priest roared. Feeling a sense of unease at the sudden change in the situation, he sensed that the beast tide he had spent 3 years planning was slipping out of his control. Not long after he spoke, a figure in black rushed in. Report, priest. The golden armored flame dragon is out of control for unknown reasons. And a large number of lord-level high-tier monsters have broken free from the control of the Thousand Souls incense, heading towards the North Mountain. The reason is unknown. Following closely, another figure in black rushed in. Report, priest. The frost dragon wolf is out of control for unknown reasons. And some lord-level high-tier monsters have broken free from the beast tide, heading towards the South Mountain. The reason is unknown. Report, priest. The dark dragon is out of control for unknown reasons, attempting to find something, but has been intercepted by the lord of Golden Flower City and 2 others. After the 3 figures in black finished their reports, the aged priest immediately became enraged. Damn it. These 3 beasts are more of a hindrance than a help. Damn. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Just as he finished speaking, another figure in black rushed over. Report, priest. A beast king-level beast master from Tsuzhou has killed Lord Black Snake and will arrive in 10 minutes. The aged priest let out a cry of despair. Falling straight backward, Black Snake is dead. How is this possible? No one knew that Black Snake was his biological son, and to have died inexplicably. How could he not feel heartbroken? How could he not be horrified? Help me up, I can still fight. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, making him look even older, let alone fighting. It was a question of whether he could survive. At that moment, the high-ranking officials of the Beast God Cult's Golden Flower City branch looked at each other, bewildered, feeling as if they had been struck by bad luck. On the northern defensive line, with the last monster killed, the entire second defensive line finally relaxed, and everyone knew that victory was imminent. 10 minutes later, a dignified figure finally arrived and immediately joined the battle against the Dark Dragon. At that moment, the painful roar of the Dark Dragon finally echoed through the air. 22 minutes later, another Beast King-level Beast Master arrived, and the Dark Dragon was ultimately severely injured and fled. An hour later, 2 other Beast King-level monsters were killed by human Beast King-level Beast Masters working together, thus marking the complete failure of the Beast Tide guided by the Beast God Cult. Muxian's 3 dragon blood fruits had successfully changed the tide of battle. Chapter 028. After the battle, Size, the city lord summons. Daylight broke. The citizens of Golden Flower City once again saw the sun, but no one cheered, for during that one night, Golden Flower City had sacrificed far too many people. Mu Xian stood beside Chun Kang's corpse, letting out a slight sigh. His former desk mate and friend ultimately could not hold on and died under the poison of the black venom spider. Beside Chun Kang's body were the corpses of his classmates Su Li and Zhao Yingying. In the distance, the sounds of several severely injured individuals crying out in pain could be heard. Further away were lightly injured patients silently enduring their suffering, lacking beds or even seats. Forced to sit on the ground in an open area, waiting for medical beast masters to treat them. Then, Mu Xian arrived at a special ward, Lin Xuanye's room. Upon seeing Lin Xuanye, the principal, Mu Xian was stunned. Lin Xuanye, the principal of No. 9 High School, looked as pale as gold paper. And his right hand was empty, having lost his right arm. Mu Xian, you're here. Lin Susu's eyes were red, clearly having just finished crying. Teacher, the principal. Mu Xian said softly. Lin Susu sniffed and said, Grandpa's beasts all perished, and he even lost his right arm due to excessive blood loss. The doctor said it depends on Grandpa's willpower. He may never wake up. How could this happen? Mu Xian exclaimed in surprise. The golden armored flame dragon was too powerful. Grandpa is only a Lord-level beast master, Lin Susu sighed, and as she spoke, she handed Mu Xian a golden red fruit, which turned out to be a dragon blood fruit. Grandpa said this dragon blood fruit was brought back for your safety. Mu Xian didn't know how he walked out of the temporary hospital. He finally felt the cruelty of this era. Injury and death were always on the road, and the weak had no right to evade. Mu Xian said fiercely, I hate this damn world. So do I. A familiar voice rang out behind Mu Xian. And it was actually the principal of number 1 high school, Su Zhenqing. Principal Su, are you okay? That's great, Mu Xian exclaimed joyfully. He had a good impression of Principal Su, as he was the first to stand up and choose to face death calmly. Su Zhenqing shook his head and sighed. Just lucky to have survived. Mu Xian fell silent for a moment before asking about Principal Hua Qingwei from number 5 high school. Su Zhenqing told Mu Xian that Hua Qingwei had sustained minor injuries but returned to number 5 high school after treatment to handle school affairs. By the way, this is your dragon blood fruit, Su Zhenqing said somewhat gratefully. If it weren't for your 3 dragon blood fruits, it would have been very difficult for us to withstand this beast tide in Golden Flower City. Mu Xian reached out to take the dragon blood fruit without hesitation. This was a rare spiritual fruit worth 10 million each, akin to top luxury cars like Bugatti in his previous life, priceless. To be able to recover 3 dragon blood fruits was quite unexpected for Mu Xian. He had thought that recovering even 1 would be good enough. He didn't expect the situation to turn out better than he had imagined. Next, he planned to gather resources to help the little cat evolve. Mu Xian secretly planned. As it contained a trace of the Void Annihilation Dragon's teachings, the direction for the Space Weasel's evolution was naturally towards the dragon type, and the dragon blood fruit was the main resource for evolution. However, before Mu Xian could return home, a pair of city guard soldiers stopped him. Hello, are you Mu Xian? The city lord wants to see you. The city lord wants to see me? Mu Xian was taken aback for a moment, then understood that the city lord must have learned about the role of the dragon blood fruit. It seemed that the evolution resources for the little cat could be gathered. The city lord's mansion was located in the center of Golden Flower City, but it was not the luxurious mansion Mu Xian had imagined. It was 3 large buildings. It turned out that the city lord's mansion was equivalent to the city government in his previous life, but due to the monster situation, each city's city lord had certain autonomous powers. Soon, Mu Xian met the city lord of Golden Flower City, Lu Xiaodian, who was said to be the foremost among the 3 beast king-level beast masters in Golden Flower City. Lu Xiaodian was a friendly-looking middle-aged man, about 40 years old, who greeted Mu Xian warmly. Mu Xian, after the beast tide ended, I learned that you are the greatest contributor to our Golden Flower City's victory against the beast tide. Mu Xian quickly waved his hands and laughed. The city lord overestimates me. I just did my small part. Lu Xiaodian smiled and said, Mu Xian, there's no need to be modest. Our Golden Flower City adheres to the principle of rewarding merit and punishing mistakes. Your 3 dragon blood fruits almost turned the tide of the entire battle. This is an undeniable great achievement, and I will certainly reward you handsomely. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaodian continued. Additionally, I heard that your first beast is an ice element life form, the ice crystal spirit, and your second beast is a rare space-type beast? With the college entrance examination approaching, you are the most outstanding student in our Golden Flower City, and I will also lend you a helping hand. As he spoke, Lu Xiaodian signaled for someone to bring over several wooden trays filled with various resources, which delighted Mu Xian. For ice-type resources will be enough to help your ice crystal spirit cultivate to the commander level 9. Lu Xiaodian pointed to the resources on the first wooden tray and explained. Mu Xian glanced over, and the items included the 10,000-year cold crystal, 10,000-year snow essence, 1,000-year cold crystal grass, and the blood of the ice dragon, all suitable for the ice crystal spirit's cultivation. Even enough for it to advance. 10,000-year cold crystal, applicable range, ice, snow. Water description, a mineral produced from the 10,000-year cold crystal vein in the Frost secret realm, containing an incredibly rich ice elemental power. 10,000-year snow essence, applicable range, ice, snow. Water description, a peculiar stone formed from the Arctic snow mountain in the Frost secret realm, containing an incredibly rich snow elemental power. 1,000-year cold crystal grass, applicable range, ice, snow. Water introduction, the cold crystal grass, which grows on the Arctic snow mountain in the Frost secret realm, has absorbed an immense amount of cold ice power after 1,000 years of growth. Ice dragon blood, applicable range, ice, snow, water. Dragon introduction, The ice dragon blood from the ice dragons living in the frost secret realm contains an extraordinarily rich cold ice dragon power. After Mu Xian scanned through the information panels of the 4 resources, a doubt emerged in his mind. Since all 4 resources came from the same secret realm, could it be a special secret realm controlled by the City Lord's mansion? The second wooden plate contained only 2 items, but it made El Xiaodian take it seriously. These are the spatial resources that I, El, have meticulously collected over the past 10 years. Unfortunately, I have not encountered a space-type beast, so I'll just give them to you. This is the Kongsang Spirit Wood Branch, and this is the Space Crystal. Both contain powerful spatial power and are excellent advancement resources for space-type beasts. Mu Xian looked at the 2 items, and a look of surprise instantly appeared in his eyes. Chapter 029, Space Ferret Super Evolution, Void Dragon Ferret. Kongsang Spirit Wood Branch, applicable range, space, domain, field, barrier. Spirit Wood Introduction. A peculiar spirit wood branch rich in pure spatial power. It is a material for the evolution of most low-level space-type beasts. Space Crystal. Applicable range, space, domain, field, barrier. Introduction. A natural creation formed in a place rich in spatial power. It is a rare main material for the evolution of low-level space-type beasts. Looking at the Space Crystal, Mu Xian almost revealed a look of ecstasy. This item came just in time, along with the dragon blood fruit he had. It was enough to allow the Space Ferret to evolve. It would transform into a true top-tier beast with both space and dragon attributes. El Xiaodian briefly introduced the 2 space-type resources, but it was clear that he had only a superficial understanding of them and did not fully comprehend the rarity of the Space Crystal. Then, El Xiaodian looked at the 3rd wooden plate, on which lay a medal. Mu Xian, due to your outstanding contributions to Jinhua City, and to ensure your safety, I, on behalf of Jinhua City, present you with this Jinhua City Hero Medal. With this medal, you are a hero of Jinhua City. Heroes will be remembered. And our Jinhua City Lord's Mansion will issue you resource rewards every year. If you don't have time, you can accumulate them and receive them all at once later. Additionally, if you have any matters, you can directly mobilize up to 20 city guard members and just show a report afterward. If you encounter danger, Jinhua City will do everything possible to ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Mu Xian was finally moved. Half an hour later, Mu Xian left the City Lord's mansion with overwhelming joy and hurried home. He needed to prepare for the evolution of the Space Ferret. At night, in the stillness. At Mu Xian's home, the evolution resources were ready before the Space Ferret. The next moment, Space Ferret, species, Space Ferret Space Crystal, Dragon Blood Fruit, Kongsang Spirit Wood Branch. Dragon Bloodstone can evolve into Void Dragon Ferret. Success rate, 94. Void Dragon Ferret? What kind of beast is this? Mu Xian curiously clicked on the introduction of the Void Dragon Ferret, instantly filled with anticipation. This is a top-tier beast with both space and dragon attributes. A child of space, incredibly in tune with spatial power, and possesses a king-level bloodline. After checking online, he found that the dragon ferret is a powerful species, rumored to be one of the dragon ancestor bloodlines, traceable to ancient times. In other words, the dragon ferret is not a dragon type, but a branch of the dragon family. Mu Xian speculated that the appearance of the dragon blood fruit likely awakened the hidden dragon ferret bloodline within the space ferret, evolving it into the void dragon ferret. This made Mu Xian both surprised and delighted. His evolution plan had directly allowed the space ferret to super-evolve, skipping the beast king level and reaching the king level. It's decided, you are the one, void dragon ferret. Without any hesitation, Mu Xian began to have the space ferret consume the 4 evolution materials in order. After a while, a miraculous scene occurred. Silver light lines emerged around the space ferret, and the surroundings seemed to begin to distort. About 10 minutes later, all the anomalies disappeared, and Mu Xian was amazed to find that the size and shape of the space ferret had not changed much, still resembling a cat, but its appearance had turned silver white. Filled with a sense of mystery, Space Ferret evolved successfully into Void Dragon Ferret. At that moment, a unique power surged forth, coming from the little cat's return. After a long time, Mu Xian felt that his power had significantly increased, now reaching the elite 7th tier physical quality. However, looking at the little guy, it was astonishingly powerful. Void Dragon Ferret, species, Space Dragon Ferret tier, Commander 1st tier bloodline, King level quality, extraordinary skills, Mustard Seed Space, Spatial Binding, Void Blade. Spatial Passage Introduction. Originally an ordinary ferret born on the edge of the South Mountain Secret Realm. It gained the Void attribute after absorbing a trace of the Void Annihilation Dragon Blood. After absorbing precious evolution resources such as Space Crystal, Dragon Blood Fruit, and Kongsang's Spirit Wood Branch, it activated a trace of the sky-piercing Dragon Ferret bloodline and successfully evolved into the Void Dragon Ferret, becoming a top-tier beast with both space and dragon attributes with immense potential. Surprise. Ecstasy. Looking at the information panel, Mu Xian realized the terrifying potential of space-type beasts. Even at the commander level, it already had 4 skills. Comparing before and after, the bloodline had risen to king level, and even the quality had reached extraordinary. The original spatial sealing skill had evolved, resulting in the appearance of the Void Blade and spatial passage skills. Even the introduction brought Mu Xian joy, as the Void Dragon Ferret had awakened the sky-piercing Dragon Ferret bloodline. Although he didn't know how strong this sky-piercing Dragon Ferret was, there was no doubt that it was at least a sub-ancestor level bloodline or higher. What a huge gain. After a long while, accompanied by the meowing of the little cat, Mu Xian finally calmed down and quickly brought over the prepared delicacies for the little guy. Mu Xian then looked at the ice crystal spirit, who was currently nibbling on a 10,000-year cold crystal. The next day, Mu Xian went to a corner of the community to test the 3 skills of the Void Dragon Ferret. Although there was an information panel, he felt that experiencing it personally was necessary. Little cat, use spatial binding on the little spirit. Little cat, break the spatial binding. Mu Xian commanded his 2 beasts. The next moment, the Void Dragon Ferret meowed, and with a twist of space, the ice crystal spirit was locked within a spherical space with a half-meter diameter. Bouncing left and right, and even after unleashing all skills, it couldn't break free. Space-type beasts are indeed incredible, Mu Xian exclaimed. Little cat, try using Void Blade. But be careful not to hurt the little spirit. Mu Xian instructed again. The Void Dragon Ferret meowed as if to say, do I need to be told? A faint silver light blade slashed towards the spatial binding, and the spherical space sealing the ice crystal spirit instantly collapsed. Only spatial power can deal with spatial power. Mu Xian muttered. The Void Blade skill probably couldn't be resisted even by a beast of a much higher realm, right? Mu Xian was very pleased. This was a trump card. However, Mu Xian soon discovered the downside of the Void Blade skill. First, the release speed of the Void Blade required a full second of preparation time, which was quite dangerous among high-level beasts. Secondly, after casting Void Blade, the little cat appeared somewhat fatigued, indicating that it consumed a significant amount of energy and could only be treated as a powerful move. After the ice crystal spirit came out, it quickly pounced into Mu Xian's arms, clearly unhappy from the recent experiment. Mu Xian chuckled and comforted the little one. After resting for half an hour, he said to the Void Dragon Ferret, Little cat, let's try the spatial passage skill and see how far it can go. The spatial channel, as soon as he heard it, he knew it wasn't an attack skill. Mu Xian guessed it was a teleportation type skill. Meow. Understood. The Void Dragon Ferret waved in front of him, and in an instant, a dark spatial vortex quickly formed. After about 5 seconds, without hesitation, Mu Xian stepped into the vortex with the 2 little ones. Chapter 030. The Secret Realm of the Flying Dragon, containing the bloodline of the Frost Dragon Wolf. The next moment, he felt the world spinning, and Mu Xian had arrived on the other side of the spatial channel. He took out his phone to check his location and was surprised to find he was actually 30 kilometers west of Jinhua City. In other words, a spatial channel can transport people up to 30 kilometers away. Terrifying indeed. It truly lives up to its reputation as a legendary spatial creature. Mu Xian couldn't be more satisfied with the performance of the Void Dragon Ferret. It was no longer just a beast, but a strategic-level existence. After the test, Mu Xian chose to return to the city to continue enhancing his ice crystal spirit. 3 days later, the impact of the beast tide gradually subsided. Factories resumed operations. Schools reopened, and Jinhua City remained a thriving city standing in the central part of Zhejiang Province. Soon after, there was good news. Principal Lin Xuanya had awakened. Although he lost his right arm and his ability to command beasts, he had survived. At the Northern Rehabilitation Hospital, Mu Xian met Lin Xuanya. It's almost time for the college entrance examination. Do you still have time to visit this old man? Lin Xuanya said with a smile, looking in good spirits. Mu Xian fell silent for a moment and said, Principal, it's my fault that you ended up like this. He knew that if it weren't for him, Lin Xuanya might not have ended up this way. Lin Xuanya scolded with a laugh. Get lost. This is all my own choice. It's none of your business. Don't say such foolish things. After scolding, Lin Xuanya smiled lightly and said, It's almost time for the college entrance examination. Don't think about hiding your talents. The better you perform, the more people will appreciate you and be willing to help you. Do you understand? Mu Xian naturally understood that in this era, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger was not advisable. Lin Xuanya smiled lightly and said, "You can go back now. I'm already very happy that you came to see this old man. Okay, principal, I'll take my leave." Watching Mu Xian leave, Lin Xuanya sighed. It's a pity that Su Su is a bit old. Otherwise, she would be a great candidate for a grandson-in-law. Not long after bidding farewell to Lin Xuanya, Mu Xian had just returned home when he received a call from Lu Xiaotian. "Student Mu Xian, I hope I'm not disturbing you?" No, city lord." "Is there something you need?" Mu Xian asked, knowing that Lu Xiaotian, the city lord of Jinhua City and a level 6 beast king, wouldn't be calling him without reason. Sure enough, Lu Xiaotian said, "Haha, student Mu Xian, don't be nervous. It's good news. You must have heard of the secret realm of the Flying Dragon, right? In the past few days, the city lord's mansion sent people to explore it. There are many dragon-type monsters inside and plenty of resources, including ice-type resources. This secret realm is initially prepared to open for beast masters who participated in this regional beast tide, and as the recipient of our Jinhua City's hero medal, I naturally thought of you. Student Mu Xian, if you have time to take a look, that would be great. You might just have a fortuitous encounter." "City Lord, I definitely have time. To be honest, I'm in urgent need of a large amount of ice-type resources right now." Mu Xian quickly responded. "That's great. When you go in, just show your hero medal." After hanging up Lu Xiaotian's call, Mu Xian showed a joyful expression. How could he not go see the secret realm of the Flying Dragon? It had once sealed the Dark Dragon and had seen the golden armored Flame Dragon, Frost Dragon Wolf, and other Beast King level monsters. Perhaps it had the evolution resources needed for the Ice Crystal Spirit, with the addition of 4 types of Ice-type resources. The Ice Crystal Spirit had already reached level 9 of the Commander rank. Mu Xian wanted the Ice Crystal Spirit to evolve rather than just level up. He discovered that the higher the rank, the more expensive the evolution resources required. If he waited for the Ice Crystal Spirit to reach the pinnacle of the Lord level before leveling up, just collecting those evolution resources would be exhausting. Fortunately, the little cat had already grown up, so the urgency for the Ice Crystal Spirit's leveling up was less pressing. Without hesitation, Mu Xian applied for leave from school the next day, citing the need to enhance his beast mastery. After all, he was already a level 9 beast master, and there wasn't much left for the school to teach him. That afternoon, Mu Xian arrived at the secret realm of the Flying Dragon, which used to be Flying Dragon Village. Outside the secret realm, dozens of city guard members were stationed, and the leader was surprisingly a level 7 beast master. "Who are you? This place is not yet open. You are forbidden to approach," the level 7 beast master said indifferently, with his beast glaring at Mu Xian. Mu Xian took out the pure gold hero medal, which shone brightly with the words Jinhua. "This is the hero medal." The level 7 beast master was taken aback. Then his expression changed, and he loudly said to Mu Xian, "City guard Zhang Mingqiu, greetings to the hero of Jinhua City." Then, under the guidance of the level 7 beast master, everyone saluted Mu Xian. Mu Xian could feel that everyone was sincerely saluting him. At that moment, Mu Xian was deeply moved. After a long time, Mu Xian finally stepped into the secret realm of the Flying Dragon. This was a small secret realm, but the concentration of spiritual energy within was more than 10 times higher than outside. The higher the concentration of spiritual energy, the more resources there are in the secret realm. Sure enough, within just half an hour, Mu Xian discovered a 10-year-old dragon saliva grass. As Mu Xian went deeper, he found more and more resources, and they were increasingly precious. 100-year fire spirit flowers, 100-year star condensing fruits, 100-year peaceful wood, and so on, all valuable items. In contrast, the monsters were few in this secret realm of the Flying Dragon. He only saw 2 in the entire afternoon, possibly because they had been swept up in the beast tide. Mu Xian's goal was clear: to find Ice-type dragon bloodline and Ice-type evolution resources. At night, Mu Xian arrived at the northern part of the secret realm, where he found that the concentration of Ice attribute spiritual energy was very dense. It was likely the habitat of the Frost Dragon Wolf he had seen that day, perhaps due to the crowd or fate. Just as Mu Xian was about to rest, a Frost Dragon Wolf appeared not far from him, a level 2 Lord Frost Dragon Wolf. Frost Dragon Wolf. Type: Ice-type Dragon Wolf rank. Level 2 Lord bloodline. Beast King level quality. Elite skills: Frost Ice Waterfall, Dragon's Breath, Dragon Wolf's Claw. Snow stepping description: one of the offspring of the Beast King level Frost Dragon Wolf in the secret realm of the Flying Dragon. It contains a weak bloodline of the Frost Giant Dragon and is a top predator in the food chain within the secret realm. However, the appearance of the beast tide has led to the extinction and scattering of most monsters in the secret realm of the Flying Dragon, and with insufficient food sources, this Frost Dragon Wolf can only take risks. When Mu Xian sensed the Frost Dragon Wolf, he immediately showed a look of excitement, his eyes shining. Little spirit, little cat. Prepare for battle. A weak bloodline of the Frost Giant Dragon? No matter how weak it is, I can still extract it. Meow. The Void Dragon Ferret, hearing the command, instantly vanished into the void, waiting for the right moment. The Ice Crystal Spirit also flashed with blue light, ready to unleash its skills. Chapter 031. Extracting the Bloodline of the Frost Giant Dragon. The Frost Dragon Wolf seemed to sense danger, but the enticing aroma and hunger in its belly made it disregard everything. However, before the Frost Dragon Wolf could react, a dragon-type ice tornado suddenly appeared beneath its feet, and the terrifying ice crystals mixed with the tornado instantly swept it into the air. Roar! The Frost Dragon Wolf was enraged. After so many years, how could their Frost Dragon Wolf clan have suffered such humiliation? The freezing dragon breath spewed out, and the approaching absolute zero coldness quickly began to freeze the ice tornado little by little. Realizing this, the ice crystal spirit flashed with blue light, and the next moment, boom, 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 boom. The ice crystals around the Frost Dragon Wolf exploded violently in midair, creating a continuous sound. And the sudden explosion had already inflicted considerable damage on the Frost Dragon Wolf. With a loud bang, the Frost Dragon Wolf crashed to the ground. However, being a Lord-level beast, it was already immune to such a height. It quickly got up, roaring angrily at Mu Xian and charging over. As an ice-type and subdragon species, the Frost Dragon Wolf inherited the speed of the Wolf clan, moving as silently as a shadow, almost as if flying. But then a horrifying scene unfolded. A faint silver moon blade suddenly appeared in the direction the Frost Dragon Wolf was charging, seeming both real and illusory, almost like a hallucination. In the next moment, under the terrified gaze of the Frost Dragon Wolf, it crashed head-on into the silver moon blade. At the critical moment, the Frost Dragon Wolf forcibly turned its head, but its body struck directly against the silver moon blade. With a loud slash, a portion of the Frost Dragon Wolf's body was cut off by this seemingly illusory silver moon blade. The vast ice field was suddenly filled with the painful howls of the Frost Dragon Wolf. A few minutes later, the Frost Dragon Wolf became a corpse. Frost Dragon Wolf can be extracted. Extract. Without any hesitation, Mu Xian activated his innate ability, Bloodline Extraction Fusion. Soon, a ball of red blood was extracted, which was the bloodline of the Frost Dragon Wolf. If sold in the market, it could fetch $1 million. But Mu Xian didn't even glance at it, and chose to extract again. This time, a drop of golden blue blood, exuding endless cold and a dragon's aura, was finally extracted. Essence of Frost Giant Dragon Bloodline Species. Ice and Snow Dragon Family Bloodline. King-level quality. Extraordinary description. A rare drop of King-level Frost Giant Dragon Bloodline Essence, containing a faint power of the Frost Giant Dragon Bloodline. If one can absorb its energy, they may gain some abilities of the Frost Giant Dragon Bloodline. Seeing this drop of blood, Mu Xian immediately smiled. With the essence of the Frost Giant Dragon Bloodline, he could fuse it with the Ice Crystal Spirit. A single drop of Bloodline Essence wasn't very reliable. It would be better to extract a few more drops, Mu Xian whispered. For the next 2 days, Mu Xian explored the ice field, searching for traces of the Frost Dragon Wolf. After 2 full days, he surprisingly found nothing. However, he encountered many other ice-type beasts, such as ice bears, ice finches, snow eagles, and ice shrimps. He caught one of each to roast, making the Void Dragon Weasel very satisfied. Just as Mu Xian was starting to doubt whether all Frost Dragon Wolves had perished, Lady Luck finally smiled upon him. In a remote valley, he finally discovered the Frost Dragon Wolf pack. Frost Dragon Wolf Leader, Species, Frost Dragon Wolf Clan Level, Lord 3rd Rank Bloodline, Beast King Level Quality, Excellent Skills, Frost Icefall, Dragon Breath, Dragon Wolf Claw, Silent Steps through Snow Description. One of the offspring of the Beast King Level Frost Dragon Wolf in the Flying Dragon Secret Realm, containing a weak Frost Giant Dragon Bloodline. It is a beast at the top of the food chain in the Flying Dragon Secret Realm. After the beast died, the older generation of Frost Dragon Wolves perished, and after a fierce struggle, it became the new leader, receiving the inheritance of the Frost Dragon Wolf, thus enhancing the concentration of the Frost Giant Dragon bloodline. Frost Dragon Wolf, level, Commander 9th rank. Frost Dragon Wolf, level, Commander 8th rank 1, 2, 3, 17, 18. A total of 18 Frost Dragon Wolves. Looking at the pack of Frost Dragon Wolves, Mu Xian was completely excited. It didn't take long for Mu Xian to figure out the structure of this Frost Dragon Wolf pack. The strongest in the whole clan was actually only a Lord 3rd rank, while the rest were all Commander-level young beasts. Remembering the Frost Dragon Wolf he encountered the other day, Mu Xian realized that due to the fall of the Beast King-level Frost Dragon Wolf, many Frost Dragon Wolves had perished, and the remaining ones had turned against each other, with some being expelled from the clan after failing to seize leadership. There was only one Lord-level Frost Dragon Wolf left. It was truly a stroke of luck. Mu Xian was overjoyed and took the Ice Crystal Spirit and Void Dragon Weasel to hunt down the lone Frost Dragon Wolf. Although the Commander-level Frost Dragon Wolves were strong, they were still no match for the Ice Crystal Spirit and Void Dragon Weasel, and they fell in the valley in just a few moves. Frost Dragon Wolf can be extracted. Extract. This time, Mu Xian was very lucky and extracted the essence of the Frost Giant Dragon bloodline on the first try. The second Frost Dragon Wolf. The third Frost Dragon Wolf. When the fourth Frost Dragon Wolf also fell, the entire Frost Dragon Wolf pack finally realized something was wrong. Led by the Lord 3rd rank Frost Dragon Wolf, the entire Frost Dragon Wolf pack rushed out towards Mu Xian. Facing the Frost Dragon Wolf pack, Mu Xian was certainly not afraid. Little cat, imprison that Frost Dragon Wolf leader in space. The other Frost Dragon Wolves, feel free to kill. The only concern for the entire Frost Dragon Wolf pack was the Lord 3rd rank Frost Dragon Wolf leader. With its excellent quality, it could unleash the strength of a Lord 5th rank. But unfortunately, the Frost Dragon Wolf pack encountered a Beast Master with spatial abilities. A spatial imprisonment directly confined this creature in place. Without the Frost Dragon Wolf causing trouble, the remaining Frost Dragon Wolves were completely vulnerable. In just 10 minutes, 6 more Dragon Wolves were killed. Then, the remaining Frost Dragon Wolves panicked. After 10 minutes, the spatial imprisonment finally expired. The freed Frost Dragon Wolf leader looked at the corpses scattered all around and went berserk on the spot. But it was of no use. The Ice Crystal Spirit and Void Dragon Weasel had long been prepared. The moment it regained its freedom, the skills had already been unleashed. Ice Dragon Tornado, Ice Crystal Explosion, Extreme Cold Freeze, Void Blade, Enduring Force skills. The Frost Dragon Wolf leader only sustained moderate injuries and still had the ability to fight back. But soon, another spatial imprisonment was cast. Frost Dragon Wolf leader, is this something a human can do? If you're capable, let's have a fair fight. 20 minutes later, under Mu Xian's tactical play, the Frost Dragon Wolf leader fell unwillingly, and before dying, it didn't even unleash a single skill. Frost Dragon Wolf can be extracted. Extract. In an instant, a small ball of golden blue blood appeared in Mu Xian's hand. It was indeed the essence of the Frost Giant Dragon bloodline, with a concentration far superior to that of an ordinary Frost Dragon Wolf. After merging all the essence of the Frost Giant Dragon bloodline, a fragmented Frost Giant Dragon bloodline was formed, exuding a rich dragon aura. Fragmented. Chapter 032. Perfect Evolution. Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. Fragmented Frost Giant Dragon bloodline. Species. Ice and Snow Dragon Family bloodline. King-level quality. Extraordinary description. Formed by the rare King-level Frost Giant Dragon bloodline essence through unknown means of fusion. Due to insufficient quantity, the bloodline is incomplete, but it still contains some powers of the Frost Giant Dragon bloodline. If fully absorbed, one may gain part of the Frost Giant Dragon bloodline. Seeing this, Mu Xian suddenly realized that obviously, the higher the level of the complete beast bloodline, the more bloodline essence is needed. Mu Xian estimated that to obtain a complete Frost Giant Dragon bloodline, he would need at least several hundred Frost Dragon Wolves. But obviously, the Flying Dragon Secret Realm couldn't possibly have that many Frost Dragon Wolves. Fortunately, the fragmented Frost Giant Dragon bloodline was already sufficient. Moreover, if the complete Frost Giant Dragon bloodline were used as evolution resources, the Ice Crystal Spirit would probably directly transform into a Frost Giant Dragon. Next, it was time for the Little Spirit's evolution resources. Mu Xian planned 5 types of evolution resources for the Ice Crystal Spirit. He had already gathered the Dragon Blood Fruit and the fragmented Frost Giant Dragon bloodline, which were the main materials for evolution. The remaining evolution resources were relatively simple. roughly equivalent to those rewarded by the city lord of Jinhua City, El Xiaotian. Suddenly, Mu Xian had a brainwave and thought of the Frost Dragon Wolf's lair. The Beast King level Frost Dragon Wolf had died outside, so there must be good news in its lair. Without any hesitation, Mu Xian decisively rushed into the Frost Dragon Wolf's den, ignoring the panicking Frost Dragon Wolves, and began searching for the Beast King level Frost Dragon Wolf's lair. In fact, there was no need to search. In the deepest part of the valley, the largest cave appeared before Mu Xian's eyes, and the aura of the Beast King still lingered. Inside the cave, Mu Xian discovered the treasures of the Ice Dragon Wolf, a pile of ice spirit crystals, 1,000-year ice crystals, 10,000-year ice crystals, and deep-sea cold tide stones. At the top of this pile of ice stones lay a thick golden blue scale, quietly standing there, exuding a rich dragon aura. Frost Giant Dragon's reverse scale, rank, King level applicable range, water, ice, snow. Dragon attributes description. The reverse scale of the Frost Giant Dragon contains a small part of the Frost Giant Dragon's essence, and is one of the most important scales on the Frost Giant Dragon. A treasure coveted even by king-level beasts. After the Frost Giant Dragon fell, the reverse scale was fortuitously obtained by the Ice Wolf, which ultimately evolved into the Ice Dragon Wolf thanks to the essence contained within the reverse scale. A king-level Frost Giant Dragon's reverse scale contains a small part of the Frost Giant Dragon's essence. Seeing the description, Mu Xian was pleasantly surprised, not expecting to find such a treasure in the Ice Dragon Wolf's cave. The reverse scale is quite important for dragon species with this assistance. The Ice Crystal Spirit's potential will undoubtedly deepen. Little cat, collect these dragon scales. Mu Xian called out, eager to return and let the Ice Crystal Spirit evolve. Meow. The Void Dragon Weasel flashed in an instant, and the dragon scales were already stored in the mustard seed space. Mu Xian let out a slight sigh of relief and began to organize the collection from the Ice Dragon Wolf's cave. After a final tally, he found 94 Ice Spirit Crystals, 261,000-year Ice Crystals, 55 10,000-year Ice Crystals, 17 Deep-Sea Cold Tide Stones, 66 Ordinary Dragon Scales, and the most precious Reverse Scale, totaling over a small target. Then, Mu Xian went to other Ice Dragon Wolf caves and indeed found quite a few good items. In one Lord-level Ice Dragon Wolf cave, he even discovered a Void Stone, not knowing where that Ice Dragon Wolf had obtained it. Void Stone, rank, elite level applicable range, space, domain, barrier. Terrain attributes description. The most common space attribute spirit stone distributed in nature, formed by the gathering of spatial energy. Don't think that the Void Stone is the most common space attribute spirit stone that is relative to other space attribute resources. Compared to common elements like earth, fire, water, and wind, it is still quite rare, with a typical price between 3 to 400,000. Over an hour later, Mu Xian finally finished his sweep, leaving with a satisfied smile. In the Flying Dragon Secret Realm, on the northern ice plains, for young men and women were cautiously walking. The leader, a man in his 20s, excitedly said, "This time our target is the Dragon Wolf Valley. I searched for a whole week and finally found the lair of that Ice Dragon Wolf. That is the lair of a Beast King level demon beast. And there must be many treasures inside. The most important thing is that right now, the strongest in Dragon Wolf Valley is only a Lord level Ice Dragon Wolf. The best time for us to act. So we must act quickly and clear the lair before the city guard discovers it." After the man spoke, the other 3 young men and women also became excited, knowing that there must be treasures in the demon beast lair. The lair of a Beast King level demon beast is enough to make them rich overnight. Soon, under the leadership of the man, a hidden valley finally appeared. However, when the body of an Ice Dragon Wolf appeared, the 4 suddenly had a bad premonition. Not good. Someone got there first. Quick, let us block them. The 4 rushed forward, discovering more and more Ice Dragon Wolf bodies, and their expressions grew increasingly anxious. How could this happen? Such a hidden lair. How could it be discovered? This is impossible, impossible. Ah, my Beast King level demon beast lair, my treasure. When the 4 rushed into the Beast King level Ice Dragon Wolf cave and saw the completely clean lair, they were all stunned. This is way too clean. Is this something a human would do? At least leave some soup for the next person. Immediately after, the leading man felt dizzy and fainted on the spot. He couldn't accept this reality. Upon returning home, Mu Xian didn't rush to let the Ice Crystal Spirit evolve, but deliberately rested for a day to recuperate. The next morning, Mu Xian began to take out various evolution resources to design the evolution route for the Ice Crystal Spirit. By matching various resources, Mu Xian finally determined the evolution route for the Ice Crystal Spirit. Ice Crystal Spirit, Species, Elemental Life Ice and Snow System Frost Giant Dragon Bloodline, Frost Giant Dragon Reverse Scale, Dragon Blood Fruit, Deep Sea Cold Tide Stone, 10,000-year Ice Crystal, can evolve into Ice Crystal Extreme Cold Dragon. Success rate 99. The Ice Crystal Extreme Cold Dragon, according to the information panel, is a brand new dragon species, mastering the power of extreme cold, perfectly inheriting the original Ice Crystal power, which made Mu Xian very satisfied. Once the evolution route was determined, Mu Xian began to let the Ice Crystal Spirit devour the evolution materials in order. After all the materials were consumed, not long after, a penetrating cold erupted from the Ice Crystal Spirit. In just an instant, Mu Xian's home was covered in a layer of ice crystals. It seems moving will be on the agenda, Mu Xian said with a wry smile. After one beast evolution, it seemed like all his possessions at home would be ruined. No wonder those commander-level and lord-level beast tamers buy big mansions and estates. For a whole day, the Ice Crystal Spirit was enveloped in a blue light filled with coldness. Mu Xian even felt that the temperature of the entire neighborhood had dropped by about 10 degrees, successfully shifting from May to December, causing a certain degree of chaos. Mu Xian completely ignored this, focusing solely on the evolution of the Ice Crystal Spirit. After all, this was his first tamed beast. And it was because he contracted it that Mu Xian rose so quickly, almost becoming a lord-level beast tamer in just a few months. By evening, the blue light on the Ice Crystal Spirit finally dissipated, revealing its new form. At that moment, the Ice Crystal Spirit had transformed into a dragon form. With a fierce dragon head, a slender dragon body, and dragon scales reflecting a ghostly blue light, exuding a sense of majesty mixed with elegance, full of beauty. Its entire body reached a length of 7 meters, nearly filling Mu Xian's home. It should be noted that before the evolution, the Ice Crystal Spirit was only half the size of a forearm. Ice Crystal Extreme Cold Dragon Species, Elemental Ice System Ice Crystal Dragon Ancient Divine Beast Chapter 033 Skill Test, Terrifying. Ice Crystal Extreme Cold Dragon, Species, Elemental Ice System Ice Crystal Dragon Ancient Divine Beast Rank, Lord Level 1 Bloodline, King Level Quality, Legendary Skills, Ice Crystal Annihilation, Extreme Cold Ceiling, Cold Crystal Dragon Breath, Extreme Cold Domain, Absolute Zero Storm Description, a rare ice elemental life, form born in the depths of the earth, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, initially lacking due to insufficient ice elements. After absorbing the bloodline of the King-level Frost Giant Dragon, the Frost Giant Dragon's reverse scale, Dragon Blood Fruit, and a large amount of ice attribute energy, it perfectly evolved into the Ice Crystal Extreme Cold Dragon with peak potential at King level, gaining the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the Ashen Frost Dragon, a legendary dragon species with extremely strong potential and high quality. Surprise, astonishment, stunned. The information panel of the Ice Crystal Spirit, no, the Ice Crystal Extreme Cold Dragon, completely shocked Mu Xian. The evolved Ice Crystal Extreme Cold Dragon had undergone a tremendous change, whether in appearance, racial attributes, bloodline potential, quality, skills, or even the description. Everything had changed. Ancient divine beast species, Ashen Frost Dragon bloodline. Mu Xian was somewhat surprised. Is there such an operation? At that moment, an incredibly violent force capable of freezing the soul surged into Mu Xian's body, coming from the Ice Crystal Extreme Cold Dragon's feedback. Mu Xian felt waves of power condensing within him, and finally, at a certain moment, he broke through a boundary, forming a half-real, half-illusory space somewhere in his lower abdomen. Beast Taming Space formed. Regarding the Beastmaster space, Mu Xian only knew that it was a special ability exclusive to Lord-level Beastmasters, allowing their beasts to rest and survive within it, ultimately evolving into a paradise. There were rumors that a large portion of the various secret realms on Blue Star were once paradises created by Beastmasters. Mu Xian carefully sensed that the Beastmaster space was approximately 300 cubic meters, equivalent to a 3-bedroom apartment, enough to accommodate the 2 little ones, the kitten and Xiaoling. Then, Mu Xian looked at the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon and tried to call out, Xiaoling. In the next moment, a pair of golden blue eyes suddenly opened, looking at Mu Xian, and then showed surprise, instinctively pouncing towards him. Then, Mu Xian felt the whole building shake a bit. In the next moment, he felt the outside world erupting with commotion, with many people shouting that there was an earthquake. Mu Xian felt even more that he needed to buy a villa with a garden. After the commotion, Mu Xian took his two beasts outside the city to test the 5 major skills of the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. Xiaoling, aim for that big tree and start with Ice Crystal Annihilation. The Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon roared, and then it flicked its tail, surprisingly floating in midair. With a mouth open, a white cold light flashed by, and in the next moment, a 3-meter-thick tree in the distance shattered into tiny ice crystals. How powerful! Mu Xian exclaimed. This skill was clearly an upgraded version of Ice Crystal Explosion, but the enhancement was too much. More importantly, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon could actually float. But thinking about it, it made sense. The Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon was a genuine ancient divine beast with a bloodline, so floating in midair was quite reasonable. Mu Xian took a closer look at the back of the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. It seemed rideable, which meant he didn't even need to contract a flying-type beast. Xiaoling, Cold Extreme Domain. Mu Xian commanded. The first 3 skills were likely similar to those of the Ice Crystal Spirit, but the last 2 skills were relatively unfamiliar to him and needed more understanding. Roar. Understood. The Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon responded. In the next moment, Mu Xian saw a region the size of a football field instantly covered in ice crystals 100 meters ahead, with a terrifying ice crystal storm raging within. Mu Xian was secretly astonished. This was the Cold Extreme Domain. Such a large-scale skill, it would probably be impossible to resist even with dozens of people. Mu Xian was shocked, then looked at the last skill of the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, Absolute Zero Storm, which seemed even more exaggerated than Cold Extreme Domain. A legendary ultimate move, this skill of the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon seemed to take a long time to prepare, a full 5 seconds. In the next moment, Mu Xian saw a terrifying storm suddenly form hundreds of meters away, connecting heaven and earth in an instant, with endless energy being absorbed and a chilling cold spreading. What happened next left Mu Xian dumbfounded. A layer of ice quickly formed on the ground beneath him, sweeping outwards. And the temperature became increasingly terrifying the closer it got to the storm. At the very center, Mu Xian could even feel the super low temperature that froze everything. Could it be that the center of this storm really reached absolute zero? Mu Xian muttered. Unexpectedly, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon proudly exclaimed, "Roar, roar. Master." Yes. After testing the skills, Mu Xian had a general impression of the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. It was powerful, super powerful, absolutely invincible at the Lord level. And even Beast King level monsters would be severely injured if they took an absolute zero storm head-on. Xiaoling, you're amazing. Mu Xian stroked the cool head of the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, not holding back his praise, making the little guy, or rather, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, display a satisfied expression. Meow. Then, the Void Dragon Weasel beside them seemed a bit dissatisfied, obviously feeling jealous, prompting Mu Xian to comfort it with kind words. Soon after, a spatial passage formed, and Mu Xian's figure disappeared. Just after Mu Xian and his 2 beasts left, a figure suddenly flew over. Looking at the mess on the ground and the still raging absolute zero storm in the distance, falling into silence, looking at this destructive power. It must at least be at the Beast King level 6. Inside Jinhua City, when did such a powerful ice-type Beastmaster appear? Mu Xian naturally had no idea that his skill test had even attracted the attention of the higher-ups in Jinhua City. After returning home, Mu Xian prepared a dinner for 5 to reward the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon and the Void Dragon Weasel, and after putting them back into his Beastmaster space, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Mu Xian first went to the Beastmaster market and sold all the unnecessary resources in his mustard seed space, such as deep-sea cold tide stones, 10,000-year ice crystals, cold ice spirit stones, etc., totaling 25 million yuan. He then rushed to a real estate agency and bought a villa estate near the West City Gate. According to the agency, the villa was equipped with an outdoor swimming pool, gym, training room, audiovisual game room, underground garage, underground survival passage, underground survival base, and so on. So there was no need to worry even if a beast tide occurred. In addition, there was a spacious estate of over 1,000 square meters for the beasts to play around. Mu Xian impulsively spent 12 million to buy it. After buying it, he regretted it. As a student about to take the college entrance examination, what was the use of such a large estate? It was just then that Mu Xian received a call from his homeroom teacher, Lin Susu. Chapter 034, Special Recruitment from the Eastern Academy. Revised, Mu Xian. Do you have time? Come to school quickly, Lin Susu said, suppressing her excitement. What's wrong, Teacher Lin? Mu Xian asked curiously. Lin Susu smiled and said, "Good news. One of the 5 Supreme Academies, the Eastern Academy, heard about your performance during the Beast Tide and specifically sent a recruitment teacher to learn about your situation. I heard they want to specially recruit you." Special recruitment? Mu Xian was a little surprised but quickly calmed down. Given the situation of his 2 beasts, he could probably be successfully recruited without even needing to show his strength. That's right, dragon-type beasts and space-type beasts are just that impressive. Unfortunately, Mu Xian's greatest aspiration was still to attend the Eternal Academy, the number 1 among the 5 Supreme Academies. The 5 Supreme Academies of Long Country are the Eternal Academy, the Imperial Capital Academy, the Eastern Academy, the Southern Academy, and the Northern Academy, located in the far west, the Imperial Capital, the Demon City, Deep South, and Far North, respectively. Especially the Eternal Academy, located outside the 10,000 Great Mountains in the western part of Long Country, is dedicated to resisting the numerous beast races within the 10,000 Great Mountains, suppressing countless beast clans that dare not invade, and is known as the strongest Beast Master Academy. In contrast, the beast races in the directions of the east, south, and north are not many. While the Imperial Capital faces almost no beast races and can only rely on secret realms to enhance strength. However, secret realms are regulated resources and not something one can just enter at will. So in Mu Xian's view, the best place to go is the Eternal Academy. Half an hour later, Mu Xian arrived at 9th Middle School and met the special recruitment teacher from the Eastern Academy. Tong Xueyu yawned. She had rushed to Jinhua City overnight. Her task was to specially recruit a genius named Mu Xian, who was said to already have commander-level strength. As for what kind of beast he had, Tong Xueyu was in a hurry and didn't look closely, but she thought he was just a genius from a small city. She had seen many geniuses from small cities. They would only realize in big cities that they were actually nothing. "You must be Mu Xian. My time is limited. What is the race, attribute, and bloodline potential of your beasts? Summon them out for me to see. If they meet the standards, you can enter my Eastern Demon City Academy," Tong Xueyu said casually, not paying much attention to Mu Xian, as she thought that how could these country bumpkins produce geniuses? Mu Xian raised an eyebrow. It was the first time he found a woman so annoying. He looked at Tong Xueyu and directly asked, "Can you first tell me what rewards there are for passing the special recruitment?" "Rewards? Just being able to be specially recruited is already pretty good. What rewards do you want?" Mu Xian frowned slightly, almost laughing. "Since that's the case, forget it. I won't be going to your Eastern Academy." All right. I didn't expect you to have such a big temper despite not being very strong," Tong Xueyu said angrily, preparing to leave. After all, he was just a student beast master at the commander level. It didn't matter whether they had him at the Eastern Academy or not. Beside them, Lin Susu was also a bit confused. Was this really the attitude of the teachers at the Eastern Academy? If the other academies knew of his existence, they would have probably come to invite him already. Unable to hold back, she asked, "Teacher Tong, does your Eastern Academy look down on top-tier beast masters like Elemental Life?" What? Elemental Life? Tong Xueyu stuttered. Lin Susu rolled her eyes. It seemed this guy didn't even know what kind of beast Mu Xian had. With such a work attitude, it's a wonder he could be a special recruitment teacher at the Eastern Academy. "Mu Xian, let this teacher Tong from the Eastern Academy see the strength of our top genius from Jinhua City," Lin Susu said with a faint smile. Mu Xian raised an eyebrow, smiled lightly, and with a wave of his hand summoned the ice crystal cold extreme dragon. The rich aura of the dragon and the chilling air instantly enveloped the entire office. Tong Xueyu and Lin Susu were both stunned. "Mu Xian, is this your newly contracted beast?" Lin Susu exclaimed in surprise. She knew that Mu Xian's beasts were the rare ice elemental life, ice crystal spirit, and the extremely rare space beast, space raccoon. Where did this dragon-type beast come from? On the other side, Tong Xueyu was even more shocked, staring at the majestic, powerful, elegant, and splendid ice crystal cold extreme dragon with a look of obsession in her eyes. Not to mention its attributes, just from its appearance. She could tell that this was a truly rare ice-type dragon. And a dragon-type beast must at least have the bloodline potential of a beast king. And it could even have the potential of a monarch. Realizing this, Tong Xueyu finally came back to her senses, realizing she might have made a huge mistake. "Ahem. Mu Xian, it seems there might be a misunderstanding between us." Tong Xueyu's expression changed instantly, revealing what she thought was her most friendly smile as she said to Mu Xian. However, before she could finish her sentence, Mu Xian waved his hand and said lightly, "Miss Tong, have you finished looking at the beast?" "Finished. That's good. You said you looked down on the geniuses from our small place, right? You can go back to the magic capital now. Mu Xian chuckled. Mu Xian. Tong Shuiyu's face instantly changed, looking somewhat fawning. However, Mu Xian didn't give her any chance. He had seen too many people like her who were arrogant at first, and then humble. In the end, Tong Shuiyu left the office of the 9th high school with a sense of helplessness. Lin Susu was still astonished, looking at the ice crystal cold extreme dragon. Mu Xian. What kind of dragon species is this? I've never seen it before. Mu Xian chuckled. Teacher Lin, this is the ice crystal spirit I had before. I ventured into the secret realm these past few days and obtained some good things that allowed the ice crystal spirit to evolve into this ice crystal cold extreme dragon. Ice crystal cold extreme dragon. Lin Susu couldn't help but exclaim, is this a brand new dragon species? Mu Xian nodded with a smile. It should be. At least I haven't seen any other dragon species exactly like it. Mu Xian, your luck is just too good. Lin Susu sighed. Dragons are one of the strongest beast species. After saying that, Lin Susu thought of that special recruitment teacher from the Eastern Academy, Tong Shuiyu. Mu Xian. Which school do you plan to go to? Mu Xian replied immediately, my goal is the Eternal Academy. If they don't come to recruit me, then I'll just take the entrance exam directly. Lin Susu smiled and nodded. Take the exam? That's right. With your current strength, it would be a piece of cake for you to get into the Eternal Academy. On the other side, special recruitment teacher Tong Shuiyu was filled with regret. She believed that when she returned, she would definitely be scolded by her superiors. If it weren't for her brother-in-law being a small leader at the school, she might even get fired. However, what she feared came true. Her phone suddenly rang, and it was the director of the admissions office at the Eastern Academy. Teacher Tong, where are you now? Did you see that student Mu Xian? I tell you, when you see Mu Xian, you must be friendly and show our sincerity from the Eastern Academy. By the way, the special recruitment rewards will be according to the highest level. While the other academies are still unaware of Mu Xian, be sure to sign him as quickly as possible. Mu Xian's beasts are the ice elemental life, ice crystal spirit, and the space beast, space raccoon. You can use this angle to praise his beasts. Young people like to be praised. Hey, Teacher Tong, are you still listening? On the other end of the line, Tong Shuiyu felt her hands and feet go cold, her mind fuzzy, completely unaware of what was said on the phone. She only heard the director say one thing. The special recruitment rewards will be according to the highest level. Chapter 035. New College Entrance Examination? Isn't this just the Imperial Examination? That afternoon, Mu Xian returned to school again. This time, he was to face the special recruitment teacher from the highest academy in the capital. Mu Xian, come here. As soon as Mu Xian stepped into the reception room, Lin Susu was already waving at him. Mu Xian, Teacher Qin from the Capital Academy has arrived. Lin Susu was also curious about how the Capital Academy learned about Mu Xian. In fact, this was simple. After the beast tide in Jinhua City, a detailed report was submitted to the capital shortly after the beast tide ended, which briefly mentioned Mu Xian's information. However, the people from the Capital Academy and the Eastern Academy were still keenly aware of the key points, and after a simple investigation, they naturally became very interested in Mu Xian, sending special recruitment teachers one after another. Mu Xian looked into the reception room and saw that Teacher Qin looked to be in his 30s, refined, and full of the unique temperament of a scholarly beastmaster. Teacher Qin, this is Mu Xian. Lin Susu introduced Mu Xian. Teacher Qin looked at Mu Xian and suddenly nodded, saying, not bad. Your physical fitness has already reached the commander level. It seems your beast has broken through to the lord level. Yes, Teacher Qin, Mu Xian admitted generously, though he was a bit surprised that Teacher Qin could see his realm with just a few glances, which was many times better than that special recruitment teacher from the Eastern Academy. Teacher Qin curiously asked, I heard your ice crystal spirit has evolved into a rare dragon species? Yes, I call it the ice crystal cold extreme dragon. As he spoke, Mu Xian summoned the ice crystal cold extreme dragon. At the moment he saw the ice crystal cold extreme dragon, Teacher Qin almost stood up, surprised. This pure dragon might indicate your dragon-type beast has a very strong bloodline. To be in the 3rd year of high school and have your beast cultivated to the lord level and even evolve into a rare dragon species. After pondering for a second, Teacher Qin suddenly smiled. Mu Xian, your talent and strength are outstanding. Our Capital Academy warmly welcomes you to join. Just as Mu Xian was about to respond, the door of the reception room was suddenly pushed open, and a somewhat anxious middle-aged man rushed in, followed by a familiar figure. Ahem. Mu Xian, please wait a moment. The middle-aged man called out anxiously. Mu Xian was taken aback and looked at him in confusion. Teacher Qin reacted quickly and looked at the middle-aged man with a half-smile. Director Fong Jintian of the Eastern Academy's admissions office. What brings you here? You are Qin Xuanzhong from the Capital Academy? Middle-aged man Fong Jintian felt a bit awkward, then smiled and said, I naturally came here for Mu Xian. After speaking, he ignored Qin Xuanzhong and directly looked at Mu Xian. Hello, Mu Xian. I am Fong Jintian, the admissions office director of the Eastern Academy. I sincerely invite you to join our Eastern Academy. The Eastern Academy? Mu Xian looked at Fong Jintian with a half-smile, then at the familiar middle-aged woman behind him. Isn't that Teacher Tong? I think I made it quite clear. Mu Xian, look down on your Eastern Academy. Why are you still here? Fong Jintian's expression changed as he looked at Mu Xian, then at Tong Shuyu behind him, and suddenly said coldly, Teacher Tong, can you explain what is going on here? I don't want to hear it. Mu Xian replied with a faint smile, then turned to Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin, I actually prefer the Eternal Academy, so I apologize. Qin Xuanzhong was not too disappointed. After all, special admissions have both successes and failures, and to be honest, the advantages of their Imperial City Academy were not significant compared to the more prosperous Western capital where the Eternal Academy is located. However, for beast tamers, a bustling city might actually wear down their will. Thus, among the 5 major academies, the combat effectiveness of the Imperial City Academy has always been the weakest. If it weren't for the Imperial City Academy possessing a large number of secret realms, it probably wouldn't even have a chance at being the Supreme Academy. At this moment, Mu Xian suddenly looked at Fong Jintian and Tong Shuyu. As for this Teacher Tong, Director Fong, I suggest you resolve this quickly, so as not to tarnish the reputation of your Eastern Academy. After Mu Xian walked away, Fong Jintian suddenly looked at Lin Susu. Teacher Lin, what is going on? What happened to our Eastern Academy? Lin Susu thought for a moment and briefly recounted the situation from the morning, smiling lightly. To be honest, I am also somewhat pessimistic about your Eastern Academy now. When Qin Xuanzhong and Lin Susu left, the reception room was left with only Fong Jintian and Tong Shuyu. And at this moment, Fong Jintian's face was as dark as coal. A few seconds later, Fong Jintian's roar suddenly echoed in the reception room. Tong Shuyu, you are simply a big fool. In the following time, Mu Xian didn't bother waiting for the special admissions teacher from the Eternal Academy. For him, special admissions simply meant skipping a segment of the college entrance examination and heading to the Western capital where the Eternal Academy is located to hunt the beasts there and collect cultivation resources. However, just a few days later, Lin Susu suddenly called Mu Xian and said, no need to consider special admissions anymore. It turned out that on this day, the National Beast Taming Education Department made significant reforms to the college entrance examination, changing it from the previous format to a multi-level college entrance examination system. The new examination format is mainly divided into liberal arts exams, city-level Beast Tamer combat exams, provincial-level Beast Tamer secret realm practical exams, and national-level Beast Tamer comprehensive exams. According to the new college entrance examination rules received by the school, the liberal arts exam only takes 1 day, divided into 2 sessions in the morning and afternoon, with 3 papers in each session. The city-level Beast Tamer combat exam involves all candidates in the city drawing lots to determine their opponents, using a knockout format until the top 100, top 10, and top 3 are determined. The top 100 can receive resource rewards, while the top 10 and top 3 receive even more generous rewards. Additionally, the top 100 in the city-level Beast Tamer combat exam can participate in the provincial-level secret realm exam. The top 30 in the province can ultimately go to the Imperial City to participate in the national-level exam. It can be said that this new college entrance examination format significantly increases the difficulty compared to previous exams. After hearing Teacher Lin's words, Mu Xian complained, isn't this just equivalent to the Blue Star version of the Imperial examination? Damn. For the Dragon Country's Beast Taming Education Department, Mu Xian could only give a thumbs up. They really know how to play. But Mu Xian knew that this college entrance examination, which is equivalent to the Imperial examination system, would also allow geniuses to stand out more easily, which is more beneficial for him. So Mu Xian, you no longer need to consider special admissions. Just prepare for the new college entrance examination. Lin Susu said with a smile, I have high hopes for you to come back with a first-place provincial exam. Mu Xian smiled, Teacher Lin, I promise to complete the task. After ending the call with Lin Susu, Mu Xian thought for a moment. Since special admissions were no longer being considered, he would focus all his efforts on preparing for the college entrance examination. With more than 20 days left until the exam, He couldn't waste time. It would be better to head to the Longmen mountain range. Soon, Mu Xian made his decision. Chapter 036, Adventure in the Longmen mountain range. The Longmen mountain range stretches from the southwest to the northeast for hundreds of kilometers, passing through many cities and home to dozens of types of beasts. With occasional kings appearing, Mu Xian entered from the North Mountain and quickly made his way into the Longmen mountain range. This time, his goal was clear: to hunt beasts while enhancing the combat abilities of his two beasts, preparing for the upcoming college entrance examination. As for resources, they were secondary. As a Lord-level beast tamer, even if he took out precious beast bloodlines, it wouldn't attract too much attention. And he didn't need to be as cautious as he had been a month ago. While Mu Xian was training in the Longmen mountain range, in a certain hidden space, several figures were gathered around a large round table, conspiring about something. Everyone, I have received reliable news that the Dragon Kingdom's government will open the Holy Light Secret Realm during the National Comprehensive Examination. A hoarse voice spoke, instantly silencing the entire space as everyone turned to look at him. The Holy Light Secret Realm? Someone asked uncertainly. That's right, the Holy Light Secret Realm. The hoarse voice said with a hint of excitement. Hiki, the Holy Light Secret Realm. These bureaucrats are actually willing to put this secret realm on the table. It seems the situation is not good for them. A mocking voice chimed in. A deep voice laughed softly, of course, under the contact of our high priest. The 7 major races from the northern plains launched an offensive together. Although they ultimately failed, they caused significant casualties to the Dragon Kingdom. They naturally need to spend more resources to cultivate the next generation. Hiki, this is not a serious injury for the Dragon Kingdom, a charming female voice suddenly echoed, causing many figures present to become distracted. The hoarse voice spoke again. Let's talk about the Holy Light Secret Realm. This secret realm is filled with light-type and holy-type beasts, which are extremely restraining to us. If those geniuses each have one, once they grow up, would you be willing? The charming female voice chuckled. Of course not. Elder Ya, you are highly respected. Please tell us what we should do. We will all listen to you. Yes, we will all listen to you, Elder Ya. Voices of mockery rang out. The hoarse voice scoffed. Demonis, stop trying to flatter me. If our 5 organizations send people in, if we can kill all these genius students, the Dragon Kingdom will surely be left in a slump. Elder Ya is truly ruthless. I like it. Damn, Demonis, can you not disgust us? I really don't want to sit with you witches. Soon after, in the hidden space, all the figures disappeared. Deep in the Longmen mountain range. Roar. Accompanied by a mournful howl, a gigantic figure fell heavily, and not far from it, Mu Xian and his 2 beasts finally breathed a sigh of relief, both showing smiles. Phew, finally killed this diamond giant wolf. Mu Xian wiped his sweat and praised the ice crystal cold extreme dragon and the void dragon weasel beside him, Xiao Ling. Xiao Mao, well done. Meow meow. Of course. Roar. Happy. Seeing this, Mu Xian shook his head and slowly approached the diamond giant wolf to extract its bloodline. This was already the 12th day since Mu Xian entered the Longmen mountain range. In nearly half a month, Mu Xian and his 2 beasts had faced a lot of hardships but also gained a lot. Discovering 3 kinds of Lord-level cultivation resources and more than 10 types of Commander-level resources, but unfortunately, none were suitable for his 2 beasts. Additionally, Mu Xian had hunted 9 Lord-level beasts, most of which were from Lord Level 1 to Lord Level 6. But this Lord Level 7 Diamond Giant Wolf was undoubtedly the most difficult battle since Mu Xian entered the Longmen mountain range, taking more than 20 minutes to finally bring it down. This also made Mu Xian realize that his current limit was a level 7 Lord Beast. Calculating the time, it was time to return. Mu Xian thought to himself. This trip to the Longmen mountain range did not yield many resources. But the biggest gain was undoubtedly that after a series of battles, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon had risen to Lord Level 2, and the Void Dragon Weasel had risen to Commander Level 3, which was incredibly slow compared to their previous rate of improvement. In fact, this is the normal improvement speed of Lord-level beasts and rare attribute beasts, as the resources for cultivating Lord-level beasts are more than 10 times scarcer than those for Commander-level beasts, and their prices are naturally several times more expensive. The same goes for rare attribute beasts, such as those with space, barrier, dusk, paper drawing, and dream attributes. The conditions for their birth are very unique, which naturally leads to their high value and exorbitant prices. As for the main resources for evolution, the prices are even more outrageous. Each one is considered sky high, and they are often hard to find, making it impossible to buy even with money. The plants for artificially cultivating various resources can barely reach the commander level. However, before Mu Xian could leave, a familiar giant wolf suddenly appeared in front of him and his two beasts, its gaze cold. The information panel that appeared next made Mu Xian horrified. Thunderstorm Wolf, Species, Thunder-type Wolf Clan Rank, Lord Level 9 Bloodline, Beast King Level Quality, Elite Skills, Thunderstorm, Thunder Cage, Frenzied Thunder Claw, Thunder Tread Description, a powerful monster living deep in the Longmen Mountain Range. It is undoubtedly the king of the surrounding 100 miles. Be careful. At this moment, Mu Xian finally reacted. The giant wolf before him was indeed the Beast King of the Longmen Mountain Range, a peak existence of Lord Level 9. Not good. The diamond giant wolf I just killed summoned this thunderstorm wolf. Instantly, Mu Xian felt a chill run down his spine. But the thunderstorm wolf did not give Mu Xian much time to think. With a low roar, it moved, and blue-purple lightning suddenly surged toward Mu Xian. Damn. Mu Xian cursed under his breath, swiftly dodging while shouting, Shaoling. In the next moment, the ice crystal cold extreme dragon had already made its move. Exuding cold air that instantly froze the thunder cage released by the thunderstorm wolf, executing the ice crystal cold extreme dragon skill, Extreme Cold Seal. This skill, evolved from extreme cold freezing, had already transformed significantly, combining rapid freezing with considerable freezing damage. However, the greatest advantage of this skill was its instant cast. Just like at this moment, the thunder cage was instantly frozen, but the subsequent change made Mu Xian's heart sink. He saw that the rapidly frozen thunder cage suddenly surged with arcs of lightning, and in an instant, the ice shattered, and the thunder cage continued to sweep toward him. The rank difference was too great. Mu Xian quickly concluded. The battle between the three beasts soon entered a heated stage, with powerful skills being unleashed one after another. Yet the damage dealt to the thunderstorm wolf remained limited. Meanwhile, the powerful destructive force and paralysis effect of the thunder attribute also inflicted considerable injuries on the ice crystal cold extreme dragon. Fortunately, the void dragon weasel occasionally used space binding, giving the ice crystal cold extreme dragon a chance to breathe. If this continued, Mu Xian's side would undoubtedly face defeat. But fortunately, there was still a glimmer of hope. Chapter 037, The Third Beast, the Heavenly Machine Illusion Butterfly. Mu Xian suddenly realized that his two beasts were not performing well in terms of cooperation. The reason for this was likely that they had previously been crushing their opponents easily. Now, facing a powerful beast at Lord Level 9, this weakness was finally exposed. Little cat, keep binding it and use void blades to harass it, creating opportunities for Shaoling. Shaoling, your task is to keep freezing it and wait for the chance to unleash Absolute Zero Storm. With Mu Xian's reminder, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon and the Void Dragon Weasel finally reacted, starting to cooperate with each other. Gradually, the two beasts managed to withstand the Thunderstorm Wolf's onslaught and even launched counterattacks from time to time. However, the Thunderstorm Wolf quickly sensed the change in the situation and soon identified Mu Xian as the key factor. Therefore, it abruptly changed its battle strategy and focused its attacks on Mu Xian. Now it was Mu Xian's turn to feel the pressure. Every skill aimed at him had to be taken on by the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon and the Void Dragon Weasel, consuming a large amount of energy in a short time, and they were on the verge of exhaustion. The Wolf Clan truly is a cunning race. Mu Xian sighed inwardly. After discovering this weakness, he knew it was unlikely he could win this battle. Little cat, Shaoling, keep using Extreme Cold Seal and Space Binding. We'll fight while retreating. Space Binding was undoubtedly a divine skill among control-type skills, and it was almost impossible to evade. Although the Thunderstorm Wolf broke the Space Binding in less than 30 seconds, Mu Xian had already created some distance from it. Then, the Extreme Cold Seal skill was cast, freezing the Thunderstorm Wolf once again for a duration of 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, another Space Binding was cast. 5 minutes later, Mu Xian and his two beasts regrouped, collapsing in a tree hollow. Meow, meow, meow. I can't beat it. I'm so useless. The Void Dragon Weasel cried out in grievance, clearly distressed about not being able to help much. Don't be sad. That big wolf is 2 levels higher than you. Once you reach the same level, you could easily pin it to the ground with one hand. Mu Xian comforted with a smile. Meow? Really? The Void Dragon Weasel looked up. Of course it's true. Mu Xian nodded seriously. In fact, the Void Dragon Weasel would easily be able to kill the Thunderstorm Wolf once it reached Lord Level 1. But unfortunately, Space Attribute Beasts were notoriously difficult to level up. Mu Xian and his two beasts rested in the tree hollow for over 20 minutes before recovering. However, he soon awkwardly realized that he had gotten lost after running away too quickly. Little cat, how long until you can use the space passage? Mu Xian looked at the void dragon weasel, knowing that this skill was particularly draining on energy. During the battle with the thunderstorm wolf, he hadn't dared to use it. If the coordinates for the space passage were wrong, he would be in real trouble. Meow? It's ready. Great. Let's head back to Jinhua City directly. Meow meow meow. It's too far to return. At that moment, Mu Xian didn't dare to recklessly traverse space. Who knows if he would end up in the lair of a Lord-level monster. Ultimately, Mu Xian decided to first exit the Longmen mountain range and determine his location before making further plans. Fortunately, Little Cat's mustard seed space stored plenty of food and water, so he didn't have to worry about starving or freezing. By evening, Mu Xian still hadn't exited the Longmen mountain range. Thankfully, there were many dead tree hollows in the mountains, and he chose a safe one as his resting place. That night, Mu Xian slept uneasily, feeling as if something was watching him. But no matter how he observed, he couldn't find anything, thinking he was just imagining it. However, Mu Xian knew it was definitely not an illusion. As a commander-level beast master, his physical quality had already risen to commander level 2. And with his practice of breathing techniques, his mental attributes were outstanding, making him very sensitive to the gazes of monsters. The reason he couldn't observe was that he suspected the monster was timid, watching him from 50 meters away. So Mu Xian planned to lure it out and see what kind of monster it was. With the bright moon hanging high in the sky, a small, transparent butterfly cautiously approached. It sensed that the target seemed to be asleep, which made it feel more at ease. This was just its nature. It was called the Heavenly Machine Illusion Butterfly, an extremely rare and scarce beast. Just as this transparent butterfly approached within 50 meters, Mu Xian finally sensed something. Slightly opened his eyes and saw the target, nearly getting startled. Heavenly Machine Illusion Butterfly Species, Illusion Type Precognition Butterfly Clan Rank, Elite Level 3 Bloodline, Beast King Level Quality, Excellent Skills, Illusion Form, Danger Precognition Description, a very rare, mutated monster. Originally just an ordinary illusion butterfly bloodline, it underwent a significant transformation due to the awakening of part of the 3-life butterfly bloodline, resulting in its banishment from its clan. It then traveled thousands of kilometers, finally arriving at the Longmen mountain range. Heavenly Machine Illusion Butterfly, it possesses part of the 3-life butterfly bloodline. Mu Xian's heart stirred. For the third beast, Mu Xian did not have a clear target. Whether it was a healing type or a tank type, he wouldn't mind either. However, after spending half a month in the Longmen mountain range, he had not found either type of beast, which made Mu Xian suspect that perhaps these two types of monsters had been completely captured. The Heavenly Machine Illusion Butterfly in front of him, which could foresee danger, was very much to Mu Xian's taste. Naturally, the Heavenly Machine Illusion Butterfly did not realize that Mu Xian had already discovered it. Seeing that the target had not yet awakened, it finally dove into a tree hole. Then, little spirit, spatial confinement. In an instant, a transparent space enveloped the Heavenly Machine Illusion Butterfly. The butterfly, trapped within, was immediately stunned and emitted a series of chirps, but as an elite-level creature, how could it possibly break free from the spatial confinement? Looking at the beautiful butterfly with transparent wings, Mu Xian grew more and more satisfied. Just its appearance was enough. Moreover, it was a rare beast that had awakened part of the 3-life butterfly bloodline. So it was even more impossible to let it go. The 3-life butterfly, just hearing its name was enough to know it was extraordinary, especially the word life butterfly, which indicated that the creature was a powerful beast related to fate. Mu Xian could not be more satisfied with a beast possessing such bloodline. Soon, Mu Xian dripped a drop of blood to complete the contract with the Heavenly Machine Illusion Butterfly. What? You say the Heavenly Machine Illusion Butterfly did not agree? As an elite-level creature, did it have the ability to resist? Shortly after, the Heavenly Machine Illusion Butterfly slowly awakened and suddenly realized something was amiss. There was another consciousness within its own awareness. This discovery left the Heavenly Machine Illusion Butterfly in a state of panic. How could this happen? Its little head couldn't comprehend it. Don't be afraid, little one. You'll be my partner from now on. Fortunately, at this moment, a warm voice echoed in the consciousness of the Heavenly Machine Illusion Butterfly, making it feel very warm. From now on, I'll call you Little Butterfly. Chapter 038. Arriving in Hangzhou having obtained a rare bloodline beast, Mu Xian was already more than satisfied with his trip to the Longmen mountain range. The next morning, taking advantage of the reduced presence of monsters in the forest, Mu Xian set off. After a whole morning, he finally saw the figures of human beast masters, which naturally meant he had left the depths of the Longmen mountain range and arrived at the outskirts. Soon, Mu Xian, with 3 beasts, burst out of the Longmen mountain range, but he quickly realized he had actually come to the other side of the Longmen mountain range, closer to Hangzhou. This meant that Mu Xian had crossed the entire Longmen mountain range all by himself. Feeling a bit embarrassed about getting lost and ending up traversing the entire Longmen mountain range, Mu Xian was relieved that no one knew. Since he had arrived in Hangzhou, he thought it best to see Fangfei. Half an hour later, outside the Provincial Beastmaster Academy, in a milk tea shop, Ling Fangfei looked at Mu Xian in surprise and said, "Mu Xian, how come you're in Hangzhou?" Mu Xian's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment. "I came to Hangzhou to purchase some cultivation resources." Ling Fangfei did not suspect anything, knowing that many beast masters would do the same, as the resources in provincial capitals were far richer than those in ordinary small cities. "What resources do you need?" "Let me see if I have any," Ling Fangfei asked with concern. "You helped me a lot last time, and I just didn't know how to thank you." Mu Xian curiously asked, "Has your flame sparrow evolved?" Talking about this, Ling Fangfei immediately became excited. "Yes, thanks to your reminder. I specifically evolved it towards the direction of the Golden Flame Divine Bird, and it was indeed successful. Now it's called the Golden Flame Divine Sparrow." As she spoke, Ling Fangfei summoned her beast. Golden Flame Divine Sparrow, type, Fire type, Flying type rank, Commander level 6 bloodline, Beast King level quality, Elite skills, Jet Flame, Golden Flame Strike. Explosive Fireball description, originally a flame sparrow containing a trace of the Golden Flame Divine Bird bloodline. It obtained part of the Golden Flame Divine Bird bloodline after using a not-so-perfect cultivation evolution scheme, and also inherited some abilities of the Golden Flame Divine Bird, with considerable potential. Mu Xian noticed that this Golden Flame Divine Sparrow had indeed undergone significant changes, with the entire beast exuding a faint golden color and a majestic, powerful aura. However, through the information panel, Mu Xian realized that the quality of this Golden Flame Divine Sparrow had decreased, indicating a loss of potential. Evolving it into the king-level Golden Flame Divine Bird would be several times more difficult. The critical point lay in the imperfection of the evolution scheme. Watching the jubilant Ling Fangfei, Mu Xian did not voice his judgment. Sometimes, it was better not to know. After talking about the Golden Flame Divine Sparrow, Ling Fangfei finally asked about Mu Xian's situation. "Mu Xian, what level is your beast cultivated to? Have you contracted a second beast? I heard that the college entrance examination for your year has changed significantly." Mu Xian nodded. "Yes, the college entrance examination has changed. We first have to engage in battles in the city, then go to the provincial capital for the secret realm exam, and finally, there is a possibility of going to the imperial capital for the national exam. If it were the previous college entrance examination, it would have been a liberal arts test first, followed by a rank test, and then a ranking competition, with teachers scoring based on that. The higher the rank, the higher the score, which was not very friendly to ordinary families. But now it was different. The importance of rank had decreased, and the cultivation and understanding of beasts had increased. It was evident that the higher-ups had noticed many issues with the rank-only theory, which was not conducive to discovering talent among beast masters. Ling Fangfei sighed. "In this way, your advantage has increased. By the way, you haven't said what rank your beast is yet." Mu Xian thought for a moment and replied honestly, "Lord level 2. Lord level 2. What are you saying? Lord level 2. Ling Fangfei almost jumped up, exclaiming, "Lord level already? How could it be so fast?" Mu Xian smiled. "I obtained a dragon blood fruit in the Longmen mountain range." Ling Fangfei was speechless. If it weren't for their close relationship, she might have almost shouted out, "Handsome guy, please support me." At that moment, a girl with fair skin and a small face, resembling a child but with a giant bear-like presence, walked into the milk tea shop. Upon seeing Ling Fangfei and Mu Xian, her eyes lit up, and she said fiercely, "Oh, Ling Fangfei, you said you had something to do, but it turns out you're dating right at the school gate?" Ling Fangfei was taken aback, and her pretty face turned red. Man, we're not dating. We're just on a date, right?" said the girl named Man with a smile. Ling Fangfei replied irritably, "We're siblings." "Oh, so it's a sibling romance." Man nodded seriously. Mu Xian and Ling Fangfei exchanged glances. After a round of explanations, Man seemed to understand. Oh, so you're childhood sweethearts who are siblings. And now you're preparing to take it further into a sibling romance, right? Hello, Ling Fangfei's brother. I'm Man, your childhood sweetheart's good friend. Mu Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. I'm Mu Xian. Since Man had interrupted, many personal topics naturally couldn't be discussed anymore. So Ling Fangfei began to talk about the resources Mu Xian wanted. Little brother, what resources do you need? Let me see if I have any. And me, Mu Xian, I can sell you resources at cost price. Man chimed in cheerfully. Mu Xian shook his head with a smile. You probably don't have what I need. It's better to go to the Beast Master Mall to buy. Are you so sure? I'm also a Lord-level Beast Master now. Ling Fangfei retorted. Exactly. Do you look down on us at the East Beastmaster Academy? Seeing this, Mu Xian smiled slightly. I need Lord-level Ice-type and Dragon-type cultivation resources. Or Commander-level Space-type resources. Do you have any? Commander-level Space-type resources? Lord-level Dragon-type resources. Ling Fangfei and Man exclaimed in unison, looking at Mu Xian in disbelief. Ling Fangfei was surprised that Mu Xian actually needed Commander-level Space-type resources, while Man was naturally shocked by the Lord-level Dragon-type resources. It should be noted that even at the East Beastmaster Academy, those who could reach Lord level in their first year were extremely rare. Mu Xian nodded with a faint smile, leaving Ling Fangfei and Man in awe. After a long time, Ling Fangfei smiled bitterly and said, Little brother, the resources you mentioned, we really don't have, but I know where to buy them. Isn't that right, Man? Man quickly nodded and said, Yes. Brother Mu Xuan, my dad runs a beast resource store. He might have these rare resources. Mu Xuan hesitated for a moment, but seeing that Man was serious, he half-heartedly agreed. 20 minutes later, Mu Xuan, Ling Fangfei, and Man arrived outside a beast resource store in Hangzhou's beast trading area. Looking at the large beast shop with 8 storefronts, Ling Fangfei complained, Man, is this the small store you told us about before? Man stuck out her tongue and said, Hee, isn't it trendy to be low-key? Chapter 039. This son-in-law must not be allowed to escape. Sihai Lu is the name of Man's family beast resource store, covering an area of 1,000 square meters with a wide variety of items. Confirming with a glance, this was the beast resource store they were looking for. Man, what brings you to the store today? A middle-aged man said kindly, his eyes full of affection. Man shyly said, Dad, I have a friend who wants to buy some rare attribute beast resources. Do you have any here? What rare attribute beast resources? Man's father, Sihai, said with a faint smile, filled with confidence. Our Sihai Lu has 80% of the attributes in stock. Man's father, named Sihai, was once a powerful beast master. Later, when the beasts fell, he opened this Sihai Lu in Hangzhou and became a well-known beast resource merchant in the city. Mu Xuan's eyes lit up. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. Hello, Uncle Yu. I'm Mu Xuan, Man's friend. I would like to purchase Lord-level Ice-type and Dragon-type cultivation resources, as well as Commander-level Space-type resources, and lastly, some Elite-level Illusion-type resources. Lord-level Ice-type and Dragon-type? Commander-level Space-type resources? Sihai was surprised, and a trace of vigilance rose in his heart. Could this kid be trying to fool Man? Looking at this kid's attire and demeanor, is he really a Lord-level Beastmaster? Despite thinking this, Sihai still smiled and said, Classmate Mu Xuan, the resources you mentioned are quite expensive. How about we discuss it upstairs? Of course. On the second floor, in the reception room, Sihai quickly handed over the price list and some actual items. Sihai Lu had a total of 6 types of Ice-type resources, 4 types of Dragon-type resources, and 3 types of Space-type resources. Classmate Mu Xuan, the Space-type resources you want are quite rare. Our small shop only has 3 types. I hope you understand. Sihai said with an apologetic expression, then asked, May I ask which ones you plan to purchase? Hearing that there were 3 types of space resources, Mu Xuan was quite happy. Indeed, the variety of resources in big cities is rich. Just a random store can offer space-type resources. Looking at the price list, it showed Void Stone, Elite-level resource. The most common space-type resource, 250,000 each. Void Spirit Stone, Commander-level resource, slightly rarer than Void Stone, 900,000 each. Knowing that Void Stone only costs 250,000, the price increase made Mu Xuan gasp internally. Space-type resources are simply money-gobbling beasts. Hollow Willow Tree Branch, Commander level resource, a rare space spirit tree branch, is an advanced resource, reaching 3 million each. Xian Giant Dragon Scale, Lord level resource, an old scale shed during the Xian Giant Dragon's molting, 500,000 each. Polar Cold Light Dragon Blood, Lord level resource, blood left by the Polar Cold Light Dragon, 1. 2 million per drop. Extreme Cold Spirit Crystal, Lord level resource. Yu Sihai watched Mushuan with a look of amusement, eager to see the young man's embarrassing reaction. Ling Fangfei and Yu Man were also shocked. This price was several times more expensive than their beast resources. Mushuan pondered for a moment and then spoke, surprising everyone present. Uncle Yu, I want all 30 void spirit stones from your store. I'll take 5 hollow willow tree branches, 30 Xianin giant dragon scales, and 30 drops of polar cold light dragon blood. Also, give me 100 extreme cold spirit crystals. Hearing the quantities Mushuan announced, Yu Sihai was stunned on the spot. Is this young man really a Lord-level Beastmaster? And a Dragon-type Lord Beastmaster? When did such a young genius Beastmaster appear in Hangzhou? At that moment, the trace of amusement in Yu Sihai's heart disappeared, replaced by excitement and anticipation. Because gaining the friendship of a genius Beastmaster is far more important than earning tens of millions. Classmate Mushuan, the total price for these beast resources is 125 million yuan, but since you and Man are friends, I'll give you a cost price of 85 off, totaling 106 million. Mushuan looked at the bill, and wow, the space-type resources for the Void Dragon Weasel alone reached 36 million, even after the discount. Indeed, space-type beasts are not something ordinary people can afford. But it must also be admitted that the strength of space-type beasts is outstanding, providing extraordinary effects. Whether in combat or exploration, they are essential beasts and a powerhouse in a top Beastmasters team. Looking at the high number, Mushuan frowned. He only had 14 million in his account, so it seemed he needed to sell some stock. Seeing Mushuan frown, Ling Fangfei spoke up, "Little brother, what's wrong? Is there not enough money? I still have several million here." Yu Sihai chuckled and said, "Classmate Mushuan, if you don't have enough money, you can take these resources and use them first. You can settle the payment later." Yu Sihai's words were actually a test. How could a true Lord-level genius Beastmaster not have money? Even if they didn't have that much cash, they would still have some rare resources on hand. Although he had already believed that Mushuan was very likely a Lord-level Beastmaster, he still wanted to make a final confirmation. Mushuan smiled and waved his hand. "No need. No need. I'll have it soon." Then, Mushuan waved his hand, and the Void Dragon Weasel instantly appeared in Mushuan's arms. The little guy looked around warily, finding the battle scene completely different from what he imagined, and immediately looked at Mushuan in confusion. "Meow? So cute," Yu Man exclaimed upon seeing the Void Dragon Weasel, her heart racing, almost reaching out to pet it. Ling Fangfei still had some rationality. She had already guessed Mushuan's plan. Yu Sihai, on the other hand, was filled with anticipation. If Mushuan really was a Lord-level Beastmaster, wouldn't he be the perfect son-in-law? In this era, a genius Beastmaster has women flocking to him. Yu Sihai naturally wanted to take the lead, deeply binding with the other party for a win-win situation. Seizing the opportunity, Mushuan petted the cat and then smiled. "Little cat, take out the resources we obtained in the Longmen mountain range." Meow. A pile of various beast organs emitting a strong bloody smell appeared out of thin air, shocking the onlookers. Ling Fangfei picked up a plastic bag, which surprisingly contained a heart, but the aura emanating from it made her heart race. It was at least the heart of a 5th-tier Lord Beast. Yu Sihai was both surprised and delighted. He had already recognized several familiar beast corpses, such as the Emerald Dragon Python, which seemed to have reached 6th-tier Lord level in its lifetime, but had fallen at the hands of this young man. For example, the Shadow Gecko, known for its elusive nature, had killed countless human beast masters in the Longmen mountain range. Wait, the Emerald Dragon Python and Shadow Gecko. Could they be the few Overlord-level beasts deep in the Longmen mountain range? Yu Sihai's heart was racing. Where on earth did this genius come from? This son-in-law must not be allowed to escape. Chapter 040. Transaction completed. Trouble at the hotel. Mu Xian hunted a total of 9 Lord-level monster beasts in the Longmen mountain range. He didn't even spare the smaller ones, taking their corpses, while for the larger ones, he directly cut off the most valuable materials, such as hearts and kidneys. Classmate Mu Xian, the total value of these monster corpses and materials is 120 million. After deducting 1.06 billion, you still have 14 million left. Would you like to continue selecting some resources, Or should I find something for you? Yu Sihai said excitedly and joyfully. Mu Xian looked at the corpse of the emerald dragon python and suddenly had an idea. He remembered something he had wanted to buy for a long time, but never had the chance to. Uncle Yu, do you have any temporary beast control rings? The temporary beast control ring can seal monster beasts inside it and bring them back to the city for sale, often used on high-tier and rare monster beasts. If Mu Xian had had a temporary beast control ring earlier, he could have directly captured the emerald dragon python alive, which would have been worth up to 50 million. However, the temporary beast control ring is very rare, as it involves space and sealing powers, making it difficult to produce, with each one costing over 10 million. Mu Xian had inquired about it in Jinhua City, but was told that purchasing one required a reservation, extra fees, and a queue, with at least 7 or 8 people ahead of him, taking at least 3 months. So when Mu Xian unexpectedly arrived in Hang City, his first reaction was to procure a batch of useful items to take back, including the temporary beast control ring. Temporary beast control ring? Yu Sihai smiled and said, yes. I just received one that was originally reserved by a customer, but the person hasn't come to pick it up for 3 days. Since classmate Mu Xian wants it, I'll give it to you first. That's great. Mu Xian smiled instantly, not caring whether someone had really missed the pickup or not. He just wanted the temporary beast control ring. Soon, a silver metal bracelet was carefully taken out by Yu Sihai and handed to Mu Xian, along with instructions for its use. Speaking of the temporary beast control ring, it is indeed good, but unfortunately, it is too difficult to make. It is said that only Beast King level spatial beast masters can create them, and they must also be spatial beasts that have mastered spatial cutting skills. Which is too harsh a condition, Yu Sihai lamented. After saying this, he looked at Mu Xian with expectation. Classmate Mu Xian, if your beast can be promoted to Beast King level and master spatial cutting skills, you must try to learn how to make the temporary beast control ring. Our Sihai building is willing to buy them at 10 million each, however many you have. Temporary beast control ring? Mu Xian looked at the little creature in his arms and shook his head with a wry smile. Uncle Yu, you overestimate me. I am still far from Beast King level. I don't even know how many resources it will take to evolve the Void Dragon Weasel to Beast King level. Yu Sihai also regained his composure and smiled wryly. That's true, Beast King level is too far away. He naturally knew that spatial beast masters were the hardest to cultivate. Without 1 billion, it would be difficult to cultivate a Beast King level spatial beast master. In the end, the temporary beast control ring was sold to Mu Xian for 10 million, and the remaining millions were used by Mu Xian to buy resources needed for the Tianji illusion butterfly. Thus, the pleasant shopping session came to an end. Man, bring more classmates to the store to play. Yu Sihai said cheerfully to Yu Man and Mu Xian as they were leaving, seemingly hinting at something. Stepping out of Sihai building, Ling Fangfei looked at Mu Xian as if he were a monster. Little brother, are you really still the same little brother I knew since childhood? Mu Xian felt his scalp tingle under Ling Fangfei's gaze. But he was secretly complaining about how terrifying her intuition was. Cough, Sister Fangfei. I'm still the same me, with no changes at all. It's just that I've had some adventures in these past few months. Mu Xian replied with a faint smile. Yu Man looked enviously at the cute little silver cat in Mu Xian's arms, and said in a pitiful tone, Mu Xian, can I hold it? Mu Xian smiled gently and handed the little cat to her. Go ahead, don't be shy. Meow. Soon, the little creature voiced its displeasure. But Yu Man quickly used her skilled cat-petting technique, making the little cat's eyes squint with pleasure. Mu Xian shook his head with a smile and said to Ling Fangfei, Sister Fangfei, I'm planning to go back to Jinhua City tomorrow. Ling Fangfei nodded gently. Today's experiences had been too shocking for her. In just a few months, her little brother had caught up to her, and his strength far exceeded her imagination, making her begin to question her life. That night, at the Eastern Zhujiang Beastmaster Academy, in a certain girl's room, several outstanding-looking girls sat in the living room, listening to Yu Man's vivid description of Mu Xian's situation, which left Ling Fangfei's other 2 friends stunned. Fei, if you don't want your brother, why not let us have him? Ling Fangfei rolled her eyes. Humph, don't even think about it. Oh, come on, don't be so stingy. You can be the big one, and I'll be the small one. In an instant, the living room was filled with the sounds of girls chasing and playing. On the other side, in a hotel outside the academy, Mu Xian was feeding the 2 little creatures with training resources, while the ice crystal cold extreme dragon was thrown into the beast control space, which does not hinder the beast from absorbing resources to grow. Little butterfly here. This is the flavor your butterfly clan loves the most. Mu Xian looked at the small Tianji illusion butterfly, but was pondering how to train it, whether to cultivate its illusion attributes or to explore its precognitive abilities. To be honest, Mu Xian didn't know much about this mysterious precognition attribute, as it involved the realm of fate. In today's human civilization, the top beast masters with fate attributes have not been disclosed domestically or internationally. Undoubtedly, even if there were some, they wouldn't be many. After being expelled from its group and traveling over 1,000 kilometers to the Longmen mountain range, could this little creature have foreseen something and specifically come to find me? Thinking carefully, it really is possible. With that in mind, Mu Xian became even more interested in the Tianji illusion butterfly's mysterious attributes. At 10 o'clock at night, the little creatures had finished absorbing their resources and had fallen into a deep sleep in the beast control space. Mu Xian also prepared to sleep to recharge for his return to Jinhua City tomorrow. However, just 10 minutes after he lay down, the hotel suddenly shook, followed by a violent wave of energy that finally woke Mu Xian. Could it be that I have the legendary protagonist Halo, causing trouble wherever I go? Chapter 041. What the heck? Blood of a witch. How terrifying. In the hotel, outside the corridor, a voluptuous girl was constantly knocking on the door, seemingly seeking help from the guests inside. But whether due to the decline of morality or the loss of humanity, none of the doors the girl knocked on opened. At that moment, footsteps were getting closer and closer. That woman is right in front. We mustn't let her escape. Damn it, haha. So what if she's a commander-level beastmaster? If Zhang wants a woman, who dares to refuse? Stop talking and hurry up. If that little girl escapes, none of us will have a good outcome. Just then, sensing something odd, Mu Xian opened the door, wanting to understand the situation, but suddenly a slender figure dashed past. Help me. A sweet voice rang out, making Mu Xian momentarily stunned. Then he quickly reacted and quietly closed the door. He was secretly delighted. Could it be that the Klitsch D hero saving beauty story was about to unfold? A minute later, a group of people rushed past outside the door, and the girl's figure suddenly tensed. After a long time, Mu Xian looked at the girl and smiled. It's okay now. Those people have rushed past. The girl nodded, revealing a hint of joy as if she had survived a disaster. Big brother, thank you for saving me. Mu Xian gently nodded, suddenly feeling something was off. Because in his eyes, the girl's information panel actually displayed Zhuodonglai species, human race level, commander level 1 beastmaster, soul-eating spider demoness, lord level 1. Blood-boiling butterfly demoness, commander level 9, flowing flame wind falcon demoness, commander level 5. A slender girl with outstanding looks named Zhuodonglai, whose contracted 3 beasts were all demonesses. How could this not be surprising? Moreover, Mu Xian could sense that the group of people who just rushed over were merely ordinary humans. It was indeed quite ridiculous that this lord-level beastmaster was still worried. Mu Xian's heart immediately filled with infinite vigilance. The other party had clearly set up this situation targeting him. It is said that within human civilization, there are currently 4 major evil organizations, the most notorious of which is the Dark Alliance, followed by the Beast God sect. The third one is even more mysterious, with almost no information leaked, only known by the name Witch Sect. Could this woman possibly be a member of the legendary Witch Sect? Looking at the information displayed on the panel, could it be that this sect has transformed all its members into females? Damn, it's really possible. As I suspected, the Klitsch hero saving the beauty story doesn't exist. I just don't know what this guy's true purpose is. It can't possibly be to seduce me and lead me astray, right? The taste of witches must be quite good. Thinking of this, Mu Xian couldn't help but shiver. He certainly didn't share the same peculiar interests as Emperor Rossel. At this moment, the girl seemed to make a significant decision, pulling out a pure white fruit from her bosom, its surface gleaming white and emitting a faint fragrance. Big brother, I have no way to repay you. Only this holy light fruit as a token of gratitude. The girl said seriously, and after that, she specifically introduced the fruit's effects. If it weren't for seeing the information on the fruit, Mu Xian would have truly believed her. Holy light fruit. Level. Lord level applicable range. Humans, demon beasts, beast master's introduction. A rare spiritual fruit from the realm of light, containing powerful light energy. Capable of transforming one's physique, increasing by 1 to 3 levels, making the body more compatible with light attribute power. It is one of the few rare spiritual fruits that can directly act on the human body. Witch's blood. Level. Lord level applicable range. Any living being introduction. The residual blood of the supreme being, the doomsday witch from ancient times. diluted 1,000 times by the water of the spirit spring. Even after 1,000,000 years, it still possesses terrifying infectious capabilities. If absorbed directly, the body will gradually feminize, changing the mindset. After 3 doses, one will become a woman. Even demon beasts and beast masters will turn into demonesses, irreversible, and after feminization, they will worship the witch madly. Note, if the witch's blood cannot merge with the human body within 1 hour, it will self-dissolve. Damn, this witch's blood is too terrifying. Mu Xian almost cried out in shock, but managed to hold it in. He realized that a single fruit and 2 information panels could only mean one thing. The witch's blood was hidden within. The other party was clearly trying to recruit him, or rather, drag him down with them. However, Mu Xian still accepted the holy light fruit. After all, who would refuse such a tempting offer? As for the witch's blood, of course, he would keep it. It might come in handy for some schemes. By the way, I still don't know your name. Mu Xian put the holy light fruit into his pocket and suddenly asked. The girl noticed that Mu Xian didn't eat the holy light fruit on the spot, and her expression slightly changed, puzzled. My name is Zhuo Ranan. Big brother, why aren't you eating? The holy light fruit can't be kept for too long. Oh really? Mu Xian smiled slightly, summoned the void dragon weasel, and then put the holy light fruit into the mustard seed space, specifically instructing, little guy, this fruit is very precious. You mustn't sneak a bite. Meow? Got it. The little cat glanced at Mu Xian with disdain and then burrowed back into the beast master space. This turn of events left the girl Zhuo Ranan. Oh no, Zhuo Donglai, stunned. This was completely different from her expectations. I can't show my hand. I don't believe that you would hesitate to eat such a valuable holy light fruit right in front of you. Zhuo Donglai snorted in her heart, feeling quite displeased. The source of her displeasure was naturally because Mu Xian did not fall for her trick, while she had been easily deceived back then. Sigh. The past is hard to look back on. At this moment, Mu Xian suddenly said, Miss Zhuo, it's quite late. Aren't you going home? Zhuo Donglai replied. Are you being polite? It's so late, and no, I am such a beautiful woman. Am I really going to be sent away? Is something wrong with you? Zhuo Donglai feigned a look of distress. Big brother, you don't know. That young master is the only son of a big shot in Hang City, extremely arrogant, and loves to capture women like me. I have no home to go back to. Big brother, can I stay with you for one night? I'll find a chance to leave tomorrow. Mu Xian smiled and said, of course you can. It seems a bit inappropriate for us to stay together as a man and a woman. I'll book another room at a different hotel. Zhuo Donglai was shocked on the spot. No way, no way. Is there really such a righteous and kind person in this world? But Mu Xian didn't care about what Zhuo Donglai was thinking. He didn't dare to stay with this person for a night. So he immediately packed all his things into the mustard seed space and quickly left. After Mu Xian left, Zhuo Donglai finally came to her senses. But where was Mu Xian's figure? Damn, could this guy have seen through something? Mu Xian, even if you see through it, so what? As long as you eat that holy light fruit, the next steps will not be up to you. Chapter 042. We meet again, classmate 10 minutes later, in another hotel. In a luxurious room, Mu Xian looked at the holy light fruit, revealing a hint of intrigue. To be willing to take out such a holy light fruit to scheme against me. What exactly is your witch organization plotting? As an ordinary high school student, there seems to be nothing about me worth their scheming over. Could it be that they are eyeing my talent and strength? Or are they planning a huge conspiracy that requires me to scheme something? What the truth is, Mu Xian could not know. But he knew he had to be extremely cautious from now on. Without any hesitation, Mu Xian coldly laughed at the holy light fruit. Let me see what this so-called witch's blood is really like. Extracting witch's blood. In the next moment, a drop of black-purple blood was slowly extracted, emanating an ominous aura. Through this drop of black-purple witch's blood, Mu Xian seemed to see the silhouette of a woman at the peak of perfection, hazy and indistinct, and a hint of desire suddenly surged in his heart. Fortunately, not long after, Mu Xian regained his composure. He became increasingly wary of the drop of witch's blood before him. Witch's blood level, Lord level applicable range. Any living being introduction. Seeing that the description hadn't changed, Mu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Then looked back at the holy light fruit, and sure enough, the information about the witch's blood was no longer there. With this, the holy light fruit naturally became edible, and he no longer had to worry about the terrifying consequences of the witch's blood. I wonder if the witch's blood I extracted will dissolve by itself. Mu Xian looked at the drop of witch's blood in the bowl, filled with curiosity. With this curiosity, Mu Xian scrolled through his phone while quietly waiting. An hour later, the drop of black-purple witch's blood suddenly turned pure black, like ink, exuding an incredibly evil aura that was nauseating. Witch's poison level, Lord level applicable range. Any living being introduction. Originally witch's blood. Itself dissolved into a bizarre poison because it did not merge into a living being within 1 hour, reversing sexual orientation, and only witch's blood can resolve it. Indeed, a malicious plot. Mu Xian wiped the cold sweat from his brow, thankful for his information panel. Otherwise, how could he defend against such schemes? The next day, Mu Xian quietly boarded the caravan, returning to Jinhua City. Fortunately, this time he did not activate any protagonist halo and returned safely to Jinhua City without incident. What Mu Xian didn't know was that just after he left, the girl Zhuo Donglai found the hotel where he was staying, but of course, she was left empty-handed. How could this guy remain so calm? Has he really not eaten the holy radiance fruit? Zhuo Donglai was speechless. The plot shouldn't be like this. Mu Xian, I won't let this go. After returning to Jinhua City, Mu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. During this time, his nerves had been tightly strung, fearing all sorts of accidents. After a good sleep, he felt much more refreshed. It was at this time that Mu Xian took out the holy radiance fruit and swallowed it in one bite. The taste of jujube. As soon as he finished speaking, a warm power surged from his abdomen, flowing to his limbs, nearly making Mu Xian moan in pleasure. It took a full afternoon for that warm current to dissipate, and Mu Xian had already reached the rank of Commander Level 5. Not only that, but even his Beast Master space had expanded significantly, emitting a faint golden light. Following that, Mu Xian began to systematically increase the levels of his beasts. However, before he could raise many of them, the college entrance examination arrived. Mu Xian, species, human rank, Commander Level 5 talent, bloodline extraction and fusion beasts, Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, Lord Level 4, Void Dragon Weasel, Commander Level 6, Heavenly Machine Illusion Butterfly, Elite Level 7. In Jinhua City, at the 9th high school, in a certain classroom, Mu Xian was writing furiously, taking the literature exam of the college entrance examination. According to the new college entrance examination rules, the literature exam accounts for 40 of the total score, while the city-level practical exam accounts for 60. This means that to take the provincial exam, the literature score cannot be too low. The so-called literature exam encompasses 6 subjects: Chinese, mathematics, geography, history, common beast language, and beast identification, with each subject scored out of 100. All subjects must be completed in 1 day, and the results will be released the next day. As the first batch of graduates from the new-style college entrance examination, Mu Xian and his peers naturally garnered a lot of attention, with countless parents concerned about whether this year's exam would be too difficult or if there would be any surprises. Television, media, and the internet were all focused on it. For instance, at this moment, outside the examination hall where Mu Xian was located, there were not only countless students and parents watching, but also a live broadcast from a television station, with cameras everywhere, creating a dense crowd. In today's Beastmaster era, although Beastmasters are mainstream, television, newspapers, and the internet have also developed remarkably. However, it cannot compare to the internet era on Earth because the monsters often destroy fiber optics. The internet on Blue Star is almost like a collection of local area networks in various cities. Locals can only browse local network content. Want to browse content from other provinces? Sorry, you need permission. It's quite frustrating. In the classroom, Mu Xian wrote rapidly, finishing the 3 subjects of the morning exam an hour early. As he stepped out of the school gate, he was stunned by the scene before him. A beautiful reporter from the television station appeared in front of him, microphone in hand. Student, do you think this year's college entrance examination is difficult? You came out so early. Did you submit your paper early? How many points do you think you can score? Are you worried about the practical exam in 3 days? Mu Xian raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that it was time to show off. Ahem. This year's college entrance examination is very easy. Look, I came out an hour early. As for how many points I can score, the 3 subjects in the morning total 300 points. And I should be able to get 270 without a problem. What? You ask if I'm afraid of the practical exam? What a joke. My beasts are already at Lord Level 4. How could I be afraid? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. The beautiful reporter looked confused. Lord Level 4? Are you kidding? Some university graduates haven't even reached Lord level. When Mu Xian left, the parents present all laughed. Who is that kid? He brags too much. Lord Level 4? If he could just reach commander level, it would be a miracle, right, Lord level? He could become a senior official in Jinhua City. Is it possible for a high school graduate to be like that? My eldest son, who is studying at university in Hang City, is only at commander level 5 now, yet he thinks he is a genius. For a while, Mu Xian became a topic of conversation among these parents, and it was said that he also sparked a lot of mockery online. In the afternoon, during the 3 subjects exams, Mu Xian again submitted his paper more than an hour early. The beautiful reporter appeared at the right moment and smiled. Student, we meet again. Chapter 043. As a Lord-level Beastmaster, getting first place is quite reasonable, right? Mu Xian chuckled softly. Yes, sister, we seem to have a good fate. I wonder what you are preparing to interview me about this time. This time I want to ask, which university do you plan to apply to? Without thinking, Mu Xian replied, of course it's the Eternal Academy. The beautiful reporter was surprised. Eternal Academy? You need to achieve a good rank in the provincial exam to have a chance of being admitted. Mu Xian smiled faintly. I am confident in myself. After the interview, Mu Xian naturally became a topic of discussion among parents again. This kid can really talk. He plans to apply to the Eternal Academy. I think our Zhejiang Province Beastmaster Academy is in trouble. Haha, what's wrong with young people daring to dream? Who knows, he might really have that strength. Regarding the discussions among these parents and even online, Mu Xian paid them no mind. He preferred to use facts to slap faces. The next day, the day after the college entrance examination, the literature scores were officially announced. As expected, Mu Xian achieved first place with a total score of 600 points, scoring 599. Mu Xian, congratulations, Lin Susu said with a complex expression. This student has undergone a tremendous change in just 3 months, shocking everyone. Ironically, all those who had laughed at him before had become the laughingstock. Mu Xian smiled and said, it's all thanks to Teacher Lin. By the way, Teacher Lin, how is the principal? Ever since the former principal Lin Xuanye retired due to injury, the former vice principal had been promoted to the new principal. But the new principal had enough prestige but lacked the strength to suppress the various factions within the school, leading to considerable chaos at the 9th High School. Originally, the 9th High School was developing well, but with a new principal, it was already not as good as before. Lin Susu shook her head. It's still the same. Oh. Mu Xian sighed. Just then, a group of people approached from a distance, and one of them was the beautiful reporter who had interviewed him yesterday. Han Jiai was somewhat surprised. The first place in the literature exam in Jinhua City unexpectedly came from the 9th High School, and he scored 599 points. Just 1 point away from a perfect score. This was simply shocking news for all of Jinhua City. Today, Han Jiai came to the 9th High School to interview that literature top scorer. As this was the first session of the new-style college entrance examination and garnered a lot of attention. Just like the 2 interviews yesterday, they received enormous attention on both television and online. So Han Jiai took the opportunity to see if she could gain some topics from this top scorer. However, not long after, Han Jiai was dumbfounded because the principal of the 9th High School actually brought the student she had interviewed twice yesterday to her. Wait a minute. Could this student really be, as he said, a top student master? Soon, the principal's words confirmed her guess. Reporter Han. This is our top scorer in this liberal arts college entrance examination, student Mu Xian. Student Mu Xian, this is the reporter from the television station. Mu Xian smiled at the beautiful reporter Han Jiai and said, Sister, we meet again. Han Jiai suddenly felt awkward. She was also one of those who didn't believe in Mu Xian. Ahem, student Mu Xian, hello. I didn't expect. I really got the first place. Mu Xian chuckled and said, you should know, the higher the level of the beast tamer, the more feedback they receive, which strengthens their physical fitness and naturally enhances their brain capacity. As a Lord-level beast tamer, getting first place is quite reasonable, right? Han Jiai couldn't help but nod, but then suddenly realized. Reasonable or not, this was almost a perfect score, just 1 point off in the Chinese essay. Even a Lord-level beast tamer shouldn't be this exaggerated, right? The interview hadn't even started, but it seemed to have already ended. Sure enough, when the video of Mu Xian's interview couldn't be released, the local forum of Jinhua City erupted. What? This guy who was funny during the interview actually got first place. What? This guy is also a Lord-level beast tamer? Is he cultivating since he was in his mother's womb? What? This guy is also preparing to take the Eternal Academy entrance exam? This can actually be supported. If it weren't for the network restrictions between cities, Mu Xian's name would have probably spread throughout the entire Dragon Country by now. 2 days passed. and the first round of the city-level college entrance examination was about to begin. In Jinhua City, at the Central Coliseum, which was originally used for high-level beast tamers to compete and communicate, this time the venue for the citywide college entrance examination was chosen here. The originally spacious Coliseum Center had been transformed into numerous arenas, totaling more than 20. At 9 in the morning, Mu Xian and the other candidates received their number plates and entered the Coliseum. As noon approached, Mu Xian received an exam notification on his phone. Dear candidate number 9001. Mu Xian, please proceed to arena number 11 within 10 minutes for battle. Your opponent is candidate number 1055. Jinhua City has a total of 9 high schools, and the first number represents the school. In other words, Mu Xian's opponent comes from the first high school of Jinhua City. The first high school of Jinhua City was originally quite mysterious, rumored to have many experts, but since Mu Xian advanced to Lord level, he rarely paid attention to others. He didn't think there would be anyone in the small Jinhua City who could reach Lord level before graduating high school. Finally, it's my turn. Mu Xian smiled. After waiting all morning, his big knife was already eager to go. In arena number 11. After the referee and the supervising teacher verified the information of Mu Xian and candidate number 155, the battle quickly began. Students, you may only summon one beast for this battle. Once your beast is defeated, you lose. Additionally, you must abide by the Beast Tamer's code. Your beast must not attack the opposing Beast Tamer. When the beast falls and the Beast Tamer concedes, the opposing Beast Tamer cannot continue to attack. Do you understand? The referee reiterated the exam rules to both. Understood. Mu Xian and candidate number 155 replied, but it was obvious that candidate number 155 looked a bit dejected. Well, now almost everyone in the 9 high schools of Jinhua City already knows Mu Xian's name and strength. On the other side, the beautiful reporter Han Jiai hurriedly rushed over after hearing about Mu Xian's battle. This top liberal arts student is the recent traffic password. However, when Han Jiai arrived at arena number 11 with her camera assistant, she was shocked to see Mu Xian as a beast tamer, quickly charging in front of his opponent's examination, punching and sending the opponent's beast flying. What is going on? Mu Xian, where's your beast? Mu Xian smiled slightly. Sister reporter, do you think I need to summon a beast to deal with an elite-level beast tamer? It seems that indeed, it wasn't necessary. Han Jiai was left speechless. In the live broadcast room with over 100,000 viewers, the netizens were also stunned by Mu Xian's bold move. Wow, Mu Xian makes a lot of sense. I have nothing to say. I want to know how the opposing beast tamer feels. Their cultivated beast is actually not as strong as the beast tamer themselves. Wow, is a lord-level beast tamer this strong? The beast tamer can defeat an elite level 8 beast by themselves? Although I really don't want to discourage you, the fact is, a lord-level beast tamer inherently possesses commander-level physical fitness. In the Jinhua City Coliseum exam site, reporter Han Jiai also decided not to interview anyone else and just followed Mu Xian. Student Mu Xian, I heard your beast is an extremely rare ice elemental life form. How did you contract it? Han Jiai curiously asked, which was also a question many people were curious about. For so many days, Mu Xian's identity had already been dug up. He was just an ordinary commoner, even worse off than an average family. Yet, he not only contracted the ice crystal spirit, but also far outperformed other candidates in Jinhua City, which was very intriguing. Mu Xian smiled slightly. Of course, it's because I was lucky. That newborn ice crystal spirit was born in a cave, and I found it while seeking shelter from the rain. Han Jiai was speechless. If she believed that, she would really be foolish. The viewers in the live broadcast room instantly got excited. Got it. I'm heading to the wild to find a cave to seek shelter from the rain. Understood, I'm already outside the city. Which cave should I go to find the ice crystal spirit? A cave? I remember there's one in the North Mountain. I'm going there first, roar. Han Jiai, not willing to give up, continued to ask, Student Mu Xian, are you confident about the provincial exam? I heard that 3 or 4 candidates from Hang City have reached Lord level. Mu Xian smiled, although I don't want to admit it. I still want to say that the gap between Lord level beasts and Lord level beasts is also very large. Wow, this guy is so confident. It would be fun to see him get slapped in the face later. Haha, I've already taken a screenshot, waiting for the slap in the face. Being modest is confidence. To put it bluntly, it's arrogance. Let's wait and see. Han Jiai chuckled. Student Mu Xian, you can't underestimate others. I'm not underestimating others, but the fact is the fact. Mu Xian stood up and smiled, then walked toward arena number 15, where his second opponent appeared. In arena number 15. Seeing that his opponent was also an elite-level beast tamer, Mu Xian lost interest again, then charged directly toward the opponent's beast, throwing a punch. Candidate number 9001 wins. Under the arena, reporter Han Jiai didn't know what to say. Can a Lord-level beast tamer really do as they please? Then the subsequent opponents were all elite-level beast tamers, and Mu Xian won 5 consecutive battles without the opponents even seeing Mu Xian's beast. Until the next day, Mu Xian finally encountered a commander-level beast tamer, candidate He Busi from the 3rd school, whose beast was a Furious Fire Dog of Commander Level 4. Furious Fire Dog, type, Fire System Dog breed level, Commander Level 4 bloodline, Lord level quality, elite skills, Furious Flame, Fiery Dog Charge introduction, and unremarkable Furious Fire Dog. Seems to be even more furious than other Furious Fire Dogs. Facing the Furious Fire Dog, Mu Xian did not have absolute assurance relying solely on himself. So he straightforwardly summoned the Void Dragon Weasel. To be honest, letting the Void Dragon Weasel deal with the Furious Fire Dog feels a bit like bullying. But since the 3rd beast, the Heavenly Machine Illusion Butterfly, hasn't advanced yet, he could only send the Void Dragon Weasel into battle. Under the arena, beautiful reporter Han Jiai excitedly said, "Quick, quick, quick, aim at student Mu Xian's beast, it's so cute." In the live broadcast room, the netizens also showed curious expressions. What kind of beast is this? I've never seen it before. It looks so beautiful. It shouldn't be an ordinary beast tamer. It must be some rare beast tamer. I have seen a beast that looks similar to it, but clearly not as handsome as this one. Oh, that beast is called the Space Ferret. Picture. Wow, except for the difference in size and fur color, everything else is exactly the same. Could this be a mutated Space Ferret? Space-type beast tamer. Wow. How come this guy has such powerful beasts? I need 10 lemons for this. This is just outrageous. His first beast is the Ice Crystal Spirit, and his second beast is actually space-type. The next moment, Mu Xian's beast moved on the stage. And all I saw was that silver-white little cat disappearing in a flash. When it reappeared, it was directly behind the hot-tempered flame hound of the opposing candidate, He Busi. Before He Busi could react, the silver-white little cat slapped and sent the flame hound flying. "Little hound," He Busi exclaimed, quickly running over to check on the flame hound. Finding its injuries not severe, he quickly breathed a sigh of relief. Little hound used the Furious Fireball to fight back. Although He Busi already knew that the opponent was a space-type beast tamer, he did not give up, but it was obviously futile. The Void Dragon Ferret once again traversed the void and appeared behind the Furious Flame Hound, using the same trick again. However, the Furious Flame Hound still couldn't react and was sent flying once more. This time, the Furious Flame Hound was knocked out. He Busi, a top student of the 3rd middle school, was defeated. Below the stage, Han Jiai had a complex expression. She noticed that although this Mu Xian looked arrogant, his strength was unquestionable. Not only did he have the Ice Crystal Spirit, but also this space-type beast. With such strength, who could resist? Sure enough, next, Mu Xian almost swept through the entire examination hall of Jinhua City. The top 100, the top 10, the top 3, including Zhang Qingming, a top student from the 8th middle school at the 6th level, was defeated. Chen Zai, a top student from the 2nd middle school at the 7th level, was defeated. Zhou Huaguang, a top student from the 1st middle school at the 7th level, was defeated. Finally, there was only one last match left in the entire examination hall. Mu Xian against the strongest student from the 1st middle school, Chu Lingjun, who was at the 9th level. Like Mu Xian, Chu Lingjun also stood out in this exam. No one was his opponent, and he won consecutively, ultimately advancing to the finals alongside Mu Xian. Chu Lingjun's species, human race level, elite level 9 talent, strength amplification beast, diamond speed dragon lizard, level 9. Blackstone giant, level 5, diamond speed dragon lizard, species, diamond dragon lizard race level 9 bloodline. Beast king level quality, outstanding skills, diamond iron armor, speed dragon charge. Dragon armor tail whip introduction. Originally a monster living deep in the Longmen mountain range, later hunted, possessing some sub-dragon bloodline, good at strength charges. Mu Xian, let me see how strong your Lord-level Ice Crystal Spirit really is, Chu Lingjun said in a deep voice. Chapter 045, The Strongest Genius of the 1st Middle School. Dear audience, good morning. I am your host, Han Jiai. Here we are at the final round of the Jinhua City College entrance examination battle. Standing behind me are the 2 absolute final students, namely, the so-called strongest genius of the 1st middle school, Chu Lingjun. Chu Lingjun's beast is a diamond speed dragon lizard, which has been cultivated to level 9 by him, just one step away from the Lord level. Furthermore, this is also a dragon-type beast, possessing some dragon lizard bloodline. Very powerful. And standing to my right is our Jinhua City's most monstrous genius, Mu Xian from the 9th Middle School. His rise can be described as legendary. It seems like his life has been on cheat mode. 3 months ago, Mu Xian was just an ordinary student without a contracted beast. But he fortuitously found an extremely rare ice element life ice crystal spirit during an outing. Since then, it seems like he has been favored by the goddess of luck, as his second beast turned out to be the incredibly rare space-type beast, the Space Ferret. In the previous liberal arts examination, he achieved a score just 1 point shy of full marks, shocking all of Jinhua City. And in this battle examination, Mu Xian also performed outstandingly, winning all 10 battles, almost sweeping the entire examination hall. So, will the strongest genius from the first middle school prevail, or will Jinhua City's most monstrous student laugh to the end? Let's wait and see. Finally, let us give the warmest applause to welcome them for the final round of battle. Han Jiai smiled at Mu Xian, stepped down from the stage, and handed the stage over to Mu Xian, Chu Lingjun, and the judging teacher. Mu Xian glanced at the strongest genius from the first middle school with some surprise, especially at the opponent's strength amplification talent, revealing a hint of a smile. Finally, there was a worthy opponent. Fulfill your wish. Mu Xian smiled faintly, and with a wave of his hand, a huge and elegant blue ice dragon appeared in front of him, which was his beast, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. When the majestic, powerful, elegant, and strong Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon appeared on the stage, everyone was stunned. What kind of beast is this? Isn't it said that this Mu Xian's beast is an ice element life called Ice Crystal Spirit? This one is so beautiful. This dragon-type beast is so pretty. I want it. Could it be that Mu Xian's Ice Crystal Spirit evolved into a dragon type? This is too incredible. When the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, radiating a Lord-level aura, appeared, Chu Lingjun and his beast, the Diamond Speed Dragon Lizard, were instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't it said to be the Ice Crystal Spirit? How did it turn into a dragon type? And looking at that powerful dragon might, is this really a pure blood dragon? Do you have to bully me like this? It's no wonder Chu Lingjun thought this way. After all, his beast is a dragon type, which is stronger than ordinary beasts, but at the same time, it is restrained by true dragon-type beasts. Just like now, when the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon appeared, Chu Lingjun's Diamond Speed Dragon Lizard immediately showed fear, anxiety, and terror. Below the stage, Han Jiai was also astonished. Incredible, incredible, dear friends, our Mu Xian has actually summoned a dragon-type beast. And based on the dragon might emitted by this beast, it is very likely to be a true pure-blood dragon. This is simply astonishing. Evolving an elemental life into a pure-blood dragon-type beast. This is something unimaginable. The strong body and vitality of a dragon-type beast. If it also inherits the powerful spellcasting ability of the Ice Crystal Spirit, this dragon-type beast is simply invincible. Now, Chu Lingjun is really in danger. In the live broadcast room, netizens started to complain. This is not danger. This is simply a complete lack of odds. Exactly, originally, Lord-level beasts have an advantage over Commander-level beasts, not to mention that Chu Lingjun's Diamond Speed Dragon Lizard is also a dragon type, which just happens to be restrained by this dragon-type beast. Chu Lingjun must be cursing right now. I can't watch anymore. I thought the finals would be more exciting, but it turned out to be a complete mismatch. I didn't expect Mu Xian's beast to be even stronger than imagined. However, to be honest, even if it was still the Ice Crystal Spirit, the Diamond Speed Dragon Lizard wouldn't be able to win. Chu Lingjun looked at the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, and a hint of envy arose in his heart. No beast tamer wouldn't want a pure-blood dragon-type beast. You actually let the Ice Crystal Spirit evolve into a dragon type? Is that necessary? Chu Lingjun asked. Mu Xian shrugged and said, the Ice Crystal Spirit has an inherent flaw, with potential only at the Beast King level. I just happened to obtain the Dragon Blood Fruit in the Longmen Mountain Range, allowing the Ice Crystal Spirit to evolve into a dragon-type beast. Isn't that only natural? Well, since there's a TV station here, let me formally introduce my little spirit. His name is Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, a brand new dragon-type beast. Little spirit, come and greet the audience. The Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon roared at the camera and the audience present, watching the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon show off. Chu Lingjun was speechless on the spot. Could it be that Mu Xian really has a connection with the goddess of fortune? Why does he encounter all the good things? Just then, the referee cleared his throat and asserted his presence. Two students, you can catch up later. Now, the battle begins. Mu Xian shrugged, allowing Chu Lingjuan's Diamond Speed Dragon Lizard to strike first, otherwise it would really have no chance to attack. Chu Lingjun comforted the massive Diamond Speed Dragon Lizard. Don't be afraid. Show your strongest power. As he spoke, Chu Lingjun had already summoned his talent ability, Power Amplification. In the next moment, the Diamond Speed Dragon Lizard roared, emitting a powerful oppressive force, its aura faintly exceeding the commander level. Charging towards the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon on all force, Mu Xian made no move. The Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon was fully capable of acting on its own. Facing the charge of the Diamond Speed Dragon Lizard, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon did not dodge or evade, but instead charged forward with its physical strength. The audience, what a surprise. Mu Xian's summoned beast, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, actually chose not to release skills, but prepared to face the Diamond Speed Dragon Lizard with pure physical strength. What will the outcome be? Let's wait and see. On the arena, as Han Jiai's voice fell, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon and Diamond Speed Dragon Lizard collided with a loud crash, and in the next moment, a muffled grunt was heard. The Diamond Speed Dragon Lizard surprisingly took a step back. The Diamond Speed Dragon Lizard, known for its strength, actually lost to the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon in terms of power. Oh, what a surprise. What a surprise, audience friends. The Diamond Speed Dragon Lizard is actually at a disadvantage in this power contest. I must say, the strength of this Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon completely exceeded my expectations. At the same time, I am also very glad that our Jinhua city has such a beast master. Chapter 046, Lin Xuanye's Final Gift. I lost, but I will catch up to you until I surpass you. On the arena, Chu Lingjun said calmly, showing no signs of frustration from defeat. After losing the power contest, all actions of the Diamond Speed Dragon Lizard became futile, resolved by a single move from the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. Chu Lingjun speculated that this Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon might be of the legendary extraordinary quality, or even legendary quality. So, it was not unjust to lose to the opponent. Mu Xian smiled slightly. Then you have to work hard. Below the arena, Han Jiai exclaimed excitedly, this genius battle in Jinhua City has finally come to an end. Mu Xian from 9th Middle School has achieved the final victory. Let's cheer for him. At the same time, let's also give applause to Chu Lingjun, thanking him for bringing us this wonderful battle. Clap, 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 clap. Mu Xian, congratulations. Lin Susu walked over to congratulate him. Thank you, Teacher Lin, Mu Xian replied with a smile, not overly proud. As being the first in Jinhua City was not worth boasting about, outside Jinhua City, countless young strong ones were waiting for him. Not arrogant in victory, not discouraged in defeat. It seems your mentality is well maintained, Lin Susu smiled. Mu Xian said, Teacher Lin is joking. I am far from reaching a point of victory. Lin Susu nodded, always unable to see through her student. In just 3 months, he had soared to incredible heights, remarkably fast. But Lin Susu knew that her student's future achievements would definitely not be low. Mu Xian, my grandfather wants to see you. At this moment, Lin Susu suddenly said, making Mu Xian understand her reason for coming over. Mu Xian was slightly taken aback, then nodded. Okay. Half an hour later, Mu Xian followed Lin Susu back to the nursing home and met the former principal of 9th Middle School, Lin Xuanye. Compared to the last time, Lin Xuanye looked much better, but he had noticeably more white hair. Upon seeing Mu Xian, Lin Xuanye was very happy. Mu Xian, you're here. I heard you got first place. Congratulations. Hee, principal, you are teasing me. This achievement is nothing to congratulate. Mu Xian waved his hand with a smile and curiously asked, Principal, you were looking for me? Lin Xuanye nodded lightly and handed Mu Xian a box, smiling. These past few days, I have been sorting out my collection over the years. Most of it has been given to my granddaughter, but these 2 items are too far for her. So I thought it would be suitable to give them to you. Mu Xian looked puzzled as he opened it, and his expression suddenly changed. Principal, you don't refuse. This girl Susu has limited talent. Leaving it to her is not a good thing. Lin Xuanye sighed. Mu Xian didn't know what to say because in the box Lin Xuanye handed him were 2 types of resources, both of which were king-level resources. Ancient Qing Yuan Feather, Tier, King-level applicable range. Phoenix System, Qing Yuan System, Bird Species Description, a feather left by the divine beast Ancient Qing Yuan, containing immense Qing Yuan power and a trace of Qing Yuan origin. Over time, the power has continuously diminished, leaving only king-level tier, but it is still a rare treasure. Fate-stained stone, tier, king-level applicable range, fate system, prophecy system, reincarnation system description, a magical stone stained with a trace of fate power, containing unique power. Can be used as the main material for beast evolution. Lin Xuanya sighed. This ancient Qing Yuan feather contains Qing Yuan power. It was originally meant for my own beast's evolution, but alas, this unexpected event. As for this stone, I had it appraised. But it was only identified as a king-level material. The real effect is unknown. I hope you can find out what it is useful for in the future. Mu Xian nodded lightly, storing the two materials carefully, taking a deep breath, and bowing to Lin Xuanya. After leaving the nursing home, a hint of joy could not help but appear on Mu Xian's face. He didn't expect to have obtained a fate-stained stone from Lin Xuanya, which could completely serve as the main material for the second evolution of the heavenly mechanism illusion butterfly. Yes, the second evolution. Because the heavenly mechanism illusion butterfly is currently only at the elite level and does not need such high-end materials at all. The next day, Mu Xian received a notification from the Beast Master Education Bureau that he had qualified to participate in the provincial college entrance examination with the first place in Jinhua City. And the Bureau would organize personnel to go to Hangcheng in 7 days. At the same time, the Bureau informed him that the City Lord would present the rewards for this college entrance examination at the City Lord's mansion, and he must not be late or absent. After ending the call, Mu Xian felt a wave of excitement, secretly looking forward to the rewards from the City Lord's mansion. The next day, at 9 in the morning, Mu Xian arrived at the City Lord's mansion and saw that dozens of people were already there, all of whom were the top 100 students in Jinhua City's college entrance examination. Before long, others also arrived, including Chen Yunxi and Chu Lingjun. Mu Xian, you came so early? Chen Yunxi's eyes lit up when she saw Mu Xian, greeting him with a smile. Beside her was a beautiful girl with fair skin and long legs. The two walking together was almost blinding. Chen Yunxi, you are here too. By the way, I haven't congratulated you on getting 5th place in Jinhua City. Mu Xian said cheerfully, as he had a good impression of Chen Yunxi. Chen Yunxi rolled her eyes. In front of your 1st place, what does my 5th place count for? By the way, let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Ning Ruoxue. Mu Xian looked at Ning Ruoxue. Hello, I am Mu Xian. He knew Ning Ruoxue, who was called the school flower of 6th middle school and was also the 2nd strongest in 6th middle school. However, through the information panel, Mu Xian was surprised to find that Ning Ruoxue was far more than just the 2nd strongest. She was almost catching up to him. Ning Ruoxue race, human tier, commander level 1 talent, with domain beast, purple-blue sword lotus, lord level 1, electric vine, commander level 5. Returning origin spirit flower, commander level 2. Who would have thought that this school flower was secretly already a lord level beast master? Ning Ruoxue nodded gently and said, Hello, I am Ning Ruoxue. Mu Xian took a deep look at Ning Ruoxue and then stopped the conversation. At that moment, Chu Lingjun also approached Mu Xian and suddenly said, Pay attention to the provincial examination. Someone is going to deal with you. Mu Xian was confused, as he seemed to have offended no one. Soon after, the city lord, Lu Xiaodian, came out with a large group of officials from the city lord's mansion. Naturally, Lu Xiaodian was the first to speak, encouraging everyone to strive for good results in the provincial examination and to bring glory to Jinhua City. After a round of motivational speeches, it finally came to the exciting moment. I guess you can't wait any longer, so let's start distributing the rewards. Lu Xiaodian said with a smile, Bring them up. Chapter 047, Bright Amber, the remains of the fate-transcending worm. As Lu Xiaodian spoke, several staff members carried in several boxes, and when opened, they were filled with various attributes of cultivation resources. Although they were all elite-level resources, over 100 neatly arranged items had already made many students breathe heavily. Here are resources of most attributes with similar values. You each choose one. Note, this is for your beast training, not for you to sell, understand? When he said the last sentence, Lu Xiaodian's expression became serious. Everyone responded in unison, understood. Lu Xiaodian then looked at Mu Xian and the others and said, Mu Xian, Chu Lingjun, Zhou Huaguang, Chen Zai, Chen Yunxi, Ning Ruoxue, you all come with me. Inside the inner hall, Lu Xiaodian changed his demeanor, speaking kindly. You are all elites of Jinhua City, and the city's performance relies on your improvement. Bring them up. Soon, more than a dozen wooden trays were brought out. each displaying a material that exuded an extraordinary aura. Lu Xiaodian looked at Mu Xian and said, Mu Xian, you are the first, so you can choose 2 items. You go first. Thank you, City Lord. Mu Xian said with a hint of joy as he began to observe the materials on the trays. In fact, with just a glance, he already knew which material was the most valuable and which was the most suitable for him. Cold Ming Stone Flame Crystal Stone Magma Subdragon Heart Void Spirit Stone 15 materials. To be honest, none stood out particularly. They were all fairly standard. Naturally, the most precious was the Void Spirit Stone, and Mu Xian guessed that this Void Spirit Stone was specially prepared for him by Lu Xiaodian. Mu Xian wouldn't be polite and took the Void Spirit Stone first. Then suddenly, he was stunned because, while selecting the second material, he unexpectedly saw 2 information panels on one of the materials. He hadn't noticed this detail when he glanced over it just now. Bright Amber, rank, Commander level applicable scope, any system description, an ancient amber left over from the ancient era after the heavenly change, containing a trace of light aura. Remains of the fate transcending worm, rank, Lord level applicable scope, fate system, prophecy system, insect category description, the remains of the miraculous ancient race, the fate transcending worm, which was fortuitously wrapped in bright amber due to the heavenly change. Originally a king-level item, after 100,000 years, it has degraded to a lord-level material, but is still a rare resource. This piece of bright amber was milky white and slightly transparent. If not paying attention, one wouldn't notice that there was an extremely tiny worm inside the amber, or rather, the remains of the fate-transcending worm after its death. It's hard to imagine that the remains, smaller than a fingernail, could be rated as lord level. The remains of the fate-transcending worm seemed just right to be used for the evolution of the Tiange illusion butterfly. Mu Xian thought to himself, discreetly taking the bright amber. Lu Xiaodian looked at Mu Xian with some surprise, not understanding why Mu Xian would choose that amber. He had obtained that amber unintentionally, and after appraisal, discovered it only contained some light attribute power. Since he had no light-type beasts, he decided to reward it to Mu Xian and the others. However, Lu Xiaodian knew that Mu Xian also had no light-type beasts, making this choice hard to understand. Did this kid already contract a light-type beast? Or did I misjudge this amber? Mu Xian shook his head, not thinking further since it had already been given. There was no reason to take it back. Lingjun, you go choose. Lu Xiaodian said with a smile, clearly familiar with the 2. In fact, Chu Lingjun was a descendant of one of the 3 Beast King-level Beastmasters in Jinhua City, definitely a second-generation Beastmaster, and naturally familiar with Lu Xiaodian. Chu Lingjun nodded slightly and quickly chose the Magma Subdragon Heart. This material would be quite useful for the golden-armored swift dragon lizard. It was evident that Lu Xiaodian had arranged the materials with special consideration. Next, Zhou Huaguang, Chen Zai, Qin Yunxi, Ning Ruoxue, and others stood up one after another to select suitable resources for themselves. After the rewards were distributed, Lu Xiaodian invited Mu Xian and the others to have lunch to strengthen their relationship, and it wasn't until after lunch that Mu Xian returned home. As soon as he got home, Mu Xian couldn't wait to take out the bright amber to examine it closely. Looking at the somewhat indistinct remains of the fate-transcending worm inside the amber, he smiled, feeling he had struck gold. Then, Mu Xian summoned his 3 beasts and arranged for them to cultivate, especially the 3rd beast, the Tiange illusion butterfly. He gently said to the little creature, which was only the size of a fist, little butterfly, you need to work hard to cultivate. I've prepared the resources for your evolution. Buzzing. The Tiange illusion butterfly flapped its wings, expressing its excitement as Mu Xian circled around it. Next, Mu Xian arranged for the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon to go to the underground ice store for cultivation, let the Void Dragon Weasel play by itself, and placed the Tiange illusion butterfly in the garden while he began to cultivate the soul tempering body refinement technique. For the next 7 days, Mu Xian stayed in his newly purchased estate, cultivating diligently. In the blink of an eye, it was time to go to Hang City for the provincial secret realm examination. For someone like Mu Xian, who had no connections, the provincial secret realm examination was a benefit, and he naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to improve himself. Mu Xian was the same. Although he was exceptionally talented, entering the secret realm was not something one could do at will. Most secret realms were still in the hands of the government, organizations, and large groups. To enter their controlled secret realms, one had to either pay a huge sum of money or equivalent resources or work for them. In fact, Since the news of Mu Xian contracting the ice crystal spirit spread, many large companies in Jinhua City had approached him, trying to lure him into their companies with the secret realm as bait. Mu Xian naturally refused all offers, and because of this, he had had very few opportunities to enter secret realms during this time. As for public secret realms, they were long since unsuitable for Mu Xian. Not long after, Mu Xian arrived outside the city lord's mansion, where 3 buses were already waiting. The city lord's mansion was a certain distance from the east train station. Speaking of trains, one must mention their extravagant configuration. Each train was said to be equipped with light and heavy weapons, and each carriage had a commander-level beastmaster, with even lord-level high-ranking beastmasters guarding them. The reason for such arrangements was primarily due to the current era of beastmasters, where demonic beasts appeared frequently and would occasionally attack trains in droves. Without strong combat protection, it would be enough to put everyone on the train in grave danger. With such configurations, the price of every train ticket was also high enough to make ordinary people wince. For example, the ordinary seats on this trip cost 1,000 yuan. Chapter 048. A false alarm. Let me tell everyone some good news. The train will arrive on time in 10 minutes. After arriving at the train station, the staff from the city lord's mansion told Mu Xian and the others, leaving Mu Xian speechless. Since when was it good news for a train to arrive on time? However, just thinking about the current era where demon beasts are rampant, it's indeed good news that the train can arrive on time, which signifies that this train has had a safe journey. After ticket checking, entering the station, and boarding, it took about 20 minutes for over 100 people, including Mu Xian, to successfully get on the train, which then started moving. Next to Mu Xian was Chu Lingjun, a second-generation beastmaster. Mu Xian found this guy quite pleasant. Although he was defeated by Mu Xian, there was no resentment or bitterness on his face, as if he was very calm about his defeat. Suddenly, he looked at Mu Xian and said, "Mu Xian, I heard you're planning to apply to the Eternal Academy?" Mu Xian nodded and replied, "Of course, only by going to the Eternal Academy can I improve myself in the shortest time." Chu Lingjun pondered and said, "No wonder your beast mastery has improved so quickly." Mu Xian broke into a sweat. He wanted to say, "Dude, my improvement is because I have a cheat. If you follow my example, you might end up useless." Then, Chu Lingjun said seriously, "I also plan to apply to the Eternal Academy." Originally, Chu Lingjun intended to go to the Imperial Capital Academy, as it has 2 large secret realms, 5 medium secret realms, and dozens of small secret realms, providing great advantages and safety. But now it seemed that safety meant a lower risk and naturally lower rewards. Just as Mu Xian was about to explain at that moment, the train suddenly shook violently, startling everyone inside. Mu Xian had an ominous premonition, thinking, could it be that my protagonist Halo is acting up again? It shouldn't be that bad, right? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the steel plates on both sides of the carriage suddenly fell, making a rhythmic clanging noise, which meant that the entire train had officially entered combat mode. Sure enough, the guards in the carriage had already drawn their weapons in an orderly manner, and the beast masters were summoning their beasts, ready to fight. The government staff sent by Jinhua City acted as a liaison and quickly clarified the situation. They were passing through the Interrealm City when a beast tide broke out. Hearing about the beast tide, everyone's expression changed, recalling the beast tide that had just erupted in Jinhua City a few days ago. "Director Qian, is the situation serious?" Mu Xian asked. "Director Qian, the government staff from Jinhua City responsible for bringing Mu Xian and others to Hang City, was in his 30s and also a commanding-level beast master." He shook his head and said, "The train conductor told me that we passengers don't need to worry. Just stay calm in the carriage. I estimate that it will soon." Before he could finish, a terrifying roar suddenly came from afar, causing the entire train to tremble, making even the ordinary passengers feel a sense of heart palpitation, let alone Mu Xian and the other beast masters. A beast king-level demon beast. Everyone's heart sank, and a bad premonition emerged. If even a beast king-level demon beast had appeared, the scale of this beast tide must be considerable. Then, Mu Xian felt the train shake violently beneath him, tilting forward. The train had made an emergency stop. Attention passengers, the train is about to face a beast tide attack. Please refrain from moving around and do not panic. Our train 9111 has sufficient strength to protect everyone's safety. The announcement repeated 3 times throughout the train, causing many passengers to panic. However, the steel plates on both sides of the train had already been lowered, and no one knew what the outside looked like. "Ruoshua, what should we do? We won't be in danger, right?" Chen Yunxi asked, a bit flustered. Ning Ruo Shui remained calm and said lightly, don't worry. The beast tide can't break through the train's defenses so quickly. A train like this at least has a large caliber cannon capable of severely injuring a beast king level demon beast. And there are lord level and commander level beast masters guarding us, not to mention us. At that moment, Chu Lingjun suddenly sighed and said, I'm not worried about the beast tide attacking the train. I'm more concerned that if we're stuck here, we definitely won't make it to the provincial secret realm exam tomorrow. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They were already aware of the examination secret realm controlled by the Provincial Beast Master Education Bureau, which was said to contain many powerful bloodline demon beasts, as well as precious resources specially placed by the big shots of the Bureau. Missing this secret realm would mean a huge loss for them. Even Director Qian's expression changed if the candidates didn't arrive in Hang City for the exam. All the scores from Jinhua City would be marked as 0, which would be a significant loss for Jinhua City. I'm going to find the train conductor to get more information. Director Qian hurriedly ran toward the front of the train. Mu Xian remained relatively calm. If worst came to worst, he could just get off the train and rush into the Interrealm City to find a vehicle to Hang City. The distance between Interrealm City and Hang City was at most a 2-hour drive, and with his strength as a Lord-level Beastmaster, reaching Hang City safely wouldn't be an issue. However, not long after, something strange happened. The beast tide suddenly retreated, leaving everyone on the train feeling puzzled. About an hour later, the train continued its journey toward Hang City. No one knew that shortly after the train left, several figures in black clothes appeared above the original valley. Why abandon the plan to attack Interrealm City? They can't hold on much longer. Someone whispered. Exactly. Once we break through Interrealm City, it will definitely cause a huge shock to Dragon Country. We could also plunder countless resources. Yes, we've done so much work to break through Interrealm City, and now it's all for nothing. There will never be a better opportunity than today. Could it be that there is something wrong with that train? Amidst the chatter, a tall figure calmly said, because I sense the aura of a Beast King level Beast Master on that train. What? A Beast King level Beast Master? How is that possible? The tall figure continued. That train is carrying the young genius Beast Masters from Jinhua City, Suzhou City, and other 4 cities. And sending a Beast King level Beast Master to escort them is not impossible. If this Beast King level Beast Master gets involved, not only will it be difficult to break through Interrealm City, but you and I will probably not escape either. Upon hearing this, all the black-clothed people fell silent. They really couldn't deal with a Beast King level Beast Master. Nearly 2 hours later, the train safely arrived at Hang City Station, and Mu Xian quietly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that it was just a false alarm. However, he had gained another layer of awareness regarding the dangers of this world. Chapter 049. Championship Ranking, First Place. That night, at the hotel where Mu Xian and the others were staying, the people from Jinhua City were having dinner when someone suddenly exclaimed, wow! A provincial exam championship ranking has appeared online, listing all the top students from our Zhejiang province. Mu Xian from Jinhua City actually ranks first. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Mu Xian with surprise. First place in the provincial exam championship ranking? Is it really that exaggerated? Mu Xian was also a bit surprised and smiled lightly. Send me the link. I want to see why I'm ranked first. My beast shouldn't be that strong yet, right? Sure. The person quickly nodded and sent the link to the group. Everyone clicked on the link and soon saw the so-called provincial exam championship ranking. First place was indeed Mu Xian. The first provincial exam after the new college entrance examination is about to begin. Who will be able to win first place in this provincial exam? I am Jiang Hu by Xiaosheng, compiling information on all provincial exam students from the 40 cities in Zhejiang province, and after strict screening, I have finally listed the championship favorites in a ranking for you to check. This guy named Jiang Hu by Xiaosheng clearly stated the main points at the beginning, followed by a list of 20 names. Provincial Exam Championship Ranking First Place, Jinhua City, Mu Xian, Main Beast, Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, Lord Level 5. Comment: a powerful dragon-type beast evolved from the Ice Element Life Ice Crystal Spirit, perfectly inheriting the Ice attribute casting ability of the Ice Crystal Spirit, along with the dragon's strong physique and melee capabilities, with top-level dragon bloodline, suspected of extraordinary quality, deserving of the championship first place. Second place, Hangzhou, Fong Yintian. Main Beast, Storm Thunder Giant Eagle, Lord Level 6. Comet, a top-tier flying beast with a trace of the Thunder Dragon Eagle bloodline, possessing extraordinary quality and 3 major attributes, Storm, Thunder, and Dragon, with very strong combat power. He once killed a Lord level 9 monster, thus ranking second on the championship list. Third place, Hangzhou, Shinning Shuang, main beast, Frost Phoenix sculpture, Lord level 5. Comment: a top-tier flying beast with a hint of Phoenix bloodline, extraordinary quality, and strong combat power. She once paid a heavy price to double-kill 2 Lord level 9 monsters. Fourth place, Hangzhou, Luo Kaiwei, main beast, Melody Ancient Tree, Lord level 4. Comment: an incredibly unique top-tier music-type plant beast with king-level potential and extraordinary quality. Adept at group attacks and amplifications, boasting powerful combat strength. Fifth place, Jiaxing, He Jiutian, main beast, illusionary sword butterfly, Lord level 4. Sixth place, seventh place. Wow. All the top 10 are above Lord level 3, and all are rare beasts with at least extraordinary quality. Are these people all training since they were in their mother's womb? All are precious beasts, especially the first place, which even has a pure-blood dragon beast. This must be among the top tier even among king-level beasts, right? The second place, Fang Yutian, I've heard of him. He seems to be a direct descendant of the top family in Hangzhou, the Fang family. With the Fang family's resources, cultivating a Lord level 6 beast should not be a problem. Not only Fang Yutian, but Shinning Shuang in third place and Luo Kaiwei in fourth are also from top Beastmaster families, so I'm not surprised they made the list. The first place, Mu Xian from Jinhua City, is said to be from an ordinary family. The fact that he can rank first is truly surprising. Below the webpage, looking at this list, netizens were in an uproar. Ordinary high school graduates from regular families are still lingering at the elite level, while these top Beastmaster family descendants are all at the Lord level. And the only exception, the commoner Mu Xian, has become the most eye-catching one. Around Mu Xian, others began to look at him differently. Chu Lingjun suddenly said, Mu Xian, this is the trouble I was talking about. Since the city exam ended, someone has been inquiring about your information, and then I learned that they are preparing to compile a championship list. And you are the one who is intentionally placed in the first position. Intentionally? No wonder. Mu Xian remained calm because deep down, he felt that being first was well-deserved. Now it was Chu Lingjun's turn to be surprised. You're not angry? Mu Xian smiled lightly. Why should I be angry? This list is quite accurate. It's basically all facts. My Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon may be one level lower than Fang Yuntian's, but its combat power is definitely stronger. Chu Lingjun, all right. At this moment, Chen Yunqi walked over. Mu Xian, don't worry about this list. The exam is starting tomorrow anyway. Even if you become the target, it won't matter. They don't even know what you look like. Ning Ruoxue stood beside Chen Yunqi and gently nodded at Mu Xian without saying much. Mu Xian laughed. To be honest, if they don't come looking for me, I'll go look for them. What for? Naturally to snatch their resource packs. According to the provincial exam rules, all students will enter a secret realm, and the main task is to collect resource packs scattered in the strong monster nests within the secret realm. Each resource pack contains a piece of resource, and once the provincial exam is over, the resources inside belong to the examinee. In other words, the provincial exam is both a selection and a distribution of benefits. Understanding this, Mu Xian decided to make a big score. At that time, he would definitely be in a hostile relationship with other championship contenders, so becoming the target was not a big deal. After Mu Xian said this, the others looked at him with admiration. He was too strong. Was this the demeanor of the first person from Jinhua City? I can't compare. However, at that moment, the door to the dining room was suddenly kicked open, and several young figures walked in. Who is Mu Xian? Mu Xian looked at them, narrowing his eyes, and smiled. Oh, who could it be? It turns out to be Fang Yuntian, classmate Fang. What is up? Are you here to cause trouble in our room? That's right. In Mu Xian's information panel, the young figures in front of him were indeed Fang Yuntian and others from the championship list. Fang Yuntian, species, human level, commander level 8 talent, Thunderpool Beasts, Storm Thunder Giant Eagle, Lord level 6, Thunder Warrior, Lord level 1. Wishful Thunder Cloud, commander level 3, Zhang Yushi, Chen Huashan. Besides Fang Yutian, Zhang Yushi and Chen Huashan ranked 11th and 19th on the championship list, respectively. And both are also from prominent families in Hangzhou. However, Mu Xian's attention was still on Fang Yuntian. The other party not only had the talent Thunderpool, but also possessed 3 extraordinary beasts, 2 of which were Lord level and 1 commander level. No wonder Chu Lingjun said that Mu Xian was intentionally placed in the first position. With Fang Yuntian's paper data, claiming the championship is unquestionable. The three led by Fang Yintian came to Mu Xian and looked at him seriously, saying, "You don't look bad. I hope you don't encounter us in the provincial exam." At this moment, Zhang Yushi behind Fang Yintian suddenly said, "So you're Mu Xian. Half a month ago, you seem to have messed up my good thing." Half a month ago, Mu Xian instantly recalled that perverted monster girl and couldn't help but curse. "Do you think I wanted to meddle in your business, you idiot? You didn't even realize you were set up?" Zhang Yushi's expression changed, almost preparing to make a move, but at the last moment remembered something, ultimately leaving with a harsh remark, leaving Mu Xian's companions disappointed. Fang Yintian and others were clearly an interlude. After dinner, Mu Xian and the others returned to their room to rest and quietly await the provincial exam. Chapter 050, Provincial Exam Secret Realm. Discovering resource packs. The secret realm used by Zhejiang Province for the provincial exam is called the Lingyuan Secret Realm, which is a medium-sized secret realm with a vast area, capable of accommodating Lord-level Beastmasters. Mu Xian appeared in a corner of the Lingyuan Secret Realm. He looked around, slightly oriented himself, and then instantly summoned his two beasts. Roar, meow. The Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon and the Void Dragon Weasel looked around, both showing excitement. Mu Xian smiled. "Little spirit, little cat. Let us see what is special about this secret realm." Since arriving in Hangzhou yesterday, Mu Xian and others had a relatively peaceful night. The next day, early this morning, they were collectively sent into the Lingyuan secret realm by the big shots of the Zhejiang Beast Master Teaching Bureau. In this provincial exam, Mu Xian and their task is to collect various resource packs scattered in the secret realm. This is both a task and a benefit, and how much they can harvest depends on individual effort. It must be said that as a medium-sized secret realm, the environment inside is more complex, and monsters are emerging one after another, with large numbers breeding and forming small groups. Little spirit, take out this group of iron-tooth mantises. We'll move right away. In just a few minutes, Mu Xian encountered the first group of monsters, over 100 commander-level and elite-level monsters, led by a Lord-level 2 leader, who actually took the initiative to attack Mu Xian. The Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon responded with a roar, directly pulling all the 100 iron-tooth mantises into the Cold Extreme domain. In an instant, the terrifying cold air froze all these 100 iron-tooth mantises into ice sculptures. With a crisp sound, the Lord Level 2 Iron-Tooth Mantis leader emerged, emitting a fierce cry, only to be killed on the spot by a Void Blade from the Void Dragon Weasel. "They're all ordinary goods." Mu Xian shook his head. The Iron-Tooth Mantis was only valuable for its teeth, and in the revival secret realm, staying around the monster corpses for too long is a foolish act. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the bloody scent attracted dozens of demon beasts around, including several Lord-level ones. About half an hour later, when Mu Xian passed by a pond, he finally made a discovery. Cold Pool Poison Serpent, Species, Ice Poison Serpent Rank, Lord Level 5 Bloodline, Lord Level Quality, Elite Skills, Cold Poison Splash, Roar, Tail Whip. Strangulation Description: a poison serpent hidden at the bottom of the cold poison pool, guarding the dragon bloodstone vein, attempting to absorb the dragon blood power within the vein to transform into a true dragon. Lord Level Resource Pack. Rank: Lord Level Applicable Scope. None. Description: a resource pack placed by a Lord Level Beastmaster from the Zhejiang Province Beastmaster Training Bureau, containing a Lord Level In Coldstone. In Coldstone? It seems to be a resource for Shaoling. Mu Xian's eyes lit up immediately. It is known that each resource suitable for the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon costs millions, and most importantly, many resources are internally consumed and not sold to outsiders. For instance, this In Coldstone is produced from a very rare coldstone vein and contains In Cold energy, with an external market price of at least 5 to 6 million. Moreover, there is the Dragon Bloodstone vein guarded by the Cold Pool Poison Serpent, which is the most valuable resource. Mu Xian pretended to observe around the cold pool, mainly afraid of someone taking pictures from the outside and exposing his external help, and suddenly said, "Xiao Cat, go check if there's anything unusual at the bottom of the water." Meow. "Okay, master." The Void Dragon Weasel quickly dove into the void, exploring towards the bottom of the cold pool. Soon, it discovered a 10-meter-long serpent sleeping soundly, occasionally exhaling wisps of pale green mist. Next, the little guy found a red glowing package next to the serpent, knowing that this item was called a resource pack, which was the target of this mission for its master. The little guy quickly absorbed the red package into the mustard seed space without attracting the serpent's attention. The little guy proudly glanced at the serpent and disappeared again. This scene was faithfully recorded and transmitted to the outside of the secret realm to the Provincial Beastmaster Training Bureau. Haha, this little guy has quite a personality. In the display hall of the Provincial Beastmaster Training Bureau, an elderly man with graying hair chuckled upon seeing this scene. In front of him were dozens of cameras displaying the situation inside the secret realm to everyone. The official from Jinhua City, Officer Qian, also smiled, as he recognized that the beast was Mu Xian's spatial beast, the first genius of their Jinhua City. Of course, Officer Qian did not speak because he only had the qualification to watch. To speak, one must at least possess the strength of a beast king. For example, the old man beside him was a peak beast king level top beastmaster and a leader of the Provincial Beastmaster Training Bureau. In this display hall, there were many such big figures, all elites from various cities and industries in the province, high-ranking members of major groups. This provincial exam was a stage for students like Mu Xian, while also being the best investment opportunity for these people. Mu Xian's performance naturally attracted the attention of many. A dragon-type beast and such a spatial beast. This Mu Xian is not bad. We do have geniuses in Zhejiang province. Yes, once he graduates from the 5 major academies, he will at least be a beast king-level beastmaster. A spatial beast is a capable assistant for both exploration and combat. Even I want to get a spatial beast. But cultivating a spatial beast is also very difficult. Resources for spatial beasts are skyrocketing. As everyone chatted, they saw Mu Xian obtain the resource pack and surprisingly prepare to hunt the cold pool poison serpent, instantly revealing puzzled expressions. What's going on? This kid has already obtained a resource pack and still plans to hunt this poison serpent? This poison serpent is probably around Lord level 5 or 6. Can this kid handle it? This little guy is too reckless. Inside the secret realm, the cold pool poison serpent was awakened and instantly emerged from the cold pool. Its 2 bell-like eyes glaring at Mu Xian and his 2 beasts with fury. Roar! In the next moment, a mouthful of green poison sprayed towards Mu Xian. Lord-level demon beasts possess the intelligence of normal humans, and they understand that the Beastmaster is the key. Roar! The Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon appeared right in front of Mu Xian, shooting out a white line. In an instant, the green poison solidified into ice, and with a gentle breeze, it turned into powder. Skill: Ice Crystal Obliteration. The Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon let out a dragon roar at the cold pool poison serpent. With no wasted words, and the 2 beasts instantly clashed together. Extreme Cold Seal. Ice Crystal Obliteration. The 2 consecutive skills hit the cold pool poison serpent, almost instantly confusing it. The terrifying cold ice power instantly sealed the poison serpent, freezing even its soul into fragments. Chapter 051. 3,400 Dragon Bloodstones. Overnight Riches. In the terrified gaze of the poison serpent, the ice crystals gradually obliterated, silently taking away all the life force of the cold pool poison serpent, which crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Damn, this dragon is abnormal. 2 skills, and it killed the cold pool poison serpent? This Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon is a bit too strong, right? In the display hall of the Provincial Beastmaster Training Bureau, everyone was stunned. The powerful cold pool poison serpent they had thought of was easily resolved by that kid's beast. Was the cold pool poison serpent too weak? Or was the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon too powerful? This Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon, is it of extraordinary quality? It can be confirmed that it is at least of extraordinary quality, perhaps even the legendary quality. This dragon-type beast has at least a king-level bloodline potential, plus at least extraordinary quality. Once it achieves king level, it will definitely be a top powerhouse among kings. Zhejiang province is finally going to produce a top powerhouse. Many elderly people showed expressions of surprise. They, who are about to be buried, have long since looked down on their own power and glory. What they value most is the prosperity of the country and the flourishing of humanity. The little guy hasn't grown up yet. We should give him some help. Yes. This guy must be lacking spatial resources. I plan to send him a few pieces. Speaking of which, I have a beast with boundless potential. Perhaps it has some fate with him. Of course, not everyone was optimistic about Mu Xian. Some people, sensing his terrifying potential, changed their expressions instantly. Already regarding Mu Xian as a significant threat, Mu Xian did not expect that just by showing a little bit of strength, many people would view him favorably, and many would see him as a threat. Inside the Spirit Origin secret realm, after the cold pool poison serpent fell, Mu Xian did not touch its corpse, but instructed the Void Dragon Weasel to dive into the water again to investigate and clear it out. Sure enough, soon the Void Dragon Weasel transmitted exciting news. It had dug out several pieces of red-patterned stones from the bottom of the water, which were exactly the dragon bloodstones it had obtained before. Master, there are many of these dragon bloodstones below. The Void Dragon Weasel meowed excitedly, conveying the message, making Mu Xian overjoyed. Ha ha ha, my guess was indeed correct. The cold pool poison serpent did not like to stay at the bottom of the water all day for no reason. It must have had its reasons, and unexpectedly, it discovered the dragon bloodstone vein. Mu Xian smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying, Shaoling, Shao Cat. Both of you go down and mine the dragon bloodstone vein. Your future resources will depend on this dragon bloodstone vein. Roar. Excavate the vein. Meow meow meow. Leave not a single one unturned. Mu Xian smiled and let two of his summoned beasts enter the water, as dragon-type and space-type summoned beasts. A small pond was naturally no challenge for them. However, Mu Xian himself, despite having the physical attributes of a commander level, could ignore the toxins in the pond but still couldn't hold his breath, so he could only stand outside the secret realm, staring in. Outside the secret realm, in the exhibition hall of the Beast Tamer Instruction Bureau, many people changed their expressions upon hearing Mu Xian's words, discussing in hushed tones filled with surprise and envy. A dragon bloodstone vein? How is that possible? This is a dragon bloodstone vein, which must contain hundreds of thousands of dragon bloodstones. There is actually such a rare mineral in the Lingyuan secret realm? The Beast Tamer Instruction Bureau didn't he discover it? Fortunately, the students only have 3 days. Otherwise, the entire vein would be dug out. The director of the Beast Tamer Instruction Bureau, a middle-aged man with an imposing presence, glared at his subordinates. A dragon bloodstone vein is right in the Lingyuan secret realm, and they've not discovered it all these years. It's simply ridiculous. One should know that dragon bloodstone is an important and rare mineral resource, the main material for evolving ordinary, elite, and commander-level summoned beasts into dragon-type summoned beasts. If they had discovered this dragon bloodstone vein earlier, how many dragon-type summoned beasts could they cultivate in Zhejiang province? Why is their country called the Dragon Nation? Isn't it because several large dragon attribute mineral veins have been discovered within the borders, producing a large number of dragon-type summoned beasts, greatly enhancing their national strength? Let us talk about this after the provincial exam is over. Inside the Lingyuan secret realm, Mu Xian was naturally unaware that every move he made was being broadcast live. At this moment, he was patiently waiting for the harvest of his 2 summoned beasts. After a whole afternoon, the 2 summoned beasts finally reappeared, excitedly calling out to Mu Xian. A total of 3 for 100 dragon bloodstones? It piled up in half of the mustard space. Mu Xian almost fainted from happiness. One should know that the mustard space of the Void Dragon Weasel had been greatly enhanced after its last evolution and had reached 54 cubic meters, equivalent to a large room of 5,522 square meters. Upon hearing this, the little guy proudly raised its head and exclaimed, Meow, we're rich. Mu Xian was extremely delighted and quickly calculated that 400 dragon bloodstones were worth at least 4 billion yuan. With this money, I won't have to worry about my expenses during university. Little Ling, little cat, you did great. Roar. The ice crystal cold extreme dragon called out at the right moment, also filled with joy. Not long after, the sky darkened and the roars of monsters echoed, signaling a dangerous night for the students in the secret realm. Mu Xian remained relatively calm. His experience in the Longmen mountain range over the past half-month made him unaffected by the night, as the combat power of monsters only increased slightly at night. In the end, Mu Xian found a large tree to rest for the night, and during this time, he even killed a commander-level monster snake that attempted to ambush him. The next morning, Mu Xian continued to explore the secret realm. Today he needed to hurry and search for resource packs, otherwise he might really end up eliminated. The terrain within the secret realm changed rapidly, and as Mu Xian walked, he found himself at the edge of the desert, where waves of scorching wind blew towards him, bringing a dry atmosphere. After thinking for a moment, he chose not to turn back but directly stepped into the desert. The desert terrain was relatively unfamiliar to him, making it a good opportunity to learn more. The desert was difficult to navigate, and Mu Xian had no choice but to stand on the head of the ice crystal cold extreme dragon, relying on its floating ability to fly low. Little Ling, always be on the lookout beneath the desert. Monsters in the desert love to lie in wait within the sand and ambush. Mu Xian recalled his knowledge of desert terrain and advised. Roar. The ice crystal cold extreme dragon responded but didn't take it too seriously. Then, a sandworm suddenly burrowed up from behind the ice crystal cold extreme dragon, a massive cloud of dust sweeping directly at it, nearly throwing Mu Xian off. Roar. The ice crystal cold extreme dragon was furious, embarrassed. A small commander-level sandworm actually dared to ambush it. The ice crystal cold extreme dragon unleashed a breath of dragon energy, instantly freezing the sandworm into ice crystals. Roar. The ice crystal cold extreme dragon proudly exclaimed. Mu Xian said with a frown, I told you to be careful. This time it was a commander-level sandworm. What if a lord-level giant sandworm ambushes you next time? Therefore, the monsters hidden beneath the desert are the most dangerous. Roar. I understand, Master. The ice crystal cold extreme dragon responded with embarrassment. Taking the opportunity, Mu Xian educated the somewhat inflated ice crystal cold extreme dragon. However, less than 5 minutes later, the ground beneath the ice crystal cold extreme dragon suddenly collapsed, causing it to be alarmed and instinctively fly to the side. In the next moment, a giant sandworm, measuring a full 18 meters in length, suddenly burst out. Its disgusting and terrifying jaws instantly swallowing the spot where the ice crystal cold extreme dragon had just been. The giant sandworm let out an angry roar, its two tiny eyes looking at the ice crystal cold extreme dragon. Mu Xian's expression changed instantly. Little cat, directly bind it. Little Ling, freeze it. Be careful. This is a lord-level giant sandworm. At the same time, the information about the giant sandworm appeared in Mu Xian's eyes. Giant sandworm species, desert-type insect level, Lord level 8 bloodline, Beast King level quality, outstanding skills, control of yellow sand, giant devourer. Desert ambush description, a giant sandworm adept at ambush. If you're not careful, you might end up as its excrement. Be careful, young man. With a lord level ranking, Beast King level bloodline potential, and outstanding quality, this giant sandworm was indeed quite troublesome. Fortunately, Mu Xian immediately issued orders for the Void Dragon Weasel to use spatial confinement first, preventing this creature from burrowing back into the sand. Immediately after, the ice crystal cold extreme dragon began to unleash its skills, ruthlessly attacking the downed opponent. Extreme cold sealing, ice crystal annihilation, cold crystal dragon breath. These three skills were the signature skills of the ice crystal cold extreme dragon and also its instant cast skills. When the spatial confinement disappeared, the three skills had already fallen, and the terrifying ice crystal annihilation severely injured the giant sandworm. However, what was frustrating was that while the ice crystal cold extreme dragon and the void dragon weasel were casting their skills, the giant sandworm actually managed to burrow back into the sand in an instant. No matter how the ice crystal cold extreme dragon roared, it refused to come out again. Little Ling, little cat, this is the tricky part of desert terrain. If you miss your attack, these desert monsters will burrow back into the yellow sand and continue to hide. So, next time you fight against desert monsters, you must guard against this. Do you understand? Mu Xian advised patiently. The ice crystal cold extreme dragon and the void dragon weasel both nodded. It was clear they had underestimated their opponent in this battle. By the way, little cat, go check underneath to see if there are any resource packs. Mu Xian thought of something and said to the void dragon weasel, Meow. The void dragon weasel gently nodded, instantly burrowing into the void and following the giant sandworm into the desert. Soon, it found the giant sandworm and indeed discovered resource packs next to it, and there were 2 of them. If it weren't for the void dragon weasel's low level and the significant gap in strength with the giant sandworm, it could have easily dealt with it with a single void blade. Not long after, the void dragon weasel returned, spitting out 2 resource packs, which made Mu Xian overjoyed. Lord level resource pack, level, Lord level applicable range, none description. A resource pack placed by a Lord level beast master from the Zhejiang Province Beast Tamer Instruction Bureau, containing a Lord level earth sand crystal. Lord level resource pack, level, Lord level applicable range, none description. A resource pack placed by a Lord level beast master from the Zhejiang Province Beast Tamer Instruction Bureau, containing a Lord level underworld river sand. Mu Xian nodded gently. Both resources were desert-type resources. He had already figured out the rule for how the Beast Tamer Instruction Bureau placed resource packs. Generally, they would place resources corresponding to the type of monster. It seems that I still have to go to the cold terrain to search for the resources that Xiaoling needs. Mu Xian thought to himself and turned north. As generally speaking, the southern and northern sides of the secret realm have a higher possibility of cold terrain. After turning for more than an hour, he encountered quite a few demon beasts along the way, but they were all easily dealt with by the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon and the Void Dragon Weasel, leaving no one behind. After the incident with the giant sandworm, both of his summoned beasts had matured quite a bit, which made Mu Xian feel quite gratified. Just then, Mu Xian suddenly noticed something amiss. It was only 10:30 a.m., but the sky had darkened without him realizing it. And there were grains of sand mixed in the scorching air, blowing against his face. A sandstorm. This term suddenly popped into Mu Xian's mind. Sure enough, just 10 minutes later, the sky above Mu Xian had turned dark gray, and the wind was growing stronger. It was indeed a sandstorm, and the area affected was quite large. Mu Xian thought to himself that it was bad. A large-scale sandstorm was extremely dangerous. If trapped in the desert, there would be no place to hide. If lucky, one might get through safely. If unlucky, they would probably be swept up into the sky and crushed to pieces. Fortunately, Mu Xian had noticed early and had retreated outside the sandstorm, so there was no danger. Originally, Mu Xian planned to wait for the sandstorm to dissipate before leaving. But at one moment, he actually saw a figure in the sandstorm. It seemed to be a girl, caught up in the sandstorm. Mu Xian hesitated. As the sandstorm was too dangerous, if he went in to rescue her, he might also get trapped. But just then, the information panel of that girl appeared in front of Mu Xian. Although it flashed by, he still recognized her. It was actually Chun Yunxi. Chun Yunxi, species, human race level, elite 7th tier, lightly injured, talent, moonlight affinity summoned beasts, three-tailed illusion moon fox, leader 7th tier. Moon shadow spider, leader 1st tier. It was indeed Chun Yunxi. Mu Xian's gaze flashed, deciding to take action. The main reason was that he saw the sandstorm moving in Chun Yunxi's direction. In other words, she was in danger. Suddenly, Mu Xian thought of his summoned Beast Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon's ultimate move, Absolute Zero Storm. It seemed that he could use the power of the Absolute Zero Storm to counter the sandstorm. Mu Xian's eyes lit up. He found this idea feasible, with a good chance of success. Most importantly, he would be completely safe doing this. Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, cast Absolute Zero Storm, freeze the sandstorm. Note, avoid the girl in front when casting. Mu Xian instructed. The Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon roared, then began to cast the spell, its body shining with blue light, exuding an overwhelming chill. As the ultimate move of the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, Absolute Zero Storm would create an absolute zero space at its center. And such a huge temperature difference would form an ice storm with a range exceeding 10 kilometers. Of course, such a powerful skill had an exceptionally long casting time, lasting a full 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, a blue light shot up to the heavens, then disappeared in an instant. The next moment, in the sandstorm 5 kilometers away from Mu Xian, strands of extreme cold rapidly emerged. Chapter 053, Surviving the Disaster, Becoming More Aggressive. If someone is willing to save me, I will marry him. Chun Yunxi thought desperately. He must be handsome. Chun Yunxi regretted that she had originally noticed the arrival of the sandstorm, but she did not move, underestimating its power, and quickly got caught in it. If it weren't for her summoned beasts fighting to protect her, she would have been swept directly into the center of the storm. As she was about to be engulfed by the center of the sandstorm, she suddenly noticed something unusual. An ice crystal had appeared in her line of sight. What is this? Has the sandstorm mutated? The naive girl looked confused. Soon, she saw that the terrifying sandstorm actually began to weaken, and the yellow sand in the sky was even covered with a bit of ice crystal, losing its original momentum. The once terrified Chun Yunxi suddenly showed a look of surprise. Could it be that she had moved heaven? Had she survived a life-and-death situation? The ice crystal rapidly spread, and in a short time, it consumed more than half of the sandstorm's center. The two terrifying powers intertwined, filled with an incredibly oppressive atmosphere. At that moment, a small figure suddenly appeared. Chun Yunxi focused her gaze and saw it was the space-type summoned beast of Mu Xian that she had seen before. After the little guy appeared, it glanced at the core of the sandstorm not far away, then stretched out its hand, and a vortex exuding spatial energy slowly emerged. Void Dragon Weasel Skill, Spatial Passage. The little guy hurriedly pointed at the somewhat unstable spatial passage and stepped inside first. Chun Yunxi was taken aback, then quickly realized. Her heart filled with joy. It's Mu Xian. He must be saving me. Thinking of this, Chun Yunxi did not hesitate and followed the Void Dragon Weasel into the spatial passage. A few kilometers away, the figures of Chun Yunxi and the Void Dragon Weasel appeared. Upon seeing Mu Xian, she was incredibly excited. Mu Xian, thank you. Mu Xian hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "This is not the time for that. Let's get away from this storm first." "What?" Chen Yunqi was puzzled. Mu Xian explained, "I had the ice crystal cold extreme dragon cast absolute zero storm at the core of the sandstorm. Although the powers of the two storms are currently tearing at each other, reducing their strength, the absolute zero storm is still cast by my summoned beast and cannot be compared to the forces of nature." Chen Yunqi exclaimed at that time, "The sandstorm will inevitably devour and merge with each other, becoming an even more powerful storm." "Exactly. So we need to retreat immediately." "Understood." The two had just retreated for a short while when the core of the sandstorm exploded with a bang. The powers of the absolute zero storm and the sandstorm actually merged together, forming a more powerful and wider-reaching super ice sandstorm. The terrifying superstorm nearly engulfed the entire desert, and no one expected that within the core of the super desert, a tiny consciousness was actually born. "Who am I?" Outside the desert, Mu Xian and Chen Yunqi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The joy of surviving the disaster and the absurd thought during the life-and-death crisis made Chen Yunqi's face blush. Mu Xian remained calm and let Chen Yunqi heal herself while he replenished energy for the ice crystal cold extreme dragon and the void dragon weasel. After more than an hour, Chen Yunqi finally stood up and said, "Mu Xian, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have really." Mu Xian smiled slightly. "We're friends, so of course, I will lend a helping hand within my ability." "Just friends?" Hearing Mu Xian's words, Chen Yunqi felt inexplicably disappointed. She had thought Mu Xian had a special interest in her, which was why he risked his life to save her. After lunch, Mu Xian and Chen Yunqi bid farewell to each other. If they traveled together, the resources they obtained would inevitably decrease, so it was better to act separately. Once they exited the desert, the number of demon beasts increased again. In just an hour, Mu Xian encountered 3 waves of demon beasts, but they were all easily dealt with by the ice crystal cold extreme dragon. He also collected 2 resource packs, but unfortunately, they were all leader-level resource packs. According to the provincial exam rules, elite-level resource packs counted for 100 points, leader-level resource packs counted for 200 points, and lord-level resource packs were worth 400 points. The top 30 with the highest points would qualify for the national exam, while the rest would report to various Beast Master universities based on their rankings. Mu Xian's goal was, of course, to achieve first place, or at least be in the top 3, because according to the insider information revealed by Officer Qian, there were different rewards for the top 30, top 3, and first place. Especially for first place, one could receive 3 pieces of Lord-level evolution resources corresponding to their summoned beast's attributes. In other words, even the incredibly precious space-type evolution resources that Mu Xian desired would be provided by the Beast Master Education Bureau. At my current speed, it should be a bit difficult to secure first place. It looks like I need to be more aggressive, Mu Xian murmured to himself, expanding the information panel to the maximum, and began searching for resource pack information. After more than 10 minutes, Mu Xian made a discovery. Outside a certain cave, a level 7 Lord-class drilling earth dragon was being attacked by 3 beast tamers. Not far away was a young man dressed in luxurious clothing, who was none other than Zhang Yuxi, the troublemaker who had previously sought out Mu Xian, young Master Zhang. Zhang Yuxi looked at the pitiful drilling earth dragon and smiled. What kind of resource pack would a level 7 Lord-class drilling earth dragon drop? As the drilling earth dragon fell to the ground, a furious roar came from the cave. "Who the hell stole my resource pack?" 1 kilometer away, Mu Xian looked at the resource pack presented by the void dragon weasel and smiled. Space-type beast tamers are really useful. Lord-level resource pack. Level. Lord-level applicable range. None description. A resource pack placed by the Lord-level Beast Master of the Zhejiang Province Beast Taming Bureau, containing a bottle of Lord-level Earth Milk Essence. Outside the Spirit Essence Secret Realm, in the exhibition hall of the Beast Taming Bureau, a well-known Beast King-level Beast Master from Hangzhou couldn't sit still. This is simply cheating. Is this how space-type beasts are used? I suggest disqualifying this studentess exam results. We don't need such opportunistic people. If all students were like him, finding shortcuts and being sly, where would the fairness of the exam be? The middle-aged man's voice was loud. If one didn't know better, they might think he was genuinely upright and disapproved of Mu Xian's behavior. But it seemed he hadn't violated any competition rules. Someone chuckled. Besides, if I'm not mistaken, you're the father of that little guy who just got robbed. Right. The middle-aged man's tone suddenly faltered, and he lost his righteous demeanor. In the corner, Officer Qian smiled. Everything Mu Xian did was within the rules, and he was favored by many big shots. Did he really think he could disqualify him? Dream on. At the same time, Officer Qian sighed in his heart. No wonder Mu Xian wasn't he anxious at all yesterday. It turns out he had already decided to use this trick. Chapter 054. The remaining 2 Thunder Bears are up to you. Time reached the 3rd day, the last day of the provincial exam, and all the candidates began to act aggressively, frantically provoking and challenging those high-level Lord-class demon beasts, with battle cries echoing everywhere. This naturally gave Mu Xian's Void Dragon Weasel a chance. With the information panel, Mu Xian easily found the top competitors on the leaderboard, and while they were engaged in fierce battles with the demon beasts, the Void Dragon Weasel stealthily stole resource packs. By noon that day, Mu Xian had collected 13 resource packs, making a huge profit. On the other side, outside the Thunder Valley, Zhang Yuxi, Chun Huashan, and 5 others gathered here, discussing their experiences in the secret realm over the past 2 days. When Zhang Yuxi angrily complained about being robbed of a resource pack, Chun Huashan exclaimed, "What? Young Master Zhang, you were also robbed of a resource pack." Zhang Yuxi cursed. "Is there any doubt? It was right by a drilling earth dragon beast. If I find out who did it, I'll definitely skin him alive. What about you? Were you also robbed?" Chun Huashan nodded in frustration. "Yes. By a controlling wave tortoise. I worked hard to take down that tortoise, but the resource pack underwater just vanished." "Young Master Zhang, young Master Qin. We also had resource packs stolen. Who was behind this? Could it be a space-type beast? I haven't heard of any space-type beasts appearing." The group was extremely angry but had no idea who was behind it. At that moment, Fang Yuntian stepped out of the Thunder Valley, looked at everyone, and nodded slightly. "I'm glad you all came to help. Boss, what kind of demon beast requires us all to come?" Zhang Yuxi asked curiously. Fang Yuntian said, 2 level 9 Lord-class Furious Thunder Bears, and several Furious Thunder Bear cubs. I've observed them. These cubs have strong auras, at least with Beast King level bloodline potential, perfect for you to contract. Level 9 Lord-class Furious Thunder Bears. Someone gasped. Furious Thunder Bears are extremely powerful lightning-type demon beasts, all with Beast King level bloodline potential. No wonder the boss called us together. The others were also excited. Furious Thunder Bear cubs are incredibly rare in Hangzhou, once auctioned for 80 million, almost comparable to king-level beast cubs. Soon, under Fang Yuntian's lead, Zhang Yuxi and the others cautiously stepped into the lightning-filled valley. Just as Fang Yuntian and the others left, a figure suddenly appeared outside the valley. Watching Fang Yuntian's disappearing back with a smile, "No wonder I couldn't find this guy anywhere. Turns out he was hiding here. Since you value this place so much, there must be good things here, perhaps a large number of Lord-level resource packs and resources. How could I miss out on such a good thing?" This person was, of course, Mu Xian. He had originally followed Chun Huashan, but when he saw Chun Huashan and the others gathering in this hidden valley, he realized that an opportunity had come. Carefully entering the Thunder Valley, relying on the information panel, Mu Xian quickly found Fang Yuntian and the others, while also observing their intentions. They were targeting a pair of level 9 Lord-class Furious Thunder Bears, and wait, there were also Furious Thunder Bear cubs. Mu Xian's eyes lit up. The demon beast cubs of Furious Thunder Bears are highly valuable. Furious Thunder Bear, species, lightning type, fury type bear family level, Lord 9 bloodline, Beast King level quality, excellent skills, fury transformation, explosive thunderball, roar of thunder, bear pounce description, a demon beast with extremely powerful combat ability, considered a combat machine among Lord-class demon beasts. Be careful of its combination skills. The information panel of the Furious Thunder Bear surprised Mu Xian quite a bit. This panel was almost more splendid than that of an average Beast King level beast, lacking only the Beast King and King level bloodlines. Mu Xian couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Didn't he have the bloodline extraction and fusion talent? Perhaps he could fuse the powerful bear-type demon beast bloodline into them. Then, Mu Xian noticed the line in the description, indicating that these 2 Furious Thunder Bears had mastered combination skills. If Fang Yuntian and the others weren't careful, they might suffer a significant loss. Combination skills refer to 2 skills combining together, producing a 113 effect, often surprising beast tamers. Soon, Fang Yuntian and the others formed a formation, sending in 2 small, fast beast tamers to lure the Furious Thunder Bears out of their lair. After a while, they saw a Furious Thunder Bear cub being dragged out by the 2 beast tamers, and suddenly, roars erupted from the lair. The two furious Thunder Bears finally became enraged after their cub went missing. Mu Xian's eyes brightened, and he smiled at the Void Dragon Weasel on his shoulder. Little cat, go into the furious Thunder Bear's lair and see if there's anything good. The Void Dragon Weasel excitedly nodded its head and disappeared into the void. On the other side, outside the lair, Fang Yuntian and the other 8 Beast Tamers launched a fierce attack on the two furious Thunder Bears. With nearly 20 Lord-class Beast Tamers causing the furious Thunder Bears to roar continuously, always caught off guard. At one moment, the male furious Thunder Bear finally became furious, and together with the female furious Thunder Bear, unleashed a combination skill. In an instant, amidst the roars of the furious Thunder Bears, countless thunderballs split and shot towards Fang Yutian and the other 8, as well as their Beast Tamers, the terrifying thunderballs exuding an awful aura, striking Fang Yuntian and the others with a thunderous speed. Be careful, Fang Yuntian quickly warned while dodging, but the others all screamed in terror. 4 of Fang Yuntian's 7 little brothers were directly stunned by the electric shock, their hair standing on end, looking utterly miserable. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Yuntian, Zhang Yushi, and Chun Huashan remained. However, among the remaining 4, aside from Fang Yuntian himself, the other 3 were also injured. Although their injuries were borne by their respective beasts, the pain was still endured by them. Damn it, I didn't expect these 2 Thunder Bears to have a combo skill. Fang Yuntian's expression darkened. These 2 level 9 Lord Beasts had already surpassed their capabilities. Then, Fang Yuntian glanced at the 4 subordinates lying dead on the ground, revealing a look of helplessness. Just as he was preparing to retreat, suddenly, the 2 raging Thunder Bears roared violently, and in that instant, they entered a state of rage, their bodies swelling significantly. Subsequently, the 2 frenzied Thunder Bears charged straight at Fang Yuntian. To be precise, they were charging towards Mu Xian, who had secretly stolen one of the raging Thunder Bear cubs behind Fang Yuntian. Mu Xian, how did you get here? Damn it, you were plotting against me. Fang Yuntian's face turned green as he watched the 2 raging Thunder Bears rush over. Ha ha ha, Fang Yuntian. I was just passing by and happened to pick up this raging Thunder Bear cub, and oh, I also found 4 resource packs. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. The remaining 2 Thunder Bears are yours. Chapter 055, Cold Extreme, Ice Spirit Essence. Mu Xian, I will not rest until we are at odds. After roaring, Fang Yuntian looked at the furious raging Thunder Bears that were almost within reach, his face filled with anger. It was clear that the 2 raging Thunder Bears regarded him as a partner who had stolen their cub. After a long time, the nearly tattered Fang Yuntian finally escaped from the Thunder Valley, with only his subordinate Zhang Yushi left by his side, looking utterly miserable. One could say that this hunting trip in the Thunder Valley had been a total loss, suffering both losses in men and resources. On the other side, Mu Xian looked at the raging Thunder Bear cub at his feet, showing a hint of surprise. Raging Thunder Bear cub, species, Thunder element, raging type, Bear clan level, elite tier 4 bloodline, Beast King level quality, excellent skills, Thunder clone, Thunder source description, a lucky raging Thunder Bear cub that awakened a rare skill. Its predetermined fate has already been changed. The raging Thunder Bear cub that was stolen by Fang Yuntian's subordinate actually possessed the rare skills of Thunder Clone and Thunder Source. It should be noted that clone-type skills are quite rare, and as one reaches higher tiers, this skill becomes increasingly useful and valuable. Just based on this, Mu Xian planned to contract it as his 4th beast. As for the bloodline, Mu Xian could easily extract a suitable bloodline and fuse it into the little fellow. Moreover, this little guy had even awakened the Thunder Source, which was definitely a divine skill for Thunder-type beasts. The greatest function of this skill is to allow the little fellow to directly absorb the Thunder power from the void and condense it into Thunder Source. And Thunder Source is a rare Thunder attribute treasure that can help Thunder-type beasts evolve. In other words, this little guy in front of him was simply a money tree. Mu Xian thought that if he contracted this little fellow, he could cultivate it into a top-notch beast with its 2 divine skills, and at that time, the Thunder Source condensed would definitely be extremely rare. Little guy, I give you 2 choices. Either become my beast or become my resource. The raging Thunder Bear cub looked quite adorable, and it seemed to sense the affectionate energy from Mu Xian, actually hugging Mu Xian's leg affectionately, making Mu Xian chuckle. All right. From now on, you will be my 4th beast, and I'll call you Little Bear. In Mu Xian's design, his beast team needed a melee tank, Raging Thunder Bear, ranged spellcaster, Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon, Assassin Scout, Void Dragon Weasel, Healer, Support, Heavenly Machine Illusion Butterfly, Flying Mount, and so on. Especially the Healer, which was already urgent. Some might say that the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon can be ridden, so why would he still lack a flying mount? This is because, although the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon is suitable for riding, its greater role is in casting spells and combat. Using it for riding is just for show. After putting the little guy into the beast space, Mu Xian continued on his way. Time was short, and he still needed to check the icy terrain within the secret realm to see if he could find suitable resources. After more than half an hour, Mu Xian finally arrived at the icy area, where ice peaks stood tall amid a snowy expanse. As Mu Xian walked through, his information panel was fully activated. Quickly locating the monsters hidden in the snow, most of which were elite level, with a few commander and lord level beasts, but he did not find any resource packs. So Mu Xian naturally didn't bother to kill them. Thus, Mu Xian continued to search in the icy area, looking and looking. As the sky darkened and the provincial exam was about to end, Mu Xian finally made a significant discovery. In an underground ice cave, a particularly eye-catching information panel appeared. Cold Extreme Ice Spirit Essence, Level, Beast King Level Applicable Range, Ice Element. Snow Element Description, a top-quality precious material nurtured in the Ice Spirit Secret Realm for thousands of years, containing extremely pure extreme cold energy. Mu Xian's eyes lit up. This material was definitely a perfect fit for the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon. What's more, it was a Beast King level material, meaning it could help the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon advance. It should be known that the requirements for advancing from Lord level to Beast King level are very high. If it is a Lord level bloodline potential, it is extremely difficult. However, for bloodline potentials of Beast King level and above, it is somewhat easier. As long as there is a Beast King level resource, one can forcibly break through and become a Quasi-Beast King level beast. Why is it called a Quasi-Beast King level beast? Because a Beast King level beast still needs the recognition of other Beast King level beasts. This is the legendary Beast King battle. At the Quasi-Beast King level, one must win 3 consecutive one-on-one battles against Beast King level beasts to gain their recognition to become a true Beast King level, condensing the Beast King pattern. Progressing towards King level beasts. Immediately, Mu Xian did not hesitate at all. Xiaoling, Xiaomiao, hurry, dig out this Cold Extreme Ice Spirit Essence. The Cold Extreme Ice Spirit Essence was hidden deep within the ice cave, separated by layers of ice, making it not easy to extract. Fortunately, both the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon and the Void Dragon Weasel were very powerful beasts. After continuously using their skills, they finally broke through the layers of ice and retrieved the Cold Extreme Ice Spirit Essence. Looking at the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon eagerly wanting the Cold Extreme Ice Spirit Essence, Mu Xian smiled and said, "Wait until we exit the secret realm. Then you can absorb it." When Mu Xian returned to the surface, the sky had already darkened, and it was time to leave the secret realm. Looking at the spatial vortex opening in the sky, Mu Xian took a deep breath, rode the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon, and stepped into it. Amid the spinning of the world, Mu Xian found himself in a huge beast competition arena, surrounded by students who were either surprised, frustrated, or melancholic. Soon, the supervising teachers began to gather students of various levels, and Mu Xian, as a Lord-level student, was also invited to the Lord-level student assessment area. Before he could observe anything, a furious roar suddenly came from behind Mu Xian. "Mu Xian, do you dare to appear before us?" Mu Xian turned around and saw Fang Yuntian, Zhang Yuxi, Chen Huashan, and others, but compared to Mu Xian, they all looked much worse, especially the few unnamed subordinates, who were as black as charcoal, looking pitiful. Mu Xian touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward yet amused. "Why can't I appear in front of you?" "I owe you nothing," Fang Yutian shouted. "You stole our resource packs. And the Raging Thunder Bear Cub." "Yes, and that Raging Thunder Bear Cub. If it weren't for you messing things up, how could we have been heavily injured by the Raging Thunder Bears?" Mu Xian replied indifferently. "Did the resource packs have your names on them? Did you contract that Thunder Bear Cub?" "No. Then how can it be your property?" "Being heavily injured by the Raging Thunder Bears only shows that you are not strong enough. So, young people, you need to recognize your own strength. Don't think that relying on family resources to become a Lord-level Beast Master means you can do whatever you want. In the true secret realm, you won't be let off so easily." Fang Yuntian and Zhang Yuxi were all silent, because Mu Xian was right. They were too proud and dared to challenge the strength of 2 Lord-level 9th-tier monsters. They didn't even do a more detailed data collection, nor did they set up any scouts on the periphery and rushed in to attack the furious Thunder Bear. It was truly lucky that they didn't die at its hands. So, I'm helping you by letting you adapt to the cruelty of the secret realm in advance. Yet you didn't understand my good intentions. I'm very sad. Mu Xian wore an expression of pity and anger, successfully infecting Fang Yuntian and the others, almost making them cry in regret, repeatedly stating they wouldn't make the same mistake again in the future. Mu Xian felt that he had students worthy of teaching. After a long time, Fang Yuntian finally reacted, "Damn, weren't we just looking for trouble with that guy?" Chapter 056, Provincial Exam First Place, Special Resource Reward. At this moment, an invigilator said, "Start presenting your collected resource packs according to the sequence number and tally points." 1021, Zhang Linggong. Here it comes. Mu Xian looked at the constantly refreshing points with a smile. He truly didn't believe there would be anyone with more than his 25 resource packs. In fact, among the more than 20 people currently, the highest score was only 7 points, 2,800 points. Finally, Mu Xian's number was called. "How many resource packs do you have? Take them all out." The invigilator said, "Don't worry, the resource packs won't be taken back." Mu Xian smiled slightly and pulled out one, then another, and another resource pack. Oh my god, 7, 8, 9, 10 resource packs. How many Lord-level monsters did he hunt? This is the Mu Xian on the leaderboard. Wasn't he said to be deliberately placed at the top? I can't believe it. 16 already, still pulling out. 19, in just 3 days. How did he hunt so many monsters? 20, 25, a full 25 resource packs, among which 23 are Lord level and 2 are Commander level. This Mu Xian is truly defying the heavens. Oh my god, this is too exaggerated. According to the average of 3 Lord level monsters producing 1 resource pack, he must have hunted 69 Lord level monsters. At this moment, everyone was stirred up. 25 resource packs, that is several times more than the second place. The invigilator went from calm to dumbfounded. So many resource packs. Did you wipe out all the Lord-level monsters in the secret realm? It's important to know that the number of resource packs is limited. About 4,200 candidates entered the Lingyuan secret realm, but there were only 420 resource packs, close to 1/10 of the ratio. There were only 100 Lord-level resource packs, and Mu Xian had 23 of them. It was simply amazing. Mu Xian smiled and said, "No, I'm just lucky, I picked them up." Upon hearing this, many people rolled their eyes, and Zhang Yuxi and the others were especially furious, thinking, "What the hell? You picked them up? Those were taken from us." The invigilator also looked speechless. He had never seen someone so shameless. But in the end, the invigilator had to record Mu Xian's score, placing him in first place. Not long after, everyone's scores were recorded. And Mu Xian's score of over 10,000 points shocked everyone. The scene was quite exaggerated. Among everyone's scores, aside from Mu Xian, who had an unbelievable score, the most surprising was probably Fang Yutian, who originally ranked second on the leaderboard and was a strong contender. But this time he didn't even make it into the top 3. It's important to know that only the top 3 would receive special rewards, while those below third place only received the resources obtained from the secret realm. Fang Yutian was almost furious. "Mu Xian, I want to duel with you." Fang Yutian believed that it was this bastard Mu Xian who caused him to lose the reward, so he directly targeted Mu Xian. However, Mu Xian didn't even pay attention to this guy. He was just a flower in a greenhouse. Just then, a staff member from the Beast Master Training Bureau spoke up. "Please Mu Xian, Shening Shuang, Hijiotian, come with me." Mu Xian's eyes lit up. The Beast Master resources he had been looking forward to were about to arrive. Soon, the 3 of them were led into the Beast Master Training Bureau by this staff member, where a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor appeared before them, who was none other than the director of the Beast Master Training Bureau, Shun Lingtian. Shun Lingtian looked at the 3 of them and nodded gently. "You all performed very well in this provincial exam, showing the level you should have." For some reason, when Shun Lingtian saw Mu Xian, his enthusiastic words fell out of place. Mu Xian felt a bit awkward. Being watched while he moved felt strange. Shun Lingtian smiled lightly. "All right, I won't say any more idle chatter. Follow me, and choose the resources you want from the treasury." Mu Xian was filled with anticipation. This was the treasury of the Provincial Beast Master Training Bureau, which surely had a large number of rare resources, and perhaps even materials that could allow the Sky Mirage Butterfly to evolve. Following Director Shun Lingtian, the 3 of them passed through several heavily guarded doors and finally arrived at a huge underground treasury. The entire treasury was divided into dozens of rooms, each categorized. Director Shun smiled lightly. This treasury should be the largest resource reserve in our Zhejiang province. It stores all kinds of resources collected over the years. Basically, any resource that has appeared before is collected here. Mu Xian, you are first. You can choose first. Remember, you can only choose 3 items, and only resources that your beast can use. This was naturally to prevent Mu Xian and the others from selecting high-level resources and then selling them. Mu Xian nodded gently, observing the categories labeled at the entrance. Suddenly, he spotted a mysterious category in a corner, and his eyes brightened. Sure enough, it was there. That's the one. The so-called mysterious category is actually a classification of attributes for beasts, monster beasts, and resources by human civilization, mainly including time, space, mystery, elements, and so on. The classification of the mysterious category is very vague, including fate, spirit, mind, foresight, misfortune, curse, and so on. Basically, attributes that are relatively ethereal can be placed in this category. You want mysterious resources? You need to first show that you have beasts in this area. Director Shin stood in front of the door to the mysterious resource room, and Mu Xian nodded slightly and summoned the Sky Mirage Butterfly. Looking at the palm-sized transparent Sky Mirage Butterfly, Director Shin couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, although he was also a king-level beast master. He had never seen such a beautiful beast. Director Shin took out a device resembling a mobile phone and scanned the Sky Mirage Butterfly, suddenly exclaiming softly and laughing. So it's the Sky Mirage Butterfly, a prophecy-type beast. Mu Xian, your luck is indeed quite good. As he spoke, Director Shin took out a card and lightly brushed it against the door of the mysterious resource room. The door slowly revealed a crack, and a peculiar aura immediately surged out, filled with mystery, ethereality, and elusiveness. Director Shin smiled lightly. This door hasn't been opened in 5 years. Go in. Mu Xian nodded gently, filled with anticipation as he stepped into the room. The mysterious resource room wasn't very large, with wooden racks placed one after another. And those precious resources that were envied, yearned for, and coveted were displayed silently on the racks. At a glance, Mu Xian immediately saw the largest rack in the center, which held a few of the scarce resources. Curse Doll, rank, King level applicable range, Fate system, Prediction system, Misfortune system. Curse system introduction. A special resource formed after the fall of a malicious witch from the mysterious beast category. It possesses terrifying misfortune and curse abilities and can be used for the evolution and advancement of certain beast king-level pets. Note, currently sealed. Mu Xian was filled with shock. This was actually a king-level resource of the misfortune category. One could only imagine how powerful the malicious witch that dropped such a resource would be. Unfortunately, it was not suitable for my destiny illusion butterfly. Mu Xian shook his head. Although the cursed doll was precious, it was not suitable for the Destiny Illusion Butterfly, neither in terms of ability nor rank. Mu Xian wanted the Destiny Illusion Butterfly to develop in the areas of prophecy, fate, spirit, mind, and dreams. Suddenly, Mu Xian saw a material on another shelf that was very suitable for the Destiny Illusion Butterfly. Chapter 0, 57 Spatial System Resource, Void Stone. Lucky Puppet, rank, Commander level applicable range, Fate system, Prediction system, Luck system, Misfortune system, Curse system introduction, the main body of the Lucky Beast, the Lucky Doll, which can bring luck and is a rare and precious resource that can be used as a main material for the evolution of certain pets. A precious resource that can bring luck. Isn't this a perfect match for the evolution of the Destiny Illusion Butterfly? In an instant, Mu Xian made the decision to acquire this resource, along with the Transcendence Replacement Insect Shed, to design a perfect evolution route for the Destiny Illusion Butterfly. Lucky Puppet? Have you made your choice? Director Shin nodded gently. This material is quite suitable for the Destiny Illusion Butterfly, and he clearly saw through Mu Xian's intentions. Mu Xian nodded and then went to the Spatial System Resource Room. This time, Director Shin did not verify, as they had already seen that Mu Xian possessed a Spatial System pet. The Spatial System Resource Room was not much different from the Mysterious System Resource Room, with various levels of spatial system resources placed inside, such as the empty spirit stone that Mu Xian had seen before, and there were plenty here. Mu Xian scanned around, and his eyes lit up as they fell on a Lord-level resource. Void Stone, rank, Lord-level applicable range, Spatial System Introduction, a special spirit stone born in areas of spatial collapse, possessing the attribute and ability to destroy space, allowing spatial system pets to master higher-level spatial skills. It is a very precious spatial system resource. This is an extremely valuable Lord-level spatial system resource. And it is also quite rare in enabling spatial system pets to master stronger skills. Mu Xian had no reason not to choose it. This Void Stone was just right for the little guy's evolution. Mu Xian secretly planned. Although the Void Dragon Ferret already had king-level bloodline potential, Mu Xian still planned to let the little guy evolve once more while its rank was still low. The higher the rank of spatial system resources, the rarer they become. It might take 100 years to find a sub-ancestral level spatial system resource. By the time it reached king level, the Void Dragon Ferret would likely remain at king level for its entire life. Therefore, Mu Xian planned ahead and decided to let the Void Dragon Ferret evolve first, at least to achieve sub-ancestral level bloodline potential. As for the present, the Void Dragon Ferret's abilities were already sufficient, so there was no need to rush. The Void Stone was quickly acquired. Next, Mu Xian chose the Ice System Resource Room, where there were many Ice System resources. However, this time Mu Xian did not choose training resources, but opted for a Beast King level resource, a vial of Extreme Cold Pool Water. Extreme Cold Pool Water. Rank: Beast King level. Applicable range: Ice System, Water System. Snow System Introduction: a precious spiritual liquid brought out from the special relic of the Extreme Cold Pool, containing the power of extreme cold, and is a resource that Ice System pets dream of, enabling them to master more powerful ice abilities. There are many Ice System resources, but very few can serve as evolution resources for the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. Ultimately, Mu Xian chose this Extreme Cold Pool Water. You've got quite the plan. Director Shen shook his head and smiled at Mu Xian's choice. Mu Xian smiled slightly. My Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon is already at Lord 5, and it's just a matter of a year or so to reach 9. So of course, I have to think about its future. Director Shen smiled and did not refute, tacitly approving Mu Xian's choice. At this point, Mu Xian had selected 3 resources: Lucky Puppet, Void Stone, and Extreme Cold Pool Water, making this trip a success. Then it was Shen Ningxue's turn. Shen Ningxue was true to her name. Her personality was very cold, appearing like an iceberg with a tense little face. If one overlooked her cold demeanor, her looks were not inferior to Qin Yunqi. Shen Ningxue's pets were very powerful, including a Lord 5 Frost Phoenix Eagle, a Lord 2 Fire Dragon Sparrow, and a Lord 1 Moon Dance God Butterfly, seemingly with a particular preference for flying pets. As for He Jiutian, he was an arrogant young man, and Mu Xian clearly felt the contempt in his gaze, naturally not inclined to engage in conversation. After a full half-hour, Shen Ningxue and He Jiutian finally selected their rewards. Then, Director Shen gathered all the Lord-level Beastmaster students and said, "Classmates, although the provincial exam has ended, there is still the national exam ahead, facing opponents from various provinces and regions across the country. This is both an opportunity and a challenge, and I hope you can seize the chance. By the way, the national exam is scheduled for a month later, so during this month, we plan to send teachers from the Zhejiang Provincial Beast Master Academy to conduct a special training for you, which will take place at the Zhejiang Provincial Beast Master Academy." Director Shen added at the end, "This special training is entirely voluntary." Special training? Mu Xian's eyes lit up. His knowledge of beast mastery was quite lacking, and this time at the Zhejiang Provincial Beast Master Academy would be a great opportunity to absorb more knowledge. Others were also quite surprised, not expecting the national exam to take place in a month. Such a long time would be enough for many people to significantly improve their strength. Naturally, no one withdrew, as practicing aimlessly could never compare to professional teachers, right? The Provincial Beast Master Guidance Bureau acted quickly. After confirming that no one was withdrawing and that everyone wanted to participate in the special training, they contacted the Zhejiang Provincial Beast Master Academy, and that evening, arrangements were made for Mu Xian and others to stay at the Provincial Beast Master Academy. The academy arranged a standalone small courtyard for Mu Xian and others, which was said to be accommodation reserved for top students, while ordinary students could only stay in dormitories. Although the dormitories were spacious, they were obviously not as comfortable as a standalone small courtyard. Just as Mu Xian settled in, Ling Fangfei, who had already received the news, hurried over with you Man. "Little brother, I heard you got first place in this provincial exam?" Mu Xian smiled and nodded. With Little Cat around, it would be impossible not to get first. Ling Fangfei was wearing a white dress today, seemingly dressed up with care, making Mu Xian unable to help but glance at her a couple more times. She sighed. Indeed, spatial system pets have too much advantage in the provincial exam rules. I heard my mentor say that the next provincial exam will increase the difficulty to prevent spatial system pets from cheating. Mu Xian rolled his eyes. How was that cheating? It was clearly the result of his hard work, making him feel aggrieved. At this moment, Yu Man shyly said, Mu Xian, I heard you got a lot of dragon bloodstones. Is that true? Mu Xian was taken aback and then realized that the matter of him mining dragon bloodstones must have been noticed by the Beastmaster Guidance Bureau. So it was normal for the news to leak out. Yes. Why? Does Uncle you want these dragon bloodstones? Mu Xian asked with a smile. Yu Man nodded earnestly. Yes, my dad wants to buy this batch of dragon bloodstones after hearing the news. The price is negotiable. Ling Fangfei asked in confusion. A lot of dragon bloodstones. Yes, Fei, you don't know? The whole of Hangzhou is spreading the word that Mu Xian discovered a dragon bloodstone vein in the spirit element secret realm. I heard that the entire Beastmaster resource market in Hangzhou has gone crazy, wanting to obtain the mining rights for the dragon bloodstone vein in the spirit origin secret realm. Chapter 058, Trading Again. Ling Fangfei. Truly impressive. Little brother. Ling Fangfei's eyes suddenly lit up, and she smiled, saying, Little brother, given our relationship, isn't it a bit much to sponsor your older sister a few pieces of dragon bloodstone? Mu Xian rolled his eyes. After all, that's dragon bloodstone, a precious resource worth over 1 million each, and this girl is asking for a few pieces as if it's nothing. What kind of strong liquor is she drinking? Of course, he complained, but Mu Xian still took out 10 pieces of dragon bloodstone and shared them with the two. For him, 10 pieces of dragon bloodstone were nothing to worry about. Yu Man wanted to refuse, but was swiftly taken by Ling Fangfei, who grinned and said, Man, this guy is a rich man now. What's wrong with taking a bit of his resources? If worse comes to worst, just marry him. Yu Man. Mu Xian. This wolfish talk left Mu Xian speechless. After some playful banter, Mu Xian returned to the earlier topic with Yu Man. I have over 3,000 pieces of dragon bloodstone. Ask Uncle Yu how many he wants to buy. Great. Yu Man exclaimed excitedly. I'll have my dad come over right away. Mu Xian smiled and nodded. For him, as long as the price was right, it didn't matter who he sold the dragon bloodstone to. Of the 400 pieces of dragon bloodstone, he only planned to part with 1,000 pieces. The rest would naturally be used to exchange for other resources. The reason for this was that in this era, the purchasing power of cash was quite limited. Many Beastmasters didn't like cash and preferred bartering. Especially at high-end Beastmaster gatherings, it was mostly barter, and cash was never accepted. Therefore, Mu Xian naturally wouldn't sell all the dragon bloodstone. Soon, Yu Man's father, Yu Sihai, hurried to the Beastmaster Academy, bursting through the door and excitedly saying, Classmate Mu Xian, congratulations. That dragon bloodstone vein in the spirit origin secret realm has existed for over 100 years. And you managed to discover it so easily and extract thousands of pieces. It's making us old folks envious. Mu Xian chuckled. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Yu. I heard you wanted to buy dragon bloodstone. How many are you planning to purchase? Yu Sihai waved his hand grandly. Of course. I'll take as many as you have, and all at market price. What do you think, classmate Mu Xian? Now it was Mu Xian's turn to be surprised. Uncle Yu, if you buy at market price, how will you make a profit? After all, the dragon bloodstone vein is about to be mined, and the supply of dragon bloodstone will significantly increase, causing the price to drop. Buying at market price looks like a losing deal. Yu Sihai laughed heartily. Classmate Mu Xian, don't worry about making money. Mu Xian nodded slightly. He could tell that Yu Sihai must have his reasons for being willing to buy at market price. In the end, Mu Xian and Yu Sihai agreed on a price of 1 million per piece for 1,000 pieces, totaling exactly 1 billion. Classmate Mu Xian, your idea is great. Dragon bloodstone is an equivalent for many dragon-type resources. Keeping dragon bloodstone is more useful than holding cash. Yu Sihai said with a smile, well, in a couple of days, there will be an offline gathering for Lord-level Beastmasters. How about I take you to check it out? Mu Xian's eyes lit up. That sounds good, Uncle Yu. Will it trouble you? The reason he sold 1,000 pieces of dragon bloodstone was also to test the waters. No problem. Uncle happens to have a recommendation slot. It's settled then. Yu Sihai laughed heartily and left with the 1,000 pieces of dragon bloodstone. After Yu Sihai left, Ling Fangfei and Yu Man stayed for a while before finally saying their goodbyes, leaving only Mu Xian alone in the room. After distributing the training resources to the Beastmasters, Mu Xian finally had time to deal with the harvest from the provincial examination secret realm. First, of course, were the dragon bloodstones. There were still 390 pieces left, worth 2 billion, which could be used to exchange for other resources. He had 23 Lord-level resource packs and 2 Commander-level resource packs, which he opened one by one, ultimately obtaining 23 pieces of Lord-level resources and 2 pieces of Commander-level resources, with a total value of about 100 million. Finally, there were 3 reward resources obtained from the Teaching Bureau's treasury, which were excellent items that money couldn't buy. Mu Xian selected the resources he could use, leaving a total of 18 pieces of Lord-level resources, such as Earth Sand Crystal, River of the Underworld Sand, Lava Crystal, Heart of the Emu, etc., which were not very suitable for his Beast Masters. Just right. He could take them to exchange for useful resources at the next offline gathering with Uncle Yu, Mu Xian thought to himself. The next morning, at 6 a.m., before dawn, Mu Xian was awakened and taken to the playground. Hello everyone, I am your physical training teacher, Zhang Yufang. Starting today, I will lead you in physical training, said a serious young man. A weak-sounding hello, teacher rang out, quickly drawing Zhang Yufang's dissatisfaction. How could they be so weak at such a young age? Everyone, run 10 laps around the playground. Teacher, I refuse. We are already Lord-level Beast Masters. Why do we need physical training? At this moment, Zhang Yushi couldn't help but shout. Zhang Yufang smiled lightly. That's a good question. Who else agrees with his view? Seeing that this training teacher was so easygoing, many students from wealthy families chimed in. Teacher, me too. Me too. Mu Xian remained silent because he was too familiar with this tactic. This teacher Zhang Yufang was clearly not a good person. He was probably fishing for reactions. Sure enough, the next moment, Zhang Yufang smiled and said, very well. Whether physical training is useful or not, you'll know once you try. Next, without using your Beast Masters, I will stand still, only defending and not counterattacking. As long as I move my feet, I lose, and you have to do physical training. This student, you brought it up first, so you go first. Zhang Yufang looked at Zhang Yushi. Zhang Yushi, full of confidence, shouted, bring it on. Mu Xian silently shook his head, thinking, foolish, this teacher is a 5th-tier Beast King. His physical fitness has already reached 9th-tier Lord. It's nearly impossible to win against him. Zhang Yushi was very confident and didn't believe that this seemingly ordinary guy could be a master. It was just moving feet, relying on his commander-level physical fitness. It should be easy. Well, this is the frog at the bottom of the well. Are you ready? Zhang Yufang smiled, his tone calm, causing many to feel an ominous premonition. Sure enough, moments later, everyone saw that no matter how hard Zhang Yushi tried, using all his strength, he couldn't make Zhang Yufang move an inch. In the end, Zhang Yushi despaired. How is this possible? Chapter 059, Special Training, Learning. Very well, this Zhang Yushi. Since you lost, you must accept the punishment of running 20 laps. After saying this, Zhang Yufang smiled at the students who had just agreed, saying, a few students, come up. The students quickly shook their heads, joking. They could see that teacher Zhang Yufang's strength was far beyond theirs. Zhang Yufang said lightly, since you all dare not come up, then accept the punishment. 20 laps. This teacher is so twisted. I should have known better than to agree. 20 laps. My legs will break. Mu Xian smiled faintly. This is the consequence of self-inflicted suffering. After setting an example, everyone became obedient and started running around the playground. The 2-hour morning physical training pushed everyone to their physical limits, with the worst being Zhang Yushi and others, who collapsed from exhaustion. After breakfast, it was time for the Beast Master Combat class. The teacher for the Beast Master Combat class was actually a young woman who called herself Teacher Yang, who looked outstanding but had a very strong personality. Summon your beasts to attack mine. I need to see the strengths and weaknesses of your beasts first. Teacher Yang said coolly, speed it up, don't waste everyone's time. As she spoke, Teacher Yang had already summoned her beast, which was a 1st-tier Beast King level Diamond Barbie. Diamond Barbie, species, Diamond Series Human Clan level, Beast King level 1 bloodline, Beast King quality, excellent skills, Diamond Battle Body, Diamond Dragon Fist, Super Speed Phantom, Divine Weapon Descending. Invincible Time. Introduction. A genius from the Diamond Barbie clan living in an unknown secret realm awakened the bloodline of the ancestors of the Diamond Barbie clan, possessing extraordinarily excellent talent, making it a terrifying presence. Mu Xian couldn't help but look at the Diamond Barbie a few more times. This was an exaggerated-looking humanoid being, with explosive muscles, sturdy limbs, and a pure face, standing a full 2.5 meters tall, exuding immense pressure on everyone. Mu Xian couldn't help but bite his lip. This Beast King level Diamond Barbie was simply made for battle, and none of its skills were mediocre. Before Mu Xian could ponder, Teacher Yang spoke up. Which one of you is Mu Xian? As the top student of the special training class, let's start with you. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on Mu Xian, filled with schadenfreude. Mu Xian was not intimidated and directly summoned the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. Although the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon seemed a bit uneasy facing the pressure of the Beast King level, it began to assume a battle stance. Teacher Yang said, "Let your beast attack the Diamond Barbie with all its strength until it is exhausted. Do you understand?" Mu Xian silently nodded and then said, "Xiaoling, go." The Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon roared and quickly unleashed a series of 2 moves, Extreme Cold Sealing Ice Crystal Annihilation. However, surprisingly, this set of skills seemed like a mere tickle to the Diamond Barbie. The Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon was not satisfied and unleashed its big move, Cold Extreme Domain. With terrifying coldness nearly enveloping the entire playground, the onlooking students had to retreat 200 meters to avoid being affected by the cold. Your beast's skills are quite good. Teacher Yang nodded slightly, revealing no joy or anger. Mu Xian looked at the Diamond Barbie, but despairingly, the Diamond Barbie merely glowed with a faint golden light, completely isolating itself from the cold power of the Cold Extreme Domain. Roar! The Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon was furious, abandoning its advantage in casting ability and clawing at the opponent. With a bang, the Diamond Barbie remained unmoved, while the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon was directly knocked back. Such strong power. Mu Xian was shaken. The strength of this Diamond Barbie was completely beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, Mu Xian did not give up and carefully observed the weaknesses of the Diamond Barbie. Suddenly, Mu Xian thought of something and shouted, "Xiaoling, use Cold Crystal Dragon Breath." The Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon let out a low roar, regaining its composure, and began to continuously unleash Cold Crystal Dragon Breath, as Mu Xian instructed. Cold Crystal Dragon Breath is a kind of cold flame, an ultra-low temperature flame that can freeze and burn the soul. Next, an incredible scene unfolded. After continuously using Cold Crystal Dragon Breath, the Diamond Barbie actually became stiff. Now's the chance. Xiaoling, Extreme Cold Sealing Ice Crystal Annihilation Combo. Roar! In an instant, the Diamond Barbie was first frozen, then exploded. Mu Xian could see that the faint golden light on the Diamond Barbie's surface quickly disappeared, and it was directly blasted away by the Ice Crystal Annihilation, already injured. Just as Mu Xian was about to command the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon to continue the attack, Teacher Yang suddenly said, "Mu Xian, that's enough." Mu Xian was taken aback, then nodded with a smile. "Okay, Teacher Yang." As Mu Xian stepped down, applause erupted from others on the sidelines. To be able to injure a Beast King level beast with a 5th-tier Lord level strength was already an impressive achievement. Of course, this was mainly because the Diamond Barbie only defended and did not attack, failing to use its most powerful move, Invincible Time. Otherwise, 10 Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragons would not be enough to defeat it. There was no way. This Diamond Barbie was just too abnormal, simply unsolvable. Teacher Yang finally showed a hint of a smile. "Mu Xian, right? Your Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon is quite good, with a comprehensive attack method and great timing. Of course, the most important thing is that you, as a Beast Master, did not just wait around but identified a weakness in my Diamond Barbie." Next, Xinning Shuang. Compared to Mu Xian's Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, Xinning Shuang was much weaker. Although her Frost Phoenix Eagle had an advantage in the air, its attack power and effectiveness could not break through the Diamond Barbie's Diamond Battle body defense, rendering it nearly useless. The key was that Xinning Shuang could not exploit the Diamond Barbie's weakness, and in the end, the Frost Phoenix Eagle was exhausted and defeated. Next, throughout the entire morning, everyone had a round of battle, and all failed. Only Mu Xian achieved a small victory, making Mu Xian's strength even more impressive. In the afternoon, it became a welfare time for Mu Xian and others. They were led by a teacher Zhao into a secret realm controlled by the Beastmaster Academy, mainly to explain outdoor application cases combined with the special terrain in the secret realm. In the evening, it was free time for Mu Xian and others. Mu Xian went directly to the library of the Beastmaster Academy to check the latest cutting-edge knowledge and news. After all, Jinhua City was just a small 5-line city, and the knowledge and viewpoints obtained were outdated. Only a provincial capital city like Hang City could connect with the whole country and obtain information quickly. Here, Mu Xian began to rapidly absorb knowledge. continuously filling in his own shortcomings, gaining a clearer and more accurate understanding of this world, this era, and the situation in this country. Chapter 060, Lord Level Gathering, Universal Nutrient Solution. In the following time, Mu Xian stayed at the Beast Master Academy, training his physical abilities every morning, engaging in practical combat with different beasts from the special training teachers in the morning, entering the secret realm of the Beast Master Academy for terrain explanations in the afternoon, and studying in the library at night, living a very fulfilling life. Until the evening of 5 days later, Yumanmin's father, Yu Sihai, the owner of Sihai Tower, finally called Mu Xian to inform him that a gathering of Lord-level Beast Masters was about to be held offline, asking if Mu Xian would attend. Mu Xian naturally agreed. In fact, he had been waiting for this gathering for quite some time. This offline gathering was set on the top floor of a 5-star hotel, and surprisingly, there were commander-level Beast Masters guarding the entrance. Fortunately, Yu Sihai's qualifications were sufficient, allowing Mu Xian to enter the gathering. Old Yu, long time no see. I heard you made a fortune in Modu this time. As soon as he stepped into the gathering hall, Yu Sihai's friends teased him. Oh, is this your son? Yu Sihai laughed heartily. This is my junior nephew. I didn't make a fortune, just doubled my earnings. Doubling isn't considered making a fortune, you business shark. Mu Xian's heart stirred at the sight. Made a fortune in Modu? Could it be referring to the overseas investment promotion meeting held in Modu a couple of days ago? Mu Xian suddenly understood Yu Sihai's operation. The overseas investment promotion meeting was a large-scale business exchange held in Modu a couple of days ago, where merchants from other countries brought their beasts, resources, specialties, etc. to exchange and trade with domestic merchants, which was a win-win for both sides. However, the overseas investment promotion meeting required a vast network of connections, and it was not easy for Yu Sihai to participate. Yu Sihai had a good network and frequently greeted others. After more than half an hour, the gathering officially began. There were over 100 people at the gathering, divided into 10 tables, using a mode of eating while auctioning. Each table sent one person on stage to showcase their resources and materials and state their target items. If someone was interested, they could make an offer to buy. Yu Sihai instructed. This is currently the most popular trading method. Pay attention. If you see something you don't like later, don't raise your hand casually. Although you don't have to buy it just because you speak up. Not buying after speaking will leave a bad impression on the event organizers, and you might end up on the blacklist. Mu Xian nodded lightly to show he understood. Soon, a young woman in her 20s took the stage. Hello everyone, I am Lu Xian, a senior manager at the organizing company Qianyu Group. I will be the first to make a transaction. Lu Xian said, I am selling our Qianyu Group's latest research product, the Universal Beast Nutrition Liquid. This is made from a large amount of Lord-level materials, and each bottle represents the energy contained in a Lord-level beast. Moreover, the energy is gentle and suitable for the absorption and cultivation of most types of beasts. Of course, since this is still an experimental product, the actual effect is uncertain, and the price is 1 million yuan worth of Lord-level resources for each tube. Lu Xian concluded. As she spoke, 10 glass tubes filled with amber liquid emitting faint energy waves were displayed. Universal Beast Nutrition Liquid, Level, Lord-level applicable scope, any flesh and blood beast introduction. A nutrient solution made by extracting essence from various resources and the energy parts of monster beasts. Suitable for most flesh and blood beasts, but the more special the attributes of the beast, the weaker the effect of the nutrient solution. Mu Xian's heart stirred. His void dragon weasel needed space-type resources. If this nutrient solution could replace that, it would save him a significant amount of money. He just didn't know how effective it would be for his own void dragon weasel. Huh. So it turns out Qianyu Group are planning to use us as guinea pigs. Not long after Lu Xian finished speaking, someone shouted loudly and rudely. Sure enough. After he spoke, people began to chime in with equally rude attitudes. Humph, who knows if this nutrient solution has side effects? I wouldn't dare to use it. You Qianyu Group even dare to sell an unlisted product. What gives you the courage, Liang Jingru? Exactly. What if there is a problem after using it? Humph. I heard your Qianyu Group is about to go bankrupt. If there is a problem, who will compensate? In an instant, Lu Xian's face was filled with embarrassment and a bit of anger, as she noticed that the doubters seemed to be from the same group. These guys. Lu Xian was furious but felt powerless to retaliate. Offending these people was minor, but causing more problems for Qianyu Group would be major. Just as that person said. Qianyu Group was indeed on the brink of bankruptcy. Last year, the old chairman, a king-level expert, had fallen. leading to a split and sale of the company's assets due to inheritance disputes, transforming it from a top-tier group in Zhejiang province into a third-rate small company. And this universal beast nutrition liquid was the last hope of the newly appointed chairman and Xinyu Group. However, due to the constant questioning, not a single person spoke up to bid for over a minute. Just as Lu Xian was feeling desperate, Mu Xian suddenly stood up and said, "I want 100 bottles. What price can you offer?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. 100 bottles, 100 million, and this was an unlisted experimental product. Who would be foolish enough to buy so many? Could he be a plant sent by Qianyu Group? Lu Xian on stage was also shocked. And her heart was filled with joy. 100 bottles were nearly all the inventory. After selling these nutrient solutions, Qianyu Group could be revived. Immediately, Lu Xian quickly reacted. 100 bottles. Can I give you an 80 discount? Or maybe 70? All right, deal. Mu Xian nodded, and after that, he had the Void Dragon Weasel pull out 70 dragon bloodstones. Lu Xian dazedly got off the stage when she first went up. She was worried about not selling a single bottle, but unexpectedly, she almost cleared out the inventory in one go. At this moment, many people's gazes were focused on Mu Xian, sizing him up. 70 dragon bloodstones amounted to 70 million, which wasn't a huge sum. But to dare to spend 70 million on such an uncertain nutrient solution was indeed a bit bold. Yusihai whispered, "Mu Xian, do you think this nutrient solution is worthwhile?" Mu Xian smiled and nodded. "I feel that this nutrient solution should be fine." Yusihai nodded thoughtfully. He knew the achievements of this genius beastmaster. In the Lingyuan secret realm, that dragon bloodstone vein had existed for so many years. Yet Mu Xian found it in just one day, which was enough to show Mu Xian's keen eyesight or perception was very strong. Perhaps this kid has some unique talent. Yusihai muttered to himself. Chapter 061, Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree Box, a Discarded Treasure. After Qianyu Group, several more people took the stage, but the materials presented were quite ordinary, and Mu Xian had no desire to bid, which greatly disappointed him as he had hoped to find some bargains here. It wasn't until about 20 people later that valuable resources finally appeared. A drop of Lord-level resource, the Emerald Magic Dragon's Essence Blood of Beast King, first tier. When a rough-looking middle-aged man shouted this, everyone erupted in excitement. Emerald Magic Dragon's Essence Blood at the Beast King level? This can't be a joke, right? Buy it at any cost. A drop of this Emerald Magic Dragon's Essence Blood should be worth 1 billion, right? 1 billion? That's the normal price. These are all Lord-level Beastmasters with considerable worth. Do you think 1 billion will deter others from bidding? Next, several figures took the stage to verify the authenticity of the Emerald Magic Dragon's Essence Blood showcased by the rough man. Upon receiving confirmation, many displayed expressions of delight. The rough man looked at everyone's reactions and nodded in satisfaction. Ahem, there's only this one drop of Emerald Magic Dragon's Essence Blood. The highest bidder wins, with Lord level and above resources getting priority. After this, someone placed a bid. 300 pieces of Phoenix Nest Wood. Phoenix Nest Wood is one of the most precious resources for Lord-level Phoenix-type beasts, containing the power of the Phoenix, with each piece priced around 1.5 million yuan, meaning this person's bid was worth 45 billion. This price stunned many. After all, a drop of Beast King-level Dragon Blood Essence is only around 100 million. But soon, someone shouted, 500 Dragon Blood Stones, 600 pieces of Golden Flame Divine Crystal, 700 pieces of 5 Elements Essence. Below at the dining table, Yusihai glanced at Mu Xian and asked curiously, Mu Xiaodi, why aren't you tempted? Mu Xian shook his head. I don't need the Emerald Magic Dragon's Essence Blood. To be honest, what Mu Xian wanted more was the wooden box that held that drop of Essence Blood. Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree Box, level, Beast King level applicable scope, Dragon type, Sub-Dragon type, and Serpent types introduction. A wooden box made from the branches of the Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree that supports the Dragon Abyss Graveyard, containing pure Dragon type and Space type energy. Mu Xian had seen the Dragon Abyss Graveyard in a book. It is the burial ground for Dragon-type monster beasts located in the Dragon Kingdom, supported by a towering Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree. The entire Dragon Abyss had not faced crises due to the existence of the Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree, which was said to have reached the king level. Undoubtedly, the Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree is the legendary Dragon-type and Space-type plant monster. Although the wooden box made from its branches is only at the Beast King level, it is definitely the most suitable resource for the Void Dragon Weasel. In comparison, Mu Xian looked down on that drop of emerald magic dragon essence blood. Given time, he could extract a barrel of it himself. Seeing Mu Xian like this, Yusihai also chose to watch from the sidelines. In the end, the Emerald Magic Dragon essence blood sold for nearly 700 million at a sky-high price. Mu Xian noticed that the wooden box holding the Emerald Magic Dragon essence blood was ignored by both the rough man and the buyer, who simply tossed it aside into the trash can, seemingly only having eyes for that drop of blood. After the Emerald Magic Dragon essence blood, Mu Xian did not see any resources that interested him until it was finally his turn to take the stage. My name is Mu Xian. I want to exchange this dragon blood fruit for Lord-level spatial attribute evolution resources. Mu Xian said lightly, then took out a golden fruit, which was the dragon blood fruit he had left over from some time ago. What? The dragon blood fruit? Is it the one that has a chance to allow a beast to directly evolve into a dragon-type beast? Who else could it be? I didn't expect someone to take out the dragon blood fruit for exchange. This is just too extravagant. Yes, it is extravagant because the dragon blood fruit is always in short supply. Normally, even if a beast master is lucky enough to obtain one, they would want to let their beasts consume it immediately. How could they possibly take it out to exchange or auction? At this moment, the people who were originally a bit drowsy became excited. Their brains started to flood with thoughts, and they couldn't wait to snatch the dragon blood fruit away. After being verified by appraisers from the Chinyu group and other beast masters, everyone became invigorated. I don't have spatial attribute evolution resources. Does anyone have them? I can directly exchange for dragon bloodstones. Haha, those who have spatial attribute resources would just exchange them themselves. Why would they need to exchange for dragon bloodstones with you? After some discussions, someone finally made an offer. I have a sky leapstone here. Would you be interested, little brother? Sky leapstone. Mu Xian's eyes lit up. The sky leapstone is also a precious spatial attribute gem containing the power of leap, which is very suitable for the void dragon weasel. However, Mu Xian did not make a decision immediately. He was still waiting for others' reactions. Although 2 or 3 others also offered their spatial attribute materials later, they still fell short compared to the sky leapstone. In the end, Mu Xian chose to exchange for the sky leapstone. Thus, the offline gathering came to an end, and the beast masters started to leave one after another. However, Mu Xian did not leave. Instead, he enjoyed the food, which made Yusihai very surprised. Brother Mu, what are you doing? Yusihai asked in confusion, as he remembered that Mu Xian had already eaten quite a lot. Mu Xian shook his head and smiled. I still feel a bit hungry. What Yusihai did not notice was that under his feet, Mu Xian's beast, the void dragon weasel, had already secretly dug into the trash can, searching for the Dragon Abyss ancient tree box. A few minutes later, Mu Xian looked down at the void dragon weasel, which had a resentful expression while holding the Dragon Abyss ancient tree box, and couldn't help but chuckle. Little guy, you're not happy. This is the main material you need for evolution. As soon as he said this, the void dragon weasel immediately hugged the Dragon Abyss ancient tree box tightly and quickly stuffed it into its mustard seed space. At this moment, Yusihai looked at the void dragon weasel under his feet and finally reacted. Brother Mu, what about that wooden box just now? Mu Xian smiled slightly. My beast told me that the wooden box is not simple, so I let it bring it back. I may be older, but you can't fool me like that. Yusihai's eyes twitched, silently complaining. It was obvious that you noticed that the wooden box was not simple. This kid, just by casually attending an offline gathering, managed to pick up a bargain. Yusihai thought to himself, becoming increasingly satisfied with Mu Xian. A son-in-law this suitable must be brought home. After pondering for a long time, Yusihai suddenly said, Brother Mu, I still have some hidden resources. Would you be interested in any of them? As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Yusihai realized that this little guy was no ordinary person and decided to go all out, taking out a few of the most precious items from the Sihai building. These resources would be of no use to keep, so it would be better to use them to befriend Mu Xian first. Once this village is gone, there won't be this shop anymore. Chapter 062. Is Yusihai crazy? Heavenly Dragon Blood. Rank. Beast King level applicable range. Dragon type. Subdragon type. Jiao Python Serpent type description. Blood left behind by the ancient divine beast Heavenly Dragon, originally a king level resource, has become a beast king level resource due to the passage of time, containing incomparably powerful heavenly dragon power. The heavenly dragon ranks among the top of the dragon clan. Incredibly powerful. It is one of the 4 ancient divine beasts of the dragon clan, alongside the divine dragon, sacred dragon, In Demon Dragon, a divine beast is one that has once reached a level comparable to that of a deity. Phoenix Divine Feather. Rank. Beast King level applicable range. Phoenix type, sub-Phoenix type. Bird type description. Feather left behind by the ancient divine beast Phoenix, originally a king level resource, has become a beast king level resource due to the passage of time. Containing incomparably powerful Phoenix rebirth power. The Phoenix also belongs to the ranks of ancient divine beasts and possesses the ability to be reborn through nirvana. Mastering the original firepower of the world. Light of God. Rank. Beast King level applicable range. Light system. Dark system description. A peculiar light born from the sacred light secret realm, formed by the gathering of light elements. It is an extremely rare light system resource, said to contain some kind of earth-shattering secret. Heavenly Dragon Blood. Phoenix Divine Feather. Light of God. The 3 Beast King level resources are considered incredibly precious even among Beast King level resources. I didn't expect High to directly place them in front of Mu Xian, enthusiastically making Mu Xian feel scared. Uncle Yu, what is this? Mu Xian was dumbfounded. What is going on? Could it be that High has some ill intentions towards me? High smiled slightly. Brother Mu, we hit it off at first sight. Which one do you fancy? Why don't you just take all 3? After all, my daughter probably won't need them in her lifetime. Cough, 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 Uncle Yu. This isn't appropriate, right? What is inappropriate about it? I've already decided to betroth man to you. You're my son-in-law. Isn't that appropriate? Uncle Yu, let us be clear. I can accept these resources, but I haven't agreed to be your son-in-law. What? Is my daughter not worthy of you? That face. That slim waist, that height is not enough. In the end, Mu Xian accepted the 3 resources because High had given too much. And refusing would definitely be pretentious. And Mu Xian never was pretentious. At worst, he could help High in the future when he became successful. Moreover, Mu Xian also felt that High was probably a person with a story. Seeing that Mu Xian did not refuse, High immediately smiled. Brother Mu, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Mu Xian said seriously. Uncle Yu, I will accept these 3 materials for now. If you encounter difficulties in the future, you can come to me directly. High laughed heartily. Then it's settled. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. In the future, I will directly betroth my daughter to you. Let us see how you refuse. With a proud smile, High excitedly returned home. Back at the Beastmaster Academy residence, Mu Xian took out his gains from tonight, which included 100 bottles of Universal Beast Nutrition Liquid, the Sky Leap Stone, the Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree Box, and the Heavenly Dragon Blood, Phoenix Divine Feather, and Light of God that High had given him. He had made a huge profit. Compared to the 3 Beast King level resources, the Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree Box was nothing, especially the Heavenly Dragon Blood, the blood of an ancient divine beast. Even though it had degraded to Beast King level, it was still not to be underestimated and was the most suitable evolution resource for the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon and the Void Dragon Weasel. Then, Mu Xian summoned his 4 beasts, fed them the Universal Nutrition Liquid, and checked their effects. The results surprised Mu Xian. The effect of the Universal Nutrition Liquid, is this good? Mu Xian was delighted to find that the Universal Nutrition Liquid worked exceptionally well on the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. After consuming 1 tube, it actually raised its rank by 1. For the Void Dragon Weasel, the effect was average, according to the little guy's description. It was equivalent to half a piece of the Void Spirit Stone, but considering the price, it was still a good choice. Next, Mu Xian began to try diluting the Universal Nutrition Liquid to feed the Tianji Illusion Butterfly and the Brutal Thunderbear Cubs. He finally found that the 3 times diluted Universal Nutrition Liquid was the most suitable for the 2 little guys, with each tube being equivalent to a commander-level resource. This Universal Nutrition Liquid will undoubtedly occupy a large part of the nutrition liquid market in the future, Mu Xian murmured. Suddenly, Mu Xian remembered what was said during the gathering at night. Is the Qianyu Group going bankrupt? Mu Xian searched online and found millions of results. With the latest hot topic being the founder suddenly falls, the 3 children fight for inheritance, the once top company on the verge of collapse. It turned out that the founder's downfall led to the imminent bankruptcy of Qianyu Group. Mu Xian's eyes lit up. Wasn't this an opportunity to buy low? According to the latest market value, Qianyu Group was left with only 1 billion yuan, and its total market value had shrunk by 99. The so-called group had long since become a mere shell, and the valuable, promising businesses had already been divided among the children. But undoubtedly, the most valuable assets of Qianyu Group were still there, and there was still a chance for a comeback. With this in mind, Mu Xian decisively called the current chairman of Qinyu Group, Lu Yunyan. Sister Lu Xian, did we really sell 100 bottles of the universal nutrient solution? A pale-faced girl excitedly asked in the only remaining laboratory of Qinyu Group. Yes, Yunyan, our Qinyu Group can still hold on. Lu Xian, whom Mu Xian had met, said seriously with a smile. That's great. The girl exclaimed in excitement, her face glowing with enthusiasm. Grandpa, don't worry. I will make sure Qinyu Group survives. Yunyan, you can rest assured, I will always stand by your side. Lu Xian said solemnly. Lu Xian was not actually Lu Yunyan's sister, but an assistant chosen by Lu Yunyan's grandfather. Lu Yunyan had exceptional talent in beast-rearing potions, and her grandfather, the king-level beast master Lu Qingqiong, specifically trained Lu Xian to assist her. In fact, the successor selected by Lu Qingqiong for Qinyu Group was his granddaughter Lu Yunyan, who had lost her parents and was very close to him. However, no one expected that Lu Qingqiong would suddenly fall in an unknown secret realm, leading to his children dividing the family assets and breaking up the large Qinyu Group into several companies, almost causing its bankruptcy. In the end, the shell of Qinyu Group was taken over by the just-enrolled Lu Yunyan. Just then, Lu Yunyan's phone suddenly rang. Hello, are you the chairman of Qinyu Group, Lu Yunyan? Both Lu Yunyan and Lu Xian were startled and quickly asked, Who are you, and what do you want? On the other end of the line, Mu Xian cheerfully said, Hello, Chairman Lu. I just wanted to ask if Qinyu Group is for sale. I want to acquire your Qinyu Group. Lu Yunyan was taken aback and decisively replied, Sorry, our Qinyu Group is not for sale. Mu Xian shrugged. However, he had anticipated this situation, so he proposed a second plan. Then, Chairman Lu, does your company accept investment shares? Investment shares? Lu Yunyan and Lu Xian exchanged glances, surprised that someone wanted to invest in the down-and-out Qinyu Group. After a warm exchange, Lu Yunyan agreed to Mu Xian's investment, contributing 800 million yuan for a 33 share, securing a seat on the board, and allowing financial personnel to enter Qinyu Group. But Mu Xian had no right to interfere with the company's operations. Originally, Mu Xian wanted more shares, but Lu Yunyan insisted on 33, leaving him no choice. Overall, this investment plan was mutually beneficial for Mu Xian and Qinyu Group. But with the astonishing effects of the universal nutrient solution, Mu Xian would definitely profit greatly. Sister Lu Xian, do you think I did the right thing? Lu Yunyan asked softly. Lu Xian paused for a moment and said, Yunyan, relying solely on you, me, and the funds we have, if we want to redevelop and grow, we will have to sacrifice something. Lu Yunyan nodded in silence. Yes, using 33 of the shares to obtain 800 million yuan, we still profit. The most important thing is that we finally have the money to conduct clinical tests for the universal nutrient solution. Once the testing is completed, we can launch it in the market. With the huge market for beast-rearing nutrient solutions and the formula left by the old chairman, our universal beast-rearing nutrient solution will surely find a place in the market. Sister Lu Xian, I believe in you. The next afternoon, outside the Beastmaster Academy, at a milk tea shop, Lu Yunyan and Lu Xian were silently waiting for the investor to arrive. At that moment, Lu Xian exclaimed in surprise. How could it be him? Lu Yunyan looked at Mu Xian walking from a distance, curious. Sister Lu Xian, do you know him? Lu Xian replied in a strange tone. He is the one who bought 100 bottles of our universal nutrient solution at the party last night. He should also be a Lord-level Beastmaster. So young, and already a Lord-level Beastmaster? Lu Yunyan exclaimed. Lu Xian whispered. This guy named Mu Xian bought 100 bottles of our universal nutrient solution yesterday, and that night, he couldn't wait to invest in our Qinyu Group. Yunyan, what do you think? Lu Yunyan shook her head with a wry smile. Sister Lu Xian, even though we know our universal nutrient solution works well, do we have a choice? Lu Xian fell silent. She knew the current situation of Qinyu Group all too well. The morale was low, and almost all capable people had run away. Only the old chairman's residual influence remained, and others in the company dared not act openly. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the chance to connect with Qinyu Group and would be taken away as playthings for the rich. Mu Xian arrived in front of Lu Yunyan and Lu Xian, greeting Lu Xian. Hello, I'm Mu Xian. We meet again. This must be Lu Yunyan, Chairman Lu. You are truly young and beautiful. Mu Xian generously complimented, knowing that every girl likes to be praised for her beauty. Hello. Lu Xian looked at Mu Xian and directly asked, Mr. Mu Xian, is there a particular reason you are so eager to invest in us? Mu Xian smiled slightly and didn't hide it. Of course, it's your company's universal beast-rearing nutrient solution. I personally believe that the prospects for the universal nutrient solution are quite good, and I happen to have made a bit of money recently. So I want to invest in some companies. Suddenly, Lu Yuyin said, Mr. Muxian, here is the contract. Take a look. If everything is all right, we can sign the agreement. Half an hour later, Muxian signed the investment agreement and transferred 1/3 of the funds into Qinyu Group's public account on the spot. The remaining 2/3 would be paid in full after the shares were officially registered. Of course, these were minor details. After investing in Qinyu Group, Muxian returned to his ascetic-like lifestyle until the month-long special training was about to conclude. You two little guys, the special training is almost over. And you finally reached the peak of your levels. In Muxian's small villa at the Beast Master Academy, he looked at the Void Dragon Weasel and the Heavenly Machine Illusion Butterfly, laughing and scolding them. With a large amount of training resources and the universal nutrient solution, the 4 beasts under Muxian made significant progress. The Void Dragon Weasel reached Commander Level 9. The Heavenly Machine Illusion Butterfly reached Elite Level 9. The Savage Thunderbear Cub reached Elite Level 8, while the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon only improved by 1 level, barely reaching Lord Level 7. The Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon's slow progress made Muxian sigh. Once it reached the Lord level, beast rearing became a significant financial burden, averaging 1 million yuan in daily expenses, totaling 30 million yuan a month, which was not something an average person could afford. Little spirit, you go first. The Void Dragon Weasel has reached Commander Level 9, and most importantly, it can finally evolve. Muxian laid out the resources he had gathered during this time, hoping to design a powerful evolution route. The main materials were the Dragon Abyss Ancient Wood Box, followed by Sky Leap Stones, Void Destruction Stones, and Dragon Blood Stones. Muxian arranged the materials one by one, while he prepared to reserve the Dragon Blood for the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. Soon, Muxian opened the information panel of the Void Dragon Weasel and was taken aback by the evolution route he had designed. Void Dragon Weasel, Species, Space System Dragon Weasel Family Rank, Commander Level 9 Bloodline, King Level Quality, Extraordinary Skills, Introduction, Jumping Stone, Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree Box, Annihilation Stone. Dragon Blood Stone can evolve into Dragon Abyss Annihilation Dragon Weasel, Success Rate 90. Dragon Abyss Annihilation Dragon Weasel? Muxian clicked to take a look, and surprisingly, the bloodline potential of this Dragon Abyss Annihilation Dragon Weasel was still king level. In terms of skills, it added a new skill, Space Collapse. It seemed stronger than the Void Dragon Weasel, but not by much, completely failing to meet Muxian's expectations. How could this be? Muxian scratched his head and began to reassess his evolution plan. Undoubtedly, there was a problem with the evolution plan. Suddenly, Muxian noticed the introduction of the original Void Dragon Weasel, which indicated that the little guy had already obtained a trace of the Qingtian Dragon Weasel's bloodline. However, this time, after evolving into the Dragon Abyss Annihilation Dragon Weasel, the trace of Qingtian Dragon Weasel's bloodline did not change. This indicated that in this evolution, the Qingtian Dragon Weasel bloodline was not stimulated or enhanced. The Qingtian Dragon Weasel, the strongest bloodline of the Dragon Weasel family. My evolution direction should follow this line of thought, Muxian muttered to himself. After this experience, he gained a deeper understanding that having stronger resources as the main material does not necessarily lead to evolving stronger beasts. It all depends on the combination. It seems that the Dragon Blood Essence must be used. Muxian smiled wryly. Originally, he had planned to reserve the Dragon Blood Essence for the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, thinking that the Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree Box was sufficient for the little guy's evolution. Not expecting this, with this in mind, he began to adjust the plan. Since the Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree Box could not serve as the main material, it would rely on its dual attributes of dragon and space as a neutral material. And additionally, with the Dragon Blood Essence, let the Void Dragon Weasel absorb more dragon power and awaken more of the Qingtian Dragon Weasel bloodline. Soon, the brand new plan was finalized, making Muxian extremely excited. Void Dragon Weasel, Jumping Stone, Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree Box, Annihilation Stone. Dragon Blood Essence can evolve into Jumping Sky Dragon Weasel, Success Rate 88. This Jumping Sky Dragon Weasel turned out to be a super beast with astonishing sub-ancestor level bloodline potential, and in terms of bloodline, quality, and skills, Muxian was immensely satisfied. Little guy, according to the order I just mentioned, start swallowing these resource materials and evolve, Muxian said excitedly, filled with anticipation. Chapter 064, Little Cat Evolves. Sub-ancestor level, jumping sky dragon weasel. As for why the dragon blood essence was not used as the main material, it's still that saying. The highest level resources are not necessarily the most suitable. Mu Xian had just tried it. If the dragon blood essence were the main material, the evolved beast would be of the dragon race. Since Mu Xian already had a dragon race beast, he naturally did not want the void dragon weasel to also become a dragon race beast, which would waste resources. Roar. The ice crystal cold extreme dragon looked at the void dragon weasel about to begin its evolution and let out a roar, seemingly reminding Mu Xian that it could continue evolving. Mu Xian touched the icy head of the ice crystal cold extreme dragon and said apologetically, "Little spirit, your resources have to wait a bit longer." Roar. Just then, an extremely intense energy fluctuation erupted from the void dragon weasel, attracting the attention of one person and three beasts. The silver-white void dragon weasel had, unbeknownst to Wen, developed shallow patterns on its body, filled with an unreal feeling. And the energy aura it emitted began to permeate the entire small villa. Soon, this energy fluctuation became even more exaggerated. Amidst waves of spatial energy fluctuations, cracks actually appeared on the walls of the small villa. Oh no, the small villa is about to collapse. Mu Xian felt a bit regretful and surprised, not expecting the little guy's evolution to create such a huge commotion. With three beasts in tow, Mu Xian hurriedly dashed out of the small villa. Before long, the small villa behind him collapsed with a loud bang. At the same time, alarm bells rang loudly, and such a big commotion drew the attention of everyone nearby. Even from afar, the figures of teachers from the Beast Master Academy appeared. What is going on? Mu Xian. Oh no, Mu Xian, are you demolishing your home? With such a huge noise, even the school must be disturbed, right? Not just disturbed, it has already been disturbed. While speaking, they saw their special training teacher, the aloof teacher Yang, land first and look at Mu Xian. Mu Xian, what happened? Such intense spatial energy fluctuations. Mu Xian felt a bit embarrassed. My beast evolved. I didn't expect the energy fluctuations to be so great that it actually collapsed the villa. Everyone. Teacher Yang's eyes lit up. Your space-type beast is evolving? Mu Xian nodded. Yes, I attended an offline gathering last night and fortunately obtained a type of space resource. Teacher Yang raised an eyebrow and smiled. Very good. A commander-level space-type beast. Mu Xian, I'm increasingly optimistic about you. If it weren't for our school's limitations, I would directly tie you up and make you my student. Mu Xian broke out in a cold sweat. Soon, more teachers and even members of the school's security team arrived to understand the situation. When they heard that it was Mu Xian's beast evolving, they all showed expressions of surprise. I've never seen a space-type beast evolving before. I didn't expect the evolution scene of a space-type beast to be so exaggerated. I've learned something new. Once it advances to commander level, this space-type beast will be invincible in the national exam, right? Once this was said, everyone realized, wow, it really is like this. A commander-level space-type beast would crush other beast masters. What could others use to counter it? While a few people were talking, the spatial energy fluctuations grew stronger, eventually forming a spatial storm centered around the small villa where Mu Xian was, causing everything within 100 meters to completely disappear. Everyone was shocked. It hadn't even successfully evolved yet, and it was already this exaggerated. Everyone was filled with anticipation for the appearance of the Void Dragon Weasel after evolution. Finally, after a full hour, the Void Dragon Weasel completed its evolution, becoming a beast with sub-ancestor level bloodline potential, the Jumping Sky Dragon Weasel. Jumping Sky Dragon Weasel, Species, Space System Dragon Weasel Family Rank, Commander Level 1 Bloodline, Sub-ancestor Level Quality, Extraordinary Skills, Mustard Seed Space, Space Confinement, Void Blade, Space Jump. Space Collapse Introduction. Originally a normal weasel born on the edge of the Nanshan's secret realm, it obtained the Void attribute by absorbing a trace of the Void 10,000 Calamities Dragon Blood Essence. When evolving into the Void Dragon Weasel, it accidentally activated a trace of the Qingtian Dragon Weasel bloodline, becoming a top-tier beast with both space and dragon attributes. Through precious resources like Jumping Stone, Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree, Annihilation Stone, it perfectly evolved again, mastering space, traversing the void, and comprehending the power of space destruction. Currently having awakened 10% of the Qingtian Dragon Weasel bloodline. Meow. The moment the call of the Jumping Sky Dragon Weasel rang out, a flash of silver light appeared, and a small cat that looked almost unchanged from before appeared on Mu Xian's shoulder. its cry filled with joy. Mu Xian was taken aback, and then realized that this should be the upgraded version of the Jumping Sky Dragon Weasel's skill, Space Jump. Seeing the sudden appearance of the Jumping Sky Dragon Weasel, someone exclaimed, "This is teleportation." Teleportation, ISNT, that a skill only commander-level space-type beasts can master? No, it can't be teleportation. It should be Space Jump. Space Jump. This skill is almost equivalent to a weakened version of teleportation. If used well, it can change the entire battle situation. This little guy named Mu Xian is remarkable. Teacher Yang looked at the Jumping Sky Dragon Weasel on Mu Xian's shoulder and nodded gently. This little guy makes me want one too. Mu Xian chuckled. It's all just good luck. Teacher Yang smiled. Is it really just good luck? Soon, the teachers and security personnel from the Beastmaster Academy left one after another, just as Mu Xian was worrying about where to stay tonight. Ling Fangfei and Yu Man rushed over, looking worried. Little brother, are you okay? I heard something happened here. Mu Xian shook his head with a smile. No need to worry, it was just a bit noisy when my beast evolved. Yu Man glanced at the small villa that had turned into ruins and murmured, is it really just a bit noisy? The next day, during the special training class, Mu Xian was surrounded by everyone who wanted to see his Sky Dragon Weasel, specifically, the power of a Lord-level space-type beast. Seeing this, Mu Xian was also eager to test the strength of the little cat's new skill, so he agreed to everyone's request. In a certain secret realm of the Beast Taming Academy, Mu Xian smiled at the Sky Dragon Weasel. Little cat, use spatial collapse on that mountain peak. Meow? The little guy glanced at the crowd behind Mu Xian, smiled disdainfully, and looked at the distant small mountain peak. The next moment, a terrifying energy fluctuation emanated from that mountain peak. In an instant, a ghostly light suddenly exploded, and then the entire small mountain peak seemed to sink into the water, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, everyone behind Mu Xian fell silent, especially Fang Yuntian, Chen Huashan, and Zhang Yuxi, who couldn't help but swallow hard, their scalps tingling. Everyone around Fang Yuntian moved away from him and the others, their eyes filled with pity. Boss, what should we do? He's so powerful, should we run away? Zhang Yuxi couldn't hold back and thought of fleeing. Fang Yuntian sneered, run away? Are you going to give up on the national exam? What are you afraid of? He wouldn't dare to lay a hand on us at the Beast Taming Academy. After a pause, Fang Yuntian continued, besides, if it comes to it, we can always find him privately and admit defeat. Zhang Yuxi, Chen Huashan. Looking at the confused expressions of Zhang Yuxi and Chen Huashan, Fang Yuntian scolded, you two idiots. Have you not read enough novels? For rich second generation like us, if we want to live long, we must admit defeat quickly, understand? Chen Huashan immediately showed a look of surprise. Boss, I understand. I'll go find out what resources Mu Xian needs. Zhang Yuxi began to question his life, wondering if he was abnormal or if the other two were the ones who were strange. That evening after the special training, Mu Xian was about to return to the school to his second small villa when he saw Fang Yuntian, Zhang Yuxi, and Chen Huashan suddenly rush in front of him. Just when Mu Xian thought these three were up to something, an unexpected scene occurred. Fang Yuntian suddenly presented a wooden box and handed it to Mu Xian, saying, classmate Mu Xian, in the past, we didn't recognize the great mountain and caused you trouble. We are here to apologize. Fang Yuntian, Zhang Yuxi, and Chen Huashan spoke in unison. Classmate Mu Xian, we are sorry. Mu Xian looked at the three in front of him and the Lord-level dragon-type resource inside the wooden box with a strange expression. Is this a direct admission of defeat? He was still planning to continue tricking these guys in the national exam secret realm, but now that they had directly admitted defeat, he felt utterly bored. Mu Xian took the resource from Fang Yuntian's hand and waved his hand with a faint smile. All right, since you apologized, let's leave it at that. Watching Fang Yuntian and the other two bounce away, Mu Xian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. How am I supposed to show off and slap faces in the future? Opening the wooden box, it was indeed a Lord-level Frost-type and Dragon-type dual-attribute resource, the Frost Dragon Horn. Frost Dragon Horn, rank, Lord-level applicable range. Ice-type, Dragon-type, Subdragon-type. Snake-type description, the Dragon Horn of the Lord-level beast, the Frost Giant Dragon, contains a large amount of the Frost Giant Dragon's original power. Xiaoling, this is for you. With this, you should be able to reach Lord-level perfection. Mu Xian tossed the Frost Dragon Horn to the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, smiling. Roar. The Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon emitted a joyful emotion and once again burrowed back into the beast taming space. At night, Mu Xian went to the woods on the back mountain of the Beast Taming Academy to design the evolution route for the Destiny Butterfly. Due to the unexpected incident last night, Mu Xian had a psychological shadow and didn't dare to let his beast evolve in the place he lived. The main materials for the evolution of the Destiny Butterfly had already been prepared, which were the remnants of the transcending tribulation substitute insect and the lucky puppet. The other auxiliary materials were relatively easy to obtain, as it was only an elite-level evolution to a commander level, and the materials were not difficult to buy. Soon, after continuous testing, Mu Xian finally determined the evolution route for the Destiny Butterfly. Destiny Butterfly Species, Illusion System, Prediction System, Butterfly Family Rank, Elite 9th Level Bloodline, Beast King Level Quality, Excellent Skills, Illusion Form, Danger Prediction Description, Remnants of the Transcending Tribulation Substitute Insect, Lucky Puppet, Book of Prophecies, and Spirit Wood can evolve into. Destiny Butterfly, Success Rate, 71. This was the evolution route with the lowest success rate that Mu Xian designed. But it was also the most powerful evolution route among all the evolution plans for the Destiny Butterfly. The Destiny Butterfly, a magical butterfly with 3 attributes, fate, luck, and prophecy, also had an incredible skill, transcending tribulation substitute. Of course, with gain comes loss. After evolving into the Destiny Butterfly, the Destiny Butterfly would completely lose its illusion system abilities and become a purely supportive beast. With the evolution route determined, Mu Xian said to the Destiny Butterfly, "Little butterfly, let's begin. Eat these resources in the order I say, and you can evolve." Gigi. The Destiny Butterfly happily circled around Mu Xian several times before starting to consume the resources. First was the remnants of the transcending tribulation substitute insect, which was gifted to him by the former principal of the No. 7 Middle School in Jinhua City, Lin Xuanya, possessing the ability to substitute for life. The lucky puppet was obtained from the Beast Taming Education Bureau's treasury and could bring luck. The Book of Prophecies came from the Beast Taming Resource Mall in Hangqing. Although its name sounded impressive, it was actually just an encyclopedia infused with prediction energy. Such low-level prediction resources were not rare, and Mu Xian spent tens of thousands to acquire it. The spirit would contain soul power and was mainly used to enhance the soul power of the Destiny Butterfly. As a prediction-type beast, soul power was its main attribute. After the Destiny Butterfly gnawed and devoured the 4 materials one by one, in an instant, a mysterious aura began to emerge. Mu Xian only saw the shape of the Destiny Butterfly becoming blurred, as if it were about to disappear from this world. Mu Xian couldn't help but feel anxious, as a 71 success rate was indeed a bit low. Among all the evolutions he had experienced, it was the lowest success rate. If it failed, Mu Xian's loss would be significant. After all, materials like the remnants of the transcending tribulation substitute insect, which had been passed down since ancient times, were really scarce. Perhaps the lucky puppet played a role. Before he knew it, the shape of the Destiny Butterfly stabilized, began to grow larger, and its aura started to rise, breaking through to the commander level. Half an hour later, a butterfly that was still transparent, but covered in peculiar patterns appeared before Mu Xian. It then flew onto Mu Xian's shoulder, expressing its excitement. While Mu Xian comforted the little guy, he began to check the specific information of the Destiny Butterfly, or rather, the Destiny Butterfly. Destiny Butterfly Species, Fate System, Luck System, Prediction System, Butterfly Family Rank, Commander First Level Bloodline, Monarch Level Quality, Extraordinary Skills, Transcending Tribulation Substitute, Passive, Knowing Destiny. Luck Aura Description. Originally a rare mutated butterfly with the awakened bloodline of the 3-life butterfly, after a perfect evolution, it became a rare beast with the ability to substitute for life. The beast tamer who signs a contract with the Destiny Butterfly also gains a second life. Note: once the transcending tribulation substitute ability is activated, the Destiny Butterfly will completely lose this skill. Seeing the description, Mu Xian was both surprised and delighted. The Destiny Butterfly indeed met his expectations, and using the remnants of the transcending tribulation substitute insect as the main material allowed the Destiny Butterfly to gain the ability to substitute for life, granting him a second life as well. This was a second life, greatly enhancing his survival ability. Moreover, the knowledge of fate and the blessing of good luck from the Fate Butterfly, as indicated by its name, is a very powerful skill. Although it cannot directly engage in combat, its effect is not small at all. Tomorrow, I must definitely try these 2 skills. Chapter 066. The Skill Effect of the Fate Butterfly. Millennia Stone Milk Essence. The next day was the second to last day of the month-long special training for Mu Xian and the others. In the afternoon, Mu Xian and the others entered the fourth secret realm of the Beast Taming Academy, which had a complex terrain and numerous monsters. It was said to be a secret realm recently discovered by the Academy in recent years. Mu Xian had a thought and summoned the Fate Butterfly from his pocket. Little butterfly, activate the blessing of good luck on me. Of course, Mu Xian did not want his Fate Butterfly to be discovered by others. This was his strongest trump card. Gigi, the Fate Butterfly responded, and a wave of energy enveloped Mu Xian. In an instant, he felt that the entire world was different, but he couldn't quite explain how it was different. Suddenly, Mu Xian looked towards a distant rocky mountain and felt a slight stir. He quietly left the team and made his way to the rocky mountain, stopping intermittently. Just as he reached the mountain peak, he accidentally spotted a small cave at the foot of the cliff. Wow, could this be the effect of the little butterfly's blessing of luck? This is too powerful, right? Mu Xian felt a wave of shock. Without hesitation, he summoned the sky-soaring dragon weasel, Little Cat, take me and the little butterfly to use space jump and check out that small cave. Mu Xian pointed at the inconspicuous little cave, filled with anticipation. Meow. The sky-soaring dragon weasel also became excited. In a flash of light, Mu Xian found himself in the pitch-black cave. It took him a while to adapt to the environment inside the cave. Inside the small cave was a long passage leading deep underground. Eventually, Mu Xian arrived at the belly of the rocky mountain and discovered a pool of stalactite water. But was that really stalactite water? How could that be possible? Millennia Stone Milk Essence. Rank. Lord level. Applicable range. Humans, monsters. Beast Tamer's description. An incredibly rare spiritual milk essence naturally born in the Stone Dragon secret realm, containing the essence of heaven and earth. Capable of enhancing the affinity of humans and beast tamers to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nourishing the body, enhancing potential, and accelerating cultivation. Note: this stone milk essence is only effective for Lord level and below beasts and beast tamers. Mu Xian looked at the small pool of Millennia Stone Milk Essence and felt ecstatic. He never expected the Fate Butterfly's skill to have such a powerful effect. The small pool of stone milk essence in front of him must contain at least over 100 drops. This Millennia Stone Milk Essence, selling for 2 million a drop. Wouldn't he be too much, right? Mu Xian muttered to himself. This was no joke. Treasures that could directly affect the human body have always been exorbitantly priced. For example, the Holy Radiance fruit that Mu Xian previously consumed had a market price of over 4 million each. The Millennia Stone Milk Essence had effects that were even more diverse than the Holy Radiance fruit. After all, this was a treasure that could enhance affinity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhance potential, and accelerate cultivation. It was undoubtedly double the value of the Holy Radiance fruit. Without further ado, he carefully stored all the Millennia Stone Milk Essence into porcelain bottles, waiting until he left the secret realm to exchange them for special jade bottles to lock in the spiritual energy. After observing the depths of the cave, Mu Xian found that apart from the Millennia Stone Milk Essence, there was nothing else unusual, so he decided to return home. He had the sky-soaring dragon weasel use a space jump and reappear in the team. It was indeed incredibly convenient. Boss, how did you suddenly disappear and then reappear? Fang Yuntian asked curiously and eagerly, appearing beside Mu Xian. He felt that Mu Xian was too mysterious and definitely had a big secret. Mu Xian smiled. I found something good in the secret realm. A thought crossed Mu Xian's mind. He remembered that Fang Yuntian came from a good family, and he could completely use the Millennia Stone Milk Essence to exchange for some precious resources from Fang Yuntian. He believed that in the face of the Millennia Stone Milk Essence, these people would undoubtedly go crazy. Of course, Mu Xian did not reveal everything right away. He had to first determine the true market value of the Millennia Stone Milk Essence. Boss, what is this good thing? If I can use it, I can exchange it for the resources you need, Fang Yuntian said, ensuring that he wouldn't let Mu Xian suffer. Mu Xian smiled. Let me determine the value first. But you can start preparing the resources I need. Currently, I need resources of the Ice and Dragon King level. And it would be even better if there were evolution resources. Additionally, I also need evolution resources of the Thunder system at the Lord level. Fang Yuntian nodded seriously. He had thought it through clearly. If he wanted to catch up to Mu Xian, or even surpass him, relying solely on his own strength was definitely not enough. However, he could use his financial resources to obtain precious resources from Mu Xian. What is this called? This is called using the strengths of others to defeat the enemy. This means using the resources of the enemy to strengthen oneself and ultimately defeat the enemy. Unfortunately, Fang Yuntian never thought that since Mu Xian dared to sell things to him, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of Fang Yuntian becoming stronger. After all, who would have thought that Mu Xian was a person with double external assistance? That night, Mu Xian appeared at the Sihai building of Sihai. Coincidentally, Yu Man was also there. Mu Xian, why are you here? Yu Man showed a surprised expression. Then a shy blush appeared on her face. Did you know that today is my birthday and come to see me on purpose? Mu Xian wanted to say, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. However, thinking of the help Sihai had provided a few days ago, he didn't refute her. Instead, he smiled and said, Sister Man, happy birthday. As for a gift, is there anything more suitable than the Millennia Stone Milk Essence? By the way, is Uncle Yu here? Yu Man looked a bit unhappy and said, Dad is upstairs receiving an important client. We are just about to go home for my birthday party. Mu Xian, if you're free tonight, come join my birthday party. Okay. Mu Xian agreed, swearing that he really didn't agree because of Yu Man's youthful and cute appearance. After chatting for a while, Sihai finally appeared. He was accompanying a middle-aged man downstairs, sending him out of the door before returning to the store. Upon seeing Mu Xian, his eyes lit up. Mu Xian, it's great that you can come. Today just happens to be Man's birthday. You should come too. Yu Man smiled. Dad, Mu Xian has already agreed to join my birthday party. Sihai laughed heartily. That's great. Mu Xian cleared his throat and said, Uncle Yu, I actually came to Sihai building to ask you about a resource and see what its market value is now. Sihai's eyes brightened immediately. He had long suspected that Mu Xian had some talent, and now it was almost confirmed. Mu Xian, what are we waiting for? Let us go upstairs directly. I want to see too. Yu Man exclaimed, following along. Mu Xian didn't refuse. After all, he was going to give them a drop as a birthday gift soon. Soon, the three sat down. Mu Xian took out a drop of Millennia Stone Milk Essence from his mustard space. The moment he opened the porcelain bottle, a unique fragrance wafted out, causing Sihai to stand up and widen his eyes in disbelief. Could it be the Millennia Stone Milk Essence? Yu Man exclaimed in surprise. Dad, is this the Millennia Stone Milk Essence that is said to enhance the affinity of human spiritual energy? Sihai examined it carefully for a long time and finally nodded. Yes, this is the Millennia Stone Milk Essence. After speaking, Sihai looked at Mu Xian with excitement. Mu Xian, what good luck. You actually encountered this Millennia Stone Milk Essence. Mu Xian smiled slightly. Just luck, Uncle Yu. How much do you think this Millennia Stone Milk Essence is worth? The 10,000-year Stone Milk Essence is one of the few treasures that can assist humans in cultivation. Sihai exclaimed. The speed at which this heavenly material and earthly treasure appears cannot keep up with the speed at which humans consume it. Therefore, its value has been increasing over the years, skyrocketing to the exaggerated price of 20 million per drop. 20 million a drop. Mu Xian was taken aback. He previously thought that 8 or 9 million per drop was already a high price, but Sihai directly quoted an even higher price. Mu Xian finally understood why beast masters prefer to barter. The prices have seriously collapsed. So, after visiting the secret realm, he earned a few small goals. Mu Xian felt quite joyful and handed the drop of 10,000-year stone milk essence on the table to Yu Man beside him, smiling and saying, Sister Man, happy birthday? Now it was the turn of the Yu family father and daughter to be stunned, and Yu Man waved her hand and said, Mu Xian, is this for me? Sihai instinctively refused. Brother Mu, this gift is too precious. Mu Xian smiled lightly and said, Uncle Yu, the things you gave me last time were also very precious, but I still accepted them, right? Sihai ultimately smiled wryly and gestured for his daughter to accept it, but inside he was beaming with joy. Look, this is the growth of a genius. It hasn't been long, and the investment is almost recouped. Yu Man blushed. Mu Xian, thank you. Not long after, Sihai closed the shop and took Yu Man and Mu Xian back to his home to celebrate Yu Man's birthday. What Mu Xian didn't expect was that Yu Man's birthday was actually a family gathering, with all her family members present, and he was the only outsider, making Mu Xian feel quite embarrassed. Mu Xian, this is my mom. Yu Man pulled Mu Xian in front of a knowledgeable woman, happily said. So, this is meeting the parents. Mu Xian thought awkwardly, and the personal information of the woman surprised him greatly. Ruan Qingqing, species, human race level, Lord level 4 talent, beast communication beast, Dusk Ice Kite, Beast King level 3, Electromagnetic Dragon, Lord level 9. Healing Spirit, Lord level 1. Armor Spirit, Lord level 1. Mu Xian really didn't expect that Yu Sihai's wife, Yu Manman's mother, was actually a Beast King level Beastmaster. Mu Xian then understood why Yu Sihai had such powerful connections that allowed him to participate in overseas investment conferences. Wan Qingqing, Yu Manman's mother, looked at Mu Xian and gently nodded. You are very good. You deserve to be my daughter's boyfriend. Mu Xian was speechless at the moment. Just as he wanted to explain, Wan Qingqing smiled and said, Young man, I have high hopes for you, so keep it up. Mu Xian, Yu Manman's pretty face turned red, and she stammered. Mu Xian, my mom likes to play pranks. Likes to play pranks. Mu Xian smiled and shook his head, no longer dwelling on Yu Manman's mother. The Yu family was not large, besides Yu Sihai, Wan Qingqing, and Yu Manman. There was also Yu Manman's grandmother, but Yu Manman's grandmother was not in good health and spoke slowly, so Mu Xian didn't go over there. During the dinner, Mu Xian felt extremely uncomfortable. However, it was fortunate that there was no sudden appearance of a villain to embarrass him, and he returned safely to his temporary accommodation. The next day, Mu Xian met Fang Yuntian again. Mu Xian, I have already prepared what you need. Now you should tell me what resources you have, right? Fang Yuntian asked. Mu Xian said lightly. Have you heard of 10,000-year stone milk essence? Fang Yuntian was stunned for a moment and then excitedly said, You have 10,000-year stone milk essence? What else? Fang Yuntian took a deep breath and said, Don't worry. I will do my best to find the resources you need. Mu Xian smiled. This is the charm of resources. A few drops of 10,000-year stone milk essence can leverage the power of a top family. What surprised Mu Xian was that very evening, Fang Yuntian appeared in front of him, stating that the resources had been completely collected, giving Mu Xian a deeper understanding of the strength of these top Beastmaster families. In the end, Mu Xian exchanged 3 drops of 10,000-year stone milk essence for 2 resources needed by the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, which were the Heart of the Ice Giant Dragon and the Extreme Cold Heavenly Ice Flame. Heart of the Ice Giant Dragon level, Beast King level applicable range, Water System, Ice System, Snow System, Dragon Type Description. The Heart of the Beast King level monster, the Frost Giant Dragon, is also the source of the Frost Giant Dragon's power, containing surging ice power. Extreme Cold Heavenly Ice Flame level, Beast King level applicable range, Ice System, Fire System Description. The terrifying flame born in extreme cold, possessing the terrifying power to freeze everything. Both Beast King level resources were highly compatible with Mu Xian's Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. Mu Xian was just waiting for the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon to be promoted to Lord level 9. Then he would try to design an evolution route for the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon to see if it could break through the limitations of the King level. However, Mu Xian felt that this wouldn't be easy because the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon already had the potential of a King level bloodline, and the resources needed to break through the King level must be extremely high. Beast King level resources were somewhat insufficient. After putting away the 2 materials and checking on the conditions of the 4 beasts, he was about to cultivate when he received a call from Lu Yunyan. Mr. Mu Xian, the share transfer registration has been completed. You are now the 2nd largest shareholder of our Qianyu Group. Mu Xian could tell that Lu Yunyan was very happy, as the influx of funds had stabilized the situation of Qianyu Group. Mu Xian chuckled. That's good. I'll come by your company tomorrow. On this day, Mu Xian and the other special training was all completed, and they had a day to rest and adjust their condition before heading to the imperial capital for the national level examination. As for how the national examination would be conducted, the official side did not reveal it. The next day, at the Qianyu Group's location, Mu Xian met Lu Yunyan and Lu Xian again. Compared to a few days ago, both of them looked noticeably better, their eyes shining with hope for the future. Mu Xian first transferred the remaining 2/3 of the final payment to Lu Yunyan, completely completing the share transfer procedures and becoming the 2nd largest shareholder of Qianyu Group. He then discussed the practical usage of the Universal Beast Nutrition Solution with Lu Yunyan, surprising both Lu Yunyan and Lu Xian. Chapter 068 The Strongest of the Young Generation in Zhejiang Province. Mr. Mu Xian, as you said, our Universal Nutrition Solution is extremely effective, far exceeding other nutrition solutions on the market? That's right. So I suggest you don't launch the Lord-level Beast Nutrition Solution to the market just yet, but rather focus on the lower-end elite-level market, Mu Xian suggested. Lu Yunyan was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized, revealing a look of fear. because Lu Yunyin originally planned to launch the Lord-level Universal Nutrition Solution directly after passing the official certification. However, Lu Yunyin completely overlooked that Xinyu Group was currently a third-rate small enterprise, competing for the market against large groups. If the other side sent a Beast King-level Beastmaster, Xinyu Group might not even exist anymore. Thank you for reminding me, Mr. Mu Xian, Lu Yunyin said sincerely. Lu Xian also added, Mr. Mu, thanks to you. I was careless. Mu Xian smiled and said, I just mentioned it casually. By the way, if there are any insurmountable problems, feel free to find me. After bidding farewell to Lu Yunyin and Lu Xian, Mu Xian returned to the Beastmaster Academy and met with Ling Fangfei. Little brother, be careful when you go to the imperial capital this time. Ling Fangfei suddenly spoke, surprising Mu Xian. Why do you say that? Mu Xian asked curiously. Ling Fangfei whispered, your national examination might be dangerous, so pay attention to your safety. Don't ask me how I know. I can't say. Mu Xian looked at Ling Fangfei and suddenly noticed that her information panel had changed. It had only been a few days since they last met. And this girl had actually developed a talent ability, and even her beast had changed. Ling Fangfei, species, human race rank, commander level 8 talent, water element clone beast master, water element queen, lord level 6. Golden Flame Divine Sparrow, Lord Level 2. What's going on? Fangfei's beast isn't a water element lord anymore. How did it suddenly become the water element queen? Mu Xian was surprised. Ling Fangfei's change was quite significant. The most important thing was that she even reminded him to be careful during the national exam and to protect his own safety. Mu Xian speculated that Ling Fangfei had received some news through some means. Fangfei, you haven't joined some special organization, have you? Mu Xian muttered to himself. Nowadays, in this era of beast masters, there are countless beast masters, and over the centuries, who knows how many organizations have been born. Some are close to the government, publicly like clubs, schools, sects, etc., and there are even more hidden ones, some of which harbor hatred for humans, like the 4 great evil organizations. All right, Fangfei, I will be careful. Mu Xian nodded lightly. He didn't plan to ask directly and intended to figure it out later. Mu Xian, look at what I brought you just then. Mu Xian's temporary residence opened again, and the youthful, voluptuous man rushed in with a smile. Then she saw Mu Xian, who was about to send Ling Fangfei away. Man, you. Ling Fangfei was completely stunned. What's going on? Is you man getting together with her childhood friend? Is this a joke? Mu Xian was also taken aback. This was too coincidental. Now, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't be enough to clear this up. You man's face turned red instantly. Fangfei, you are also here. Ling Fangfei said unhappily. Of course I'm here. Hum, you man. I really didn't expect you to honestly confess to me when I wasn't around. What is your relationship with him now? Then, you man was pulled away by Ling Fangfei, leaving Mu Xian with a bitter smile. You man and Ling Fangfei were obviously just an interlude. Mu Xian checked on the status of his 4 beasts as usual and was pleasantly surprised to find that the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon had finally reached Lord Level 9. Roar! The Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon cheered at Mu Xian, filled with joy. Haha, got it. I will evolve you right away. Mu Xian rubbed the cold head of the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon and said with a smile. This was something he had promised the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon long ago, and Mu Xian did not go back on his word. He directly laid out all the various resources he had collected so far and began to design the evolution route for the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. Heart of the Cold Ice Giant Dragon, Cold Extreme Ice Spirit Essence, Water from the Extreme Cold Pool. Extreme Cold Sky Ice Flame Dragon Bloodstone can evolve into Frost Ice Extreme Giant Dragon, Success Rate 88. Mu Xian glanced at the brief information of the Frost Ice Extreme Giant Dragon and found that it was still a dragon-type beast with royal-level bloodline potential. Compared to the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, the difference wasn't significant. At most, it just added 1 skill, which completely did not meet Mu Xian's expectations. Then, by continuously adjusting the order and quantity of materials, he found that the designed evolution routes were all quite similar, with very little variation. Mu Xian shook his head and sighed. Indeed, relying solely on these resources, it is impossible for the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon to break through the royal level limit. Seeing this, Mu Xian gave up on the evolution and decided to wait until the national exam to find suitable resources before making plans. Of course, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon also threw a tantrum, which made Mu Xian quite a headache. The next day, at the Beastmaster Academy playground, the 30th group arrived early and silently waited for the team teacher's appearance. Mu Xian, I heard that this time we will directly take a flying beast to the imperial capital. At this time, Fang Yuntian quietly slipped to Mu Xian's side and whispered, "A flying beast? How big does it have to be?" Mu Xian was immediately shocked. Fang Yuntian rolled his eyes. In the entire Zhejiang province, you are not the only one with a space-type beast. As soon as he finished speaking, a silver-white giant eagle suddenly descended, landing in front of everyone. This eagle, 3 people high, looked so majestic and awe-inspiring. What surprised Mu Xian even more was its information. Silver wing, traversing eagle, species, flying type, space type, metal type eagle clan rank, beast king level 6 bloodline, royal level quality, elite skills, silver wing storm, void traversal, space confinement, internal space, space shatter slash. Space exile introduction. A rare dual attribute beast of space and metal, meticulously cultivated, it can be regarded as the overlord among beast king level beasts. Flying type, space type, metal type, 6 skills in total, each one terrifying. Such a beast king level beast could probably suppress a fortress. Soon, Mu Xian saw a young man walking out of the silver wing, traversing eagle. He looked calm and said to Mu Xian and the others, "I am Chu Wuhan. This is my partner, the silver wing, traversing eagle. I will lead you to the imperial capital this time." Chu Wuhan species, human race rank, Lord level 9 talent, void flight beast master, silver wing traversing eagle, beast king level 6, dream demon, beast king level 1. Tianya divine sword, Lord level 9, giant armored puppet, Lord level 8. This guy named Chu Wuhan had terrifying strength, with 2 beast king level beasts. This is not something an ordinary person could cultivate. This is, Fang Yutian whispered, this is the strongest among the younger generation in our Zhejiang province, Major Chu Wuhan. He graduated from the Magic Capital Academy 3 years ago and is said to be a top boss in our Zhejiang province Beast Police Bureau now. My goal is to surpass him. Mu Xian glanced at him and chuckled. In your dreams? Fang Yuntian, do you look down on me that much? So infuriating. Chapter 069. The Witch Sect, you really couldn't hold back. Everyone come in. At this moment, Chu Wuhan waved his hand, and a huge spatial passage appeared before everyone. Fang Yutian instinctively glanced at Mu Xian, revealing a look of envy. This kind of spatial carrying and spatial jumping ability can only be possessed by space-type beasts, which is why all beast masters aspire to it. More than 30 people entered the internal space of the silver wing, traversing eagle together. To everyone's surprise, this internal space was like a secret realm, with mountains, rivers, air, sunlight, and even a delicate little villa, resembling a paradise. Chu Wuhan smiled lightly. This is also my personal resting place. You can stay outside for a while. It's only about 4,000 kilometers to the imperial capital, which is just an hour's journey. By the way, you can't summon your own beasts in the internal space, otherwise. After saying that, he disappeared without a trace. Once Chu Wuhan left, everyone excitedly began discussing, filled with envy and longing for Chu Wuhan. When I enter university, I want to contract a space-type beast too. It's so convenient. Someone exclaimed excitedly. Others, being more rational, sighed. Don't think about space-type beasts, even if you encounter one. You want to be able to catch it. It's better to contract a flying-type beast. Riding a flying-type beast is so cool. Fang Yuntian's little brother, Chen Huashan, said, "Boss, let us also get a space-type beast?" Zhang Yushi excitedly shouted, Exactly, exactly. Boss, look how big this eagle is." Fang Yuntian glared at the two and said unhappily, "If I could contract a space-type beast, would I still need you to tell me? I would have gone to contract it long ago." After a pause, Fang Yuntian then said helplessly, "Space-type beasts are rare and hard to find, especially those that are already mature. Even if you encounter them, you want to be able to catch them." After speaking, Fang Yuntian suddenly looked at Mu Xian, who was not far away, and immediately smiled ingratiatingly. "Big shot. How did you successfully contract your space-type beast? Can you tell us?" Mu Xian immediately laughed. "How did I successfully contract it? It's simple. When I was grilling fish, a little cat appeared. And after the little guy had a nice meal, it was willing to follow me." Fang Yutian, do I look like someone who can be easily fooled? Chen Huashan. Zhang Yushi, wow, so contracting a space-type beast is that simple? I'll try it when I get the chance. The silver-winged shuttle eagle of the Beast King at the 6th level traveled smoothly, and after an hour, the group successfully arrived at the legendary imperial capital. When Mu Xian and the others stepped out of the spatial belly, they were greeted by an extremely prosperous city, with buildings densely packed, shining brightly under the sunlight. Mu Xian noticed that even the imperial capital from his past life was slightly inferior compared to the one before him, as the entire sky over the imperial capital was a deep blue, with countless skyscrapers, and the air was filled with a refreshing scent. This was the imperial capital of the Beast Taming era. Mu Xian looked up at the sky, where countless flying beast tamers and flying vehicles moved in an orderly manner, forming a stark contrast to the crowds on the ground. As for Jinhua City and Hang City, they looked like rural areas in front of this prosperous imperial capital. Fang Yuntian sighed. The imperial capital is indeed prosperous. Even the demon capital can't compare. I remember when I came a few years ago, there weren't this many flying cars. At this moment, Chu Wuhan said calmly, "Everyone follow me. The Beast Taming Teaching Bureau has prepared hotels for you." The hotel was located right below where Mu Xian and the others stood. Indeed, they were at the top of a 600-meter-tall skyscraper. After completing the check-in procedures, Mu Xian and the others finally gained some rare free time. Mu Xian couldn't wait to rush out of the Tomorrow Star Hotel, ready to explore the beast resource shops in the imperial capital. This was also the first thought of all the examinees who came to the imperial capital. There was no way around it. In this era, transportation was extremely inconvenient. Any unexpected incident could lead to immediate death. However, Mu Xian soon discovered that even in the beast resource shops of the imperial capital, the resources he wanted were almost non-existent, either being non-sale items or the shop's treasures, which left him feeling helpless. "Sir, if you're looking for high-level resources, I recommend you participate in the auction held by our Huayan Commerce. As long as you spend over 100 million, you'll qualify to participate," the customer service lady suggested with a smile, causing Mu Xian to roll his eyes. Just then, a bewitching yet familiar voice suddenly rang out behind Mu Xian, making him break out in a cold sweat. "He, handsome, we meet again." Mu Xian turned around and exclaimed, "What the hell? Isn't that the transgender witch Zhuodonglai? How could you be in the imperial capital?" Mu Xian panicked immediately. This was a powerful witch. Zhuodonglai was also surprised to see Mu Xian in the imperial capital, her smile almost overflowing as she said, "Mu Xian, my home is right here. Is it strange to appear here?" Mu Xian, have you eaten the holy radiance fruit I gave you last time?" Zhuodonglai smiled. Mu Xian immediately understood that this person was testing him, doubting whether he had eaten the holy radiance fruit. In response, Mu Xian showed a speechless expression and said, "Eat what?" By the time I remembered, it had already been eaten by my beast. Now it looks at me strangely. Doubt appeared in Zhuodonglai's eyes. He didn't believe that a young person could resist not eating the holy radiance fruit. There must be something fishy. However, it didn't matter, as the plan was almost complete. Once they reached the Holy Light secret realm, she would force him to consume witch's blood, and at that time, all secrets would be revealed. After bidding farewell to Zhuodonglai, Mu Xian dared not go elsewhere and directly returned to the Tomorrow Star Hotel. He was now hesitant about whether to tell Chu Wuhan or the Beast Police Bureau. After all, the appearance of a witch in the imperial capital represented a certain meaning. But how should I explain that I recognize the witch? Mu Xian muttered to himself. Once I get involved in this, my chances in the national exam might be over. Most importantly, who can guarantee that there are no members of the witch sect in the Beast Police Bureau? After all, the witches of the witch sect are very good at disguising. No, that is not disguise. They are genuinely women. Suddenly, Mu Xian had an idea. Directly finding a piece of paper to briefly write down Zhuodonglai's situation with his left hand, and then summoned the little butterfly. In the Tomorrow Star Hotel, on the 116th floor, in Chu Wuhan's exclusive suite, a thin sheet of paper quietly appeared outside the door, instantly alerting Chu Wuhan. The door opened, and Chu Wuhan saw the paper on the ground with its horrific handwriting, and his eyes instantly narrowed. Which sect? You really couldn't resist. Chapter 070, the national exam begins. 3 tasks. Chu Wuhan did not doubt the authenticity of this matter because, according to the style of these evil organizations, their involvement in this national exam could not be said to be 100, but at least there was a 99 chance. And this group of transgender people loved to engage in grand conspiracies. Soon, Chu Wuhan relayed this news to the high-level officials of the imperial capital. That night, the Beast Police Bureau of the imperial capital was shaken, with a large number of police appearing, and even more mysterious departments got involved, as dark tides surged. The next morning, 7 or 8 staff members from the Beast Taming Teaching Bureau arrived, guiding everyone into the top-tier secret realm, the Holy Light Secret Realm, which was said to open only once every 10 years. Your first task in this exam is to gain the recognition of a light-type beast by any means necessary. The second task is to collect Holy Radiance fruits. The more Holy Radiance fruits you collect, the higher your score. The third task is to find the ruins of the God of Light. As long as you can find this God of Light ruins, you will be the first in this national exam. As for other gains during the national exam, they all belong to the examinees. But within the Holy Light Secret Realm, it is best not to hunt demon beasts. The more killings, the smaller your chance of gaining recognition from a light-type beast. After 72 hours, the more tasks completed, the higher the rank and the more rewards. Reflecting on the rules announced by the staff of the Beast Taming Teaching Bureau, Mu Xian muttered, "Finding the ruins of the God of Light can directly secure first place? Does this mean that for this third task, the officials don't expect us to complete it at all? Also, it's best not to hunt demon beasts. It seems that the officials hope we explore and gather in the secret realm." Confirming the official intentions, Mu Xian quickly made changes, riding the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, with the Leap Sky Dragon Weasel standing on his shoulder, and then spoke to the Destiny Butterfly in his pocket. "Little butterfly, give me a lucky aura." The Destiny Butterfly faithfully released its skill, then shrank back into Mu Xian's pocket, as it had almost no combat power. Being nestled in Mu Xian's embrace was the best choice. After being enveloped by the lucky aura, Mu Xian felt a sense of enlightenment. He looked around, and suddenly felt that the south looked the most comfortable, immediately laughing. "Little Ling, fly south. The master will take you to pick Holy Radiance fruits." Roar! The Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon joyfully called out, floating in the low air and heading south. At the same time, in an inconspicuous place, a pale-faced, expressionless examinee suddenly appeared, speaking in a displeased tone. "Is this the Holy Light Secret Realm? It really makes one uncomfortable." As soon as the words fell, disgusting worm eggs emerged from his body, and a horrifying scene occurred. These worm eggs began to madly devour the flesh and blood of that figure. Yet the person didn't even frown, as if he felt no pain at all. Eventually, the young examinee collapsed, all his flesh and blood devoured, while those worm eggs underwent a shocking transformation, each becoming as tall as a person. With a crisp sound, one of the worm eggs suddenly burst open, and a figure in a black robe emerged. As if it was a signal, all the worm eggs shattered, and one by one, figures in black robes crawled out. And upon closer inspection, there were actually over 100 of them. Each black-robed person exuded the aura of a lord, clearly being lord-level beast tamers. At that moment, a man dressed in a dark red blood robe appeared, revealing a cruel smile as he addressed all the black-robed figures behind him. "Everyone, form groups of 3 and kill everyone in the secret realm. Leave no one alive." "Yes, Your Excellency." All the black-robed figures responded loudly. In an instant, all the black-clad individuals moved, forming groups of 3 and rushing in all directions. Dozens of miles away, in another hidden valley, a spatial rift suddenly appeared, and black-clad figures streamed out, numbering over 100, all of them lord-level beast masters, which was alarming. Following the black-clad figures, dozens of stunningly beautiful women appeared, all with fair skin, enchanting figures, and exquisite looks. Strangely, the black-clad figures kept their distance from these beauties, not even stealing glances, which was quite remarkable. Among all the beauties, an exceptionally young and stunning woman suddenly laughed. "The methods of your Dark Alliance are impressive, unlike those disgusting perverts of the Beast God Church, who resorted to a demon egg parasitism technique that grossed us out." A tall black-clad man replied indifferently, "This is all we can do, Jiang Wanga. Let's part ways here." With that, the tall black-clad man led all the others quickly in another direction, prompting the stunning woman left behind to pout. "Humph, why run so fast? Do you think I would eat you? Forget it. These Dark Alliance men are so unromantic. Ladies, let's go find those cute high school boys." As soon as the stunning woman finished speaking, dozens of girls cheered. "Great. We can finally enjoy these little cuties again." At the back of the group was the somewhat disheveled Zhuo Donglai, gritting her teeth. "Mu Xian, damn bastard. This time I will make you experience my magic absorption technique." In another part of the Holy Light Secret Realm, Mu Xian, who was searching for the Holy Light fruit, couldn't help but sneeze twice, feeling somewhat puzzled, completely unaware that danger was approaching. However, after more than 20 minutes, Mu Xian's eyes suddenly brightened as he discovered the target, the Holy Light Fruit Tree. On an inconspicuous hill. Holy Light Fruit Tree. Species. Plant System. Sacred System. Recovery System. Rank. Lord Level 9 Bloodline. Beast King Level Quality. Excellent Skills. Sacred Light Strike. Radiant Shield. Sacred Light Blessing. Sacred Recovery Technique. Description. A unique plant-type monster in the Holy Light Secret Realm. It is friendly to humans, dislikes killing, and is willing to coexist peacefully with humans. The Holy Light Fruit Tree condenses a Holy Light Fruit every 10 years, capable of rapidly healing most injuries, making it the top-tier healing material. However, the Holy Light Fruit is also the energy essence of the fruit tree, making it not easy to obtain. Seeing this information, Mu Xian understood why the official task targeted the Holy Light Fruit. It turned out that this fruit was indeed the top healing material, and obtaining the radiant fruit from the Holy Light Fruit Tree was more challenging than he had imagined. However, Mu Xian couldn't help but glance at the sky-soaring dragon weasel and chuckled. Unfortunately, space-type beast masters are your nemesis. Little cat, I'll have little spirit attract attention, and you wait for the right moment to seize the Holy Light Fruit, Mu Xian said, looking at the golden fruit hanging from the Holy Light Fruit Tree in the distance. Meow, Master, I think I can do it alone. The sky-soaring dragon weasel eagerly replied. Roar, Master, I can defeat this tree, was the implication of the ice crystal cold extreme dragon. Seeing the two beast masters vying for credit, Mu Xian smiled. We can't rush in recklessly. Using the simplest method to obtain the Holy Light Fruit would be better, right? Although both of you are Lord-level beast masters with great strength, cooperating with each other is the key to unleashing the greatest power, understand? After teaching the two beast masters a lesson, they finally took action, as the ice crystal cold extreme dragon attracted the Holy Light Fruit Tree's attention. The sky-soaring dragon weasel had already vanished into thin air, appearing above the Holy Light Fruit Tree, ready to act. Extreme Cold Seal. Ice Crystal Annihilation. The ice crystal cold extreme dragon suddenly launched an attack, finally provoking the Holy Light Fruit Tree's anger, and an elderly face appeared on the trunk. Human, you want to steal my fruit? Dream on. The next moment, a pure white light erupted, striking the ice crystal cold extreme dragon. The two Lord-level beast masters quickly engaged in a fierce battle, with Mu Xian watching as the ice crystal cold extreme dragon even unleashed its cold extreme domain. Meanwhile, the Holy Light Fruit Tree was even more formidable than he had imagined, sustaining no damage at all, making Mu Xian realize how troublesome the Holy Light Fruit Tree truly was. Capable of attacking, defending, buffing, and healing, this Holy Light Fruit Tree was simply perfect. Mu Xian marveled, and he suddenly felt tempted. Should he contract such a Holy Light Fruit Tree? However, Mu Xian quickly thought of his number of beast masters, for already, his mental strength was clearly not enough to contract the Holy Light Fruit Tree. At most, he could only contract a lower-ranked light-type beast master and nurture it slowly. How about contracting a sapling of the Holy Light Fruit Tree? Just as the two beast masters were engaged in a fierce battle, the sky-soaring dragon weasel finally found an opportunity. In an instant, it broke through the Holy Light Fruit Tree's barrier and plucked the golden fruit. Haha, finally got it, Mu Xian exclaimed, and with a flash, the sky-soaring dragon weasel appeared on his shoulder, the golden fruit shining brilliantly. Holy Light Fruit. Rank. Lord level applicable range. Any life form except for dark, abyssal, and demonic types. Description. A precious fruit born from the nurturing of the Holy Light Fruit Tree for 10 years, containing vast amounts of radiant power and sacred essence, possessing a rare effect of rapidly healing most injuries. It is also the main material for creating Beast King level healing potions. Mu Xian's eyes lit up. Indeed, the Holy Light Fruit had exceptional effects, and it was the main material for Beast King level healing potions. He had to seize the opportunity to obtain more. After all, according to records, this Holy Light Secret Realm only opened once every 10 years. After obtaining the Holy Light Fruit, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon also took the chance to withdraw from the battle and quickly left, leaving the furious Holy Light Fruit Tree behind, unable to move. The Holy Light Secret Realm was only open for 3 days, so Mu Xian didn't delay. With his information panel fully operational, after more than an hour, he finally discovered another Holy Light Fruit Tree and employed the same tactic to obtain another Holy Light Fruit. Just as Mu Xian was about to seize the third Holy Light Fruit, he suddenly heard screams and eerie laughter ahead, catching his attention. Upon approaching, he was shocked to see 3 black-robed figures torturing a female test taker. The familiar black robes made Mu Xian instantly recognize that these were the madmen of one of the 4 evil organizations, the Beast God cult. Seeing that the female test taker was on the verge of death, Mu Xian took action. Little cat, find that female test taker in space. The rest of you kill. At that moment, the fastest was the little cat, the sky-soaring dragon weasel. Meow. In an instant, the sky-soaring dragon weasel appeared above the 3 black-robed figures, enveloping the female test taker in a transparent light shield. Then 3 almost illusory blades shot directly toward the 3 black-robed figures. Thud, thud, thud. 3 clean sounds of falling to the ground echoed, and the black-robed figures looked incredulously at the sky-soaring dragon weasel in midair, but they could no longer utter a sound. Collapsing to the ground, returning to the embrace of the beast god. If there is indeed a beast god in this world. It was only at this moment that the female test taker, protected by the spatial binding, regained her senses and weakly uttered, "Thank you. Thank you." Mu Xian arrived in time, administering healing potions from the mustard seed space to the dying female test taker. Half an hour later, the female candidate finally calmed down and cried, "Big brother, can you help me? I don't want to take the exam anymore. I want to go home." Mu Xian sighed. He could sense that the mental state of this female candidate was already somewhat broken, and it was indeed not suitable for her to continue the exam. However, he suddenly realized that this national exam had no exit mechanism at all. Did the officials really believe that there would be no danger in the secret realm? Mu Xian couldn't help but wonder. In the end, Mu Xian found a tree hollow nearby as a safe place for the female candidate and left some healing potions. This national exam actually had beast god cultists appearing, and Mu Xian's heart suddenly filled with urgency. This Holy Light secret realm is an important place controlled by the Beast Master Guidance Bureau. Yet even the beast god cult has emerged. What about the Dark Alliance and the Witch cult? It seems I have to be extremely cautious from now on. As it turned out, Mu Xian's caution was justified. In less than 2 hours, he had already discovered several candidates' corpses casually discarded in the wilderness, some of which were so mangled they were unrecognizable, with their death scenes quite tragic. What is going on? In the dense forest, Fang Yuntian cursed softly, looking quite disheveled, covered in blood stains. In front of him was his beast, the Thunder Warrior, while his Storm Thunder Giant Eagle was already heavily injured. Fang Yuntian never expected that he was just participating in a national exam, entering this legendary Holy Light secret realm, and while he was chatting happily with a light-type beast, 3 men in black directly launched a surprise attack, severely injuring his Storm Thunder Giant Eagle without warning. Damn it, once this national exam is over, I will definitely report the Beast Master Guidance Bureau to the Inspection Bureau. Fang Yuntian cursed angrily as he ran. However, just as he finished speaking, a delicate voice suddenly rang out from above. Hee. Little brother, you're hurt. Do you want me to help you heal? Chapter 072. New Beast, Holy Light Spirit. Fang Yuntian suddenly looked up and saw a charming woman sitting on a flying beast, dressed in thin, gauzy garments that clung to her like a butterfly's wings. Her enchanting figure almost ethereal. So beautiful. Fang Yuntian's heart raced, and a rush of blood surged through his youthful body. In a moment of madness, Fang Yuntian suddenly recalled a rumor. There was a group of beautiful women whose skin was as white as snow, who were charming beyond compare, as passionate as fire, who did not want your money or your kidneys. They only wanted you. They were the most evil existence in the world. Are you the legendary witch? Fang Yuntian exclaimed. The charming girl's expression changed. Then she smiled and said, "Little brother, you actually discovered that. Since that's the case, I can't let you go." With that, a strand of spider silk swept over, instantly binding the unsuspecting Fang Yuntian. The charming girl giggled, "Little brother, come with sister, and let sister play with you." As dusk fell, Fang Yuntian was dragged away by the girl, leaving only her playful laughter behind. Indeed, it wasn't just the Beast God cult, even the Dark Alliance, the Witch cult, and the Shadow Organization had appeared. Somewhere within the Holy Light secret realm, Mu Xian listened to the experiences of other candidates and thought to himself. Regarding the 4 major evil organizations, Mu Xian had a deeper understanding. For instance, Beast God cultists preferred to wear black robes because they followed the Beast God path, which essentially involved bloodline transplantation, integrating powerful beast bloodlines into human bodies. Such significant consequences naturally led to various mutations among the Beast God cultists, and the black robes conveniently concealed these mutations. As for the Dark Alliance, Their beast masters were called Dark Beast Masters, who looked similar to normal beast masters but held extreme views, harboring deep hatred towards the government, disdain for ordinary people, and hostility towards normal beast masters. The witch cult, needless to say, was the most mysterious and unfathomable organization, with all its members being witches, and even their beasts could transform into women, making it quite perverse and popular among old lechers. Lastly, the Shadow Organization was the most terrifying assassin intelligence organization within human civilization, specializing in assassinating talented beast masters, and being classified as one of the 4 major evil organizations because this act would gradually weaken human civilization, posing a threat comparable to the other 3. Members of the Shadow Organization were said to master the power of shadows, such as Shadow, Fire Shadow, Water Shadow, Earth Shadow, etc., excelling in concealment. It was rumored that this organization even had the Shadow of Space, assassins who wielded spatial powers, making them extremely fearsome. Based on the experiences of the other candidates, Mu Xian confirmed the identity of the enemies. Fortunately, the Holy Light Secret Realm had unique rules. Only individuals under the age of 20 could enter. So even if members of the 4 major evil organizations were present, they would only possess Lord-level strength, and even if they had beasts exceeding the Beast King level, there would be at most 1 or 2. With so few individuals in such a vast Holy Light Secret Realm, what kind of bad luck would it take to encounter a Beast King-level enemy? Mu Xian, have you seen our leader? At that moment, Chen Huashan found the gathering place of the candidates and asked Mu Xian, Fang Yintian, I haven't encountered him. Mu Xian shook his head, speaking the truth. Chen Huashan felt somewhat disappointed and worried. If Fang Yutian died, all his years of investment would be for nothing. The next day, Mu Xian left the temporary gathering place, preparing to continue exploring this secret realm. Don't ask, just know that the skilled are bold. Xiao Dai, cast the luck aura. Mu Xian said. Ji. The fate butterfly responded, and the skill of light flow appeared, allowing Mu Xian to feel that sense of being enveloped in luck once again. Little ones, let's set off. Mu Xian stood atop the ice crystal cold extreme dragon's head, smiling. Watching Mu Xian's departing figure, the candidates at the temporary gathering place showed admiration. Chen Huashan sighed. This is the demeanor of an extraordinary genius, completely unafraid of those evil organization members. I've decided, from now on, my idol will be Mu Xian. For more than 2 hours, Mu Xian's smile hardly faded, as during this time, he not only snatched a holy radiance fruit, but also discovered several types of light-type resources, such as the Lord-level Dawn Condensation and the Lord-level Xianlight Stone. Just as the morning was about to pass, Mu Xian found a large patch of mutated radiance grass in a hidden valley. Mutated radiance grass, rank, Lord-level applicable range, light-type description, a special type of radiance grass that absorbs a large amount of holy light power. Its radiance is much larger and stronger than ordinary radiance grass, and it can be used to make Lord-level healing potions. Radiance grass is originally a type of ordinary light-type resource, usually at the elite level. However, the mutated radiance grass here has reached the Lord level. A single radiance grass isn't worth much, but this large patch of mutated radiance grass is certainly valuable. Thus, Mu Xian became a diligent little bee, harvesting this mutated radiance grass. Just as he had picked about half of it, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the mutated radiance grass, shocking Mu Xian. Holy Light Spirit, Species, Light Element Blessing Elf Rank, Elite Level 5 Bloodline, Lord Level Quality, Excellent Skills, Holy Light Healing. Holy Light Blessing Description, a rare elemental elf naturally nurtured in the Holy Light Secret Realm, having absorbed a trace of the Holy Light Secret Realm's essence at birth, giving it greater potential. Generally speaking, light spirits are just some of the most ordinary beasts within the Holy Light Secret Realm, usually at the Lord level. However, this Holy Light Spirit has innate bloodline potential that has already reached the Lord level. A Holy Light Spirit? A dual attribute light and blessing elemental spirit? Mu Xian was both surprised and delighted, feeling incredibly happy. Wasn't this exactly the light-type beast he desired the most? At this moment, the light spirit seemed to sense something and unexpectedly turned to flee in a certain direction. Mu Xian chuckled, "Little guy, can you really escape?" In the next moment, the sky-leaped dragon weasel appeared in front of the light spirit, using a spatial confinement to directly trap it in place. This clearly newborn little creature had never seen such a scene before and immediately knelt down. Then, after some coaxing from Mu Xian, it confusedly signed a contract with him, becoming Mu Xian's fifth beast, which he named Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang, Take these resources and absorb them, striving to reach elite level 9 in the shortest time. Mu Xian said to the light spirit. Whoosh whoosh. The light spirit responded and then entered the beast space within Mu Xian's body, accompanying the furious Thunder Bear Cub. Furious Thunder Bear Cub, Master, when will it be my turn to make an appearance? I've been waiting so long that the flowers have withered. Chapter 073. Encounter with Pseudo Beast King level Beast Masters. As the saying goes, joy often brings sorrow. Just as Mu Xian was happy to have obtained a light-type beast, two figures suddenly swept over his head, then quickly returned, blocking him in between. Upon closer inspection, Mu Xian inwardly cursed, realizing that he was facing two Pseudo-Beast King level Dark Alliance Beast Masters. The term Pseudo-Beast King level refers to Beast Masters whose beasts have already broken through to Beast King level but have not yet been recognized by other Beast Kings. Although beasts at this level cannot fully unleash the true powers of a Beast King, they still surpass the strength of Lord-level beasts. At this moment, Mu Xian found himself flanked by two Pseudo-Beast King level Beast Masters. The Beast Master in front, Zhao Qiming, talentless, with beasts being the Dark Demon Wing Tiger and the Black Gold Blood Ant, Dark Demon Wing Tiger, species, Dark type. Flying type Tiger level, Pseudo-Beast King bloodline, Beast King level quality. Elite skills, Dark Demon Sphere, Wing Slash, Tiger Roar Demon Might, Dark Invisibility. Black Demon Pulse Cannon description. Originally a winged tiger beast, it transformed into a Dark Demon Winged Tiger after being baptized by Dark Power, significantly increasing its strength. Black Gold Blood Ant, species, Dark type, Blood-sucking type Ant level. Lord level 7 the Dark Beast Master behind, named Lu Dafeng, also talentless. With beasts being the Pseudo-Beast King level Black Magic Bat, and the Furious Wild Boar King. Black Magic Bat, species, Dark type. Flying type Bat level, Pseudo-Beast King bloodline. Beast King level quality, elite skills, Magic Missile, Heat Source Tracking, Infrasound Shock, Magic Speed Flight. Black Magic Forbidden Spell description. Originally a Magic Bat beast, it mutated into a Black Magic Bat after being baptized by Dark Power, with even more bizarre and tricky skills. Be careful, its locking ability. Furious Wild Boar King. Species, Dark type, Pig level. Lord level 8 Mu Xian's face immediately turned serious. With two Pseudo-Beast Kings and two high-level Lords, they could easily put him in a deadly situation. Little cat, prepare for spatial leap. We are ready to retreat at any time. Xiaoling, prepare for battle. Let's see just how big the gap is between us and these Pseudo-Beast King level Beast Masters. Mu Xian said quickly. Responding to him were the calls of the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon and the Sky Leap Dragon Weasel. In the next moment, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon took the initiative and directly attacked the Dark Demon Winged Tiger. Young man, you are very bold. But unfortunately, you have encountered me. The Dark Beast Master Zhao Qiming sneered. In the next moment, the Dark Demon Winged Tiger under his feet ruthlessly struck back. To everyone's shock, its Dark Demon Sphere was faster than the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. The battle lasted only a few seconds before the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon found itself at a disadvantage. Mu Xian saw that, in terms of speed and power, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon was being suppressed. The attacks from the Dark Demon Winged Tiger nearly struck Mu Xian directly. And it was only due to the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon consuming more energy that it managed to intercept. However, there was no doubt that once the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon exhausted its energy, there would be no chance to fight back. Fortunately, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon was not without its counterattack capability. Its Cold Extreme domain brought significant trouble to the Dark Demon Winged Tiger, nearly freezing it. At this point, Mu Xian understood the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon's strength. There was a gap compared to the Pseudo-Beast King level, but it wasn't very large. And it was not without the power to fight back. Xiaoling, cast Absolute Zero Storm. We are retreating. Mu Xian whispered. Little cat, get ready to defend. Roar, roar. Understood. In the next moment, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon secretly brewed its attack. The Dark Demon Winged Tiger seemed to sense the movement and wanted to stop it, but was directly confined by the Sky Leap Dragon Weasel. After a full 30 seconds, a terrifying scene unfolded. An extreme cold began to emerge in the area where the Dark Demon Winged Tiger was located, creating a significant temperature difference with the surrounding normal temperature, ultimately forming a terrifying absolute zero storm. Damn it! Zhao Qiming exploded with rage, feeling that he had been tricked. Lu Dafeng, act quickly. This kid isn't right. Lu Dafeng had actually already acted, but it was too late. Just as his black magic bat unleashed its infrasound shock, a silver light flickered, the space twisted, and Mu Xian, along with his two beasts, suddenly vanished. Damn it, it's a spatial leap. That kid got away. Chase, we must not let him escape. Humph. He has already been locked onto by my black magic bat. He can't escape. At the same time, outside the Holy Light secret realm, the original entrance had long been enveloped by a faint light, and an elderly man with a kind face was smiling as he looked at the entrance of the secret realm. The Holy Light secret realm is finally going to be destroyed, and I can finally return to headquarters and live the life I want. At the old man's feet lay several figures. Upon closer inspection, they were actually the invigilators who had sent Mu Xian and the others into the Holy Light secret realm. 20 years. I've been guarding this broken secret realm entrance for a full 20 years. Do you know how I spent these 20 years? The old man looked at the corpses on the ground, saying viciously, "Don't blame me. Who told you to obstruct my plan? So, you betrayed the Dragon Kingdom and joined the Dark Alliance." A solemn voice suddenly sounded from behind the old man. Surprisingly, it was Chu Wuhan, and behind Chu Wuhan were countless beast police and their beasts. Chu Wuhan said coldly, "Jiang Huiran, you have committed crimes against humanity and compromised national security. Why don't you surrender quickly?" The old man, Jiang Huiran, immediately revealed a sinister expression. "If I hadn't been assigned to guard this Holy Light secret realm for 20 years, would I have joined the Dark Alliance? I just wanted to live a little better. What's wrong with that?" Chu Wuhan did not continue to speak, but directly waved his hand. In the next moment, a stream of light struck him. On the highest peak of the Holy Light secret realm, 4 figures occupied their respective corners, neither too far nor too close, just right. The tall man in black said unhappily, "What's going on? Our 4 organizations teamed up, and after a whole day, we only killed about 50 people." The man in the blood robe said in a deep voice, "We underestimated these students. They have discovered our presence and even united to counterattack us." The stunning witch Jiang Wang sighed. "What a pity. I only captured 7 students here, but fortunately, they have all become our own people. He he he." The tall man in black couldn't help but angrily say, "Witch Jiang, do I need to repeat our goal? We are here to destroy this Holy Light secret realm, not to capture these students." The witch blushed. "I know, but seeing their sister's legs go soft, I couldn't help it." Tall man in black, blood robe man. The man in black sighed. "You perverted witches are hopeless. Kongying, how is it on your side? Have you confirmed all the spatial nodes?" A faint shadow appeared. 2 spatial nodes have been confirmed, but to destroy the entire Holy Light secret realm, at least 7 more are needed. The tall man in black finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You Shadow Organization are reliable. Please speed up. I'm worried the authorities have already reacted." The Shadow replied lightly, "Don't worry, the authorities have already reacted. They are currently cracking our spatial barrier. And there are about 10 seconds left." 10 seconds? Damn, the authorities found out so quickly? I'll let my brothers retreat immediately. The man in black shouted angrily. The Shadow spoke again. "No, what I meant was, there are only 10 seconds left. Now, only 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second." As the voice fell, a crisp sound echoed, and the entire Sacred Light secret realm trembled slightly. Soon, a huge rift opened in the sky, and everyone saw countless uniformed officers rushing into the Sacred Light secret realm. The tall man in black roared, "Kongying, such a big thing. And you didn't say anything in advance, damn it." Compared to the panicked tall man in black, the man in the blood robe and the witch Jiang Wang moved much faster, disappearing from the peak in an instant. As for the faint shadow, it vanished the moment it finished counting. The tall man in black was dumbfounded, and then finally reacted, ready to ride on his flying beast to escape. However, he found that a large group of flying beasts had already surrounded him. In the dark and damp underground, Mu Xian looked around in confusion. He saw that there were huge collapsed buildings everywhere, over 30 meters high. In front of these gigantic structures, Mu Xian felt like a tiny figure. Have I arrived in the land of giants? Mu Xian wondered. He did not expect that after using the jumping sky dragon weasel space jump, he would inexplicably arrive at this underground architectural space. Fortunately, this underground space had some bioluminescent organisms that provided some light. This strange place filled Mu Xian with curiosity, igniting a sense of intrigue. Following the path, Mu Xian discovered that this underground architectural space was quite vast. At first, there were only tall broken walls and collapsed pillars. But as he went deeper, white patterned stones appeared on both sides, faintly glowing. Before long, he even came across a fallen angel statue. Could this be the ruins of the god of light mentioned in the third task? Mu Xian thought, both surprised and delighted, feeling a sudden surge of anticipation. More than 10 minutes later, Mu Xian stepped onto a gigantic staircase, and the surrounding environment transformed into a magnificent sight. Golden light shone from afar, exuding a sacred aura. After another 10 minutes, Mu Xian finally arrived in a world filled with golden light, deep within a church, where a white cross stood tall, radiating holiness and brightness. And beneath the cross, on a seat that seemed to be made of pure gold, an old man in a white robe lay quietly. Step, step, step. Mu Xian slowly approached, and the echo of his footsteps in the vast and distant church was filled with a sense of disharmony. Just then, an ancient voice suddenly came from above the golden throne. You finally arrived. Mu Xian was startled and asked uncertainly, "Who are you?" "I am James, the last pope of the Church of Light." The ancient voice echoed again, filled with a sense of antiquity, and his words astonished Mu Xian. The Church of Light. I've never heard of this sect on Blue Star. However, it has been described in some historical documents of certain secret realms. It is said that the Church of Light was the most powerful sect in a certain world, and the God of Light was the creator deity. However, for some unknown reason, the God of Light has not appeared in the world for a long time, and the Church of Light quickly declined. Could this sacred light secret realm be the last stronghold of the Church of Light? The Church of Light? I've never heard of it. Mu Xian thought, suddenly speaking up, "Hee, young man, it's normal that you don't know. My Church of Light has declined for 200,000 years. James's ancient voice continued. Back then, my god fought against the Abyss Lord in the Void and was ultimately gravely injured, falling into slumber. Since then, my Church of Light rapidly declined. But I have sensed the presence of my god, and he will awaken soon, and my Church of Light shall return to the world. Young man, do you wish to inherit my god's will and rebuild the Church of Light?" Mu Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Did he look like someone who would become a religious figure? "Sorry, I'm not willing." James's ancient voice laughed. "Very well, I'm quite satisfied with your choice. You will become the 10,086th Pope of my Church of Light." Hey, I said I'm not willing. Come on. Mu Xian panicked, realizing how unreasonable this was. However, he found that his words received no response, and at this moment, he realized that the voice was entirely preordained. Sure enough, James continued, "Very well, it seems you are ready. Now, accept my light inheritance." In the next moment, Mu Xian saw a golden light suddenly fall from above, landing directly in front of him and forming a golden book. The Book of Light. It recorded all the rituals, techniques, and combat skills of my church, containing countless years of experience, history, and wisdom. Immediately afterward, another column of golden light fell, forming a golden crown. This is the symbol of my Church of Light as Pope, the Light Crown. This crown, made entirely of divine power, contains earth-shattering power. It is the symbol of the Church of Light as Pope. Wearing this crown will grant you immortality. Please note, however, that within the crown lies a slumbering thought of the God of Light. Wearing this crown will lead to being possessed by the God of Light. Damn, neither of these items is good. Mu Xian thought frantically, instinctively moving away from these two seemingly powerful treasures. At this moment, Mu Xian broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for the information panel, he would have happily accepted these two treasures and then been corrupted by the power of the Abyss and possessed by the God of Light. Fortunately, I still have the information panel. Mu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 75, The Staff of Light, the core of the secret realm. This should be the so-called ruins of the God of Light. According to the information panel, this sacred light secret realm should be the last stronghold of the Church of Light. As long as someone comes, it will release bait. Mu Xian shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed. He thought he had come for nothing. But then he wondered, could there be nothing useful in this God of Light's ruins? Mu Xian's heart stirred, and he resolutely began to search this ruin, especially around that so-called last Pope James. As a last pope, Mu Xian truly did not believe he didn't have any good items on him. Sure enough, when Mu Xian approached the vicinity of James's corpse, he suddenly saw a piece of information that was incredibly joyful. Staff of Light. Rank. King level applicable range. Sacred system introduction. A powerful staff completely forged from holy light meteorite, containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, is the last and strongest means of the Pope of the Light Church. When fully activated, it is equivalent to a strike from a king-level powerhouse. Additionally, this staff is the core control of the Holy Light Secret Realm. Mu Xian almost laughed out loud 3 times, thinking that he would gain nothing from this trip. But unexpectedly, there was light at the end of the tunnel, and the best item was hidden beneath the corpse of the last pope, James. When Mu Xian commanded the ice crystal cold extreme dragon to move James' corpse, the next moment, a golden staff, half embedded in the ground, came into Mu Xian's view. It was indeed the Staff of Light. The most important thing was that this Staff of Light posed no danger at all. Without any hesitation, Mu Xian took 3 steps in 2 strides and grabbed the golden staff. At the moment he grasped the Staff of Light, the golden staff instantly blossomed, forming beams of golden radiance that fused into Mu Xian's body. At that moment, Mu Xian realized that the entire Holy Light secret realm seemed to be within his perception. He saw countless officers in uniform pursuing members of the evil organization dressed in black robes and clothing. He saw, thousands of meters above his head, 2 pseudo-beast king-level beast masters still lurking there. He saw, in a hidden cave, dozens of beautiful women cautiously hiding, among them, a woman who looked very familiar. The Holy Light's secret realm is mine from now on. Mu Xian laughed heartily, almost unable to contain himself from announcing it to the world. Fortunately, Mu Xian held back, as lacking strength would only invite endless troubles when announcing this news. After absorbing the Staff of Light into his body, Mu Xian found several other treasures in the ruins of the God of Light, such as a damaged Holy Light crystal, a shattered statue of the God of Light, and a large piece of divine light white jade, etc. Damaged Holy Light crystal. Rank: Lord level applicable range. Sacred system introduction. Originally a high-level treasure of the Light Church. It gradually shattered under the erosion of time, ultimately becoming a Beast King level damaged Holy Light crystal, containing powerful sacred power. Shattered statue of the God of Light. Rank: Lord level applicable range. Sacred system introduction. Originally a spiritual statue worshipped day and night by the followers of the Light Church. But under the cataclysm, the world was destroyed, and the statue collapsed, ultimately degrading into a Lord-level damaged Holy Light crystal, containing some belief power towards the God of Light. Divine Light White Jade. Rank: Beast King level applicable range. Sacred system introduction. Originally a Lord-level Divine Light White Jade. But in the ruins of the God of Light, absorbing sacred light power day and night, it ultimately transformed into a Beast King level Divine Light White Jade, containing pure light power. Speaking of which, Divine Light White Jade is merely a relatively ordinary light system resource, but after countless years of evolution, it surprisingly became a Beast King level resource, which is truly incredible. However, in Mu Xian's mind, even the Beast King level Divine Light White Jade is still not as valuable as the previous 2. Because the sacred power and belief power contained in the first 2 are extremely rare forces, sufficient to be used as evolution materials for the light sacred spirit. After quickly rummaging through the ruins of the God of Light, Mu Xian had the sky-leaping dragon weasel perform a space jump, finally returning to the surface. At this time, the 2 pseudo-beast king-level beast masters from the Dark Alliance who had tracked him were long gone. Through the Staff of Light, Mu Xian instantly sensed that the majority of the members of the 4 evil organizations within the Holy Light secret realm had already been captured or killed, with only a few hiding in certain corners, including those 2 pseudo-beast king-level Dark Alliance beast masters. Seeing this, Mu Xian revealed a faint smile, and the Staff of Light in his body moved slightly. At the same time, underground in a certain part of the Holy Light secret realm, Zhao Qiming and Lu Dafeng, 2 pseudo-beast king-level beast masters, were lamenting. They hadn't expected that their Dark Alliance side would be defeated so quickly. So fast that they hadn't even retreated before the secret realm space was completely sealed off. The bishop has fallen, Zhao Qiming sighed. Lu Dafeng nodded. I received the news too, but there's no need to worry. We completely shielded our heat sources and breath. No one knows we're still hiding here. As long as we wait for those dog officers to leave, we will have plenty of opportunities to escape. That's right. Zhao Qiming nodded vigorously. As pseudo-beast king level beast masters, they were at least mid-high level in the Dark Alliance, and the organization would definitely not abandon them. However, just as Zhao Qiming finished speaking, the underground cave where they were hiding suddenly trembled, and with a loud crash, the cave collapsed, their presence unmistakably appearing within the officer's sensing range. In the distance, Mu Xian's face turned pale, but there was an obvious delight on his face. Through the Staff of Light, he had merely created a slight underground tremor, which happened to destroy the hiding place of the 2, exposing them to only death. However, this Staff of Light consumed too much power. Mu Xian silently complained. He had only used a bit of secret realm power, and it nearly drained the power within him. It seems that even with the core of the secret realm, to be omnipotent within the secret realm still requires powerful strength. Soon, Mu Xian used the Staff of Light to arrive at the gathering place of other candidates, where he saw Chen Huashan, Zhang Yuxi, and the reinforcements led by Chu Wuhan. Mu Xian, you really are fine, I knew it. Chen Huashan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Mu Xian. Not far away, Chu Wuhan was also quite surprised, as they had confirmed that Mu Xian had been missing for 2 days, yet he turned out to be unharmed. Mu Xian, where have you been these past 2 days? Chu Wuhan asked Mu Xian. Mu Xian explained, I was chased by 2 powerful dark beast masters yesterday, and in desperation, I used space jump. I unexpectedly landed in an underground cave, where I stayed for a day and night. Mu Xian thought to himself that he indeed hid in an underground cave. But there was also the ruins of the God of Light in it, so he was not lying. After asking many questions, Mu Xian finally passed smoothly. At this time, Chen Huashan suddenly pulled Mu Xian aside, anxiously saying, Mu Xian, Fang Laoda is missing. What should we do? Fang Yuntian is missing. Mu Xian suddenly recalled the scene when he first used the Staff of Light to survey the entire Holy Light secret realm. He seemed to have seen a woman resembling Fang Yuntian in a certain cave. What the hell? Could that guy have already joined the witch cult? Chapter 076. Essence of the Ancient Dragon Bloodline. Name, Mu Xian. Age, 18 years. Please tell us everything that happened in the Holy Light secret realm. Alright. It goes like this. At first, when I entered the Holy Light secret realm, then, ultimately, in a small room, Mu Xian briefly recounted his experiences. To increase credibility, he naturally showcased the sacred light fruits he had obtained and the contracted light system beast, the light sacred spirit. Still at the temporary gathering place in the Holy Light secret realm, but this time, Mu Xian was facing not Chu Wuhan, but an investigation team formed by government departments, including the Officer Bureau, Beast Training Bureau, and Inspection Bureau, investigating everything that happened within the Holy Light secret realm. Mu Xian was also invited for a second round of questioning, and of course, the account was still flawless. In the small room, Chu Wuhan, as a representative of the Officer Bureau, was also among the questioners. He nodded lightly. This matches what I understood before. This Mu Xian should have no issues. The other several questioners also nodded in agreement. Yes, the logic is clear, almost without any problems. No one knows that the only woman among the 5 interrogators, a representative from the Beast Taming Guidance Bureau, looked at the disappearing figure of Mu Xian with a hint of curiosity in her smile. Is this Mu Xian that Zhuodong mentioned? He really does look quite impressive. 3 days later, the tragic incident that occurred within the Holy Light secret realm was declared concluded. After investigation, it was revealed that the cause of the accident was the guardian of the Holy Light secret realm, a beast tamer who had been guarding it for 20 years. Dissatisfied with his situation, he ultimately betrayed his duty under the temptation of dark beast tamers, colluding with 4 major evil organizations, which led to this tragedy. This case resulted in the deaths of 63 candidates and the disappearance of 11 others, drawing national attention. The leaders of the Beast Taming Guidance Bureau resigned in disgrace, leading to a major shakeup in the higher-ups. Of course, all of this had little to do with Mu Xian and the others, as they left the Holy Light secret realm the day after the incident concluded. Naturally, Mu Xian ranked first in the national examination. However, he felt quite emotional about this result. In just a few months, he had already seen several acquaintances pass away, from his deskmate Chen Kong to the former principal Lin Xianyi, and now it was Fang Yuntian. Let me put an end to this damned era, Mu Xian murmured. The reward for the first place in the national examination was the ability to request 3 materials directly from the Beast Taming Guidance Bureau, with the restriction that they could only be 1 rank higher than his own beast. Initially, Mu Xian requested a king-level material with both ice and dragon attributes, but was unsurprisingly rejected. In the end, he chose a rare king-level Starshine Giant Dragon Heart and 2 king-level spatial resources to maximize his benefits. The Star of Tomorrow Hotel, compared to the bustling atmosphere of the previous days, now appeared very quiet, with almost all candidates staying in their rooms to recuperate and contemplate which school to apply to. Mu Xian was the first to apply to the Eternal Academy and was promptly accepted, just waiting to report in half a month. At that moment, a staff member from the Beast Taming Guidance Bureau knocked on Mu Xian's door. Mu Xian, the materials you requested have arrived. Okay. Mu Xian nodded lightly. He didn't pay much attention to the 3 resources, Without the king-level material, his ice crystal cold extreme dragon probably wouldn't be able to evolve perfectly. Perfect evolution actually refers to an evolution where bloodline, rank, skills, and quality are all enhanced, and to achieve this, higher-level resources are needed for a reasonable evolutionary path. Among all beast tamers, such resources are rare. Soon, the staff member opened the alloy box in hand, revealing the materials inside, a still slightly pulsating heart that emitted starshine and dragon might. Indeed, it was the rare king-level Starshine Giant Dragon Heart. Starshine Giant Dragon Heart. Rank. King-level applicable range. Starshine system. Dragon-type description. A very rare heart of the Starshine Giant Dragon, containing a large amount of Starshine power and a trace of the extremely rare Starry Ancient Dragon bloodline. Mu Xian's eyes widened instantly. Starry Ancient Dragon bloodline. He almost laughed out loud. He merely wanted a giant dragon heart of a different attribute for testing an evolutionary path and never expected to get a bonus trace of the extremely rare Starry Ancient Dragon bloodline. His luck was simply unbelievable. Mu Xian then looked at the other two spatial resources, revealing a satisfied expression, a black bamboo root and a shimmering silver stone, which were the Tane Celestial Bamboo segment and the Silver Sky Profound Universe stone. Tane Celestial Bamboo segment. Rank. King-level applicable range. Spatial system, domain system, field system. Barrier system description. A very rare bamboo segment of the Tane Celestial Bamboo, containing pure spatial energy. Silver Sky Profound Universe stone. Rank. King-level applicable range. Spatial system. Domain system, field system, barrier system description. A very rare spatial resource, the Silver Sky Profound Universe stone, containing pure spatial energy. For the growth of spatial beasts, it is best to consume different types of spatial resources. Constantly eating the same type can harm the spatial beasts. The Tane Celestial Bamboo is biased towards the Yin attribute, while the Silver Sky Profound Universe stone is similarly biased towards the barrier aspect. These resources are almost non-existent in Zhejiang province, but have appeared a few times in the imperial capital, which Mu Xian had remembered. Of course, in Mu Xian's view, his biggest gain this time was the trace of the Starry Ancient Dragon bloodline. Even though it was only a trace, it was still remarkable. The Starry Ancient Dragon is a progenitor-level beast that has only appeared once in history. Is Mu Xian satisfied? After a series of introductions, the staff member asked. Very satisfied. Mu Xian smiled and nodded, signing the receipt. Once the staff left, Mu Xian immediately pulled the curtains, ensuring there were no monitors, and quickly extracted the trace of the Starry Ancient Dragon bloodline from the Starshine Giant Dragon Heart. To be precise, it was a drop of the Starry Ancient Dragon bloodline essence. Starry Ancient Dragon bloodline essence. Species. Starry Ancient Divine Beast rank. Progenitor level description. A drop of bloodline essence from the progenitor level beast, the Starry Ancient Dragon, containing a small portion of the Starry Ancient Dragon's inherited knowledge and a bit of its bloodline power. This drop of Starry Ancient Dragon bloodline essence shone like a star, radiating colors reminiscent of celestial bodies. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to reveal an entire star system's phantom. This drop of essence was worth countless times more than the bloodline essence of the god-eating heavenly crow that Mu Xian had obtained before. Suddenly, Mu Xian's eyes lit up. Isn't this the perfect evolution resource he had been desperately searching for the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon? Chapter 077. Perfect Evolution, Subprogenitor Level. Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon. The more Mu Xian thought about it, the more excited he became. If this drop of Starry Ancient Dragon bloodline essence could indeed serve as the evolution resource for the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, he wouldn't have to painstakingly gather various resources. Little cat, spatial leap. Take me to a hidden place outside the city, Mu Xian immediately said. To evolve the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, it was naturally not appropriate to stay in the hotel, not even outside the imperial capital. However, he had thought of an excellent location where he would definitely not be disturbed. Meow? The sky-leaping dragon weasel called out, and in a flash of light, Mu Xian's figure disappeared. Outside the imperial capital, in a rarely populated area, Mu Xian and the sky-leaping dragon weasel appeared. He glanced back at the imperial capital and then used the light scepter to search for the nearest spatial node. That's right. Mu Xian was preparing to enter the Holy Light Secret Realm to evolve the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. With the light scepter, Mu Xian no longer needed to traverse the fixed spatial passage as before. Instead, he could create a temporary spatial passage directly by approaching the spatial node near the Holy Light Secret Realm. This was still due to Mu Xian's insufficient strength. If he were stronger, he could completely recreate a spatial passage or even move the secret realm, gaining full control over the Holy Light secret realm. Half an hour later, in a hidden spatial node within a mountain range in the northern part of the imperial capital, Mu Xian finally found it. The next moment, a flash of golden light appeared, and a temporary spatial passage suddenly formed. Outside the entrance of the Holy Light secret realm, the new Guardian team suddenly looked towards the secret realm, sensing its unusualness. However, just a few seconds later, this anomaly disappeared without a trace, making them doubt whether they had seen it incorrectly. The Guardians of the Holy Light secret realm had now become 3, one of whom said quietly, "I feel like ever since that incident, this secret realm has been getting stranger and stranger. Stop overthinking it. No matter how strange it is, it's not our concern, since we can't enter anyway. Indeed, it makes sense. Whatever." Inside the Holy Light secret realm, in a certain underground cave, Mu Xian began to lay out the evolution resources for the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, starting to design its evolution path. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that using the essence of the Star Ancient Dragon bloodline as the main material could indeed evolve the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon into a beast with sub-ancestor level potential. Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon species, Elemental Ice type, Ice Crystal Dragon, Ancient Divine Beast rank, Lord level 1 bloodline, King level quality, legendary skills, Ice Crystal Annihilation, Extreme Cold Ceiling, Cold Crystal Dragon Breath, Cold Extreme Domain, Absolute Zero Storm Evolution Materials, Essence of Star Ancient Dragon Bloodline Cold Extreme Ice Spirit Essence, Extreme Cold Sky Ice Flame Extreme Cold Pool Water Heart of the Cold Ice Giant Dragon 10,000 Year Stone Milk Essence can evolve into Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon, Success Rate 87. The Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon has sub-ancestor level bloodline potential and is a powerful frost dragon that controls extreme cold ice flames, capable of burning everything to ashes with its ice flames. At the same time, it inherits some of the powers of the Star Ancient Dragon and awakens some star-related skills, representing a fusion of the Ancient Divine Beast Ashen Frost Dragon and the Star Ancient Dragon bloodline. What Mu Xian valued even more was that after the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon evolved into the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon, its ranged abilities were further enhanced, and its skills became more diverse. Most importantly, this was a perfect evolution. That's right, this is the path, Mu Xian exclaimed joyfully, without hesitation. He made the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon consume all the resources in order. As the essence of the Star Ancient Dragon bloodline and other resources were swallowed, a terrifying chill suddenly erupted from the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, sweeping across a radius of 1,000 meters in an instant. Fortunately, the Sky Dragon Weasel was always on guard, and, sensing something was wrong, quickly took Mu Xian to fly 1,000 meters away. In just a moment, layers of ice crystals formed behind Mu Xian, and the extreme cold almost froze the entire space. However, not long after, a more terrifying scene appeared. On top of the ice crystals, blue flames ignited out of nowhere, seemingly distorting space and burning time. Is this the legendary extreme cold ice flame? Mu Xian couldn't help but exclaim. This evolution of the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon completely exceeded his expectations. This evolution lasted a full 3 hours. Finally, at a certain moment, a loud dragon roar suddenly echoed, and then a giant dragon, 18 meters long, soared into the sky, its body ice blue, with dragon scales like ice crystals radiating dazzling multicolored light in the sunlight. From afar, it looked like a work of art. Mu Xian was also shocked by the new form of the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon after evolution, even unconsciously asking himself, "Do I deserve to have such a handsome beast?" He ultimately concluded that with his own good looks, he certainly deserved it. At the same time, Mu Xian also felt a surge of pure power flooding into his body. Beast return. This time, the return was particularly strong. Mu Xian felt the spiritual energy in his body rapidly gathering, about to condense into a ring, the embryonic form of the Beast Master Barrier. Of course, more people refer to it as the life-saving Beast Ring, the strongest life-saving skill of a Beast Master, equivalent to the defense of the strongest beast. All damage to the Beast Master's skills will be blocked by this Beast Ring, and this is the mark of a Beast King level Beast Master. Of course, for now, Mu Xian's beast had just been promoted to Pseudo Beast King level, so he couldn't be considered a true Beast King level Beast Master yet. So the Beast Ring was merely an embryonic form. Mu Xian could feel that his physique and strength had also been further enhanced. Roar. After the successful evolution, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, no, it should be called the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon, let out a joyful roar, rolling in the sky countless times before finally landing in front of Mu Xian. Only then did Mu Xian have the time to check the information of the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon. Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon species. Ice type, Star type. Ice Crystal Dragon, Ancient Divine Beast rank. Pseudo Beast King level bloodline. Sub-Ancestor level quality. Legendary talents. Cold Ash Ice Flame. Cold Absolute, Star Evil skills. Ice Crystal Annihilation. Extreme Cold Ceiling. Cold Ash Dragon Breath. Ice Ash Domain. Absolute Zero Storm. Star Fallen Ice Explosion description. A rare ice elemental life born from the essence of heaven and earth. It was initially deficient due to a lack of ice elements, but perfectly evolved into a peak potential Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. Under the influence of the essence of the ancestor level star ancient dragon bloodline and other resources, it perfectly evolved into the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon, possessing the bloodlines of the Ashen Frost Dragon and the Star Ancient Dragon, making it a legendary dragon species that combines ice, stars, and Ice Crystal Dragon lineage. Note, currently, the Ashen Frost Dragon bloodline has awakened to 30, and the Star Ancient Dragon bloodline to 10. Chapter 078, Testing Skills, the powerful Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon. Under the perfect evolution, it even awakened talent skills. Mu Xian exclaimed with joy. Talent skills are a powerful ability that only a few beast masters can awaken, and his Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon awakened 2 major talent skills at once. After this perfect evolution, even though the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon was only at the Pseudo-Beast King level, it could easily defeat even mid-level Beast Kings. Ha ha ha, this is the evolution I wanted. Mu Xian laughed heartily. After the initial excitement, Mu Xian finally calmed down and began to test the skills of the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon. After all, the original 5 skills had now become 8, and many of the skills had undergone significant changes. As a Beastmaster, Mu Xian naturally needed to understand the specifics of these skills. At this moment, the benefits of having his own secret realm became evident. No matter how much Mu Xian tinkered, no one would notice. Xiaoling, use your talent skill, Cold Ash Ice Flame. Roar. The Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon roared, its voice filled with dragon majesty. The next moment, a chilling ice blue flame erupted from its mouth. Mu Xian could see that as this ice blue flame passed through, the space was distorted, and the next moment, it fell to the ground with a thud, spreading out like snowflakes, silently melting everything within 100 meters. Mu Xian gasped. Gaining an intuitive understanding of the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon's talent skill, it was simply an ultra-low temperature missile. Then, Mu Xian had the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon test the second talent skill, which pleasantly surprised him. The talent skill Cold Absolute Star Evil is a single target skill that simulates the ultra-low temperature light beam emitted by planets close to absolute zero. The power emitted by these ultra-low temperature planets is known as Star Evil. After the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon used it, Mu Xian saw a beam of blue light suddenly descend from above the target, almost reaching the heavens, creating a deep hole over 100 meters deep. Mu Xian could feel that the power of Cold Absolute Star Evil had already reached high-level Beast King level. After using the 2 talent skills, the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon's breath noticeably weakened. Evidently, talent skills consume a lot of energy, similar to ultimate moves. However, Mu Xian still had the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon continue testing the 6 major skills to calculate its combat sustainability, and the results were very encouraging. All 6 skills had significantly enhanced, especially the strongest ultimate move, Star Fallen Ice Explosion, which directly summoned an ice fragment with a diameter of 100 meters to crash down, almost causing an earthquake in the Holy Light's secret realm. In the end, Mu Xian concluded that the combat duration of the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon was 39 minutes. And the ultimate move, Star Fallen Ice Explosion, also had the combat power of high-level Beast Kings, but the casting time required 20 seconds. The casting time for the 2 talent skills was only 5 seconds, but the consumption was equivalent to 2 Star Fallen Ice Explosions. Xiaoling, not bad. Mu Xian gave the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon a big hug, making the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon very happy. Next, Mu Xian simply summoned all his beast companions and spent the whole night playing with the little ones, enhancing their bond. The next morning, Mu Xian reappeared in the hotel room, and everything seemed unchanged. but no one knew that Mu Xian's strength had greatly improved. Next, he needed to find 3 Beast King-level Dragon-type monsters to engage in the Beast King battle. Mu Xian whispered, "The stronger the summoned beast, the more challenging the Beast King battle becomes, because the fundamental purpose of the Beast King battle is to gain recognition from other Beast Kings of the same kind. And beasts with stronger bloodlines naturally have equally strong counterparts. Fortunately, the Ice Jinx Frost Star Dragon is a legendary quality beast, capable of fighting above its level. So completing the Beast King battle is not difficult. The hard part is finding 3 pure-blood dragon-type beasts of the Beast King level. In the Dragon Kingdom, solitary pure-blood dragon-type beasts of the Beast King level are extremely rare, as most have been hunted down by the beast tamers in the country. As for those cultivated dragon-type beasts, they are obviously not suitable for the Beast King battle. Mu Xian checked online and found that the information on Beast King level dragon-type beasts around the imperial capital was several years old, and even more absurdly, some snippets of information could sell for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. However, there were some king-level dragon-type monsters, such as the king-level 8-stage Tai Xian Demon Dragon in the Tying Mountains, and the king-level 9-stage dragon-type monster, Nining Magic Bone Dragon, in the Yinshan Mountains. It seems that he needed to head to the Eternal Academy in advance. Mu Xian secretly planned, as there are nearly endless monsters outside the West Capital where the Eternal Academy is located, and naturally, there are many Beast King-level dragon-type monsters. The West Capital would be eager for someone to hunt them down. The next day, Mu Xian checked out of the hotel, ready to head to the West Capital immediately. The West Capital, formerly known as Yun, is located beyond the Shirwanda Mountains and is a massive fortress that firmly guards the route of monster attacks on the central plains from within the Shirwanda Mountains. However, getting to the West Capital is not an easy task. First, one needs to take a large flying beast from the imperial capital to Wuhan, then take a boat upstream, reaching Yuzhou, and finally cross the Tianfu Plain to arrive at the West Capital. This is the most troublesome aspect of the beast taming era. Transportation is extremely inconvenient. Outside of Sichuan province is manageable, as large flying beasts can generally reach there, but entering the Shu region is indeed harder than reaching the sky. With its rugged mountain roads and the endless stream of monsters, enough to scare everyone away. However, the Tianfu Plain, where the Shu region is located, is the largest plain in the Dragon Kingdom and is regarded as the most important area for grain and resource cultivation in the Dragon Kingdom. As for taking a flying beast, that is simply out of the question. In the Wushan Mountains and Daba Mountains, there are no fewer than 10 king-level monsters and hundreds of thousands of monsters. Attempting to pass over the 2 major mountain ranges would be a near-death experience. It is said that the Dragon Kingdom's government had to kill at least 5 king-level monsters to open up the Yangtze River shipping route, and 3 king-level beast tamers also lost their lives in the process. Therefore, for Mu Xian, the only option to enter Sichuan was by shipping. Fortunately, taking a large flying beast from the imperial capital is not a difficult task. After paying a high fee of tens of millions, Mu Xian directly chartered a Beast King-level flying beast to head south to Wuhan. The journey from the imperial capital to Wuhan was not very dangerous. Especially with a Beast King-level flying beast, it was smooth sailing, and he finally arrived in Wuhan. There was no shortage of passengers for the boat from Wuhan to Yuzhou. Mu Xian only waited 1 day to board a passenger ship heading to Yuzhou, a Lord-level ironclad giant turtle. From Wuhan, he traveled upstream along the river, passing through cities like Yiyang, Jingzhou, and Yichang before finally safely entering the Wushan Mountains. Arriving at the most challenging segment of his trip. Dear passengers, we are about to enter the Wushan Gorge. Everyone, please stay alert, and keep your main beasts ready at all times to avoid any accidents. The captain of the ironclad giant turtle said in a deep voice. Chapter 079, Wushan Gorge. Battle with Beast King Level 6. Inside a small compartment on the ironclad giant turtle, Mu Xian glanced out the window, revealing a hint of vigilance. He knew that the Wushan Gorge was the most dangerous section of the entire Yangtze River shipping route. Beneath him, the sky dragon weasel was already poised for action, and in his arms was the beautiful Zhi Ming butterfly. Once, there had been 13 large-scale monster attacks on the shipping route here, with no fewer than 2,000 casualties. Later, the Dragon Kingdom established the Yangtze River Escort Team, specifically to combat the monster groups brave enough to cause trouble along the Yangtze River. Ultimately, 117 monster groups residing in the Yangtze River were exterminated, 3 king-level monsters were killed, and countless beast kings and lord-level monsters were eliminated. bringing stability to the Yangtze River shipping route. However, the breeding ability of monsters is too strong. In just a few years, monsters emerged again to cause chaos. Despite periodic large-scale cleanups every few months, there are still some that slip through the cracks and attack passenger ships. The captain of the ironclad giant turtle chuckled. No need to worry too much. I've been on this route for 15 years. This is my last trip, and once I finish this, I'm retiring. Don't talk. At that moment, a rude voice interrupted the captain's speech. A girl rolling her eyes said irritably, "Can you stop jinxing us? You'll lead us into a pit." The captain suddenly felt awkward and said, "Hee, sorry, I couldn't help but say that." Just as he finished speaking, the ironclad giant turtle suddenly let out a roar filled with pain, followed by a violent shaking. The sudden jolt threw several passengers off the turtle's back, causing panic among the rest. Even the captain was stunned, forgetting to calm the ironclad giant turtle. But Mu Xian saw clearly that beneath the ironclad giant turtle, dozens of monster signals appeared. Dragon pattern water monkey, species, water system dragon type level, Lord level 8 bloodline, Beast King level quality, excellent skills, water cannon, dragon pattern power. Stirring up waves, dragon might deter, great whirlpool description. Originally an ordinary water monkey, it fortunately consumed a dragon's heart in an accident, successfully awakening its dragon bloodline, becoming a dragon-type monster with greatly enhanced strength. Yangtze swordfish, species, water system, dragon whisker water demon species, water system, ice claw lobster, species, water system. Amidst the dense information of monsters, Mu Xian quickly noticed the strongest one, and its unique information panel made his heart stir. If this monster were sold, it might be able to exchange for several resources. Without any hesitation, Mu Xian summoned the Ice Jinx Frost Star Dragon, Xiaoling, and commanded, "Freeze the water surface. Focus on attacking the underwater monsters. Little cat, wait for the right moment to capture that dragon pattern water monkey. I'll give you extra food then." Roar. Meow. In an instant, a majestic giant dragon appeared above the ironclad giant turtle, stunning most of the passengers. The next moment, the dragon opened its mouth, and an extremely cold force surged down, freezing a radius of several hundred meters around the ironclad giant turtle in an instant. Then, a more terrifying scene appeared. Some sharp-eyed individuals noticed that under the ice surface, eerie blue flames were igniting. Mu Xian nodded in satisfaction. The initial appearance of the Ice Jinx Frost Star Dragon was quite impressive. Suddenly, Mu Xian glanced to the other side and saw that the girl who had previously scolded the captain was also commanding two wind-type beasts, continuously unleashing wind blades to kill dozens of monsters. Mu Xian instinctively looked twice, revealing an expression of surprise. This girl's strength was unexpectedly formidable. Although she couldn't match him, she was still much stronger than the average person. Qin Shi, species, human race rank, Commander level 9 beast, wind-chasing snow falcon, Lord level 9, sky bluebird, Lord level 6. Azure Light Spirit Sparrow, Lord level 4, wind-chasing snow falcon species, wind and snow system falcon race rank, Lord level 9 bloodline, Beast King level quality, excellent skills, wind speed, snow backlash, windstorm, heavenly wind demon claw, gale thunder blizzard introduction, a unique falcon beast from the wind and snow secret realm that accidentally awakened the bloodline of the wind and snow divine mysterious falcon, possessing extremely strong potential and combat power. Is this girl Qin Shi also a new student of the Eternal Academy? Mu Xian couldn't help but take a few more glances, secretly guessing. In the distance, Qin Shi seemed to have noticed Mu Xian, smiling brightly at him, which surprised Mu Xian. At this moment, a silver-white little cat emerged from the void. Behind it was a dragon pattern water monkey trapped in space, currently looking listless, unable to move in the confinement. The sky-jumping dragon weasel proudly called out to Mu Xian, as if saying, "Hey, how am I doing, master?" Mu Xian chuckled helplessly, praising the little creature. "Little cat, well done." Released the dragon pattern water monkey. Mu Xian then collected the dragon pattern water monkey into the temporary beast ring and looked around. He saw that with the help of Mu Xian, Qin Shi, and other beast masters, this time the beast chaos was basically under control. But just as everyone was ready to cheer, the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon suddenly let out a warning roar, alerting them to something underwater, causing Mu Xian's heart to jump. Whatever could make the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon show such an expression would definitely not be an ordinary beast. The most likely candidate was naturally a Beast King level beast. In the next moment, amidst everyone's exclamations, a huge beast with a fierce head broke through the water's surface. roaring at the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon, filled with provocation and greed. Mu Xian's heart sank sharply, confirming his guess. It was indeed a Beast King level beast. And it was an A-Dragon. Azure Water Goldeneye Beast, Species, Water System Spirit System A-Dragon Race Rank. Beast King Level 6 Bloodline. Beast King Level Quality. Excellent Talent. Water Control Skills. Azure Water Flowing Light. Dragon Roar, Blood-Eye Goldeneye, Triple Wave Strike, Water Dragon Chan Introduction. An A-Dragon Beast with the Azure Water Dragon Bloodline, which even awakened the Water Control Talent. It had been sleeping in the Yangtze River Channel, purifying dragon blood to evolve into a true dragon race, but awakened due to stimulation from a passing pure-blood dragon beast, triggering the greedy beast nature of the Azure Water Goldeneye Beast. What kind of beast is this? A Beast King level. This is definitely a Beast King level beast. The Beast King patterns. Look at those Beast King patterns. 1, 2, 3, 6 Beast King patterns. That's a total of 6 Beast King patterns. How could there be a Beast King level 6 beast in the Yangtze River Channel? It's over. It's all over. We're all going to die. We're all going to die, woo. At this moment, everyone on the iron-armored giant turtle felt despair. They recognized the peculiar patterns on the powerful beast's body. Those were the Beast King patterns. A total of 6 Beast King patterns indicated that this beast was at Beast King level 6. Even the girl she couldn't help but show a worried expression. Could that handsome boy opposite her stand a chance against a Beast King level 6 A-Dragon Beast? Chapter 080. Azure Water Goldeneye Beast. Join forces to kill. Beast King level 6. Mu Xian murmured, his face showing a serious expression. This was definitely the strongest opponent he had faced since stepping onto the path of a Beastmaster. But fortunately, he was not without a fighting chance. Xiaoling, prepare for battle. Mu Xian shouted, watch out for its eyes. Little cat, you go help too. Then, Mu Xian instructed the sky-jumping dragon weasel on his shoulder. The Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon showed excitement. A pure-blood dragon would not fear such an A-Dragon. Meow? The sky-jumping dragon weasel called out, and then disappeared into the void. Mu Xian thought for a moment and summoned the light sacred spirit, Xiaoguang. Cast Holy Light Blessing on Xiaoling. The light sacred spirit, resembling a ball of cotton candy, immediately, a golden light descended from the sky, landing on the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon, making this already majestic dragon beast even more radiant with divine light. In the next moment, the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon took the lead, unleashing a pale blue, almost pure white fireball that shot straight at the Azure Water Goldeneye Beast. Just as the Azure Water Goldeneye Beast attempted to dodge, an invisible force suddenly acted upon it, immobilizing it on the spot. But within just 1 second, the confinement vanished without a trace, and at that critical moment, the ice blue fireball struck the Azure Water Goldeneye Beast. Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon's innate skill, Cold Ash Ice Flame. The Azure Water Goldeneye Beast could only let out an angry roar as the terrifyingly cold ice flame enveloped it. This was a combined attack from the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon and the Sky-Jumping Dragon Weasel, a perfect synergy between two beast masters. Seizing the opportunity, both beasts did not hesitate for a moment and unleashed their powerful skills. Just seconds later, a dazzling beam of light radiating endless coldness suddenly fell from the sky, accurately hitting the Azure Water Goldeneye Beast. This beam of light pierced through the Azure Water Goldeneye Beast and continued straight down into the Yangtze River Channel. With a crash, the entire section of the Yangtze River's surface instantly froze, emitting sparkling starlight, icy to the bone. Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon's second innate skill, Cold Absolute Star Destruction. At the same time, the Sky-Jumping Dragon Weasel also unleashed its ultimate move. A spot of gray light suddenly appeared around the Azure Water Goldeneye Beast, and the whole space began to distort. The powerful tearing force almost ripped the Azure Water Goldeneye Beast to shreds. With a buzzing sound, a large dark hole suddenly appeared in the area where the Azure Water Goldeneye Beast was, releasing a terrifying energy aura. Under this powerful force, the Azure Water Goldeneye Beast's massive body was nearly pulled in. Sky-Jumping Dragon Weasel's ultimate move, Space Collapse. At a critical moment, the Azure Water Goldeneye Beast finally regained its strength, and the 6 Beast King patterns on its body suddenly glowed, forming a blue illusory water dragon at a crucial moment, roaring with an imposing and powerful dragon roar that echoed throughout the entire Yangtze River Channel. As that roar sounded, the terrifying ice flames on its body gradually extinguished, the fearsome beam of light that radiated starlight exploded. and the space vortex that nearly tore the entire space apart was forcibly flattened. The powerful strength of the Beast King Level 6 was fully revealed. But keen observers could already see that the Azure Water Golden-Eye Beast was still severely injured. Sure enough, in the next moment, layers of ice sealed the Azure Water Golden-Eye Beast, and not far away, a nearly transparent space blade pierced towards the Azure Water Golden-Eye Beast's eye. Although the Azure Water Golden-Eye Beast was powerful, it did not detect the space blade in advance. With another howl of pain, the space blade broke through the ice layer and pierced into the Azure Water Golden-Eye Beast's left eye, its roar echoing throughout the Yangtze River channel. At this moment, a blue-green light seemed to emerge from the surface of the Azure Water Golden-Eye Beast, but before it could launch an attack, another invisible space confinement took effect. 30 seconds later, above the Yangtze River, a meteorite carrying terrifying coldness burned with blue and white flames, rushing towards the Azure Water Golden-Eye Beast. With a loud bang, the Azure Water Golden-Eye Beast collided closely with the meteorite. The terrifying meteorite directly sent the Azure Water Golden-Eye Beast crashing to the riverbed, and the piercing cold exploded, creating a massive wave. However, even more terrifying was that before the wave could fall, it turned into ice crystals, and snow began to fall in the sky. Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon's ultimate move, Starfall Ice Explosion. Well done, Xiaoling little cat. Great job, Mu Xian shouted loudly. Filled with joy, he could clearly see the information panel of the Blue Water Golden-Eye Beast, which was a Beast King Level 6 sub-dragon type monster. It just died like that. At this moment, everyone on the Iron Shell Giant Turtle ship found it hard to believe that such a powerful and terrifying Beast King level monster had fallen. It was killed by 2 beast tamers, by that young beast master, not far away. The girl Qin, she was also stunned by the combat power displayed by the boy. That majestic dragon-type beast was actually so powerful, and that space-type beast. It should be at the Lord level, yet it was able to control the Beast King Level 6 monster for so long. Compared to him, what kind of talent am I, Qin? Mu Xian smiled slightly, summoned the little cat back, and let it dive into the water to collect the corpse of the Blue Water Golden-Eye Beast. This was a Beast King level monster, with treasures all over its body, so Mu Xian naturally couldn't miss it. Then, Mu Xian began to take out food for the 2 beasts. The Iron Shell Giant Turtle ship set off again, and it was unknown whether it was due to Mu Xian's impressive display of power, but along the way, there were no more incidents of monster attacks. Finally, 2 days later, Mu Xian arrived at his destination, Yuzhou. After entering Yuzhou, it was essentially entering the Sichuan Basin, where he could directly take a large flying beast to the West Capital Fortress. At the large flying beast boarding point, Mu Xian unexpectedly saw a familiar face. The girl Qin Shi. Senior, you must be a senior from the Eternal Academy, right? Thanks to you a couple of days ago. The girl Qin, she said shyly. Mu Xian was taken aback, and then understood that Qin Shi seemed to be a student of this year's Eternal Academy too, but she actually thought of him as a senior from previous years. Mu Xian shook his head and smiled. I'm not a senior. I'm a freshman this year. Are you also a freshman? Also a freshman this year. Qin Shi was stunned on the spot, as if looking at an alien. Her heart screamed. You killed a Beast King Level 6 subdragon monster. Are you really just a freshman? Mu Xian smiled and said, Don't believe it? You must have heard of me. My name is Mu Xian. Qin Shi was stunned again, and then finally remembered. You're the Mu Xian who got first place in the national exam? So it's you. Chapter 081. Reporting to the Eternal Academy. Virtual Hunting Tower. Mu Xian said cheerfully, so we should be in the same year. Qin Shi's pretty face flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed for mistaking a fellow freshman for a senior from previous years. Fortunately, at that moment, the large flying beast finally gathered enough people under the call of the Beast Master and flew towards the West Capital Fortress. The journey from Yuzhou to the West Capital in the Sichuan Basin was mostly under human control, so the danger level was very low. They only encountered a wave of flying monster harassment along the way and safely arrived at the West Capital. As they approached the city wall of the West Capital, Mu Xian looked far away and saw that the West Capital Fortress had almost completely blocked the entire mountain pass. Unlike the Imperial Capital, the buildings in the West Capital were not tall, and there were few lighting effects. The style had changed from bustling to rugged and fierce. The Flying Beast Master sighed. This is our West Capital Fortress, which has resisted the monsters from the 10,000 Great Mountains for over 100 years. Since the West Capital Fortress was built, no monster invasion has succeeded. Mu Xian nodded slightly, and information about the West capital rose in his mind. Over 100 years ago, the Sichuan Basin was frequently invaded by monster tides. Later, the central government of the Dragon Kingdom finally made up its mind to mobilize the entire nation to build the West capital fortress, completely blocking the monster tides outside the West capital. They even regarded the West capital as a stronghold, often sending troops from the West capital to clear the monsters within the 10,000 Great Mountains. By now, the West capital had 9 universities. In addition to the Eternal Academy, which was one of the 5 major academies, there were also 8 other universities, with over 100,000 students studying to become Beast Masters, having trained more than 1 million Beast Master students over the years. 50 years ago, they even built a second fortress within the 10,000 Great Mountains, called Chengdu. Unfortunately, just 10 years later, Chengdu was captured by the Monster Tide under the joint scheme of the Dark Alliance and the Beast God sect, resulting in its fall. Since then, humanity has once again retreated from the 10,000 Great Mountains for 40 years. Soon, Mu Xian and Qin Shi stepped into the West Capital Fortress and personally felt the fierce atmosphere of this fortress city. Next, of course, was the school registration, qualification verification, and enrollment, followed by the allocation of individual dormitories, 2 rooms and 1 hall, which far surpassed the dormitories during his previous college years. However, according to that enthusiastic Senior Li Lu's suggestion, the school also offered single villas, but to obtain a standalone dormitory, one must demonstrate strong strength and compete for it based on regional rankings. The entire Eternal Academy was divided into 9 districts, corresponding to 9 departments, classified by species. For example, Mu Xian was assigned to the Dragon-type Beast District, where all students had Dragon-type or even Dragon Beasts. It was said that the competition pressure was the greatest. Of course, Mu Xian didn't care at all. He didn't believe there were any new students in this district better than him. After a full day of busy work, the enrollment process was finally completed. After resting for a night, Mu Xian did not immediately go hunting outside the West capital. He planned to first understand the resource library of the Eternal Academy to see if there were any resources he needed. On the Eternal Internal Network, the resources in the resource library appeared before Mu Xian's eyes, astonishing him. He really didn't expect the resource library of the Eternal Academy to be so rich. Even though he didn't have special permissions to view special resources, just based on the numerous ordinary resources, Mu Xian had already deduced that the special resources of the Eternal Academy were far more than he had imagined. Sure enough, coming to the Eternal Academy was the right choice. This was where a true person should come. Mu Xian chuckled. On the other side, the girl Qin Shi was also in her dormitory, browsing the resource library on the Eternal Internal Network, revealing a faint smile. With so many resources, there must be Phoenix blood. The Eternal Academy, what a great choice. The next day, Mu Xian walked out of his dormitory, eagerly preparing to head outside the West capital to hunt monsters. Just as Mu Xian was leaving the district to head off campus, he passed by a tall tower. To his surprise, there were people coming and going under the tower, gathering at least 100 people, and there was a large screen that seemed to display something. This naturally piqued Mu Xian's interest, and as he approached to ask, he found out that this was the virtual hunting tower that Senior Li Lu had mentioned yesterday. The virtual hunting tower was said to allow one to directly enter with their spiritual body, simulating 98 of the Beast Master's actual strength. The challengers needed to kill all the monsters within a specified time to succeed in the level. The virtual hunting tower had a total of 12 floors, and passing each floor would grant some credits, which were key to exchanging resources. 1 credit could be exchanged for an elite-level resource. 10 credits could be exchanged for a commander-level resource. 100 credits could be exchanged for a lord-level resource. And 1,000 credits could be exchanged for an ordinary Beast King-level resource. Then Mu Xian saw that when a challenger passed a level, that level would flicker, attracting discussions from the crowd nearby, especially when someone entered the leaderboard. It would elicit waves of gasps. It was truly a tool for showing off and attracting girls. Just then, a handsome young man walked out with great enthusiasm, and the people beside Mu Xian began to exclaim, "It's Lu Zihao. He made it to the 9th floor this time, ranking 99th. That's amazing. Rank 99. If he can maintain it for a month without dropping, he will earn 100 credits. The 9th floor is all high-level Lord monsters, and Lu Zihao's black and white Overlord dog is that powerful. Who says otherwise? Lu Zihao is about to rise." Listening to the discussions of others, Mu Xian was speechless. Just high-level Lord monsters, and he was rising? If he took out his pseudo-beast king level ice Cinder Frost Star Dragon, wouldn't he shoot straight to the top? Mu Xian shook his head, not expecting the Eternal Academy to be so ostentatious. A senior sister seemed to notice Mu Xian shaking his head and chuckled. Junior, you seem to look down on this Lu Zihao. Mu Xian nodded slightly. Yeah, is this really the level of our Eternal Academy? After speaking, Mu Xian pointed at Lu Zihao. The senior sister immediately laughed. Junior, this virtual hunting tower is meant for students below the Beast King level to trial, and Lu Zihao, as a level 7 lord, is quite decent. Mu Xian suddenly realized. He thought the Eternal Academy was at this level. But it turns out that Beast King level beast tamers look down on such a child's play virtual hunting tower. Mu Xian suddenly asked, Senior sister, how many credits can one earn for passing this virtual hunting tower? The senior sister, not understanding the question, introduced, oh, the credits are plentiful. Passing this 12-layer virtual hunting tower grants a base of 666 credits. And if you perform exceptionally well or use less time, there are bonuses. So, Junior, do you want to give it a try? Mu Xian's eyes lit up. 666 credits seemed enough for him to exchange for half a piece of Beast King level resources. Then, Mu Xian directly dove into the hunting tower. Not long after Mu Xian entered, two strikingly handsome young men also entered the virtual hunting tower. And the surrounding onlookers erupted in excitement. It was actually Ren Xiaojun, rank 9th, and Ku Xiaodian, rank 12th. Ren Xiaojun's Iron Bloodblade Mantis should already be at the Pseudo-Beast King level. Is he planning to clear it directly this time? And Ku Xiaodian, his White Jade War Elephant, should also be at the Pseudo-Beast King level. It is said that both Ren Xiaojun and Ku Xiaodian are pursuing Zhu Menghan. Could it be that they want to settle their rivalry in the virtual hunting tower? Oh my, could this be the bet they mentioned a while ago? Wow, there's a good show to watch. Chapter 082, Clearing the Tower, Breaking Records. In the virtual hunting tower, Mu Xian followed the prompts and summoned his main beast, the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon. A stream of light swept over both him and the beast, and soon, Mu Xian felt his consciousness detaching from his body. When he came to, he found himself in an octagonal hall, and in front of him appeared 100 elite level 3 Gale Wolves. The hunt began. After a grand voice echoed, the 100 Gale Wolves instantly moved, forming a formation and pouncing from all directions. Mu Xian looked beside him, and the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon let out a low growl, and in an instant, all the Gale Wolves were lying on the ground. First layer, cleared. In the blink of an eye, the scene changed, and the hall shrank a little. This time, in front of Mu Xian, appeared 100 elite level 6 Black Widow spiders. Roar. Third layer, 100 elite level 9 Bone Sorcerers. Fourth layer, a commanding level monster appeared. Mu Xian understood the mechanism of the hunting tower. With each layer cleared, the strength of the monsters increased by 3 small levels. By calculation, the final 12 layers would probably reach high-level Beast King. Mu Xian found it hard to imagine who could clear such a difficult challenge. The last 3 layers should not be so exaggerated. Mu Xian muttered to himself. As it turned out, Mu Xian's guess was correct. After easily defeating the 100 level 9 bloodthirsty demon vines on the 9th layer, Mu Xian stepped into the 10th layer and saw his opponent, a shocking 100 pseudo-beast king level Azure Sky Tyrants. Meanwhile, outside, many people were already exclaiming, what the hell? I must have seen wrong just now. It seems someone has gone directly from the 1st layer to the 10th layer in just a few minutes. I saw it too. I thought my eyes were blurry. Who is that person? They are too strong. Could it be Ren Xiaojun? It could also be Ku Xiaodian. Wow, this is preparing to break records. It took only 3 minutes to reach the 10th layer. Just 3 minutes. By the way, what is the highest record for our virtual hunting tower? 1 hour and 56 minutes, just under 2 hours to clear. That was from our Eternal Academy's top 3 previous seniors, who is now known as the Eternal Genius. Look. The 12th layer is lighting up. Someone is clearing the 12th layer. Our Eternal Academy is about to produce another top genius. Everyone was excited, looking forward with great anticipation at the entrance of the virtual hunting tower, ready to witness the emergence of a top genius. However, what no one expected was that a familiar figure suddenly appeared before them, and it was actually Ren Xiaojun, whom they had high hopes for. What's going on? Why is Ren Xiaojun out? What the hell? The light for the 12th layer is still on. Which means the one who quickly cleared the tower just now wasn't Ren Xiaojun. Ren Xiaojun looked at the puzzled expressions of the crowd, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had indeed planned to clear the hunting tower in one go, but ended up falling on the 10th layer, feeling utterly humiliated. Fortunately, most of the onlookers were still focused on the 12th layer, so it didn't impact Ren Xiaojun too much. Ren Xiaojun couldn't help but look up at the hunting tower. And when he saw the light for the 12th layer, he was naturally startled. What's going on? Could it be that guy Xiaodian? Watching someone underestimate the challenge and potentially clear the hunting tower, ranking at the top, Ren Xiaojun felt a tinge of bitterness. Minghan, I tried my best. However, Ren Xiaojun soon widened his eyes as he saw Xiaodian also walk out, looking somewhat disappointed. But the light for the 12th layer was still on. Could it be that besides me and Xiaodian, there is another pseudo-beast king level student who has come to challenge the tower? Ren Xiaojun exclaimed in disbelief. This question quickly surfaced in everyone's minds, lingering and unshakable. At this moment, everyone became even more curious about who the challenger was. In a corner beneath the hunting tower, the senior sister showed a look of surprise. Could it be that guy who came to chat with me is the legendary Big Shot? How is that possible? Just then, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, the 12th layer of the virtual hunting tower lit up in sequence, emitting a dazzling light, seemingly celebrating the birth of another challenger. It only took an hour. How is that possible? To be precise, it was 58 minutes and 29 seconds. Breaking the record, breaking the fastest record. Look, the leaderboard has been updated. New student Mu Xian. Time, 58 minutes and 29 seconds, ranking first on the leaderboard. The challenger is actually a new student. What the hell? This is big news. The new students haven't even officially started school yet, and someone has already cleared the hunting tower. What are we seniors supposed to do after 2 years? At this moment, all the onlookers erupted in excitement. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The record for the fastest clearance was broken by a freshman who, strictly speaking, hadn't even officially enrolled yet. Finally, the door of the virtual hunting tower opened, and a handsome young man walked out. Seeing the incredulous gazes of the crowd, he revealed a faint smile and floated away. From this moment on, the entire Eternal Academy began to spread the legend that belonged to him. After leaving the hunting tower, Mu Xian couldn't help but smile slightly because just moments ago, after clearing the hunting tower with the fastest record in history, he not only earned 1332 credits, but also obtained a Beast King level resource that was perfect for the Ice Embers Frost Star Dragon, the Sky Ice Dragon Star Stone. Sky Ice Dragon Star Stone level, low-level Beast King applicable range, dragon, subdragon, snake, ice system description, a meteorite that fell from beyond the realm, containing extremely strong ice attribute star power, which accidentally absorbed the dragon power contained in the dragon bloodstone vein, transforming into a rare resource that combines the 3 attributes of ice, star, and dragon. This Beast King level resource is almost a perfect match for the Ice Embers Frost Star Dragon and is undoubtedly the best training resource for it at the low-level Beast King stage. Although unexpectedly obtaining the Heavenly Ice Dragon Star Stone, Mu Xian still followed his original plan to hunt demon beasts outside the western capital. Along the way, Mu Xian passed by several beast resource shops and casually handled the dragon-patterned water monkey he had captured alive in the Yangtze River, ultimately exchanging it for a large amount of lightning and holy light resources worth 200 million. Relatively speaking, the combat power of the 5 beasts under Mu Xian's command, including the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon and the Sky Leap Dragon Weasel, was already sufficient. It would be a long time before they could advance or evolve again. Therefore, Mu Xian's main focus was naturally on the rampaging Thunder Bear and the Holy Spirit of Light. Once he helped the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon advance to a true Beast King level, he would collect evolution resources for the 2 little fellows. What Mu Xian did not know was that after he left the school, news about him had already flooded the school's internal forum, with some even praising him as the new generation's unparalleled genius of the Eternal Academy. Chapter 083, The Beast King Battle, Flame Demon Dragon. Next up was the Beast King battle for the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon. Mu Xian muttered to himself, "It seems I need to purchase information about low-tier Beast Kings. Hopefully, the information is accurate." Purchasing beast information was a normal thing. Many beast tamers with insufficient strength would sell information about powerful demon beasts they discovered in certain areas to information organizations. And when beast tamers wanted to track a certain type of demon beast, they naturally had to buy beast information. In fact, there was a dedicated beast information section on the Eternal Academy's internal network, where every piece of information was clearly priced and had a high credibility. Soon, Mu Xian bought 3 pieces of Beast King level beast information through the internal network, spending a total of 1,000 points. the Flame Demon Dragon, Mountain Rock Azure Dragon, and a suspected Purple Lightning Thunder Dragon. The 10,000 Great Mountains, also known as the Hungduan Mountain Range, consists of 7 massive mountain ranges, creating a kingdom of demon beasts. Legend has it that within the 10,000 Great Mountains, there exist 7 demon beasts that surpass the king level, known as the 7 Great Demon Ancestors. It is precisely because of the existence of the 7 Great Demon Ancestors that the Dragon Kingdom's conquest of the 10,000 Great Mountains has always been incredibly difficult. 50 years ago was the closest they ever came to success, as there was infighting among the 7 Great Demon Ancestors, resulting in the fall of one of them, giving the Dragon Kingdom the opportunity to build the Chengdu Fortress. However, unexpectedly, under the mediation of the Dark Alliance and the Beast God cult, the remaining 6 demon ancestors reconciled, leading to the fall of Chengdu during several beast tides. It can be said that the Dark Alliance and the Beast God cult pose the greatest threat, with their fundamental goal being the destruction of human civilization, making them the enemies of humanity. 50 years have passed, and the 10,000 Great Mountains remain under the rule of the 7 Great Demon Ancestors. Fortunately, the 7 Great Demon Ancestors are aware that the Dragon Kingdom is not to be trifled with, and have no plans to invade the Central Plains. Thus, both sides have occasionally battled outside the Chengdu Fortress, both for training and to deplete the excess demon beasts within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Mu Xian unfolded the map of the 10,000 Great Mountains to check his target, and suddenly, he discovered a suitable target in the 3rd Hungduan Mountain Range. The 3rd Hungduan Mountain Range is the longest of the 7 Hungduan mountain ranges, with the broadest region, and it is controlled by the demon ancestor Destruction Thunder Dragon. It is said that the majority of the demon beasts in the 3rd Hungduan Mountain Range are of the dragon species, and there should be quite a few pure-blooded dragon-type beast king-level demon beasts. Mu Xian set off towards the 3rd Hungduan Mountain Range, but he did not notice that 2 figures were watching his back and discussing something behind him. Entering the wilderness, Mu Xian realized what it meant to be in a sea of demon beasts. In just half a day, he encountered attacks from several demon beasts, almost every few kilometers revealing traces of them. Moreover, this was under the circumstance that the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon was releasing the aura of a pure-blood dragon clan. The demon beast kingdom truly lived up to its name. In the evening, while Mu Xian was roasting meat, a young man slowly approached him. "Who are you?" Mu Xian began to be on guard. In the first lesson of Beast Tamer High School, there was a saying, "The greatest danger in the wilderness does not come from demon beasts, but from humans." The young man smiled and said, "I am Xiao Ting. I want to get to know you, brother." Mu Xian looked at the other party, and the information about him appeared before Mu Xian. Completely unexpected that the other party was actually a Beast King-level Beast Tamer. Xiaoning, race, human rank, Lord 2nd tier talent, Time House Beasts, Great Dark God Spirit Warrior, Beast King 2nd tier, 3-headed Prison Demon Dog, Beast King 1st tier. Blood Flame Magic Crystal Dragon, Lord 9th tier, Dark Great Spirit, Lord 8th tier, 2 Beast King level beasts, plus a Time House. This is definitely the legendary Time Attribute talent. Right. Is this Xiao Ning the protagonist of Legend? Mu Xian's expression remained unchanged, but inside, he was already storming with thoughts, frantically complaining. Looking at this guy's beasts, they were either dark or demon gods. He was most likely a member of the Dark Alliance, and his status should not be low. Mu Xian secretly thought and discreetly signaled the Sky Leap Dragon Weasel nearby to prepare for a spatial jump to escape. He was not very confident against 2 Beast King-level beasts. Most importantly, if anything happened in this Hungduan mountain range, it would easily attract the attention of powerful demon beasts. "Why do you want to get to know me? Am I famous?" Mu Xian asked with a faint smile. Xiao Ning, the young man who had disguised himself as Xiao Ting, suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Brother Mu Xian, you are quite famous in the Eternal Academy now." Mu Xian nodded lightly and suddenly asked, "So why does a member of the Dark Alliance come to find me?" Xiao Ning looked at Mu Xian in surprise. "How did you figure it out?" After a pause, Xiao Ning smiled and said, "That's right. I am a member of the Dark Alliance, but I'm different from others. I am a good person. This time, I actually came to invite you, Brother Mu Xian, to join my team, so that we can work together to reform the Dark Alliance. Brother Mu Xian, with your displayed talent, if we join forces in 7 or 8 years, wouldn't the Dark Alliance be in our control?" Mu Xian glanced at Xiao Ning and understood that this Xiao Ning was just trying to recruit him as a subordinate. "Hee, I think being a normal beast tamer is pretty good. I have no interest in your Dark Alliance." That is not up to you. Xiao Ning's expression darkened. And suddenly, four black lights erupted behind him, unexpectedly launching an attack. However, Mu Xian's movements were evidently faster than Xiao Ning's. A spatial vortex suddenly appeared beneath his feet, and amidst Xiao Ning's stunned and surprised gaze, he instantly disappeared. Xiao Ning, was about to explode with rage right there. I had finally set my sights on a talent and was preparing to recruit him, yet he just ran away. When did he find out? Then, Xiao Ning recalled what had just happened and revealed a gloomy expression. The fact that the other party had directly exposed his identity made him feel very displeased, extremely displeased. No one had ever dared to defy him, Xiao Ning, the third preparatory holy son of the Dark Alliance, not even a god. On the other side, dozens of kilometers away, Mu Xian was calming the Sky Leap Dragon Weasel while unable to stop complaining. Has the Dark Alliance become this rampant? I must uproot you all soon. Then, Mu Xian helplessly discovered that he seemed to be lost. Yes, Mu Xian realized he was completely lost, with no idea where he was. But it was certain that he should still be within the third Hengduan mountain range. Fortunately, after a day, relying on the excellent sense of direction of the Sky Leap Dragon Weasel, Mu Xian successfully arrived at the originally planned destination, the third Hengduan mountain range, the secondary ridge. Fire Demon Ridge. Fire Demon Ridge is filled with numerous fire demon dragon beasts, with the leader being Mu Xian's target for this journey, the Beast King level Flame Demon Dragon. After confirming that there was only one Beast King level demon beast, the Flame Demon Dragon, Mu Xian laughed loudly. Little Ling, start your Beast King battle and defeat the Flame Demon Dragon on Fire Demon Ridge. Roar, roar, roar. The Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon also showed signs of excitement, soaring in the air and letting out a thunderous roar toward the Fire Demon Ridge. Chapter 084, First Battle Victory. Roar. Shortly after, a more domineering dragon roar echoed, and a fierce giant dragon engulfed in black flames leaped out, its eyes crimson and two black patterns appearing all over its body. It was a Beast King Level 2 monster. Flame Demon Dragon Species, Flame Demon Dragon Clan Level, Beast King Level 2 Bloodline, Beast King Quality, Excellent Skills, Demon Flame Breath, Dragon Claw, Poison Fire Demon Flame. Thunderous Dragon Strike Introduction. A flame demon dragon living in the Fire Demon Ridge of the 3rd Hengduan mountain range. Unremarkable and without features. Seeing the information panel's description, Mu Xian almost laughed out loud. If this flame demon dragon knew the evaluation on the panel, it would probably go mad. Sister, is there really a Beast King level dragon beast in the Fire Demon Ridge you mentioned? This is information I bought from the school intranet. It can't be fake, right? Hurry up, if someone else gets there first, I won't let you off easy. Yes. Let us capture this dragon beast and then trade it for the top-tier dragon beast cub. Higi, once the dragon beast grows up, we can soar high. Don't get too happy yet. Whether we can defeat that Beast King level beast is still up for debate. Outside the Fire Demon Ridge, the two figures whispered to each other. Soon after, they finally arrived outside the Fire Demon Ridge. When the siblings saw the two dragon beasts in the sky above the Fire Demon Ridge, they instantly understood that someone had gotten there first. Sister, what should we do? The girl, who was referred to as Sister, looked heroic and calmly said, Brother, don't worry. That Flame Demon Dragon can't be defeated so easily. This is a Beast King level 2 monster, and the one opposite doesn't even have Beast King patterns. There is no need to worry. Just then, in midair, the two pureblood dragon clans began to collide with each other, producing a series of explosive sounds that were heart-stirring. Mu Xian couldn't help but marvel. Dragon beasts truly are the most favored race among all beasts, with their formidable physical strength alone enough to crush a large number of powerful beasts. Moreover, the spell-casting ability of dragon beasts is also notoriously strong, practically having no weaknesses. Just like at this moment, the Flame Demon Dragon unleashed a terrifying fire skill, its black magical flames almost dyeing half the sky black. But opposite it, the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon was not to be outdone, and even as a pseudo-beast king, its momentum faintly surpassed that of the Flame Demon Dragon. Endless ice blue flames almost lowered the temperature of the entire Fire Demon Ridge by several levels. In an instant, the black flames and blue ice flames shone together. In the distance, behind a large tree, the sibling duo looked at the two powerful beasts in the sky, both showing expressions of shock. After a long time, the brother bitterly asked, Sister, is this what you meant by not needing to worry? Sister, roar. At this moment, the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon let out a roar, which seemed to mean, the warm-up is over. It's time to use real strength. Mu Xian almost stumbled. When did his own dragon beast learn to show off like this? Sure enough, the flame demon dragon seemed to be enraged, its two beast king patterns igniting, its power increasing further. But at that moment, a column of cold and dark light, filled with starlight, suddenly descended from the sky, striking the flame demon dragon directly. The terrifying cold star power almost extinguished the flame demon dragon's life force entirely. Not only that, but the entire fire demon ridge was almost frozen by the cold power emitted by this light column. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the light column gradually dissipated, and the black magical flames blazed fiercely, slowly driving away that cold star power. After a long time, with a crack, the weakened flame demon dragon emerged from the ice layer, looking at the ice ash frost star dragon with shock and horror. That skill had almost made it smell death. Roar! The low voice of the flame demon dragon rang out, lowering its head, signifying its defeat in this Beast King battle. As the two Beast King patterns on its body gradually separated and floated towards the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon. Meanwhile, the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon raised its head high, calmly accepting that portion of the Beast King patterns. This is the Beast King battle. The winner can obtain the loser's Beast King patterns, and ultimately, after defeating 3 opponents of the same level, truly advance to Beast King level beast. Condensing the first Beast King pattern. In the distance, the sibling duo remained silent as they watched the defeated Flame Demon Dragon and the victorious Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon. After a long time, the brother asked, "Sister, should we continue to target that Flame Demon Dragon?" The sister fell silent again. She had no confidence. On the Fire Demon Ridge, Mu Xian's face revealed a satisfied expression. The first battle was victorious. The Sky Dragon Weasel on his shoulder showed an envious look. It too wanted to participate in the Beast King battle. Let that nasty dragon show off. The little guy turned its head, looking somewhat unhappy. Mu Xian smiled, ruffled the little guy's head, and indeed, the Lord-level Sky Dragon Weasel's fur had become even softer, giving a kind of addictive feeling when stroked. Soon after, the Beast King battle ritual was completely completed, and the Flame Demon Dragon let out several low roars, seemingly urging the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon to leave. It no longer wanted to see the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon. Mu Xian chuckled silently, not harboring any other intentions, and rode the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon, taking the Sky Dragon Weasel along as they floated away. Before leaving, he noticed 2 pieces of information rising beneath his feet, but didn't pay them any mind. Watching Mu Xian riding away on the dragon, the sibling duo finally let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the brother solemnly said, "Sister, I've decided. I will work hard to cultivate and strive to get into the Eternal Academy next year, to become a strong person like him." The sister revealed a hint of satisfaction on her face, as she realized her brother seemed to have grown up overnight. The second dragon beast was located at the tail end of the main ridge of the 3rd Hengduan mountain range, Qingyan Ridge, 104 kilometers away. Mu Xian simply determined the direction and set off toward the lair of the mountain rock blue dragon. The journey within the Hengduan mountain range, over 100 kilometers, was far from as easy as imagined. He didn't know how many battles he would have to go through along the way. Not long after, Mu Xian encountered a group of giant horned ants blocking the way, each the size of a rat, having devoured all creatures that obstructed their path, which was terrifying. It was rumored that these giant horned ants were tyrants in the Hengduan mountain range, incredibly powerful, devouring everything. Now it seemed true. If tens of thousands of giant horned ants emerged, even a king-level monster would have to give way. Suddenly, Mu Xian saw different information on the leading giant horned ant. Chapter 085, Frenzied Power Giant Horned Ant, Indestructible Gold Thunderstone. Frenzied Power Giant Horned Ant, Species, Strength Type Ant Clan Level, Beast King Level 3 Bloodline, Beast King Quality, Extraordinary Skills, Super Stomach Acid, Giant Horn Strike, Tear Sky Power. Frenzy Introduction. Originally just an ordinary giant horned ant, it particularly liked to train its body on stormy days. Under the influence of a certain strange power, it underwent a retrogressive phenomenon, awakening a trace of the bloodline of the ancient divine ant, significantly increasing its bloodline potential, becoming the strongest among the giant horned ants. An ordinary giant horned ant actually underwent a retrogressive phenomenon and awakened the bloodline of the ancient divine ant? Mu Xian whispered this sentence, instantly sensing something was amiss. What kind of power could have such might? What if there are other more powerful demon beasts? Would it lead to greater changes? In an instant, Mu Xian became interested in this frenzied power giant ant, and of course, what intrigued him even more was the power that allowed the frenzied power giant ant to undergo transformation and awakening. Thus, from that day on, Mu Xian followed the frenzied power giant ant, observing everything about it to see if it could lead him to that place with extraordinary power. Meanwhile, the frenzied power giant ant remained completely unaware, diligently leading its underlings to patrol the territory of the giant ants, hunting for food, collecting resources, and so on. In the blink of an eye, 8 days passed. Just as Mu Xian was about to give up, he finally waited for an opportunity. On this day, dark clouds gathered. Lightning flashed, and the frenzied power giant ant could no longer resist sneaking out of the giant ant nest, winding its way to a bald mountain over 20 kilometers away where no grass grew. Then, Mu Xian saw the frenzied power giant ant standing at the top of the bald mountain, hoisting a large purple stone, motionless. Before long, an incredible scene occurred. A bolt of lightning struck the purple stone, and the lightning was conducted to the frenzied power giant ant. However, the frenzied power giant ant remained unmoved, still firmly holding the purple stone. This scene astonished both Mu Xian and the ice ash frost star dragon beneath him. 1 strike. 2 strikes. In just over 2 hours, the frenzied power giant ant was struck by lightning 17 times, yet it remained unfazed. When the frenzied power giant ant could finally no longer hold up, the purple stone crashed down, and the frenzied power giant ant collapsed at the mountain's peak. At this moment, Mu Xian finally approached the frenzied power giant ant, saw its condition, and also saw the information about that purple stone. So it was Golden Thunder Indestructible Stone Grade, King Level Applicable Range, Gold System, Thunder System, Power System Description, a King Level treasure containing extraordinary power, passed down from ancient times, which has formed an unremarkable exterior after thousands of years of evolution, but it possesses a rare power that is deeply restrained. It's it. Mu Xian was inexplicably excited. The strange power that allowed the giant ant to undergo transformation and awaken its bloodline must definitely be the power of this Golden Thunder Indestructible Stone. He never expected this would actually be a king-level resource. Such a large piece of Golden Thunder Indestructible Stone would be enough to serve as evolution resources for more than a dozen beast masters. As for why the information panel of the frenzied power giant ant did not display the information about the Golden Thunder Indestructible Stone, Mu Xian could only speculate that it might be because the frenzied power giant ant did not directly absorb the power of the Golden Thunder Indestructible Stone, but instead indirectly absorbed it through guiding the heavenly thunder to temper its body, making it impossible for the information panel to reflect it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At this moment, the collapsed frenzied power giant ant struggled to get up, looking at Mu Xian and letting out an angry roar, clearly treating the Golden Thunder Indestructible Stone as its own possession. Mu Xian smiled gently. Little ant, if you can defeat me, then this big stone will belong to you. But if you lose, you must agree to become my contracted beast. Chirp. In response to Mu Xian, there was another scream, and 2 massive forearms glowed with a hint of purple, charging straight at Mu Xian. Roar. At a critical moment, the ice ash frost star dragon appeared in front of Mu Xian, roaring in anger and directly engaging in battle with the frenzied power giant ant. But it wasn't long before the frenzied power giant ant found itself at a disadvantage, having just expended most of its power in the heavenly thunder tempering. Its defeat was only a matter of time. Just 3 minutes later, the frenzied power giant ant collapsed again, letting out a feeble moan. Chirp. Mu Xian smiled gently. Little ant, you lost. In that case, let us honor our agreement and become my contracted beast. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The frenzied power giant ant protested angrily, but it was of no use, as Mu Xian forcibly succeeded in the contract. Well, from now on, you will be my 6th beast, and I will call you Skyhorn Ant. I hope you can become the strongest among the ant race, dominating the 9 skies and 10 lands, invincible across all realms. Chirp. The frenzied power giant ant's antennae drooped, showing confusion. Is there such an existence among the ant race? I haven't read much, don't trick me. Then, Mu Xian turned to the sky-jumping dragon weasel on his shoulder and smiled. Little cat, quickly put away this big stone. This is the treasure we were looking for. Meow. The sky-jumping dragon weasel instantly became excited, like a money-hungry individual, quickly storing the enormous Golden Thunder Indestructible Stone. Mu Xian laughed heartily. All his efforts over the past few days had indeed not been in vain. However, Mu Xian also noticed that his mental power was experiencing some stagnation, which made him realize that his mental power was nearing overload. 6 contracted beasts were his limit. Next, he would focus on nurturing the Destiny Butterfly, the Frenzied Thunder Bear, and the Holy Spirit of Light. Coincidentally, the Golden Thunder Indestructible Stone was very suitable for the Thunder Bear, although it couldn't absorb king-level resources. It seemed to be able to learn from the Frenzied Power Giant Ant to perform heavenly thunder tempering. Mu Xian thought with a mischievous interest. In the Beast Master space, a certain sleeping bear cub suddenly shivered, as if sensing that something bad was about to happen. 2 days later, the Frenzied Power Giant Ant finally recovered and began to accept its fate, officially becoming Mu Xian's highest-ranked contracted beast, with the Frenzied Power Giant Ant leading the way. The journey to Qingyan Ridge encountered almost no powerful demon beasts, and they easily reached the foot of Qingyan Ridge. On that day, the 3 pieces of information Mu Xian purchased indicated that Qingyan Ridge was home to rock-type dragon race beast masters, the Mountain Rock Azure Dragons. This type of dragon beast master was said to be known for their defensive power and rapid recovery ability, making them quite troublesome. However, how troublesome it was, Mu Xian could only confirm by trying. Little cat, go investigate. Mu Xian instructed the sky-jumping dragon weasel, as this was the correct way to deal with demon beasts in the wilderness. After all, demon beasts are not fools, especially high-level demon beasts. For example, this Beast King-level demon beast, its intelligence was comparable to that of a 12 to 15-year-old child, and it was not impossible for it to understand schemes and tricks. It was said that many students from the Beastmaster University had suffered misfortune, being ambushed by demon beasts and losing their lives, which was really tragic. Chapter 086. The True Beast King Level Beastmaster. Danger approaches. Soon, the sky-jumping dragon weasel returned, but the news it brought surprised Mu Xian. There were 4 Mountain Rock Azure Dragons in Qingyan Ridge, 2 large ones, a male and a female, and 2 small ones that seemed just hatched. Indeed, one cannot fully trust the information. Mu Xian shook his head. Fortunately, having one more Mountain Rock Azure Dragon wasn't a big deal. As for the 2 young Mountain Rock Azure Dragons, Mu Xian had no particular thoughts. Having one Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon was enough for him. Little Ling, go for it. I'll let the Sky Horn Ant hold off the other Mountain Rock Azure Dragon. Mu Xian commanded. Roar. The Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon was full of fighting spirit and flew decisively into the air above Qingyan Ridge, letting out a furious roar. Before long, a low roar came from within the mountain, followed by 2 blue-yellow Mountain Rock Azure Dragons emerging, exuding immense pressure and charging straight at them. From a distance, Mu Xian shook his head. The Mountain Rock Azure Dragon was too ugly. If the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon was the representative of handsome and elegant, then the Mountain Rock Azure Dragon was the round and stout one among the dragons. Mountain Rock Azure Dragon Species. Mountain Rock System Dragon Grade. Beast King Level 4 Bloodline. Beast King Level Quality. Excellent Skills. Mountain Rock Scales. Lava Dragon Breath. Earth Power. Rock Dragon Charge. Mountain Collapse and Earth Crack Description. A dragon race demon beast residing within the Hongduan Mountains, known for its strong defense and rapid recovery. Its massive size makes it a great tank, an excellent candidate in the Meat Shield realm. Although the Mountain Rock Azure Dragon was even taller than the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon, Mu Xian was not worried at all, for he had already discovered the Mountain Rock Azure Dragon's greatest weakness. It couldn't fly. Meanwhile, the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon was already able to soar at an altitude of 1,000 meters. And just this point alone gave the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon a clear advantage. Indeed, the subsequent battle went just as Mu Xian had anticipated. Under the kite-flying tactics of the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon, the Mountain Rock Qinglong was almost entirely on the receiving end, causing the Mountain Rock Qinglong to roar in anger. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Just as the second battle of the Beast King War was about to conclude, an unexpected event occurred. Another observing Mountain Rock Qinglong, seeing its mate on the verge of defeat, unexpectedly charged into the fray. What left Mu Xian dumbfounded was that at that moment, the 2 Mountain Rock Qinglongs actually unleashed the legendary fusion technique. A gray beam of light suddenly shot from the 2, merging into one and directly hitting the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon. Then, Mu Xian was horrified to see a grayish-white powder begin to spread over the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon, and soon, it actually crashed down. Not good. Little cat, quickly assist. Watching this scene from a distance, Mu Xian panicked and hurriedly instructed the sky-soaring dragon weasel to lend a hand. Just at that critical moment, the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon surprised Mu Xian. The Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon, which was about to plummet to the ground, suddenly radiated brilliant starlight, forcing the gray light out of its body. It then turned around and reappeared in midair. At this moment, the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon, filled with endless rage, let out a terrifying roar at the two mountain rock Qinglongs. Two blinding beams of light suddenly fell from the sky. At this moment, the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon exploded. In the distance, Mu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was just a virtual battle, it left him feeling apprehensive and instilled in him an urgent desire to cultivate the light sacred spirit. Just then, two screams suddenly rang out, and he saw the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon, in its explosive state, severely injure the two mountain rock Qinglongs. The legendary Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon finally displayed a hint of invincibility at its level. Half an hour later, amidst low, unwilling roars, the two mountain rock Qinglongs ultimately chose to bow their heads and acknowledge the victory of the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon. In an instant, the Beast King patterns on the two mountain rock Qinglongs dimmed significantly, and the advancement transferred to the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon. At that moment, the Beast King pattern on the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon finally became complete, forming a full Beast King pattern. The dark blue Beast King pattern made the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon appear even more heroic. And at that moment, Mu Xian felt an even more powerful force surge into his body, allowing his beast ring to become completely perfect and manifest outward. Mu Xian was infinitely delighted. The Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon had finally become a true Beast King level beast. Just then, a little girl's voice suddenly sounded in Mu Xian's mind. Master, Master, I've become a Beast King level. Can you hear me? Mu Xian looked at the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon in surprise. Little spirit, how did you? Hee Master, you forgot. When we reach Beast King level, we can communicate through thoughts. The Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon said with a smile, looking adorable. So that's how it is, Mu Xian suddenly realized. It turned out that ascending to a true Beast King level not only granted protection from the Beast Ring barrier, but also allowed for telepathic communication with the Beast. The Beast contract was indeed miraculous. After a long time, this round of nurturing finally ended, and Mu Xian could feel that his own strength could already exert Lord-level combat power. The Beast Tamer was finally not a burden anymore. Mu Xian smiled softly, feeling quite excited. However, for the Beast Tamer to truly rise, it had to reach the King level. According to the information Mu Xian had found, when a Beast Tamer ascends to the King level, they can grant skills back to their beasts. From that moment, the Beast Tamer would truly become powerful, able to barely contend with their beasts. Before that, Beast Tamers were generally sufficient in self-defense, but lacked offensive capability. After having the Light Sacred Spirit cast, Holy Light Healing, on the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon, Mu Xian took all his beasts and left Qingyan Ridge. The two mountain rock Qinglongs, according to the agreement of the Beast King War, could not attack the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon, and although the Skyhorn Ant was powerful, it was evidently still a bit weak, probably unable to even kill a single mountain rock Qinglong. Therefore, Mu Xian let the two mountain rock Qinglongs go and continued heading north, delving deeper into the Hengduan Mountains. Indeed, the depths of the Hengduan Mountains were not a place for humans to stay. There were too many demon beasts, and even Beast King level demon beasts were nearing an overflow. 2 days later, Mu Xian hid in a shaded area, watching a large group of Dragon King bees below, and sighed. Over the past 2 days, Mu Xian had also slain several Beast King level subdragon demon beasts, reaping considerable rewards. But he also realized that continuing to delve deeper into the Hengduan Mountains might truly mean he couldn't return. Well then, continuing to delve deeper into the Hengduan Mountains was meaningless. It was time to search for resources related to the Thunder and Holy Light systems, Mu Xian murmured to himself, preparing to retreat along the same path after the group of Dragon King bees passed. But just then, a destiny butterfly that had been sleeping in his arms suddenly opened its eyes and let out a scream. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What, little butterfly? You say you saw me being chased by hundreds or thousands of demon beasts. The direction is to the north.